Chapter 1. The Infinite Synthesis System. Clung, clung. In a courtyard to the west of Xiaofeng village, the sound of hammering resonated. Li Xuanjun stood bare-chested, his muscles taut and brimming with strength, wielding a hammer as he struck a nearly completed machete. Sweat dripped from Li Xuanzhen's body onto the ground, creating a scene imbued with a sense of powerful beauty. Bang! With the final blow of his hammer, the machete was forged to completion. Ah! Li Xuanjun set down the hammer and picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Once he had dried himself, he grasped the completed machete. Its dark hue and glimmering blade signified it was a fine weapon. Li Xuanjun gazed at the machete in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Very good, an excellent blade. He swung the machete a few times, a look of contentment crossing his face. Li Xuanjun was renowned throughout the region as the most exceptional blacksmith, particularly skilled in crafting blades, with machetes being his specialty. This area was densely forested, especially Xiaofeng village, which supplied firewood to nearby cities, thus creating a substantial demand for machetes used in woodcutting. As a result, Li Xuanzhen's business thrived. He placed the machete down on a rough iron table. Clung, clung. Congratulations, host, on forging your 100th machete. The infinite synthesis system is now activated. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Li Xuanzhen's mind. Li Xuanzhen was taken aback by the sound reverberating in his head. A system? He exclaimed in astonishment. This term was not unfamiliar to him. While the inhabitants of this world might have no knowledge of such a system, Li Xuanzhen was well aware of its implications. For he was not originally from this world, he was a traveler from Blue Star, inexplicably transported to this realm. The world he now inhabited, known as the Jinwu realm, was a fantastical one, teeming with martial prowess beyond Li Xuanzhen's imagination. Upon his arrival, despite being merely a blacksmith, he had initially harbored dreams of becoming a martial artist, imagining that he too could possess extraordinary powers. After all, in the Jinwu realm, martial prowess held paramount importance, and practitioners of martial arts enjoyed a status far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Only through the cultivation of martial arts could one access the greatest resources and prolong their life, even potentially living for thousands of years, though such longevity was typically reserved for the supreme beings of this realm, of which Li Xuanzhen had only heard tales. Nonetheless, he had witnessed with his own eyes that even the lowest tier of martial practitioners were not to be compared with a mere mortal like himself, nor with some ordinary wealthy individuals. Thus, the once unremarkable office worker, Li Xuanzhen, upon his transition to this world, was filled with longing for martial cultivation and had fantasized about becoming a martial artist. However, his dreams were soon shattered. In this world, the path to martial cultivation required a soul gem, which lay dormant within those gifted with martial potential, awakening before the age of 16, thereafter allowing them to cultivate martial arts. Without a soul gem, one could not cultivate martial arts at all, as true martial prowess was founded upon the soul gem. When Li Xuanzhen had traversed into this world, he was already in his 20s, well past the age for awakening a soul gem, thus confirming his lack of one. This was quite normal. Not everyone possessed a soul gem, for if that were the case, anyone could cultivate martial arts, and the status of martial artists would not be so elevated, nor would they possess the power to dictate the lives and deaths of mortals. Since Li Xuanzhen lacked a soul gem, he was unable to cultivate martial arts. Coming to this realization, after an initial period of dismay, he rallied himself. He needed to eat, and as a blacksmith, he had no choice but to forge iron to sustain himself. Thus a year passed. Now, the voice resonating in his mind sent a jolt through the resigned Li Xuanzhen. A system, the golden finger of travelers, had finally arrived, albeit late. System, what kind of system are you? What purpose do you serve? Li Xuanzhen eagerly inquired of the voice within his mind. There was no response, but information began to manifest automatically in his consciousness. Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened as he absorbed the information. Infinite synthesis system, capable of synthesizing all things in the world without limitation. Current proficiency, 0, can synthesize mundane iron tools. The most crucial message in his mind was this. He quickly understood that this was a system capable of synthesizing anything, allowing him to combine two items as materials to create something new. As proficiency increased, there was a chance to synthesize higher-level items for now. He could only synthesize mundane iron tools. Li Xuanjin felt a pang of disappointment upon reading the system's information. It was not a system that could enhance his talents or grant other extraordinary powers. It merely offered synthesis. While the notion of infinite synthesis sounded impressive, what utility did it truly possess? Wait, there are no useless systems, only unworthy hosts. This system must have some hidden significance that I have yet to uncover. Regardless, I should experiment with synthesis first. Looking around for materials, Li Xuanzhen's eyes fell upon the 10 newly forged machetes resting on the table, and an idea sparked. Machetes are undoubtedly mundane iron tools. I shall synthesize these. He took 2 machetes and focused his consciousness on them, declaring inwardly, "Commence fusion." At that moment, the 2 machetes on the table radiated light, visible only to Li Xuanjin. The light intensified, and before his watchful gaze, the 2 machetes collided and fused into a single, brand-new object. Ding! Machete 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a black iron blade 1. Proficiency increased by 2 points. A blade, dark as ink, emanating an intimidating chill, materialized before Li Xuanzhen an extraordinary black blade. It truly works. With the success of his first synthesis, Li Xuanjin was not only astounded, but felt that a turning point in his life had arrived. Chapter 2. The Spirit Weapon. The synthesized black iron blade was exquisitely crafted, and its material was undoubtedly top-tier black iron. Having spent a year as a blacksmith and having integrated the memories of his new body, Li Xuanjin possessed his own discerning judgment regarding iron tools. This black iron blade, if taken to the county town for sale, could easily fetch 100 gold coins. What had he expended? Merely 2 ordinary machetes, worth almost nothing. To transmute 2 humble machetes into a black iron blade valued at 100 gold coins rendered the costs negligible. With this ability, Li Xuanjin realized he could amass great wealth simply by creating black iron blades, becoming a wealthy individual without much difficulty. Yet, he only entertained this thought briefly. This was a fantastical world where martial prowess was esteemed above all. Merely becoming wealthy would not afford him significant standing in this realm. Even if Li Xuanjin accrued vast wealth through synthesizing black iron blades, a single martial apprentice could brazenly seize his fortune, and Li Xuanjin might even lose his life due to it. Thus, he composed himself, recognizing that he could not solely focus on selling blades for profit. Instead, he needed to explore whether he could utilize this synthesis system to embark on the path of cultivation and become a martial powerhouse. Cultivating martial arts and enhancing personal strength was the only way to attain a measure of respect in the Zhenwu realm. Li Xuanjin glanced at the black iron blade in his hand, then set it aside and retrieved 2 more machetes to begin the fusion process anew. Ding! Machete 2 synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a black iron blade 1. Proficiency increased by 2 points. Once again, he acquired a black iron blade. Wasting no time, he placed the 2 black iron blades together and concentrated his consciousness on them. Fusion. As Li Xuanzhen's intent was voiced, the 2 black iron blades silently merged into one. Black iron blade 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mystic iron blade 1. Proficiency increased by 3 points. A mystic iron blade, radiating a ghostly glow, appeared before Li Xuanjin. Its elongated form exuded a menacing aura, and upon merely glancing at it, he sensed that this blade was no ordinary weapon, having reached the caliber of a divine armament. While the black iron blade could be considered a standard weapon for martial artists, this mystic iron blade was undoubtedly a precious treasure, worthy of being auctioned at a high-profile sale. Certainly, this is merely Li Xuanzhen's perspective. The true nature of the situation remains uncertain even to him. At this moment, he could hardly appreciate the exquisite Xian Tai Dao. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. This synthesis system is indeed somewhat terrifying. Having merely synthesized twice, he had already produced the extraordinary Xian Tai Dao. What, then, might arise from further syntheses? What ultimate creation might he achieve? It is essential to note that this system is designated as the infinite synthesis system. While its true extent remains ambiguous, it can at least be asserted that it is improbable that synthesizing merely 2 or 3 times would render it inoperative. At this juncture, Li Xuanjun was fixated on the idea of merging another Xian Tai Dao, followed by further synthesis to uncover what might emerge next. Without hesitation, he proceeded to amalgamate the remaining 6 woodcutting knives into 3 Hei Tai Daos, which he then fused into a Xian Tai Dao. At that moment, his proficiency increased by 9 points. 2 Xian Tai Daos materialized before Li Xuanjun, who then commanded in his mind, fuse. This time, the fusion process took a bit longer, perhaps an additional few seconds. Subsequently, a mass of metallic liquid formed in midair, merging into a long blade engulfed in crimson flames. Xian Tai Dao 2 synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a level 1 spiritual weapon, the Jiaohua Dao. Proficiency increased by 50. As the announcement resonated in Li Xuanzhen's mind, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, struggling to believe the notification he had received, as well as the fiery long blade hovering before him. This was a spiritual weapon. Only martial artists of the 10th realm and above, true immortals of martial arts, could wield and possess such a weapon, transcending all ordinary armaments. The fact that he had synthesized such a formidable spiritual blade, with the mere cost of 9 utterly mundane woodcutting knives, was nothing short of astounding and unimaginable feat. In this moment, Li Xuanjun glimpsed a turning point in his journey to becoming a martial artist, or perhaps a glimpse of his future as a martial arts powerhouse. Ding ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully synthesized a spiritual weapon, completing Special Task 1. The proficiency and personal information panel have been unlocked. The system's voice echoed in Li Xuanzhen's mind, bringing him back to reality. Before him appeared a white, luminescent panel, inscribed with several lines of text. Host, Li Xuanzhen. Level 1. Strength, 20. The normal value for an adult male is 10. Speed, 10. Normal value is 10. Constitution, 30. Normal value is 10. Mentality, 50. Normal value is 10. Synthesis proficiency, 66. This attribute and proficiency panel was a reward for Li Xuanzhen's completion of the so-called special task. It must be acknowledged that, for Li Xuanzhen, it held considerable significance. With the 4 major attributes, he far exceeded the typical measurements of an ordinary adult male, save for speed. Particularly noteworthy was his mental attribute, which, perhaps due to the fusion of 2 souls, was 5 times greater than that of an average individual. This was despite Li Xuanzhen having never practiced any mental cultivation techniques, as the enhancement of mental prowess is not easily attained. After glancing at the panel, Li Xuanzhen did not dwell further on it. Even the so-called special task, which was still an unopened task panel, failed to capture his thoughts. At present, all he desired was to forge enough woodcutting knives and then continue the process of synthesis until he could produce the Jiaohua Dao. Li Xuanzhen eagerly anticipated what might materialize when 2 Jiaohua Daos were fused together. This was the fusion of spiritual weapons, and he felt an insatiable longing and expectation. Without delay, he noted that he was left with only 1 Hei Tai Dao. He required 3 more Hei Tai Daos in addition to this one to synthesize 2 Xian Tai Daos, which would then combine to form a Jiaohua Dao, ultimately leading to the creation of a spiritual weapon. Hence, Li Xuanzhen needed to forge 6 more woodcutting knives to meet this requirement. Upon surveying the remaining materials in the blacksmith workshop and conducting a quick calculation, he discovered that the available resources were insufficient to forge the 6 additional woodcutting knives. This realization left him feeling quite discontented. Yet there was little he could do. Despite his fervent desire to synthesize a spiritual weapon, the lack of materials compelled him to temporarily suppress his yearning. Damn it, there's no choice but to go by some. Chapter 3. The additional functions of the synthesis system. Li Xuanzhen only forges iron when there is someone willing to purchase it. Otherwise, he refrains from acquiring materials, as buying them without a buyer would leave him with idle inventory. Moreover, Li Xuanzhen does not possess abundant funds. Although he is the most skilled blacksmith in the surrounding villages, the business is not particularly lucrative. After all, iron tools are not disposable items. A single knife can serve its purpose for a considerable duration. Additionally, due to his fervent dedication to his own cultivation, Li Xuanzhen has previously spent a significant amount on martial arts manuals and items to test his cultivation aptitude, which has further depleted his savings. Considering these factors, coupled with the necessity of providing for his own sustenance, he cannot afford to invest excessively in the purchase of materials. At this moment, Li Xuanjun contemplated and concealed the Jialua knife, taking all his savings and departing from his residence to procure materials. Naturally, there were no vendors selling blacksmithing materials in Xiaofeng village. He had to venture into the town. After an hour's journey, he arrived at the town. Upon reaching the town, he thought to himself that he should first buy iron. Rather than indulge in a meal, Li Xuanjun scoffed lightly and proceeded directly to the place where iron blocks were sold. This location was familiar to him, as he had frequented it often. The establishment, lacking a formal name, was merely a yard adjacent to a small nearby mine, where iron ore was extracted and sold. Li Xuanjun navigated the area with ease. It's Blacksmith Li. What do you need today? A young man directing workers in the yard recognized Li Xuanjun and greeted him. Old 4, I require 100 pounds of refined iron. Li Xuanjun stated plainly without any small talk. 100 pounds. It seems Blacksmith Li is here for a significant order, Old 4 replied, somewhat surprised. He was aware that Li Xuanjun typically only purchased refined iron when there was a specific need, and his previous orders had never exceeded 30 pounds. This time, however, he was placing a substantial order. Li Xuanjun nodded in acknowledgement and said, enough chatter. Just give me the price. I need to return quickly. Very well, Blacksmith Li. For 100 pounds of refined iron, considering you are a regular customer and the quantity this time, I will charge you 1 tael of silver per pound. That amounts to 100 taels. What do you think? Old 4 proposed after a moment of contemplation. 100 pounds for 90 taels, Li Xuanjun countered. All right, 90 taels is acceptable, but you mustn't disclose this to anyone else, Old 4 pondered before agreeing. Li Xuanjun acquiesced and produced a pouch containing precisely 90 taels of silver. Old 4 took the pouch, counted the silver, and assured him, everything checks out. I'll have someone bring you the refined iron right away. Old 4 summoned a worker to transport 100 pounds of refined iron, which, while substantial in weight, consisted of only 10 small blocks. Li Xuanjun inspected the blocks carefully, confirming their quality. He then placed them into a cloth bag, slinging it over his shoulder like a garment. I shall take my leave now. Old 4. Farewell, Blacksmith Li. Wishing you prosperous business. Old 4 responded with a nod. Thus, Li Xuanjun set off with 100 pounds of refined iron on his back. For someone naturally endowed with extraordinary strength like Li Xuanjun, this was hardly a challenge. Though the distance from the town to Xiaofeng village was considerable, even a fully grown man would struggle to carry such a weight over that distance. But Li Xuanjun was different. Despite lacking the talent for cultivation and not having awakened a soul jade, he possessed strength beyond the ordinary in this world. However, such mundane strength was hardly regarded. Once someone awakened a soul jade and practiced martial arts, even an ordinary martial apprentice, while potentially weaker than Li Xuanjun, could easily overpower him with a mere finger. Moreover, those above the martial apprentice level possessed strength in the thousands of pounds. Li Xuanjun's innate strength, at most, equated to 1,000 pounds, which was only useful for blacksmithing. After a while, he returned to his residence in Xiaofeng village and entered his blacksmithing room. Upon placing down the 100 pounds of refined iron, he was suddenly struck by an idea. Given the existence of the synthesis system, could it also be used to synthesize this refined iron? As he gazed at the neatly arranged 10 blocks of refined iron on the ground, Li Xuanjun felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of this idea. Why not give it a try? After all, this refined iron is sufficient for crafting dozens of firewood knives. Losing 1 or 2 pieces wouldn't matter. Resolute, Li Xuanjun focused his consciousness on 2 blocks of refined iron and intoned, synthesize. Ding ding. Refined iron 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Xin Iron 1. A voice echoed in Li Xuanjun's mind, and before him appeared a piece of metal emanating a unique aura. A precious ore that could only be found in select iron mines. Xin Ironed, I did it, Li Xuanjun exclaimed, elated. Let us see if I can synthesize other items as well. He scanned the blacksmithing room in search of additional materials to experiment with, but found nothing suitable. Just then, he noticed the trees in the yard outside. Could leaves be synthesized too? He pondered, eager to test the limits of the synthesis system. Without further hesitation, Li Xuanjun stepped outside, gathered 2 leaves, and attempted to synthesize them. Synthesis failed. The materials required for synthesis must possess intrinsic value. The system's alert sounded. Disappointing, Li Xuanjun sighed. If the synthesis system could indeed create anything, its potential would be limitless. However, he quickly focused on the critical point in the system's notification. The materials must hold value. Surely, this should be valuable enough, he thought, rummaging through his belongings until he retrieved 2 small pieces of broken silver, worth perhaps less than 1 tael. Synthesize. Without hesitation, he selected the 2 pieces of broken silver for synthesis. Broken silver 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a silver ingot. A silver ingot, worth at least 10 taels, appeared in Li Xuanjin's hands. It truly works. Chapter 4. The Ring of Power. Li Xuanjin felt a wave of excitement. It appeared that the synthesis system held many more secrets for him to uncover. However, for Li Xuanjin, the simple synthesis of silver seemed a waste of the system's potential. He could not rely on synthesizing silver to amass wealth. His primary goal was to determine whether the synthesis system could aid him in his martial journey. Enough of that. First, I must forge the firewood knives, then synthesize the Jialua knife, and see what I ultimately achieve, he reminded himself, resolute in his focus on the task at hand. Thus, Li Xuanjin commenced the process of crafting knives, working tirelessly until darkness enveloped the sky. Finally, he had produced enough materials to synthesize another Jialua knife. Synthesis. Firewood knife 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a black iron knife 1. Black iron knife 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Xian iron knife 1. Xian iron knife 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Jialua knife 1. After a series of operations, Li Xuanjin successfully acquired a second Jialua knife. Now he possessed 2 Jialua knives, spiritual tools that were a hallmark of martial immortals. Typically accessible only to peak warriors under fortunate circumstances, Li Xuanjin was uncertain about what would result from synthesizing the 2 spiritual tools, but he was filled with anticipation. Let us begin synthesis, he decided, focusing his thoughts on combining the 2 Jialua knives. A radiant light shimmered and converged within a small area, lasting for several minutes, followed by a series of clinking sounds. Jialua knife 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ring of Power, yellow, exquisite quality, 1. This time, instead of another weapon, an unassuming black ring appeared before Li Xuanjin. What is this? Why isn't it a second-tier spiritual tool? Li Xuanjin's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. According to his expectations, the synthesis should have resulted in an upgrade. Thus, merging 2 first-level spiritual weapons, the Galadriel blades, ought to yield a second-level spiritual weapon. How, then, did this seemingly inconspicuous ring materialize? A power ring. What could this possibly entail? Li Xuanjin, filled with skepticism, gingerly picked up the ancient, ebony ring. A notification echoed in his mind. Hidden attribute item detected. Would you like to consume 1 mental power to unlock hidden attributes? Current mental power, 500. A voice from the system reverberated within his consciousness. What is happening? Hidden attributes requiring mental power for revelation. Furrowing his brow, Li Xuanjin pondered briefly before responding affirmatively. Yes. After all, it was merely a single point of mental power. If it was expended, it could be replenished with a moment's rest. Nothing of great consequence. Ding. Power Dragon Ring, yellow superior quality, level requirement. 1. Strength 100. Constitution 100. Li Xuanjin gazed in disbelief at the information manifesting in his mind. This is an keepable attribute-enhancing ring. Moreover, it augments 2 attributes simultaneously, each by a staggering 100. How astonishing! As he examined the Power Dragon Ring in his hand, it appeared unremarkable, still retaining its black hue. Yet only Li Xuanjin understood the incredible potential harbored within this seemingly ordinary ring. Overwhelmed by amazement, he could hardly contain his eagerness to don the ring. Upon wearing it, his attributes transformed as follows. Host, Li Xuanjin, level, 1. Strength, 120. Speed, 10. Constitution, 130. Mental, 50. Synthesis proficiency, 206. Attack power, 1500. Defense power, 2500. Attack power, defense power? Li Xuanjin marveled at the appearance of these 2 new attributes on his status panel. Feeling an overwhelming sense of wonder, it felt akin to a game, where such attributes suddenly materialized. He muttered to himself, but compared to those warriors, am I truly strong or weak? Li Xuanjin was entirely uncertain of what these attributes represented. In comparison to the warriors, did they signify superiority or insignificance? He had no reference point. Since arriving in this world, he had spent his days forging iron in a small village. Even when he ventured to nearby towns, he dared not provoke the warriors he observed from a distance, completely unaware of their true prowess. Thus, despite his attack and defense power reaching 4 digits, he remained oblivious as to whether he could stand against those warriors. Forget it. Although I lack clarity, at least this confirms I possess some measure of self-defense, he reassured himself, feeling a modicum of relief. Since discovering the existence of warriors, he had only recently begun to feel a semblance of security. However, the fact that the synthesis system could produce items that directly enhanced attributes signified that he could forge countless items, each augmenting his capabilities without limit. Eventually, even without soul jade and training, he should at least be able to compare himself to the lower tiers among the warriors. Li Xuanjin could scarcely fathom matching the strength of the formidable warriors, rumored to possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas, or even shatter stars. Such terrifying beings were beyond his imagination. Never mind. I'll continue forging and synthesizing equipment and see if I can create more items that enhance attributes. With that, he resumed his tireless labor. In the vicinity of Xiaofeng village, the incessant clanging of metal echoed from Li Xuanjin's forge, a sound that persisted even into the night. Fortunately, his location was on the village's outskirts, distanced from others' residences, ensuring that he did not disturb their rest. Thus, Li Xuanjin continued to forge hatchets, swiftly synthesizing black iron blades and, soon enough, producing 4 dark iron blades. Without hesitation, he combined these 4 into 2 Galadriel blades. By this point, noon of the next day had arrived. Li Xuanjin gazed at the 2 Galadriel blades in his hands, his eyes aglow with excitement. At last, he had acquired 2 spiritual weapons once more. What might this synthesis yield? Though he had not slept the previous night and had labored tirelessly, fatigue eluded him. Instead, he felt invigorated. Whether due to his enhanced constitution or the anticipation of synthesizing another spiritual weapon, he could not tell. "Synthesize?" he exclaimed, and before him, the 2 Galadriel blades merged, radiating a brilliant light that filled the smithy. Galadriel blades 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host has obtained Power Dragon Earrings, Yellow Superior Quality, 1. Hearing the familiar success notification, Li Xuanjin's expression brightened. Although he had yet to create a second-level spiritual weapon, it seemed he had synthesized yet another piece of equipment. Let me see what this is. Before him appeared an ordinary silver earring, reminiscent of a simple design, devoid of any ostentation, yet adorned with subtle, raised patterns resembling dragon scales. Chapter 5. Said equipment. This earring was silver, embellished with delicate, embossed lines, akin to dragon motifs. As Li Xuanjin picked it up, a data panel manifested before his eyes. Power earring, yellow superior quality, strength 50. Constitution 50. Wearing requirement, strength 100, Constitution 100. Li Xuanjin could hardly contain his joy upon reading the details of this earring. Yet another item that enhances strength and constitution. Unlike the previous Power Dragon Ring, which required mental power to unlock its attributes, it appeared not all equipment possessed hidden attributes. Some simply activated upon creation. However, this earring's wearing requirement was not based on level but rather on the need for both strength and constitution to exceed 100. Upon absorbing this information, Li Xuanjin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had first crafted the Power Dragon Ring. Otherwise, had he produced this earring first, his initial attributes would have rendered him unable to meet its requirements. What a fortunate turn of events. Yet, he mused, earrings are typically worn by women. As a man, donning an earring seemed somewhat incongruous. Never mind, he resolved. This equipment enhances strength and constitution. Such a minor sacrifice is inconsequential. With a sense of noble determination, he carefully adorned his right ear with the earring. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, and his mind became crystal clear. A feeling unlike any he had experienced upon wearing the Power Dragon Ring. What is this? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has equipped 2 or more pieces of the set. Activating set effect. Set effect. Li Xuanjin was taken aback. His curiosity piqued. Open attribute panel. Upon doing so, his attribute data appeared as follows. Host, Li Xuanjin, level, 1. Strength, 170. Speed, 10. Constitution, 180. Mental, 100. Synthesis proficiency, 409. Attack power, 2250. Defense power, 3750.2. Set effects, mental 50. As he beheld the blue text below, Li Xuanzhen's mind raced. His mental attribute had increased by 50. Previously, when strength and constitution had augmented, he felt little of note. But now, with the activation of the set effect, the increase in mental power yielded a distinctly different sensation. It seemed that since mental attributes pertain to the brain, this must explain the unusual feeling. How extraordinary! This is akin to a game. He mused. Yet this world is undeniably real. How could such game-like elements manifest? Though perplexed, he quickly came to terms with it. Ultimately, it was beneficial to him. Clenching his fist, he felt no exaggerated sensations, yet he distinctly sensed his newfound strength. However, without any reference, he could not gauge its extent. Regardless, as long as I can synthesize equipment that enhances my attributes, it signifies my potential to grow stronger. I in this world rife with formidable power. To become stronger is my sole pursuit. Thus, he resolved to continue forging and synthesizing equipment. Li Xianzhan paused for a brief moment before resuming his crafting of the wooden knives, hopeful that he could once again synthesize a complete set and discover the effects it would yield. He showed no signs of fatigue as he worked tirelessly. In the past, even with significantly greater stamina than the average person, such relentless forging of iron tools throughout the night would have left him utterly exhausted. Yet now, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy and devoid of any weariness. At this moment, Li Xianzhan was convinced that his body had indeed transformed due to the rings and earrings he had equipped. And he had undeniably grown stronger. As the day wore on, Li Xianzhan continued his relentless crafting, producing a multitude of wooden knives. His expertise was not limited to just wooden knives, but they were his forte and the most economical in terms of materials. Instinctively, he continued to forge more wooden knives, his mind preoccupied with the desire to synthesize the dragon coil set. With the addition of the rings and earrings, he aspired to acquire more pieces of the set and see if he could once again trigger the set effects. Li Xianzhan was uncertain whether the dragon coil set could solely be synthesized from the Gaoro knife. Yet the probability was substantial, at the very least. Synthesizing the Gaoro knife represented the greatest likelihood of obtaining the dragon coil set. Thus, he deemed it most prudent to forge the wooden knives that could be transformed into the Gaoro knife. The villagers of Xiaofeng village soon noticed that, on this particular day, the sound of hammering emanated continuously from Li Xianzhan's blacksmith workshop at the village's edge. However, the villagers found nothing unusual, as the blacksmith shop had always been rather prosperous. Within Xiaofeng village, Li Xianzhan had few close acquaintances, and the villagers harbored a certain trepidation towards this muscular man. Unless absolutely necessary, no one dared to disturb him. Thus, Li Xianzhan dedicated an entire day to the forging of iron tools. As night fell, Li Xianzhan found himself surrounded by dozens of wooden knives. The village lay in silence, its inhabitants fast asleep. He secured the blacksmith workshop tightly and commenced his synthesis. 2 wooden knives combined, and congratulations were in order as the system announced the acquisition of 1 black iron knife. 2 black iron knives merged, resulting in 1 Xian iron knife. 2 Xian iron knives fused, yielding 1 Gaoro knife. After an unceasing synthesis, Li Xianzhan had successfully crafted 4 Gaoro knives. Gazing upon the 4 Gaoro knives before him, each emanating a faint flame, Li Xianzhan felt a thrill of excitement, even though this was not his first time synthesizing the Gaoro knife. After all, this was a spiritual weapon, albeit a low-level one. Yet, it was a treasure reserved for true martial immortals. Each Gaoro knife, if exchanged for wealth in the mundane world, could fetch millions in gold and silver. However, Li Xianzhan understood that he could never trade these Gaoro knives for riches. He recognized that in this world, one's own strength was paramount. Wealth was merely a superficial possession. True power lay in one's own fortitude. Possessing wealth without the foundation of strength would only lead to disaster. If Li Xianzhan were to sell the Gaoro knives, should anyone discover he possessed a spiritual weapon, he would become a target, and calamity would surely follow. Li Xianzhan knew that the most likely outcome would be his demise. With his body discarded in the wilderness, disappearing from this world forever. With this understanding, he resolved to continue synthesizing the Gaoro knives, hoping to create equipment that could enhance his attributes. For Li Xianzhan, who could not cultivate, these attribute-enhancing items were his sole path to becoming stronger. Chapter 6. The synthesis of the 4th set. Li Xianzhan focused his consciousness on the 2 Gaoro knives and initiated the synthesis. The 2 knives converged, radiating light amidst a swirling chaos, transforming into a luminous orb-2 Galro knives combined, and congratulations were bestowed upon the host for acquiring the Dragon Coil Power Necklace. The system's voice resonated as expected. Upon hearing this announcement, a radiant smile graced Li Xianzhan's face. Another piece of the Dragon Coil set. This was precisely what he had been yearning for. Where the 2 Galro knives had once rested, there now lay a silver metal necklace, glowing with a soft yellow hue. Dragon Coil Power Necklace, yellow excellent quality, strength 150. Constitution 150. Level requirement 1.as. Li Xianzhan examined the necklace's attributes. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it once again enhanced his strength and constitution, indicating that the Dragon Coil set consistently amplified these attributes. However, a new set piece had emerged. He eagerly donned it to see if it would activate the set effect. The boosts to strength and constitution were entirely within Li Xianzhan's expectations, but he was particularly curious about the effects of the 3-piece set. The previous 2-piece set had granted an increase of 50 to his spirit. What would the 3-piece set bestow? Without hesitation, he adorned the necklace around his neck. The system confirmed that the host had equipped 3 pieces of the set. Activating the 3-piece set effect, Li Xianzhan immediately summoned his status panel. Host, Li Xianzhan, level, 1. Strength, 320. Speed, 100. Constitution, 330. Spirit, 100. Synthesis proficiency, 605. Attack power, 3900. Defense power, 5000. 2-piece set effect, Spirit 50. 3-piece set effect, Speed 90. Beneath his original stats, a new line of blue information appeared. Revealing an acceleration effect from the SET, Li Xianzhan was overjoyed. Previously, his speed had been on par with the average person, which left him feeling vulnerable, fearing that he might be unable to strike effectively despite his strength. However, now, with this enhancement, his speed had reached triple digits under the effects of the 3-piece set. Excellent. At last, I can claim to possess some degree of self-defense. At this moment, Li Xianzhan still had no point of reference to gauge his strength. He was uncertain whether he surpassed those martial artists who had awakened their soul jade or whether he was merely their equal or slightly weaker. Yet, he knew that with the aid of this infinite synthesis system, he might truly ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in this world, as long as he continued to synthesize without pause. Having achieved such attribute-enhancing equipment in just under 10 syntheses, and given that it was merely of excellent quality, this familiar pattern was all too well known to Li Xianzhan, who had played numerous games in his past life. This indicated that the current equipment quality had yet to reach its limits, and future syntheses could potentially yield results beyond his imagination. Feeling a surge of excitement, Li Xianzhan shook his head. I must remain composed and steady. He took a deep breath, regaining his calm. He understood that although he had acquired the system, a tremendous opportunity, he could not allow himself to lose balance. This world was not a game. If he allowed the system to destabilize his mindset, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. The most crucial aspect was that in this world, death was absolute. While he had obtained the system, if anyone discovered his extraordinary, limitless synthesis ability, he would undoubtedly attract attention. There would be those who would seek to eliminate him. Even if he survived, he would not escape unscathed. Therefore, he could not reveal his capabilities, and until he had established a certain level of strength, he must not allow others to perceive his sudden increase in power. Otherwise, he would be courting disaster by attracting formidable foes. With his emotions settled, Li Xianzhan resolved that for the foreseeable future, he must continue to live as an ordinary blacksmith, concealing his true strength. If it were to become known that this formerly mundane individual had suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities, it would inevitably lead to suspicion and potential peril. He continued to synthesize, driven by a sense of urgency. If he were still a mere mortal, he would have felt no such anxiety, for no one would pay him any mind. But now, he was no longer an ordinary person, and the acquisition of the synthesis system had bestowed upon him a tremendous opportunity. Anticipating the future, it was clear that he was destined to step onto the true stage of this world. Therefore, before embarking on this new chapter of his life, he must find every means possible to enhance his strength. For Li Xianzhan, who could not cultivate, the only avenue to bolster his power lay in the infinite synthesis system. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely began synthesizing the remaining 2 Galro knives, hoping that this time he would once again create the Dragon Coil Power Set. Li Xianzhan's gaze was intensely fixed upon the 2 Galro daggers as they fused together. A blinding light, visible only to Li Xuanjun, suddenly emerged. He closed his eyes and patiently awaited the moment, during which the system's notification echoed within his consciousness once more. Galro Dagger 2 fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Power Gloves, yellow excellent quality. Upon opening his eyes, Li Xuanjun beheld a pair of black gloves manifesting before him. Power Gloves? Li Xuanjun mused. Picking them up, he discovered the hidden attribute of the item and was prompted. Would you like to consume 1 mental power to unlock its hidden attributes? Current mental power. 999. The same notification sound that had accompanied his first fusion with the dragon ring resounded again. Another hidden attribute item. Without hesitation, Li Xuanjun opted to unlock the attributes. Ding, Dragon Power Gloves, yellow excellent quality. Requirements for wearing. Strength 300, Constitution 300, Mental 50. The system's prompt arrived as expected, simultaneously unveiling a data panel. Dragon Power Gloves, yellow excellent quality. Strength 500. Constitution 500. Speed 100. Even though this was not his first encounter with such data, Li Xuanjun's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression betraying his surprise at the frighteningly substantial enhancements offered by this equipment. A staggering increase of 500 in both strength and constitution, along with a speed boost of 100. After his initial shock, joy washed over him. There was no doubt. He would equip them immediately. Li Xuanjun donned the dragon gloves. Radiating a unique aura, upon wearing them, he felt as though the gloves seamlessly melded with his hands, leaving no sensation of an external object, as if they had become an intrinsic part of him. This sensation was extraordinarily peculiar. At that moment, Li Xuanjun's data panel updated once more. Host, Li Xuanjun, level, 1. Strength, 820. Speed, 200. Constitution, 830. Mental, 100. Fusion proficiency, 657. Attack power, 7900. Defense power, 9000.2 P set effect, mental 50. 3 P set effect, speed 90.4 P set effect. Unlocks hidden equipment effects. Chapter 7. Testing strength unlocks hidden effects. Li Xuanjun's eyes widened at the final line of blue text. The ability to conceal equipment was indeed remarkable. Although the 4th set effect did not enhance attributes, it granted a special ability, concealment of equipment. Li Xuanjun had previously harbored concerns after acquiring several pieces of equipment, albeit modest ones like rings, earrings, and necklaces. They were not particularly eye-catching, yet their visibility posed a potential risk. While none would suspect them to be extraordinary items that augmented attributes, they still represented a hidden danger. Now, with the emergence of these gloves, which boasted the ability to conceal equipment, it felt like a timely boon, alleviating his concerns significantly. This is splendid. The set effect is perfect. Eagerly, Li Xuanjun approached a basin of clear water outside his courtyard. The tranquil surface reflected his rugged yet uniquely appealing visage, along with a physique replete with powerful muscles. Gazing at his reflection, he noticed that the earrings and necklace, which should have adorned his ears and neck, were conspicuously absent. Looking down at his chest, the silver necklace remained, yet its reflection eluded the water's surface. Realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the hidden effect of the equipment. Others could not see it, but he could. He lifted his hands and placed them on the water's surface, yet the black gloves were absent from the reflection. Instead, the water revealed his rough, larger-than-average hands, with clear lines etched upon them. Devoid of the black gloves he was currently wearing, as he had suspected, Li Xuanjun felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The ability to conceal such equipment meant that even if he were to fuse peculiar items that attracted attention, such as armor or helmets, he could still keep them hidden. This revelation dispelled one of his lingering worries. This fusion system is truly considerate, anticipating the host's needs, Li Xuanjun remarked, praising the system. Yet, the system offered no response. Indicating that it lacked any form of sentience, he shook his head, content with this arrangement. However, all the woodcutting tools had been exhausted, and it was too late to procure iron ore again. After contemplating his situation, he gazed up at the pitch-black night sky, noting the profound silence enveloping the small Feng village. Perhaps I should venture into the mountains to test my current strength? With this thought, he resolved to ascertain the extent of his abilities. Although he had access to a data panel, the cold, unfeeling numbers provided little context for evaluating his true power. Thus, seeking a secluded spot to test his skills was indeed necessary. With determination, Li Xuanjun departed from his humble abode. Heading towards the rear mountains of Feng village, in the dead of night, When wild beasts roamed freely, it was unlikely anyone would venture into the back mountains. Therefore, he felt no fear of being observed as he sought to evaluate his strength. Moreover, he intended to delve deeper into the mountains, to places where even daylight would deter visitors. The foot of the back mountain lay several kilometers from his residence in Feng village. For an ordinary person, this distance would require a good 10 minutes to traverse. However, Li Xuanjun covered the ground in less than 5 minutes, moving at a speed of 1,000 meters per minute, even without exerting himself fully. My speed has truly increased significantly, and I sense I can push myself even further, Li Xuanjun marveled. While he had yet to truly test his strength, this newfound speed alone demonstrated that he had surpassed the ordinary. He pondered how the speed of those who had awakened their soul orbs and embarked on the path of martial arts compared. The lack of understanding and insight regarding true martial artists has rendered Li Xuanjun incapable of making any comparisons. Over the course of the year since his arrival in this world, the farthest he has ventured is merely to a nearby small county. In that humble locale, there are hardly any martial artists. And those who exist hold esteemed positions, seldom appearing before ordinary folk, let alone engaging in combat in their presence. In Li Xuanjun's memory, martial artists are akin to elusive dragons, rarely seen and even more rarely encountered. Li Xuanjun's previous incarnation had never witnessed a martial artist, and the disparity in status between martial artists and ordinary mortals creates a palpable physical barrier, as if they inhabit entirely separate realms. As he journeyed deeper into the mountains, he soon found himself in a valley he had never visited before, having only heard tales of it. This valley was strewn with numerous colossal rocks. Li Xuanjun had come here with the intent to test his strength against these stones. Throughout his journey, he had been eager to encounter fierce beasts, but regrettably, the path had been tranquil. Li Xuanjun could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. After all, he believed that battling wild animals would provide a more direct reflection of his prowess than lifting mere stones. Alas, such beasts were not so easily found. Upon entering the valley, Li Xuanjun beheld the towering rocks scattered beneath the night sky. Most of these stones stood at least as high as a person, with some reaching several times that height. Though their height was impressive, their overall mass was staggering, with some being large enough for several individuals to embrace. The weight of these stones was substantial, amounting to several tons. Li Xuanjun approached a relatively smaller rock, yet it was still of considerable size, weighing approximately 2,000 to 3,000 jin, or about 2 tons. Endowed with innate strength and years of rigorous training, his physical power far surpassed that of an average person. However, he had never exceeded 900 jin. The threshold of 1,000 jin marked the first realm of martial arts, delineating the line between martial apprentices and ordinary beings. Previously, Li Xuanjun had only approached this limit without ever crossing it. Thus, should he manage to surpass 1,000 jin now, he would be considered a martial apprentice. If he were to lift this boulder weighing 2,000 to 3,000 jin, it would signify that his strength was at least at the 3rd level of martial apprenticeship. Although he had never encountered a true martial apprentice, Li Xuanjun possessed a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. He knew, for instance, that martial apprentices are categorized into 10 realms, with the most evident distinction being strength. 1,000 jin corresponds to the 1st level, 2,000 jin to the 2nd, and so forth. As for those above martial apprentices, they possess strength exceeding 10,000 jin. Of course, it is said that true martial artists, in addition to their might, possess other extraordinary abilities, though Li Xuanjun remained ignorant of those. Testing his strength was a straightforward endeavor for Li Xuanjun. He simply needed to ascertain the extent of his power. There was no other method, and this was the simplest and most convenient way. Chapter 8. A fist of 100,000 jin. Li Xuanjun gazed at the large stone before him and took a deep breath. Hiya! With both hands wrapped around the boulder, he effortlessly lifted it so light. Holding the stone, he felt as if it weighed nothing, akin to lifting a mere chair. He attempted to toss the rock skyward. And to his astonishment, it soared over 10 meters high. When it fell, he caught it again with ease, feeling no strain whatsoever. Even as he caught the stone, its weight would have increased several-fold, yet Li Xuanjun remained unfazed. Steadying his grip, he returned the stone to the ground. After this series of actions, he still felt no exertion. Why, strength must be at least 40,000 to 50,000 jin. He mused, astonished. After all, he had no martial cultivation, nor had he awakened a soul gem or practiced martial arts. Yet somehow, he possessed this remarkable strength. This phenomenon could be attributed to the 4 pieces of the dragon power set he had equipped. If this revelation were to become known, it would undoubtedly astonish many, for no such items existed in this world that could augment one's attributes simply by equipping them. Li Xuanzhen felt parched. Having validated the effectiveness of the gear he had synthesized, initially, he had thought that his inability to awaken a soul gem would preclude him from practicing martial arts, yet now he had encountered a fortuitous turn of events in the form of a synthesis system. Alongside his astonishment, fear gripped him. He could not allow anyone to discover the existence of this system. Even the fact that he could synthesize equipment needed to be kept secret, even from those closest to him. Li Xuanzhen swallowed hard, resolutely determining, once more, I must ascertain the full extent of my strength. He approached the largest boulder in the valley, standing at an impressive 5 to 6 meters high and covering several square meters. It was evident that its weight exceeded 100,000 jin. Only those who had deeply cultivated martial arts could hope to move such a stone. From what Li Xuanzhen understood, the pinnacle of martial arts is the realm of the true martial immortal, capable of facing thousands alone or defending an entire nation. Such individuals, in Li Xuanzhen's previous understanding, were akin to divine beings. Now, he sought to determine if he could match the strength of the true martial immortals he had only heard of in legends. With firm resolve, he reached out, grasping one edge of the massive stone, and shouted, "Haya!" As he strained, the muscles in his arms surged with power, and his legs firmly rooted in a horse stance, he exerted all his strength. Slowly, the boulder began to rise, creating a deep pit in the ground below as Li Xuanzhen gradually lifted it from the earth. At this juncture, he began to feel the strain, yet even with the weight of 100,000 jin, he did not feel utterly exhausted. Rather, it remained within the bounds of his capability. As he lifted the stone, it was now fully elevated, hovering at least a meter above the ground. He attempted to take a few steps, each footfall stirring up dust and leaving impressions in the earth. To carry a boulder of such immense weight, even if only for a few paces, was a testament to Li Xuanzhen's ability to wield such formidable power. His arms revealed bulging veins, and every muscle in his naked torso was engaged in the effort. After traversing a short distance, he carefully replaced the boulder in its original position with precision, ensuring it fit perfectly, as if it had never been disturbed. Once the stone was returned, seamlessly aligned, Li Xuanzhen took a deep breath, standing upright, incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at his hands. A glimmer of divine light sparkling in his eyes. "I did it. I truly did it," he murmured, overwhelmed with excitement. 100,000 jin of strength, the current limit of Li Xuanzhen's power. Furthermore, this strength was the threshold of the realm of true martial immortals. This meant that, in terms of raw power, Li Xuanzhen now stood shoulder to shoulder with true martial immortals. From being an ordinary person with no martial cultivation, possessing only a modicum of innate strength, to now having the might of a true martial immortal, Li Xuanzhen had achieved this remarkable feat with merely a handful of items synthesized through the infinite synthesis system. This was astonishingly simple. A level that others might spend a lifetime striving to attain, Li Xuanzhen had effortlessly reached. How could he not feel exhilarated? Lost in thought amidst the starry night in the valley, Li Xuanzhen's figure appeared diminutive beside the colossal stone. Yet within that small frame resided an immense power. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, calming his emotions. Now, regarding my strength, I have indeed reached the realm of true martial immortals. However, martial prowess encompasses more than mere might. It is also essential to assess my combat capabilities. At this moment, Li Xuanzhen summoned his data and beheld a striking line among the statistics. Attack power, 7,900. The line of numbers is something that Li Xuanzhen cannot ascertain, as it remains unclear what level has been reached. Li Xuanzhen understands that this data panel serves to quantify his own strength, akin to the games he played in his previous life. Yet, the system does not explicitly reveal what this 4-digit number signifies in terms of realms. Everything must be explored and confirmed by Li Xuanzhen himself. He glanced at the line of data, then turned his gaze to the massive boulder before him. Clenching his fist, he stepped back and unleashed a powerful blow with his right hand, striking the boulder with a thunderous impact. Bang! A resounding explosion ensued, accompanied by the scattering of debris and rising dust. As the dust settled, an astonishing scene unfolded before Li Xuanzhen. The once colossal stone now bore a gaping hole, approximately half a person's size, shrouded in darkness, revealing a faintly discernible image beyond. With a single punch, Li Xuanjin had created a translucent cavity in the boulder. This was truly terrifying. Were this punch to land on a person, even one who had mastered martial arts, they would be unable to withstand it. Their flesh would surely be pulverized. Li Xuanjin retracted his fist, excitement glimmering in his eyes, as he beheld the catastrophic damage wrought by his strike. An exhilarating thrill coursing through him. Chapter 9. Explosive Power. A boulder weighing 100,000 pounds had been pierced by his fist, and that was without him exerting his full strength. At this moment, Li Xuanjin felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility within. From someone who was not even a martial artist, he had attained such terrifying power. Such strength must be the domain of a true martial artist. After all, it was impossible for a low-tier martial disciple to achieve this. Although Li Xuanjin had never directly encountered a martial practitioner awakened by a soul jade, he had heard that even such a practitioner, upon awakening, could at most face 10 opponents simultaneously. These 10 would be mere robust mortals. It was said that martial practitioners awakened by soul jade could wield various extraordinary techniques, yet there were limits to their abilities. Li Xuanjin was confident that, despite not having awakened a soul jade or possessing its unique powers, his sheer attacking strength had undoubtedly reached a certain threshold. At the very least, ordinary martial disciples, or even low-tier martial artists, posed no threat to him. Whatever extraordinary methods they might employ, he could simply overpower them with his might. Li Xuanjin examined his fist, then gazed at the boulder he had pierced, feeling a surge of confidence. Finally, he possessed the strength to protect himself and ascend in this fantastical world. Gradually calming his emotions, he departed from the scene. On his way back, he hoped to encounter a wild beast for some real combat experience. Now, Li Xuanjin believed he could easily handle a pack of wolves or even a ferocious tiger. Unfortunately, he encountered not a single beast until he returned to Xiaofeng village. As if all the wild creatures had conspired to remain in their lairs that day, Li Xuanjin felt a tinge of regret. How strange it was that not a single beast had emerged. He found it odd, and the atmosphere of the mountain felt unusually tranquil. Having never ventured to the back mountain at night before, he was uncertain whether this was typical. Unable to shake his disappointment, he resolved to head straight back to the village. While he had considered searching for a beast's den, he ultimately dismissed the idea. Realizing dawn was fast approaching, if he took more time to find a beast, he might be spotted when the sun rose, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, Li Xuanjin made his way back. After leaving the back mountain, the eerily quiet area began to stir as the nocturnal beasts cautiously emerged, sensing the surrounding environment. Unbeknownst to Li Xuanjin, the beasts of this world possess a natural instinct for danger that surpasses that of ordinary humans. And even some martial practitioners awakened by soul jade might not compare. Though his dragon pattern set appeared unremarkable at first glance, those beasts could instinctively sense the terrifying power emanating from Li Xuanjin. Even the strongest creatures on the outskirts of the back mountain, a spotted tiger and a white-eyed giant wolf, felt the chilling dread upon his entry and refrained from moving, remaining cautiously hidden in their lairs. It was only after Li Xuanjin's departure and the dissipation of his aura that they dared to venture forth. Both of these formidable creatures were cautious, let alone the weaker beasts, which trembled under the pressure of Li Xuanjin's presence. Within a radius of several miles around him, ferocious beasts were subdued by the aura of a stronger being, imprinting his essence in their minds as a terrifying force capable of effortlessly taking their lives. Upon returning to Xiaofeng village, Li Xuanjin entered his blacksmith shop. Inside, aside from some iron materials and a few sickles and hoes, there was nothing else. Searching through the shop, Li Xuanjin found he had run out of chopping knives. Leaving him unable to forge another dragon pattern set, he decided to purchase materials the next day. Moreover, he could synthesize silver to acquire substantial wealth. With all his savings, he could procure countless iron materials. However, he had only recently purchased 100 pounds of iron ore, and if he bought too much the following day, it might raise suspicions, as he had never had such a significant demand for iron ore before. Li Xuanjin felt a headache coming on, uncertain about how to justify the purchase. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that he was no longer the weak blacksmith he once was. Even if some peculiarities attracted attention, it was unlikely to draw formidable enemies. In that case, he resolved to face any challenges that arose. As Li Xuanjin pondered his current strength, his worries began to fade. His mindset was gradually shifting. He glanced around the blacksmith shop and noticed several sickles. I wonder what equipment could be synthesized from sickles, he mused. Although his primary goal was to forge a chopping knife to create the dragon pattern set, he was also curious to see if he could synthesize other types of equipment. With this thought in mind, he could no longer contain his eagerness. Why not give it a try? At that moment, in the valley where Li Xuanjin had tested his strength, dawn was breaking. The darkness of night had lifted, and white mist enveloped the mountain, revealing trees and the sound of howling winds. The boulder Li Xuanjin had shattered stood firm on the ground. And as time passed, cracks began to appear. Spreading outward from the center of the impact point, two shadows leaped through the air, reaching the valley's entrance. Amid the mist, two figures cloaked in black robes could be discerned. Brother, we've been searching for a day and night. I have no idea where he has run off to. I wonder if the elder brother has found him. One man spoke. The elder brother will surely find him. That woman has fled into the mountains, and there are only two paths she could take. If we haven't found her here, she must be on the path the elder brother has taken. The other replied. Just then, a sudden explosion erupted from within the valley. Bang! The boulder Li Xuanjin had shattered ignited, scattering debris like rain. Chapter 10. Synthesis. The Flames of Demon Slayer. What was that sound? The noise in the valley caught the attention of the two figures in black robes. Rustling. The two figures soared into the valley, appearing among the shattered rocks. What happened? They exclaimed, surveying the remnants of the boulder, now reduced to a pile of rubble. This? The two men exchanged grave glances, bewildered by the scene before them. The stones on the ground seemed to have just exploded. They had sensed no presence in the valley moments ago. How could these stones have detonated on their own? The two individuals stood in perplexity. Two men clad in black robes, both fifth-tier warriors, awakened with soul jade, and adept in sensing the essence of life. They were particularly sensitive to the aura of living beings. Previously and presently, they had detected no signs of life within the valley. The recent explosion and the debris before them were undeniably the result of human intervention. Yet, they remained oblivious to any other sensations, which was both baffling and terrifying. What on earth is happening? Brother, I find this place rather eerie. We should leave at once. One of them spoke, his face solemn. Very well, let us depart. The second brother, equally confounded, felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Thus, the two men departed. In Xiaofeng village, within Li Xuanjin's blacksmith shop, the synthesis of two sickles had been successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sharp sickle. The synthesis of two sharp sickles yielded an even sharper sickle. Li Xuanjin gazed at the several sickles before him, glimmering faintly, utterly speechless. Alas, it appears these sickles indeed cannot be synthesized into equipment that enhances attributes. What could be the reason? Li Xuanjin pondered, confused. After all, the chopping knife could be synthesized into the dragon power set, yet these sickles could only yield useless debris. What in the world are these sharp sickles and even sharper sickles? After wasting several sickles, Li Xuanjin decided to abandon the endeavor. Forget it. I shall acquire iron materials tomorrow to continue crafting chopping knives. Synthesizing the dragon power set is of utmost importance. At this moment, Li Xuanjin shook his head, contemplating his departure from the blacksmith shop to get some much-needed rest. Having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, he felt a bit fatigued, even with the enhancement of the dragon power set. Of course, it was not physical fatigue but rather mental exhaustion, as his mental attribute was the lowest among all his attributes. Just as he turned to leave, a dark object suddenly caught his eye. His gaze fixated on it, illuminating with newfound interest. This infinite synthesis system, reputed to be capable of creating anything of value, might it also synthesize fire? He was looking at the furnace he typically used to ignite ironwork. Now extinguished, as this thought crossed his mind, excitement surged within him. Previously, he had read novels that often mentioned fire as a unique power, and now, with the infinite synthesis system at his disposal, perhaps he could create something extraordinary with fire. What could he ultimately synthesize if he succeeded? Well then, let us give it a try, Li Xuanjin declared, activating the furnace to attempt to synthesize fire. The extinguished embers in the furnace reignited swiftly after he added kindling. Li Xuanjin watched the flame surge within the furnace, concentrating his consciousness into the fire. Ding ding, detected synthesizable object, common fire. The system's notification chimed. It truly can be synthesized. Upon hearing the system's notification, he understood that fire was indeed a viable option for synthesis. Synthesize. Without hesitation, Li Xuanjin commanded. Common Fire 2 synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining blazing fire. The flames within the furnace diminished by half, revealing a new, intensely hot blue flame, causing the previously red flames to shy away from its proximity. Blazing fire? What is this? Never mind, let us continue synthesizing. Li Xuanjin, experienced in the process, knew that the first synthesis would yield something relatively rare, but not overly valuable. Only after multiple syntheses could something truly beneficial emerge. Disregarding the sickles, Li Xuanjin initiated another synthesis. Blazing Fire 2 synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining low-tier fire seed 1. The system's notification rang out. Low-tier fire seed. What might that be? Within the furnace, the two blue flames vanished, leaving behind a solitary wisp of white ethereal fire seed. Li Xuanjin gazed at this wisp. Puzzled, detected hidden attribute item. The host may spend 100 mental power to unlock attributes. The system's notification echoed again. Another hidden attribute item? However, unlocking it requires 100 mental power. Previously, synthesizing the dragon power set only required 1 mental power. Why does this low-tier fire seed demand 100? Li Xuanjin was taken aback. Regardless, I possess 1,000 mental power. 100 is trivial, so let us unlock the hidden attributes. He promptly expended 100 mental power to unveil the hidden attributes. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining low-tier fire seed. Flame of Demon Extinction. The Flame of Demon Extinction, a special item capable of growth, cannot be synthesized, of ordinary white quality. It can merge with the human body to awaken the fire attribute's spiritual vein. A series of system notifications resounded. Li Xuanjin's eyes widened at the sight of the white flame. Flame of Demon Extinction, a special item capable of growth, cannot be synthesized, ordinary white quality. He absorbed a wealth of information before hearing the final sentence. Awaken the fire attribute's spiritual vein. What does this mean? Li Xuanjin was bewildered. In the realm of Zhenwu, was there not only the concept of soul jade? How could there be such a thing as spiritual veins? Shouldn't it be about awakening the fire attribute soul jade instead of this entirely different concept of spiritual veins? Li Xuanjin was now filled with questions. System, what is a spiritual vein? Please explain, Li Xuanjin inquired of the system, but it remained unresponsive, as cold and aloof as ever. Forget it. If you want to explain, I shall explore it myself. Li Xuanjin felt that his system was excessively cold. Perhaps being so aloof was not a good trait. I want to know what it is. I can just merge it. He concentrated his consciousness into the flame of demon extinction, commanding in his mind, merge. The wisp of white flame soared, swiftly integrating into his body from the area near his heart. Li Xuanjin felt a chilling sensation envelop him. Chapter 11. Treasure Pavilion. Li Xuanjin shivered slightly. Despite the summer heat, he felt an overwhelming chill. What is this? Why is it so cold? Isn't this supposed to be a fire attribute spiritual vein? Surely it is an ice attribute. As he felt the icy sensation, confusion washed over him. Yet, soon after, he sensed a surge of searing flames boiling within his heart. Yin begets yang. Ha! A mysterious, deep voice echoed in his mind, and suddenly, a blue flame erupted around him. This flame burned around Li Xuanjin, yet caused him no harm, merely presenting a unique visual effect. Li Xuanjin gazed at the flames enveloping him, astonished. Is this the flame of demon extinction? He opened his palm to observe the blue flames dancing within, feeling a profound sense of power emanating from them. Although the flames posed no threat to him, he sensed they possessed immense destructive potential, and he could control them for offense. Does this mean I have awakened the fire attribute soul jade? Li Xuanjin contemplated, gazing at the flames in his hand. Gather! Instantly, the flames surrounding him dissipated entirely. Rise! He commanded again. The blue flames surged upward, illuminating his face with a satisfied smile. Not bad, not bad. After retracting the flames, Li Xuanjin turned his attention back to the roaring fire within the furnace, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had not anticipated that common fire could be synthesized into such a remarkable item. What more can I say? I shall continue synthesizing. He focused his consciousness into the flames, attempting yet again to synthesize fire. Ding ding, detected that the item has lost synthesis value, unable to synthesize again. The unexpected system notification rang out. What is happening? Why can't I synthesize anymore? Li Xuanjun was taken aback. System, what is going on? Please explain. He reached out to communicate with the system. Lines of information appeared in Li Xuanjun's mind. Fire is a special substance. Once a type of fire is synthesized into a fire seed, it will lose its synthesis value. The explanation provided by the system is consistently succinct, so it is like this. There exists such a perspective. Li Xuanjun comprehended the situation and thought, well, if it cannot be synthesized, then so be it. After all, I have already acquired the spark. He quickly found solace in his acceptance. Li Xuanjun considered himself an easily contented individual. Since it was not feasible, he decided to let it go and simply rest. Li Xuanjun extinguished the flames in the furnace and returned to his chamber, collapsing into a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke languidly as the sun reached its zenith. Dawn has broken, he mused. After a restorative sleep, all traces of fatigue had vanished from his body. He rose and stepped into the courtyard for a brief cleansing. Subsequently, he gathered the remnants of his financial resources along with a black iron knife and set forth once more to the town. Li Xuanjun intended to sell this black iron knife to procure funds for purchasing fine iron. For his monetary resources were dwindling. He had intentionally retained this black iron knife for the purpose of trading. Though it was merely a one-time synthesis, in Li Xuanjun's discerning eyes, it should command at least 100 gold, equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. In this world, where martial arts flourish, weapons such as swords and knives, particularly those of superior quality, are always in demand. While Li Xuanjun could potentially synthesize silver, he lacked the necessary materials. He possessed only a single 10-tael silver ingot, and synthesis required identical substances. With only one silver ingot, synthesis was simply unattainable. The large-scale synthesis of wealth would necessitate substantial resources. And perhaps by that time, Li Xuanjun would lose interest in synthesizing wealth altogether. After all, could any synthesis yield more profit than selling a few weapons? It seemed unlikely. However, a vague notion lingered in Li Xuanjun's mind. After several successful syntheses of gold and silver, might he be able to create something extraordinary, perhaps even beneficial to himself? This was merely a fleeting thought, which he promptly set aside. For now, the most pressing concern for Li Xuanjun was to sell the black iron knife, acquire funds, and subsequently purchase iron materials to continue synthesizing, ultimately crafting the Galro knife and the Panlong power set. The entirety of Li Xuanjun's current strength, apart from the unexpectedly acquired ghostly flame, relied solely on the Panlong power set, which would enhance his attributes once equipped. Upon reaching the town, Li Xuanjun directly approached a modest establishment known as the Treasure Pavilion, carrying the black iron knife wrapped in a simple wooden sheath. The Treasure Pavilion is a prominent organization within the empire, with branches in every town and above. It is a complex entity primarily engaged in the trade of precious goods, and it is said that the wealth of the pavilion's master surpasses even that of the imperial family. This Treasure Pavilion is also one of the 3 great royal forces of the empire. All of this information was beyond Li Xuanjun's grasp. He merely understood that if he wished to sell the weapons he had forged and synthesized, the Treasure Pavilion was the ideal venue, as it possessed the financial capability to purchase his wares in bulk. In this impoverished town, Li Xuanjun could think of no other place to part with his black iron knife. The Treasure Pavilion was situated in a somewhat unassuming 4-story building within the town. Upon arriving at the entrance, Li Xuanjun did not hesitate but stepped inside. At the entrance of the pavilion stood several elegantly dressed women, who, upon noticing Li Xuanjun's arrival, welcomed him warmly. "Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. We wish you a pleasant time here." Li Xuanjun nodded in acknowledgement of the attendants. Clad in coarse garments that exposed his chest, with sleeves rolled up, his muscular arms exuded an aesthetic of strength and latent power. Such a physique would easily earn him the title of world bodybuilding champion in his previous life on Blue Star. Unfortunately, this was the true martial world, a realm devoted to martial cultivation, where the appreciation for such robust forms was scarce. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, Li Xuanjun beheld a spacious interior filled with crystal display cases showcasing priceless treasures, items that even the impoverished version of himself could never have encountered. Yet, in the face of such opulence, Li Xuanjun regarded it with an air of indifference, for he was now a system bearer, wielding considerable strength, albeit indeterminable. yet undoubtedly at the martial artist level, with the assistance of the infinite synthesis system. It was clear that Li Xuanjin would not remain stagnant. A more resplendent and promising future awaited him. Thus, an unperceived air of superiority enveloped him, not one of arrogance, but rather a confident presence that demanded respect. Such a demeanor, emerging from a seemingly ordinary individual of the lower strata, naturally attracted attention. Inside the treasure pavilion, several lavishly dressed patrons initially regarded Li Xuanjin with disdain. However, as they scrutinized him further, they discerned an aura of undeniable authority emanating from him. These individuals, seasoned in the ways of the world, recognized that Li Xuanjin was no ordinary person. He might indeed be one of those legendary martial artists. Some martial artists possess a free-spirited nature and prefer casual attire. This rough-clothed man before them might be one of those. Thus, the attitude of those who had looked down upon Li Xuanjin shifted instantly. Expressions of humility replaced their initial disdain as they sought to express goodwill toward him. Regardless of how the patrons of the treasure pavilion perceived him, Li Xuanjin remained unfazed, making his way directly to the counter for item reception. Behind the counter, an elderly man with a goatee was admiring a white jade ring. Upon noticing Li Xuanjin, the old man raised his head and cast a glance at him. In that moment, he sensed an intangible pressure emanating from Li Xuanjin. This person is a martial artist. Only martial artists can exert such pressure, the old man thought, astonished, as the manager of this branch of the treasure pavilion. He himself was a practitioner of martial arts, though merely at the 9th level of martial discipleship and forever unable to reach the martial artist realm. His years of training and keen insight enabled him to recognize Li Xuanjin's status immediately. Realizing he was in the presence of a martial artist, the old man wasted no time and promptly exited the counter to approach Li Xuanjin with deference, bowing slightly. "Esteemed martial artist, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting our treasure pavilion?" The old man's respectful demeanor alerted everyone else in the pavilion to Li Xuanjin's identity. A martial artist? Such a figure was exceedingly rare, even in the county town. So how could he possibly be found in such a humble locale? The patrons were taken aback and bewildered, simultaneously feeling fortunate that they had reacted swiftly and had not offended this martial artist, for if they had, none would have come to their aid in the face of such a powerful being. In their families, only martial disciples existed, while martial artists represented a realm above, possessing immense strength, capable of overwhelming 100 martial disciples in direct combat. As they marveled at this revelation, a fervent desire began to stir within them. Could they perhaps forge a connection with this true dragon that had appeared in their small town? Li Xuanjin, however, remained oblivious to their thoughts and had no interest in them. He simply addressed the manager of the treasure pavilion, stating, "I have an item to sell. Would you be interested?" Of course, esteemed martial artist. We at the treasure pavilion would never refuse such an offer. "Please, follow me," the manager replied with utmost reverence, leading Li Xuanjin to a private room. Once inside, after both had taken their seats, a servant brought forth tea and snacks. Li Xuanjin, uninterested in pleasantries, unwrapped the black cloth bag on his back, revealing the wooden sheath containing the knife. The manager, observing Li Xuanjin's actions, understood that this was the item he wished to sell. Li Xuanjin loosened the black cloth bag, exposing the crude sheath that resembled a child's toy, within which lay the black iron knife he had synthesized from a crude blade. As the manager beheld the sheath, his expression slightly shifted. Yet, he refrained from speaking too hastily. After all, this martial artist would not attempt to deceive him with such a shabby sheath. He lacked the standing to do so. Thus, the answer lay within the sheath. Li Xuanjin glanced at the manager and declared, "What I wish to sell is this black iron knife." Upon concluding his words, Li Xuanjin grasped the hilt of his sword with one hand, while lifting the scabbard with the other. The resonant sound of the blade being unsheathed echoed through the air. Before the shopkeeper's eyes appeared a sword, its blade as dark as ink, yet shimmering with the cold light of the moon. A weapon of extraordinary sharpness. "Wah, what is this?" "This is." The shopkeeper stood there, dumbfounded. Although he was aware that a martial artist had come to sell something, he could hardly have anticipated that it would be such a magnificent sword. Radiating an aura of unmatched brilliance, a weapon of this caliber exuded inherent prestige. In the hands of a compatible martial artist, it could even unleash a fraction of the power akin to that of a divine artifact. Such a sword would undoubtedly be a coveted treasure, sparking fierce competition among martial apprentices and warriors alike. it was fit for an auction house. He could never have imagined that such a sword would appear within their humble branch of the treasure pavilion in this small town. Logically, it should have found its way to an auction in the county town or a major branch in the capital. The shopkeeper stared at the black iron sword in Li Xuanjin's hand, feeling overwhelmed by the brilliance of the blade, and hurriedly averted his gaze. Well then, esteemed shopkeeper, what do you believe this sword is worth? Please give me your estimate, Li Xuanjin said casually. Dear martial artist, there is no need for estimation. We at the treasure pavilion shall offer 500,000 taels of silver for this divine weapon, the shopkeeper proclaimed, eagerly watching Li Xuanjin while secretly calculating that if Li Xuanjin were dissatisfied with this price, he could afford to increase it slightly. 500,000 taels? Hearing the shopkeeper's offer, Li Xuanjin was taken aback. Before coming here, he had estimated that his black iron sword might fetch at most 10,000 taels. Yet this shopkeeper was offering a staggering 500,000 taels, an astonishing difference of 50 times. What could possibly account for this? Was it not merely an ordinary-looking black iron sword? Such weapons were commonplace among martial apprentices. How could they be so exorbitantly priced in this world? Li Xuanjin was astonished and utterly perplexed. In truth, Li Xuanjin lacked a deep understanding of this martial artist realm. His previous knowledge was based solely on hearsay and fragmented memories of his past life. Having never truly engaged with the martial world, he had yet to even encounter a high-level martial apprentice, rendering his grasp of this world riddled with inaccuracies and devoid of any reliable context. Little did he know that in this martial world, those who had awakened the spirit of their weapons required exceptional arms to fuse with their soul jade, thereby enhancing its quality and affording them the opportunity to ascend to higher realms. The weapon's spirit jade was a relatively common form of soul jade among those who had awakened. This phenomenon created a market where weapons of sufficient quality were swiftly sold upon their appearance, leading to a perpetual state of demand exceeding supply. To Li Xuanjin, this black iron sword appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary blade. Yet how could something produced by the infinite synthesis system be mere rubbish? It was simply a matter of Li Xuanjin lacking discernment. Chapter 13. Purchasing iron. Esteemed martial artist, this is already the highest offer I can provide. Should you seek a greater price, you would need to take it to an auction. The shopkeeper explained upon noticing Li Xuanjin's silence, fearing he was dissatisfied with the price. That won't be necessary. I accept this price, Li Xuanjin replied, coming back to his senses and shaking his head. How could I possibly sell it at an auction? I simply wish to finalize the transaction swiftly to procure iron ore, Li Xuanjin stated directly to the shopkeeper. I shall sell you this sword at this price. Very well, my lord. I shall fetch the silver immediately. Please wait a moment, the shopkeeper replied respectfully, departing hastily. Li Xuanjin remained in place, awaiting the shopkeeper's return. During this time, several beautiful maidens in the vicinity dared to approach him, their eyes glistening with desire, hoping for his attention, wishing he would glance their way, perhaps even take an interest in them. If this esteemed martial artist were to notice them, their fortunes would soar, far exceeding their current roles as maidens in a mere town's treasure pavilion. Alas, their flirtatious glances were cast in vain, for Li Xuanjin paid them no heed, sitting alone and waiting patiently, which left the maidens feeling profoundly disappointed. Li Xuanjin was not oblivious to their advances. However, he regarded these few women of modest beauty as beneath his notice. Just days prior, before the awakening of the synthesis system, such attention would have delighted him, as he had previously been an ordinary blacksmith without wealth or status, and the attention of women would have felt like a stroke of luck. Yet now, having awakened the synthesis system and reached the threshold of a martial artist, Li Xuanjin felt entitled to seek higher standards. Those worthy of being his companions should not be mere commoners. Moreover, at this moment, Li Xuanjin was more consumed by the desire to strengthen himself and ascend to the pinnacle of this world, a pursuit befitting a man's ambition. Women, in his view, would only serve to hinder his speed in drawing his sword. Unfazed by the maidens, Li Xuanjin continued to wait until the shopkeeper returned, holding a luminous card in his hands. My lord, this is a card representing 500,000 taels of silver. You may use it to withdraw your funds at any treasure pavilion's financial institution. The shopkeeper reverently presented the card. Li Xuanjin accepted it, marveling at this card, reminiscent of a bank card from his previous life, something he had never encountered before. After examining it for a moment, he looked up and addressed the shopkeeper. I require some cash. Can you provide me with 10,000 taels? Certainly. The treasure pavilion is more than willing to serve esteemed martial artists, the shopkeeper replied promptly, clapping his hands. Shortly thereafter, a maiden entered, carrying a tray adorned with gold ingots, each valued at 1,000 taels, perfectly totaling Tien and my lord. This is a humble token of my appreciation. Please accept it, the shopkeeper said humbly to Li Xuanjun. Li Xuanjun smiled faintly, recognizing the shopkeeper's intent to forge a connection, and he felt no resistance towards such gestures. It was a natural inclination, and he acknowledged that he would likely engage in future transactions with this shopkeeper. So he graciously accepted the goodwill in that case. I shall not be polite, Li Xuanjun declared, placing the 10 gold ingots into a cloth pouch. He then stood and said, very well, the sword now belongs to your treasure pavilion. I shall take my leave. Thank you, my lord. Allow me to escort you, the shopkeeper responded, relieved by Li Xuanjun's acceptance of his goodwill. As Li Xuanjun rose to depart, the shopkeeper followed closely behind, bowing respectfully as he escorted him to the door of the treasure pavilion. Upon leaving, Li Xuanjun did not linger but proceeded directly to the ore warehouse where he frequently purchased iron. Upon his arrival, a young man named Lao Si, who had become quite familiar with Li Xuanjun over the past year, was taken aback to see him return so soon. Just days earlier, Li Xuanjun had purchased 100 pounds of fine iron from him. Why was he back again? Before Lao Si could inquire, Li Xuanjun entered the courtyard and said, Lao Si, quickly prepare 1,000 pounds of fine iron for me. I need it immediately, and have it delivered to Xiaofeng village. I will cover the shipping costs. Now that he had money, Li Xuanjun was no longer inclined to be frugal. Lao Si was astonished by the request. 1,000 pounds of fine iron? Are you certain, Li the blacksmith? You know we do not offer credit. Payment is required up front, and of course, I would never attempt to swindle you. Here is a gold ingot worth 100 taels, which will cover both the cost of the iron and the shipping. Please take it, Li Xuanjun replied, producing a gold ingot from his pocket and tossing it to Lao Si. Lao Si caught the ingot, feeling its weight and inspecting its lustrous surface to confirm its authenticity as a 100-tael gold ingot. Worth over 1,000 taels of silver. Wow, Li the blacksmith, you've struck it rich. Wang Laosi found it somewhat difficult to believe. Aside from acquiring wealth, he could not fathom where Li Xuanjun had procured such 100 taels of gold ingots. It was perplexing that this blacksmith, having struck it rich, chose not to invest in property or establish a business, but instead devoted all his resources to purchasing fine iron. Was there not a recent rumor of a price surge in fine iron ore? No, there was no such news. This was merely a substantial deposit for ironware ordered by a major client. Do not inquire further. Quickly prepare the fine iron I requested. Li Xuanjun waved his hand, indicating understanding. I shall have it ready at once. Please wait here. Ing Shuang, come out and serve tea to our guest. Observing Li Xuanjun's reluctance to elaborate, Wang Laosi refrained from further questioning and instructed his sister to prepare tea for him, while he himself went to arrange 1,000 jin of fine iron. This was indeed a significant transaction. Such opportunities rarely arose, perhaps only once in half a year. Very well, brother, came a soft and melodious voice from inside the courtyard. A voice so enchanting that it stirred curiosity about the appearance of its owner. Chapter 14. The blacksmith and the spirit of forging. Li Xuanjun, too, felt a twinge of curiosity. Over the past year, he had conducted numerous dealings with Wang Laosi and had heard of his beautiful cousin, yet he had never laid eyes on her, for she resided in the county town and seldom visited the mining shop in this town. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a graceful figure who emerged, a cup of tea held delicately in her hands. Bowing her head, she approached Li Xuanjun and placed the tea on the table, saying softly, "Guest, please enjoy your tea." Only then did she lift her gaze, revealing a strikingly beautiful young woman before him. Long black hair cascading down, a fair complexion, rosy lips, and large, dark eyes, complemented by a petite nose and a face small enough to be covered by a single hand. She appeared to be merely in her teens, exuding an aura of youthful vitality, her demeanor gentle and delicate, evoking an instinctive sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. Li Xuanjun gazed upon this ethereal beauty. His heart felt as if it had been struck by an unseen force. Earlier, he had been solely focused on enhancing his own powers to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world, believing that women would only impede his swordsmanship and resolutely deciding to abstain from carnal desires while forging. However, upon witnessing Wang Laoxi's sister, this celestial maiden, a singular thought consumed him. He must marry her. It was indeed a serious matter, yet a foolish expression lingered upon Li Xuanjin's face. Yuan Shuang, noticing his unabashed stare, felt her cheeks flush crimson with shyness. She offered a slight bow and said, "Please wait a moment. My cousin will be here shortly. I shall take my leave now." Unable to withstand the intensity of Li Xuanjin's gaze, she retreated back into the small room. Li Xuanjin swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Yuan Shuang as she hastily exited. "I've been enchanted. However, this girl seems a bit timid. Perhaps I shall protect her in the future." Seeing the timid Yuan Shuang retreat like a frightened kitten, Li Xuanjin felt no remorse but rather attributed her departure to her shyness, resolutely vowing to safeguard her. Such a thought process was certainly not commonplace. It appears I must frequent this place more often, cultivating a good rapport with Wang Laosi. After all, proximity often breeds affection. This little sister will surely become mine, he mused, a sly grin creeping across his face as he sipped his tea. Inside the room, Yuan Shuang, observing Li Xuanjin's grin through the window's crack, hastily shut the window. Her heart pounding. How could my cousin associate with such a bandit-like individual? She pondered, still trembling with trepidation. Meanwhile, Li Xuanjin leisurely enjoyed his tea, his mind filled with delightful thoughts, occasionally betraying a lewd smile. Not long after, Wang Laosi returned to the blacksmith. "Behold, here is the 1,000 jin of fine iron you requested, loaded onto these 2 carts. You may take your leave at your convenience." He gestured towards the 2 carts drawn by scruffy horses, laden with fine iron, 500 jin on each, totaling 1,000 jin. "Indeed, it is excellent quality fine iron," Li Xuanjin remarked as he inspected the cargo, pulling back the oilcloth covering the iron. "Very well. Old C, we shall meet again. I take my leave now." He clasped his fists in farewell. The blacksmith, travel safely. You must ensure these workers deliver the fine iron securely, understood? Wang Laosi reiterated, his expression grave as he bid farewell to Li Xuanjin while reminding the workers tasked with the delivery. "Understood, foreman," they chorused loudly. "Farewell, old C." Li Xuanjin waved as he departed the blacksmith. "Take care." Thus, Li Xuanjin set off towards Xiaofeng village, transporting 2 carts of fine iron. Although he could easily carry them himself, he opted for caution and had Wang Laosi dispatch workers for the delivery. Li Xuanjin wished to avoid prematurely revealing his strength. At least until he reached a certain level of power, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. Regarding the scene inside the treasure pavilion, the shopkeeper had mistaken him for a martial artist. But Li Xuanjin did not consider it a betrayal of his identity, as they were unaware of his true nature and would harbor no suspicions. However, the situation was different with Wang Laosi and the villagers of Xiaofeng. They knew him as an ordinary blacksmith. If they suddenly discovered he had become a martial artist, it would undoubtedly raise questions. Furthermore, Li Xuanjin still required the blacksmith persona to obscure the fact that he had obtained the infinite synthesis system. After all, if he wished to forge various equipment, there was no more fitting guise than that of a blacksmith with free rein to craft. Li Xuanjin needed only a little more time to transform all the fine iron he had purchased into various ironware, subsequently synthesizing them to acquire gear that would enhance his attributes and elevate his prowess. By then, even if some questioned his identity, he would possess the means to counter any doubts. A group of individuals drove the 2 carts along the mountainous path. Fortunately, Xiaofeng village was not a remote backwater, and a well-maintained road connected it to the town. Otherwise, navigating the narrow mountain trails with 2 carts would have been impossible. After a half-day's journey, they soon arrived at Xiaofeng village. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay Li Xuanjin's blacksmith shop. Upon reaching the shop, Li Xuanjin instructed Wang Laosi's men to unload the fine iron in the courtyard. Once the group departed, he gazed at the towering pile of fine iron before him, his excitement surpassing even the sight of an equivalent amount of gold. This represented an abundance of materials for axes, the synthesized Galro blade, and ultimately, the dragon-slaying power set. These were not mere cumbersome iron blocks. They embodied Li Xuanjin's radiant future of conquering the world and reigning supreme in the realm of martial arts. Li Xuanjin eagerly selected a dozen pieces of fine iron and strode into the blacksmith workshop, unable to contain his excitement to commence his forging endeavors. The blacksmith and the spirit of forging. Such artistry is reserved for the elite. Pushing open the door to the workshop, which had been left ajar, Li Xuanjin stepped inside, only to be greeted by a flash of silver light that shot directly towards the vital point of his head at a speed beyond ordinary perception. Clang! A flying dagger was deflected by the iron block in Li Xuanjin's hand, crashing to the ground. The fine iron bore a deep mark from the impact, a testament to the dagger's penetration. How was it possible for a dagger to pierce through fine iron? Had Li Xuanjin not reacted swiftly, using the iron block to shield himself, the dagger would have likely penetrated his skull. After all, he was uncertain whether his current physical defenses could withstand such an attack. Cold sweat trickled down Li Xuanjin's brow. Chapter 15. The Guardian of the Village. Li Xuanjin, his heart raced as he refrained from re-entering the room and swiftly retreated. A profound sense of danger surged within him, stemming from the malevolent intent he sensed in the flying dagger. Without hesitation, Li Xuanjin unleashed his most formidable technique thus far, a chilling flame erupting around him. The flames of demon destruction. Upon unleashing the flames of demon slaying, Li Xuanjin delivered a powerful punch that shattered the air, carrying with it the inferno of demon destruction, striking forcefully into the blacksmith's workshop. This was Li Xuanjin's mightiest blow, which utterly collapsed half of the forge. At that moment, an enemy lurking within the workshop, having exhausted their final reserves of strength, leapt forth, launching a glimmering blade once more towards Li Xuanjin. However, this time, as the flying knife approached within half a foot of Li Xuanjin, it was melted into molten iron by the flames of demon slaying, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm. The figure that emerged from the ruins of the blacksmith's workshop knelt on the ground, gazing at her own blade, realizing that she could not even reach Li Xuanjin's form. Upon seeing the demon-slaying flames enveloping Li Xuanjin, despair etched itself upon the once pallid face of the woman, who subsequently lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground. Li Xuanjin, witnessing the woman in a state of unconsciousness, realized that the assailant was a stranger to him, someone he did not recognize. Despite her fainted state, Li Xuanjin remained vigilant and cautiously approached the woman, the flames upon his body still surging high. Who was this woman? How could she, a complete stranger, attempt to take my life, causing me to ruin the blacksmith's workshop? Li Xuanjin looked at the woman sprawled on the ground, feeling an overwhelming headache. He picked up a scythe from the ground and approached the unconscious woman, hesitating over whether to eliminate her. Although he had never taken a life, Li Xuanjin was not one to show mercy, especially in a world where the strong dominated, and death was an everyday occurrence. He adhered to a singular creed. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I will repay them 100-fold. Yet, to kill this woman outright seemed excessive, as he had no knowledge of her origins or the reasons for her presence in his abode. It felt as though he had inadvertently entangled himself in something monumental. Most crucially, this woman was certainly no ordinary person. To kill her recklessly could lead to dire consequences. If she were a figure of significance, he would be doomed. Given his current strength, offending a powerful faction could mean not just stunted growth, but also the threat of pursuit or even death. With no means of resistance, Li Xuanjin could not ascertain the identity of this woman, which deterred him from executing her. After all, from his experience, it was clear that the woman before him was either a significant figure or intricately connected to one, possibly harboring a great secret. Faced with no other option, he scavenged through the wreckage of the blacksmith's workshop for several thick ropes, binding the woman's arms and legs securely, tying multiple knots to ensure she was thoroughly restrained. No matter what, securing her was the first priority. After binding the woman, Li Xuanjin felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if the ropes would sufficiently contain her. While mere ropes would be impossible for an ordinary person to escape, this world was one of martial prowess, and the woman before him was undoubtedly a practitioner of the arts. Though she appeared injured and unconscious, he could not predict what might transpire upon her awakening. I must find a way to ensure this woman remains under control, Li Xuanjin contemplated, realizing that the only resource available to him was the synthesis system. Combining 2 coarse hemp ropes yielded 1 resilient rope. Combining 2 resilient ropes resulted in 1 cold iron chain. After several syntheses, Li Xuanjin found himself wielding a sturdy iron chain. Although it was not a spiritual artifact, he tested its strength, discovering that even with his immense force, he could not break it, let alone the unconscious woman before him. Excellent! Li Xuanjin rebound the woman with the cold iron chain, now assured that she could not escape. Having completed this task, he intended to devise a method to awaken the woman when a series of whooshing sounds filled the air. Shadows descended from above, landing in his small courtyard. Upon their arrival, the figures fixated entirely on the woman whom Li Xuanjin had bound to the ground. What a stroke of fortune! Who would have imagined that the holy maiden would find herself in such a predicament? Subdued by an ordinary mortal, the cloaked figures completely disregarded Li Xuanjin, viewing him merely as a lifeless mortal devoid of any martial aura, and thus insignificant. Li Xuanjin, observing the newcomers, was overwhelmed with frustration. How had he, a mere blacksmith, been unwittingly drawn into such a convoluted affair? Listening to their conversation, it was apparent that the holy maiden was indeed a figure of great importance. The subsequent individuals struck him as villains, devoid of charm, and he wondered if they intended to eliminate witnesses. Third, kill this man. Fourth, eradicate everyone in this village. Leave no one behind, ordered the leader of the cloaked figures. How ruthless! They intend to slaughter the entire village. Li Xuanjin realized with a sinking heart. Fortunately, he believed himself to be the hope of the village, and he resolved to eliminate these villains without a second thought. I shall not let a single one escape. He muttered to himself. To the cloaked figures, Li Xuanjin appeared nothing more than a fool rendered senseless by fear. Die! The third cloaked figure launched a finger strike towards Li Xuanjin, intending to kill him instantly, while the fourth departed the courtyard to commence a massacre. The remaining two advanced towards the unconscious woman, disregarding Li Xuanjin entirely. Clang! A metallic collision echoed as Li Xuanjin caught the third cloaked figure's strike with a single hand, producing a resounding noise. I ask you, do you seek to harm my homeland without consulting me first? Li Xuanjin spoke coldly, his countenance stern, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Chapter 16. The unhinged Li Xuanjin. Upon hearing Li Xuanjin's words, the cloaked figures turned their gazes upon him. The third cloaked figure, surprised to see his strike caught, revealed an expression of astonishment. Oh, a practitioner, you say? But do you think seizing my strike makes you impressive? How foolish! You dare speak of protecting your homeland? Die! The third cloaked figure's hands moved swiftly, his form appearing before Li Xuanjin in an instant, his claw-like hands extending towards Li Xuanjin, intent on crushing his skull. Li Xuanjin remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged as he confronted the ghostly claw. As the icy light flickered, he stepped forward, delivering a straightforward punch to meet the advancing fingers, a blow simple in its execution, devoid of any trickery. Boom! Crash! Ah, my hand! The sounds erupted in succession as the third cloaked figure's hand collided with Li Xuanjin's punch, instantly reducing it to a mangled mass of flesh. The force surged upward with astonishing destructive power, shattering the entirety of the third cloaked figure's arm. Had Li Xuanjin not tempered his strength, half of the figure's body would have met the same fate. Li Xuanjin was no saint. He recognized the utility of keeping these individuals alive. Third, die! The remaining two cloaked figures, witnessing their comrade's grievous injury, were startled but unafraid, charging at Li Xuanjin with determination. The leader among them emanated a metallic aura, cold gleams of light erupting from his form, coalescing into a blade array that sped toward Li Xuanjin, intent on shredding him to pieces. Meanwhile, the other cloaked figure brandished a black scythe, carving a crescent arc, a sharply honed attack aimed directly at Li Xuanjin. Li Xuanjin, faced with this onslaught, remained unfazed. Demon slaying? Cold flames erupt. Li Xuanjin let out a thunderous roar, and the power lurking within him, derived from the flames of Demon Slayer, erupted forth, manifesting as a tidal wave of flames that surged forward, engulfing the forefront of the courtyard and enveloping several figures clad in black robes, including the fourth elder who had attempted to depart the courtyard. This moment, he too was shrouded within the chilling flames. An endless wave of cold radiated outward from Li Xuanjin, forming a fan-shaped barrier that repelled the assaults of the black-robed figures. They found themselves unable to reach Li Xuanjin, their forms ensnared and frozen by the icy inferno. Everything in front of the courtyard was rendered into a frostbitten tableau, encased in ice. The black-robed figures, caught off guard, suffered immense damage, their bodies ravaged from within, leaving them gravely injured in an instant. Li Xuanjin then turned his gaze toward the immobilized black-robed figures, his eyes glinting with cold ferocity. With a swift motion, he unleashed his scythe, which struck the arm of the leader of the black-robed men. Severing it with ease, the frail limb fell to the ground like a piece of ice, the wound eerily devoid of blood, merely encased in a solidified frost. Stepping closer to the leader, Li Xuanjin regarded him intently and spoke. I have a few questions for you. You may choose not to answer, but refusal will lead to your demise. The black-robed leader, his lips frosted over, managed to reply, We concede, if you wish to strike. Then do so, but do not expect us to divulge any information. You possess quite the spirit, Li Xuanjin scoffed. But do you truly believe I am powerless against you? As he spoke, Li Xuanjin flipped his palm, summoning a wisp of pale flame that danced upon his fingertip. He then pointed it directly at the forehead of the black-robed leader, sending the flame coursing into his body. Ugh, the leader gasped. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, beads of sweat cascading down his pallid face as he gritted his teeth to endure. Well done, a true man you are, Li Xuanjin remarked with a smile. However, this is merely the first round. The real spectacle is yet to unfold. A wicked grin spread across his face as he harnessed the ember within him, commanding the flames of Demon Slayer to unleash their fury upon the leader. Explode! The fire of humanity! He cried out, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from within the black-robed leader. Ah! He screamed in agony as wounds erupted across his body, mingled with crystallized blood that flowed forth, including a peculiar blue liquid from the corners of his mouth, a sign of near-frozen blood. Kill me! Just kill me, you bastard! If you have the guts, then do it! The leader, exhibiting remarkable tenacity, resisted the urge to beg for mercy. Instead hurling insults at Li Xuanjin, demanding his death, Li Xuanjin furrowed his brow, surprised by the leader's stubbornness, realizing that this situation had become rather complicated. Kill him? At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from behind Li Xuanjin. Li Xuanjin turned to see a woman, who had been unconscious, now slightly regaining her senses, her face alight with satisfaction at the sight of the tortured black-robed leader. What do you mean? He inquired. Just kill him. It's pointless. The people of the Netherworld Pavilion are not afraid of punishment. If you want information, kill a few of them, and I shall tell you, she replied, coughing intermittently. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? Li Xuanjin raised an eyebrow. I, Li Xuanjin, have never needed anyone's guidance in my life. Silence yourself, you foolish woman, he retorted coldly. You, cough, cough. The woman, half reclining on the ground, attempted to respond to Li Xuanjin's scorn but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Blood spilling forth, Li Xuanjin dismissed her further and turned his attention back to the remaining black-robed figures, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Heh heh heh, the Netherworld Pavilion, is it? Unafraid of torment? Very well, I shall see just how resolute you all truly are. With a flick of his fingers, several embers of the flames of Demon Slayer shot forth, striking the foreheads of the remaining figures and burrowing into their bodies in an instant. Ah, no! They screamed, their cries echoing as they endured the searing agony of the flames consuming their flesh. Li Xuanjin observed their torment with a cruel and exhilarated smile, embodying the visage of a demonic fiend. The woman, witnessing Li Xuanjin's sadistic delight in inflicting pain, felt a shiver of terror run down her spine. What a delightful sound, Li Xuanjin mused, resolving to embrace his twisted nature as he gazed upon the contorted faces of the black-robed figures. Though internally he felt a twinge of discomfort, he maintained an exterior of enjoyment. Chapter 17. The demon King Li Xuanjin commanded the flames of Demon Slayer to wreak havoc within the bodies of the black-robed figures, who were enduring inhuman suffering, despite their strong willpower and ability to withstand pain. As members of the Netherworld Pavilion, they could not help but cry out in agony, their screams piercing the air. Kill me! Just kill me! The black-robed figures pleaded for death, yet Li Xuanjin denied them that mercy, maintaining the flames at a critical threshold, enough to sear their flesh without claiming their lives. This inhumane torment was a manifestation of sheer terror. Cruel beyond measure, Li Xuanjin felt no remorse. These individuals were clearly no good, and he harbored not a shred of sympathy for them. Had he been an ordinary man, it would have been he who suffered such brutality, and the entire Xiaofeng village would have met a grim fate at the hands of these merciless killers. He held no qualms about employing the most ruthless methods against them. However, he couldn't help but admire their resilience. The agony of flames raging within them was enough to chill one to the bone, and yet they persisted in their silence, their willpower exceptional by any standard. Li Xuanjin grew increasingly impatient. So you refuse to comply? You remain silent, do you? Very well, I shall end you, he declared menacingly. Upon hearing Li Xuanjin's threat, the figures showed no fear. Rather, their expressions shifted to one of relief. They were now sprawled on the ground. Struggling, devoid of any will to assist, Li Xuanjin scanned the small courtyard, searching for an object to bring about their demise, but found nothing. Damn it, enough of this. This will do. He picked up a sizable stone with ease and brought it crashing down upon the third black-robed figure. Thud, thud, thud. The stone struck the third elder repeatedly, shattering bones and reducing flesh to a grotesque pulp, blood splattering everywhere. The third elder emitted only a few muffled grunts before collapsing, utterly devoid of life. The third black-robed figure was dead. Damn it, you refuse to yield. Your will is unyielding, is it? I shall break that spirit. Li Xuanjin continued to hammer down relentlessly, reducing the third elder to a mere smear upon the ground. Before finally ceasing his assault, at this juncture, Li Xuanjin's face bore splatters of blood, his attire stained with crimson marks. Damn it, a perfectly good garment ruined, he lamented, glancing at his coarse clothing with dissatisfaction. The remaining witnesses, observing Li Xuanjin's terrifying method of execution, were overtaken by fear. Particularly the woman who had not been consumed by the flames, her horror reaching its zenith as she beheld the grotesque brutality before her. Feng Qiaoru could swear that the most deranged individual she had ever encountered was this man before her. The sight of a person being bludgeoned into a pulp, with his only concern being the state of his clothing, was unfathomable, even in a world rife with violence. Such a person was the epitome of madness, undoubtedly mentally unhinged. Yet Li Xuanjin remained indifferent to Feng Qiaoru's judgment. He lifted the rock once more. Advancing towards the remaining black-robed figures, intent on replicating his gruesome method of execution, the remaining black-robed figures trembled in sheer terror. While they feared not death, the thought of being crushed to death under the weight of a stone was unbearable. Had they not been bound by Li Xuanjin's flames, they would have chosen self-destruction. Now, they could only watch helplessly as this demon approached, stone in hand, step by step. No, please, grant me a swift death. The fourth elder cried out in desperation as Li Xuanjin loomed over him. Heh, you desire a merciful end? Dream on, you. Li Xuanjin's true visage appeared to others as the sinister grin of a demon. Terrifying beyond measure, at this moment, he still managed to smile, even after brutally crushing a living being. What is this? This is a demon. A perverse demon. Go die. With a fierce motion, Li Xuanjin lifted the stone and brought it crashing down upon the black-robed fourth elder on the ground. Ah! The wretched cry was abruptly silenced, for half of the black-robed elder's mouth was shattered beneath that stone, his teeth crushed, mingling with blood as it flowed out, a sight both grotesque and horrifying. Bang, bang, with each strike, Li Xuanjin wielded the stone, now stained dark red with flesh and blood, mercilessly reducing the black-robed elder to a pulp. This gruesome spectacle was enough to provoke a wave of nausea. Li Xuanjin emitted a chilling laugh. Just a short distance behind him, Feng Qiaoru had already closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the ensuing horror. A group of scoundrels. What have I done to provoke you? I don't even know you. Yet you attempt to kill me, and with frenzied intent to slaughter my village. Are you devils? Ah, Li Xuanjin, stone in hand, slowly approached the remaining two black-robed men, admonishing them fiercely. The remaining elder, the first and second of the black-robed group, lay helpless on the ground, devoid of any capacity or will to resist, only wishing for a swift end. Hearing Li Xuanjin's reproach, they harbored no thoughts of their own. Only Feng Qiaoru, with her eyes shut, could not help but feel that encountering this demon king was indeed a stroke of misfortune for these members of the underworld pavilion. Die, bastard! Li Xuanjin smashed the heads of the remaining two. Obliterating their lives, he refrained from further reducing them to mush, as he, too, felt a twinge of disgust. Damn it! Li Xuanjin discarded the bloodied stone and turned his attention to the woman referred to as the saintess by the black-robed men. Hey, open your eyes, Li Xuanjin spoke coldly. Feng Qiaoru complied, her gaze meeting that of the demonic man, whose face bore an icy indifference, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. What the hell are you? These people are your doing? Aren't they? Speak. How will you compensate for my losses? Li Xuanjin's expression was frosty. I am Feng Qiaoru, the saintess of the Qixia sect, she stammered in a panic. Silence. Li Xuanjun interrupted her, his tone harsh. I have no interest in who you are. I merely wish to know how you will repay my losses. Moreover, you laid hands on me first. Speak. How will you compensate? Li Xuanjun's demeanor remained frigid. I don't know how to compensate you. Feng Qiaoru lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, overwhelmed by his aggressive stance. Don't know? Don't play the fool with me, fine, if you wish to feign ignorance. Let me be straightforward. Do you have money? Li Xuanjun inquired. Money? I have no money. Feng Qiaoru replied bitterly. No money? How is that possible? Aren't you a saintess? How could you not possess funds? Let me tell you. If you continue to play the fool, don't blame me for taking action. After all, it was you who struck first. I'm merely acting in self-defense. Li Xuanjun, unconvinced, threatened. I truly have no money. Our Qixia sect has been annihilated, and as the saintess, I hold no value anymore. Upon hearing Li Xuanjun's threat, Feng Qiaoru displayed a bitter smile. Truly no money, indeed. After confirming that Feng Qiaoru was not deceiving him, Li Xuanjun closed his eyes. Damn it! You dare to be so arrogant without money? I'll teach you a lesson. Li Xuanjun fumed, pacing in agitation. Meanwhile, Feng Qiaoru, resigned and bound to the ground, could not resist, her injuries rendering her utterly powerless. Facing a man as fearsome as Li Xuanjun, Feng Qiaoru could already foresee her impending fate. After a moment of pacing, Li Xuanjun surveyed the ruined blacksmith shop, the corpses strewn about the yard, and then looked upon the kneeling, bound Feng Qiaoru. Upon closer inspection, Li Xuanjun noticed that Feng Qiaoru, around 17 or 18, was exceptionally beautiful, her skin fairer than snow, lips red as peach blossoms, her delicate features captivating even in repose. Though her eyes were closed, the quiver of her lashes betrayed her beauty. Truly a rare gem. Damn. Upon closer inspection, this girl is quite striking. I wonder how much she would fetch at the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the county? Li Xuanjun mused as he appraised Feng Qiaoru's visage. You bastard! Upon hearing Li Xuanjun's words, Feng Qiaoru could no longer wallow in her emotions, opening her large eyes to glare furiously at him. Even in death, she swore she would never be sold to such a vile place. What are you staring at? Stare again and I'll gouge your eyes out, Li Xuanjun retorted. You listen carefully. It is you who caused my yard and blacksmith shop to be in ruins. And you who attracted these killers, forcing me to take action. Now that I have been exposed, I cannot remain here. Moreover, I have no money, and you have even less to compensate me with if I do not sell you. How will I find the funds to relocate? Li Xuanjun proclaimed with conviction. Feng Qiaoru, hearing this, recognized that she was indeed a burden to him. However, in her desperate flight, she possessed no wealth. With the current situation, if she did not procure money, she might truly be sold. Feng Qiaoru felt a surge of urgency. This one. Call me Big Brother, Li Xuanjun interrupted. Very well, Big Brother. Might you release me? If you do, I will find a way to procure the funds to repay you. With no other choice, Feng Qiaoru pleaded. Do you think I'm a fool? If I release you, how would I locate you once you flee? The world is vast. Do you think I wouldn't understand? Li Xuanjun shot her a look of disbelief. I, Big Brother, can swear. I can make a heavenly oath. If you free me, I will find a way to bring you money for compensation. Truly, a heavenly oath cannot be broken. Lest my life and soul face divine retribution, Feng Qiaoru declared earnestly. Swear? Li Xuanjun regarded her with skepticism. Yet, at this moment, he found no better solution to resolve Feng Qiaoru's plight. Selling her to a brothel tugged at his conscience. Li Xuanjun circled Feng Qiaoru, silently contemplating. This woman claims to be from the Qixia sect, and these pursuers are all martial practitioners. Though I possess some strength, I am uncertain of its true extent. Now that there is an opportunity to learn about martial practitioners from this striking beauty, I shall seize it. Li Xuanjun, after some hasty consideration, declared. It is decided. Not a bird, but Feng Qiaoru. Feng Qiaoru raised her head. Perplexed by his ramblings, Feng Qiaoru, I can forego your compensation and spare you, provided you swear fealty as my servant, Li Xuanjun announced, internally commending himself for his cleverness. Go have a sect saintess as my servant. I must be somewhat formidable, impossible, kill me instead. I, Feng Qiaoru, would rather die than be your servant, she retorted defiantly. embodying the spirit of a martyr. Seeing her resolve, Li Xuanjin clapped his hands. Ah, you refuse, do you? So steadfast in your defiance? Very well, if you remain obstinate, I shall shatter your soul jade and sell you to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, where you will serve as a courtesan, your rosy lips tasted by countless men. Let us see if you still refuse. Li Xuanjin's expression darkened. You bastard, you scoundrel, I detest you. Feng Qiaoru cried, tears streaming down her face as she hurled insults. All right, weep for now. I shall tidy up the courtyard. Li Xuanjin disregarded her, turning to the corpses of the black-robed men from the underworld pavilion. Damn it, what a stroke of misfortune. A perfectly good dwelling has been stained with blood, truly inauspicious, Li Xuanjin sighed and said. Let me see how to deal with these fellows. Perhaps I'll simply set them ablaze. With this thought, Li Xuanjin summoned his ghostly flame, intending to incinerate the corpses. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Valuable synthesis materials detected. As the ghostly flame made contact with the bodies strewn across the ground, a voice resonated within Li Xuanjin's consciousness. What? Hearing this, Li Xuanjin's expression morphed into one of confusion. Valuable synthesis materials? Chapter 19. Soul Jade Seed. Where could these materials possibly come from? Could it be from these corpses? The system's prompt left Li Xuanjin bewildered. Glancing at the mutilated bodies, he shuddered, reluctant to synthesize such items. Ding! 14 soul jades detected. The system's voice rang out once more. Soul jades? Upon receiving the second notification, Li Xuanjin finally comprehended the nature of the so-called valuable synthesis materials. It was the soul jades from these cloaked figures, in this fantastical realm. The pursuit of cultivation necessitated the possession of soul jades, which were not readily available to everyone. For instance, Li Xuanjin did not have any. Not a single soul in the entire Xiaofeng village possessed one. Prior to acquiring the system, Li Xuanjin had lamented his lack of soul jades, which hindered his cultivation efforts. Now, with the system indicating the discovery of soul jades and the potential for synthesis, he felt an overwhelming surge of astonishment, and Li Xuanjin deftly manipulated the flames to engulf the mangled corpses. Once the bodies were reduced to ashes, he noticed several glimmers of light amidst the remains. Is this truly a soul jade? He picked up a stick and began to sift through the ashes, revealing 4 oval-shaped jades before him. These jades emitted a soft white glow, imparting a refreshing sensation akin to moonlight. Their fine texture might lead an unacquainted observer to mistake them for mere gemstones. Yet, Li Xuanjin recognized them as the coveted soul jades he had long desired. Arranging the 4 soul jades on the ground in pairs, he received the system's prompt. Would you like to synthesize 2 soul jades? Synthesize, Li Xuanjin thought eagerly. Synthesis of 2 soul jades successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 great soul jade. What is a great soul jade? He pondered, disregarding the question for the moment, and decided to synthesize again. Synthesis of 2 soul jades successful. Synthesis of 2 great soul jades successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a soul jade seed. The culmination of the 4 soul jades resulted in a singular green jade-like seed. This seed, a natural treasure, shimmered with a captivating luster, exuding an air of nobility that drew the eye. What is this? Li Xuanjin mused, admiring the soul jade seed in his hand, fully absorbed by its allure. System, what is this item? He inquired internally. Soul jade seed, yellow excellent quality, can be synthesized. A mortal can absorb it to give birth to a soul jade within their body, without any restrictions. The system's notification appeared. What? Absorbing it will allow me to generate a soul jade within my body. Li Xuanjin was astounded. This was a soul jade, the foundation of cultivation in this fantastical realm. Although he possessed an inexplicable fire attribute spiritual vein within him, the absence of a soul jade left him unaware of how to cultivate, relying solely on brute strength in battle. Now, the prospect of absorbing this soul jade seed, which would enable him to generate a soul jade, signified the dawn of his cultivation journey. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Xuanjin felt a powerful urge to absorb the soul jade seed immediately. Fortunately, he retained his composure, realizing that the current circumstances were not conducive to such an action. Moreover, the soul jade seed could still be synthesized further. This realization tempered his impulsive desire, as he decided to wait until he could no longer synthesize before considering absorption. Li Xuanjin steadied his mind. It is worth noting that in this fantastical realm, Soul jades are categorized by quality. According to Li Xuanjin's somewhat uncertain sources, soul jades are divided into 5 grades: ordinary, high quality, excellent, supreme, and extraordinary. The classification of soul jade quality signifies an individual's potential for cultivation. Having discovered this glimmer of hope for cultivation, Li Xuanjin naturally wished for the highest aptitude possible. After all, he was someone with a system. He deserved nothing less than the extraordinary. With these thoughts in mind, Li Xuanjin carefully stowed away the soul jade seed. At this moment, his spirits were notably lifted. Turning his gaze to Feng Qiaoru, he observed her still weeping, tears streaming down her face, which, in a way, was rather captivating. Yet, as he looked upon her, he could not help but see her merely as a soul jade seed. It is important to note that Li Xuanjin still required 4 more soul jades to synthesize another soul jade seed. With that seed in hand, he could achieve super synthesis, and he was eager to discover what might result. As Feng Qiaoru felt the weight of Li Xuanjin's gaze upon her, a chill enveloped her. As if she were laid bare before him, her very essence exposed. Unable to continue crying, she shifted slightly backward, attempting to distance herself from him. "What do you want? Stay away, please," she weakly warned. Li Xuanjin regarded Feng Qiaoru as if she were a plump lamb, contemplating whether to roast or boil her. However, recalling that he still needed her to impart knowledge of cultivation, he reluctantly dismissed the thought of devouring this succulent lamb. "Never mind," he sighed, shaking his head. "You, behave yourself," he commanded Feng Qiaoru before proceeding to tidy up his blacksmith shop. Watching Li Xuanjin depart, Feng Qiaoru's unease lessened somewhat, yet she remained on high alert. At this moment, Li Xuanjin was too preoccupied to concern himself with her. Standing before his blacksmith shop, now reduced to a mere shell of its former self, he felt quite vexed. He had initially envisioned a life of dedicated craftsmanship, forging firewood axes and synthesizing equipment. But now all of that seemed like a distant dream. Thanks to Feng Qiaoru and the cloaked dead, his presence had been exposed. Although the villagers had not yet approached, they were not foolish. They could hear the commotion. Given that he had taken lives, if he did not vacate the area, he would undoubtedly attract attention. While he might manage to escape, the villagers would not be so fortunate. These cloaked figures were no innocents, and when their organization came knocking, a massacre would surely ensue. For the sake of both himself and the villagers, he had to leave this place. Who would have thought I would have to change locations before fully developing? Li Xuanjin mused, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. He spent half an hour clearing away rubble and debris, eventually restoring half of his blacksmith shop to a semblance of its former state. With the restoration of half of the blacksmith shop before him, Li Xuanjin was pleasantly surprised to discover that the furnace and crafting table were still intact. This meant that if he wished to continue forging iron tools here, he could indeed do so. "This is splendid," Li Xuanjin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of 1,000 pounds of fine iron in the courtyard. With his current strength and speed, he estimated that he could forge all of this fine iron into firewood axes within 3 days, yielding at least several dozen axes. Once synthesized, he could potentially create several pieces of the coveted dragon coil equipment he desired. This was truly marvelous. Chapter 20. The 5th piece of equipment. Li Xuanjin's mood lightened significantly. In 3 days, he could synthesize a few pieces of equipment and then depart. Surely, nothing untoward would occur in such a short span. However, his thoughts inevitably returned to the source of all his current troubles, Feng Qiaoru. The mere thought of her gave Li Xuanjin a headache. He was at a loss regarding how to handle this individual. It was clear that he could not let her go, at least not without extracting some advantage from her. With this in mind, he approached Feng Qiaoru. "What do you want?" she asked, retreating slightly as he drew near, trying to distance herself from him. "Nothing much. Just stay put," he replied, fully aware that he could not loosen his grip on her. Although Feng Qiaoru was injured, if he were to release her, she would undoubtedly attempt to flee. Li Xuanjin was determined not to allow that to happen. "I warn you, do not even think about escaping, or you can imagine what will happen next." "Don't worry, I cannot escape either," Feng Qiaoru retorted, facing Li Xuanjin's threat with resignation. To her, he was a martial arts immortal, far beyond her abilities to resist. Since resistance was futile, she accepted her fate, lowering her head with a despondent expression. "Understanding is good," Li Xuanjin concluded. Li Xuanjin, feeling satisfied, issued a warning to Feng Qiaoru before heading to the blacksmith shop. He aimed to forge a multitude of axes from the fine iron in the courtyard within the shortest possible time, subsequently combining them to create more of the dragon coil set. Once again, the rhythmic sounds of hammering echoed through the courtyard, as for the residents of Xiaofeng village. Upon hearing the blacksmith shop resume its activities, they were filled with curiosity but dared not investigate. After all, curiosity can sometimes lead to peril. Ignoring everything else, Li Xuanjin stoked the furnace, melting down pieces of fine iron and meticulously forging them into axes. He toiled until dusk, and as the fine iron diminished, Li Xuanjin, fueled by extraordinary energy and speed, successfully crafted over a dozen axes. However, he paid them no mind, setting them aside as the current quantity was insufficient for synthesizing the dragon coil set. Thus, he continued his relentless labor. At that moment, Li Xuanjin was wholly absorbed in his work. Meanwhile, Feng Qiaoru leaned against the wall, channeling her energy to heal her injuries while observing Li Xuanjin's industriousness within the blacksmith shop. Utterly perplexed by his actions, having slain members of the underworld pavilion, why was he not fleeing? Instead, he was engrossed in forging iron. Was he truly so enamored with this craft? Did he not comprehend the enormity of the underworld pavilion? It seemed impossible. A martial arts true immortal should surely recognize the threat they posed. Indeed, he was a martial arts true immortal. What was he doing? A martial arts true immortal laboring at the forge rather than refining weapons. It was one thing to forge, but to be crafting axes, tools for farming. Had he lost his senses? Was it she who was mad? Or was the world itself in chaos? Feng Qiaoru found herself unable to fathom the actions of this man, who bore the aura of a demon king. Unbeknownst to Li Xuanjin, Feng Qiaoru's thoughts were far from his concerns. He was acutely aware of his own intentions. On the surface, he appeared to be forging, yet in reality, he was laying the foundation for his own immense strength. No one in this world could possibly imagine that Li Xuanjin possessed an infinite synthesis system, allowing him to combine all things into objects that could enhance his power immeasurably. Li Xuanjin understood that his current priority was to increase his proficiency. The greater his skill, the more items he could synthesize. One day, he would achieve boundless synthesis. The dragon coil set, which he could currently create, would solidify his prowess as a martial arts true immortal, yet he could not predict what lay ahead. Thus, he continued to craft axes, and after a while, Feng Qiaoru ceased her observation, instead focusing intently on her recovery. To evade the underworld pavilion, her injuries had lingered far too long. Were it not for her unique cultivation technique and the consumption of high-grade elixirs, her strength as a 6th-level warrior would not have allowed her to endure this long. Li Xuanjin worked tirelessly through the night, and as dawn approached, he finally produced the materials necessary to synthesize the dragon coil set once more. However, this time, the blacksmith shop had been partially destroyed, and with someone watching in the courtyard, Li Xuanjin contemplated his next move. He approached Feng Qiaoru, who was leaning against the wall to heal. Sensing his approach, Feng Qiaoru lifted her gaze, her eyes wary. "What do you intend to do?" Without answering, Li Xuanjin lifted her and carried her outside the courtyard, where the blacksmith shop was out of sight, before setting her down. "Stay here." Having completed this task, he returned to the blacksmith shop. Dazed and confused, Feng Qiaoru could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. "You scoundrel!" she seethed, gritting her teeth. Back inside the blacksmith shop, Li Xuanjin sought a concealed spot where he would not be observed and commenced his synthesis. Clang! 2 axes combined to upgrade into a black iron sword. 2 black iron swords combined to upgrade into a dark iron sword. 2 dark iron swords combined to upgrade into a level 1 spirit tool. The Garo sword, 2 Garo swords combined. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a dragon coil strength belt, yellow excellent quality, 1. Once again, he had synthesized a piece of the dragon coil equipment. This time, a belt. He beheld the exquisite belt before him. A smile graced Li Xuanjin's face. He lifted the belt, revealing its attributes: dragon coil strength belt, yellow excellent quality, strength 100. Constitution 100. Speed 100. Spirit 100. This belt remarkably enhanced each attribute by 100. Although it did not possess any particularly outstanding features, for Li Xuanjin, equipping it would elevate his strength by at least 40%. Notably, the increase in spirit was substantial, making this piece of equipment formidable. "Excellent, quite powerful," Li Xuanjin nodded in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he equipped the belt, eager to discover the effects of donning this new addition to his gear. Now adorned with 5 pieces of the set, he was eager to witness the resulting effects. Upon equipping the belt, Li Xuanjun accessed his attribute panel. Host, Li Xuanjun, level, 1. Strength, 920. Speed, 300. Constitution, 930. Spirit, 200. Synthesis proficiency, 657. Attack power, 10, 100. Defense power, 12, 000. 2-piece set effect, Spirit 50. 3-piece set effect, Speed 90. 4-piece set effect, Unlock hidden equipment effects. 5-piece set effect, Chapter 21, Space Ring. 5-piece set effect, Unlock Dragon Coil Strength Ring Space Storage effect. Upon witnessing the 5th set effect, Li Xuanjun's eyes widened in astonishment. Space storage effect? He gasped, quickly transitioning from shock to elation. Indeed, this was the very effect he had hoped for. Li Xuanjun was both amazed and delighted. Naturally, the initial surprise soon gave way to unbridled joy. There was ample reason for his elation. Although this world was fantastical, special abilities related to space were exceedingly rare. The capability of spatial storage was a top-tier ability, and while the exact capacity of this ring's storage remained unknown, it was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Despite his limited understanding of the cultivation realm in this world, he had never heard of space storage equipment being commonplace. Instead, from various obscure texts, he learned that abilities related to time and space were considered immensely valuable and exceedingly rare. Even those martial arts true immortals, capable of contending with nations, could not possess space storage equipment. As for the level of prowess required to access such abilities, Li Xuanjun was uncertain. Nonetheless, he could confidently assert that unlocking this 5th set effect was a significant boon. An urgently needed capability, especially since he was planning to relocate. Having such a space storage item was akin to a timely downpour. The myriad applications and advantages that could stem from this were plentiful, and Li Xuanjun contemplated many possibilities in a short span. In any case, this set effect was an immense surprise for him. With that thought, he touched the ring adorning his finger, and suddenly, a special space measuring 1 cubic meter appeared in his mind. A cubic meter? Not too shabby. Such a space could accommodate a great many items. Li Xuanjun smacked his lips in satisfaction. Although 1 cubic meter was not particularly large, he felt content. Little did he know. In this fantastical world, the development of spatial abilities was under the control of ancient divine beings. Space rings were considered one of the most treasured strategic resources. It was not merely the martial arts true immortals who could possess such items. Even those who transcended these figures, existing beyond the limits of power, found it exceedingly difficult to acquire spatial equipment. The fact that Li Xuanjun, at this moment of relatively modest strength, could possess a space ring was solely due to the existence of a system that transcended common understanding. Upon confirming the function of the space ring, Li Xuanjun felt immense satisfaction. This time, there were still several hundred pounds of fine iron outside, sufficient for him to forge several more pieces of the dragon scale armor. Contemplating this, he chose not to rest and decided to continue crafting a firewood axe. With the dragon scale power belt equipped, both his physical attributes and mental strength had significantly improved, allowing him to work tirelessly without the need for rest. This was a virtuous cycle. While Li Xuanjun was engrossed in his work, Feng Qiaoru, outside in the courtyard, was slowly tending to her internal injuries. Previously, she had ingested a healing elixir, and now its medicinal properties were gradually dispersing within her body, healing her wounds to about 50 or 60%. With such recovery, Feng Qiaoru could now utilize some of her abilities. Moreover, having been cast outside and away from Li Xuanjun's sight, she felt a twinge of joy, viewing him as a fool for neglecting her. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Wait for me. Once I break free from these wretched chains, I will. Feng Qiaoru seethed with indignation. Yet, after a moment of fury, she realized that she had no means to counterbalance Li Xuanjun, a saintess of a destroyed sect, pursued by the shadows of the underworld pavilion. Her lack of strength rendered her incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Despondent, she thought, forget it, I must escape first. With that, she paused her healing and resolved to break free from her iron shackles. Initially, she believed these chains to be mere mundane objects. With her 6th-level martial prowess, how could it be challenging to break free? Ha! Feng Qiaoru exclaimed softly, attempting to shatter the chains. However, the anticipated explosion of the chains did not occur. They remained tightly bound around her. What is going on? Break free! Feng Xiaoru could hardly believe it. This time, she summoned all her strength, but to no avail. The chains showed no sign of yielding. "What is happening?" she exclaimed in shock, staring at the chains that restrained her. At that moment, feeling the unusual texture of the chains and their unique quality under the moonlight, she made a startling discovery. Damn it! Cold iron chains. How could this wretch employ cold iron on a mere martial artist like me? Heaven, why do you not smite this scoundrel? Feng Xiaoru realized, to her horror, that the chains binding her were not the ordinary iron she had presumed, but exquisite cold iron, highly valued even in the cultivation world. To use cold iron for binding someone was the act of a madman, a pervert. If any weapon masters were to discover this, they would undoubtedly spare no mercy. Despair washed over Feng Xiaoru. She never imagined that Li Xianjun, this insane, iron-obsessed maniac, would squander such precious cold iron in this manner. What a lunatic! What a monster! Unable to contain herself, she began to curse Li Xianjun under her breath, though she dared not raise her voice, balancing her desperation with the need to vent her emotions. "Hey, what are you doing?" Leaning against the outer wall, Feng Xiaoru was venting when a figure suddenly appeared before her. "Ah, I am doing nothing, just praying for your prosperity and peace, for endless generations to come," she replied, feigning innocence upon seeing Li Xianjun, the great demon. Li Xianjun raised an eyebrow at her exaggerated display of sincerity. With his current mental acuity, he could easily hear her mutterings even from a distance. Having overheard her earlier tirade, he found her sudden innocence to be disingenuous and insincere. "Forget it, I won't hold it against her," he thought, choosing not to confront Feng Xiaoru further. Instead, he released her from the cold iron chains and handed her a bowl of water and a hard bun. "Here you go, you must be hungry," he said, smiling. Feng Xiaoru was momentarily stunned at the sight of the cold water and bun laid before her. "What is this?" she stammered. "This is food and water, meant for you, and no need to be polite. Just eat. It's free," he replied cheerfully. "What kind of food is this? You expect me to eat this?" she exclaimed, nearly losing her composure. "If you won't eat, then I shall bind you again," he threatened, moving to restrain her once more. "Ah, no. I'll eat. I'll eat. Just let me have it." Feng Xiaoru was desperate to avoid being tied up again. Like a famished dog, she snatched the bun and water, taking a bite and a sip, all the while trying to feign enjoyment in the hopes that Li Xianjun would believe she was thoroughly satisfied with this treatment. Seeing her reaction, Li Xianjun felt a sense of satisfaction. "There we go. You girls often starve yourselves to maintain your figures. Why bother? Eat when you're hungry. That is the essence of life." Yes, you are absolutely right, big brother," she nodded vigorously. "Very well, continue with that. I have work to do," he said, turning to leave. As Li Xianjun walked away, Feng Xiaoru couldn't help but shed tears. As the saintess of the Qixia sect, despite its destruction and being hunted, she never thought she would sink to eating cold buns. It was all because of this scoundrel, this madman, this pervert that she found herself in such a predicament. Yet, she had no choice but to curry favor with him. Otherwise, this man, recalling how Li Xianjun had brutally crushed several underworld pavilion members with a stone, a shiver ran down her spine, hastening her pace to consume the bun. Meanwhile, Li Xianjun had returned to the forge. With his current constitution, he could go days without sleep or food. He was in no mood to cook. Instead, he aimed to forge all the fine iron into firewood axes and synthesize the dragon scale armor, which was his main priority. So, the bun he offered Feng Xiaoru was the last available food in the forge. In this light, Li Xianjun considered himself rather generous toward Feng Xiaoru, at least in his own mind. The clanging of the forge resumed. This continued throughout the day, and by the following evening, Li Xianjun had successfully forged all the remaining fine iron into firewood axes. A total of nearly 100 axes were ready, sufficient for synthesizing 4 complete sets of dragon scale armor. Assuming he had 4 pieces of the remaining sets, as for whether he would create duplicate sets, he was uncertain as he had never encountered such a situation before. Li Xianjun was unconcerned with that. All he desired was to synthesize, to create without pause. Firewood Axe 2 synthesized, upgraded to Black Iron Knife. Black Iron Knife 2 synthesized, upgraded to Shin Iron Knife. Shin Iron Knife 2 synthesized, upgraded to Level 1 Spirit Tool. Galro Knife. Galro Knife 2 synthesized, upgraded to He repeated this process until all the firewood axes were synthesized, and before him lay 4 brand new pieces of equipment. Dragon Scale Power Helmet, yellow. Excellent quality. Dragon Scale Power Armor, yellow. Excellent quality. Dragon Scale Power Boots, yellow. Excellent quality. Dragon Scale Power Longsword, yellow. Excellent quality. 4 radiant pieces of the Dragon Scale Armor. Exquisitely crafted and dazzlingly bright, captivated Li Xianjun's gaze. Without hesitation, he donned the entire set.at that moment. Li Xianjun's status panel displayed, Host, Li Xianjun, Level 1. Strength, 1700. Speed, 900. Constitution, 1500. Spirit, 600. Proficiency in Synthesis, 1000. Upgradable, Attack Power, 20,000. Defense Power, 20,000. Remarkably potent data, and these 4 pieces of equipment have bestowed new set effects. Set Effect 6, Attack gains armor penetration. Set Effect 7, Defense reduces damage by 50%. Set Effect 8, activates the active spiritual skill Eye of Insight. Set Effect 9, passive skill Dragon Power, increases strength by 50 points daily. Incredible, formidable, and terrifying set effects. Just as Li Xuanjun was astonished by these powerful effects, a chilling mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have synthesized a complete set of equipment. Special task completed. The task panel has been activated. The system's prompt shattered Li Xuanjun's astonishment. Special task completed. Task panel activated. Following the system's guidance, Li Xuanjun silently intoned, Activate task panel. The brand new panel materialized within his consciousness. Bronze level task panel. Daily sign-in task. 01, incomplete. Only a solitary line of text appeared. Devoid of any further details, as Li Xuanjun focused on this line of text, a voice emerged. Have you completed the daily sign-in task? Yes, Li Xuanjun instinctively replied. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the daily sign-in and received a reward of 100 bronze coins. Congratulations, host, for completing the first daily sign-in task. You have received 1 bronze level beginner's gift pack. A series of prompt sounds followed Li Xuanjun's sign-in. Bronze coins? What are those? And a beginner's gift pack. How absurdly late this gift pack has arrived. Li Xuanjun reflected, having traversed for a year before acquiring the system, and now, after such a prolonged duration, he finally received the gift pack. It seemed the system lacked any sense of timing. However, good things come to those who wait. Having something is better than having nothing. Li Xuanjun felt a sense of anticipation towards this belated beginner's gift pack. Neglecting the matter of the bronze coins obtained from the daily sign-in, Li Xuanjun quickly declared, Open beginner's gift pack. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the silver level constitution. Eternal fate immortal body, incomplete. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the silver level skill. Eternal holy demon art, incomplete. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have received 1 opportunity for a lottery draw. A torrent of prompt sounds echoed. Upon hearing these prompts, Li Xuanjun inhaled sharply. Eternal fate immortal body, eternal holy demon art? The terms eternal and fate, along with immortal body and holy demon, clearly signify something extraordinary. Li Xuanjun was utterly astonished. Let me see what these items truly are. As he thought this, several items and data manifested in his mind. First, an image appeared. A figure clad in black, hair billowing, seemingly indistinct in features, striking the heavens with a single punch, obliterating numerous worlds, entombing countless celestial and demonic entities. Chapter 23. Epic Level Synthesis Stone. This figure, adorned in black, traversed the skies, confronting countless terrifying beings with an unwavering fist, annihilating every formidable opponent with a single blow. Within that fist lay the power to shatter existence, obliterate worlds, and lay waste to both demons and immortals. An unparalleled force, transcending Li Xuanjun's imagination, surpassing the very fabric of existence itself. Witnessing the figure's feats culminated in the individual standing atop a sky-reaching mountain, gazing at a golden palace amidst the void. With a single stroke of a sword, the figure struck at an enormous golden finger, leading all back to the void, darkness, and eternity, as a resounding voice echoed through the space, shattering all. Upon the conclusion of the vision, Li Xuanjun received a system prompt, revealing that the extraordinary figure possessed the eternal fate immortal body and practiced the eternal holy demon art. This immortal body and holy demon art are so formidable. Li Xuanjun was immensely shocked, his breath momentarily stilled. Alas, I have only obtained the incomplete versions. The Eternal Fate Immortal Body and Eternal Holy Demon Art he received were both incomplete. Their true potency a far cry from the originals. With this constitution and skill, Li Xuanjun could never hope to cultivate to the level of that extraordinary figure. Such a pity, yet I mustn't be overly greedy. After a sigh, Li Xuanjun quickly adjusted his mood. With that thought, he turned his attention to the third item he had extracted from the beginner's gift pack, an opportunity for a lottery draw. Most systems featuring a beginner's gift pack also included a lottery. Although he had yet to unlock the draw functionality, it was possible that he would have it in the future, now that he had obtained a lottery opportunity from the gift pack. According to the unwritten rules of a traveler, this lottery might yield something truly astounding. With that in mind, Li Xuanjun's eyes ignited with fervor. He rubbed his palms together. Very well, let me see what treasures I can draw. System, I wish to draw. Li Xuanjun silently commanded. Detected that the host possesses an additional lottery opportunity, unlocking the unactivated lottery wheel. The system's voice resonated. Before Li Xuanjun, a colossal yellow-red wheel appeared, visible only to him. The wheel featured 11 equally sized segments, each marked with 3 question marks. Li Xuanjun was perplexed. What is this? A blind draw? This left him uncertain about what he might receive, and he found the lottery wheel rather unintelligent. Very well, I won't dwell on that. Let's proceed with the draw. With no other recourse, Li Xuanjun initiated the lottery. The pointer at the center of the wheel began to spin upon his command. Before long, the pointer gradually slowed under Li Xuanjun's eager gaze, ultimately halting at the second segment from the left. To his astonishment, the 3 question marks transformed into a red rune. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 red epic level synthesis stone. The system's voice echoed. A red epic synthesis stone? After synthesizing the dragon power set, Li Xuanjun recognized that the synthesis system could produce items of varying levels, akin to the games he played before his journey. While he was unaware of the precise level divisions, any item deemed epic certainly belonged to a higher echelon. Gazing at the red rune in his hand, adorned with strange patterns and pictographs, he could not decipher its meaning. It appeared that this item was essential for synthesizing epic-level equipment. Li Xuanjun quickly grasped its purpose. Subsequently, the system's prompt confirmed his thoughts. Red Epic Synthesis Stone, a necessary item for synthesizing epic-level equipment. Just as he surmised. Although Li Xuanjun could not utilize the synthesis stone at present, it would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Moreover, since it was obtained through a lottery, coupled with its epic designation, it indicated that it was not something one could acquire easily. Thus, Li Xuanjun deemed this lottery a success. As for how much he truly gained, that remained uncertain. Regardless, I shall store it away for now. Li Xuanjun promptly placed the synthesis stone into the storage of his ring. At present, he had successfully synthesized a complete dragon power set, resulting in the following personal data panel. Host, Li Xuanjun. Level 1. Strength, 1700. Speed, 900. Constitution, 1500. Spirit, 600. Proficiency in synthesis, 1000. Upgradable, attack power, 20,000. Defense power, 20,000. Set effect 2. Spirit 50. Set effect 3. Speed 90. Set effect 4. Activates hidden effects of equipment. Set effect 5. Activates storage effect of dragon power ring. Set effect 6. Attack gains armor penetration. Set effect 7. Defense reduces damage by 50%. Set effect 8. Activates the active spiritual skill Eye of Insight. Set effect 9. Passive skill Dragon Power, increases strength by 50 points daily. This encapsulates the entirety of Li Xuanjun's current strength. Just how formidable it truly is remains somewhat elusive to him. However, he believes it to be reasonably adequate, as he has yet to encounter a reliable power system for reference. Concerning the martial cultivation realms of this world and the various stages of martial might, Li Xuanjun is utterly uninformed. The system merely provides data, devoid of any intuitive classification of martial realms, leaving him unable to ascertain precisely where he stands in terms of strength. In summary, Li Xuanjun self-assesses that he has not yet reached a level where he can act with impunity. Thus his current strategy is to bide his time, develop cautiously, and maintain a steady course. As he pondered, he glanced at his data panel and noticed the 3 words at the end of the proficiency line. Upgradable. Upgradable? What could this signify? He mused. Could it be that upon upgrading this proficiency, he might synthesize higher-tier equipment? Thus far, the equipment he could synthesize had reached the yellow quality excellence of the Panlong power set, and he could progress no further. The emergence of this upgrade option led Li Xuanjun to speculate whether he could indeed synthesize superior equipment post-upgrade. Without further ado, he resolved to upgrade. Upgrade. With these words, a silent yet profound atmosphere enveloped him, radiating outward and shrouding the entire courtyard. Outside, Feng Qiao, who was seated cross-legged healing her injuries, found herself enveloped by this very aura. What is this? Feng Qiao felt a sudden descent of icy, crystalline energy enveloping her entire being, rendering her immobile. Yet, this force bore no harm. Rather, it demonstrated remarkable healing properties for her injuries. What is happening? Feng Qiao sensed her wounds being mended by this force. It felt as though she had fallen into a cold yet gentle embrace, not only tending to her current injuries, but also healing old scars and flaws left from her cultivation. Overwhelmed by the transformative sensations within her, she was at a loss to comprehend the nature of this phenomenon. Is this the work of that formidable being? Feng Qiao speculated in astonishment. Just what realm is he in? What is he doing? How could such power be unleashed? Unbeknownst to her, within the blacksmith shop, Li Xuanjun, after uttering the word upgrade, was ensnared in an enigmatic sensation. A warm energy surged forth from within, quietly restructuring his body. Originally, his physique had transcended the ordinary upon acquiring the eternal fate immortal body, yet it had not fully awakened. Instead, it required Li Xuanjun's cultivation to gradually revive it. Now, under the influence of the synthesizing system's upgrade, the latent power within him stirred to life, albeit slightly. Even this modest awakening proved to be immensely formidable for Li Xuanjun. Immersed in this transformative energy, he closed his eyes and gradually relaxed, succumbing to a state of blissful intoxication, as though he never wished to awaken. However, the system upgrade was time-limited, concluding after a quarter of an hour, and with it, the mysterious energy dissipated. Li Xuanjun exhaled a long breath, his previously closed eyes now slowly opening. What a marvelous sensation, he exclaimed. Open data panel. Upon regaining his composure, the first task he undertook was to access his data panel, a premonition stirring within him that significant changes awaited. Host, Li Xuanjun, level, 2. Strength, 5000. Speed, 2000. Constitution, 3000. Spirit, 1000. Synthesis proficiency, 0. Attack power, 40,000. Defense power, 30,000. Special, fragment of the eternal fate immortal body, 10 awakening at first tier. Before him appeared an entirely new data panel, the attributes inscribed therein a stark contrast to his prior state. As he scanned these physical attributes, his gaze fixated upon the newly revealed data at the end. Special. Is this the designation for the eternal fate immortal body? Furthermore, what does a 10 awakening at the first tier entail? Is the eternal fate immortal body currently only at the first tier, and only 10 awakened? Merely a 10 awakening has augmented my attributes to such a terrifying extent, surpassing even the enhancements provided by the complete Panlong Power Set. Is this the true terror of the immortal body? Li Xuanjun marveled at his own physique, feeling astonished. Regardless, this power undoubtedly belongs to me. Moreover, I have leveled up. Li Xuanjun noted his level had ascended from 1 to 2. Previously, he had pondered how to elevate his level, never anticipating that it hinged upon the enhancement of proficiency. It seems that the synthesizing system encourages frequent synthesis to bolster proficiency for leveling up. In summary, Li Xuanjun finally comprehended the means to achieve his advancement. The current synthesis proficiency displayed on the data panel had reverted to 0, akin to experience points, yet it did not provide any indication of how much proficiency was required to ascend to the next level. Perhaps this feature remained inaccessible due to his low level. Now, just how strong am I? At this moment, Li Xuanjun's personal data had soared to heights he could scarcely fathom. Just days prior, he believed he had merely attained the level of a true immortal in martial arts, capable of exerting a force of 100,000 pounds. Yet now, after a series of enhancements, his physical attributes had multiplied several times over. What level of strength does he now possess? 100,000 pounds? Could a single punch from him obliterate a small mountain? Could he dispatch a true immortal with a mere blow? Li Xuanjun remained uncertain. He only knew that true immortals were said to possess tiered classifications, and the formidable ones could effortlessly slay thousands of novice true immortals and wield the power to upheave rivers and sever mountains. Of course, this was merely a tale he had heard. The specifics eluded him. While I might now be considered a practitioner of martial arts, my understanding of this world remains almost entirely blank, he lamented. With a sigh, Li Xuanjun recalled that a true martial arts cultivator was presently at his side, a woman bound to him by debt. Previously, he had contemplated coercing her to impart knowledge of the martial cultivation realm. Now, having completed his tasks, he intended to depart. Thus, it was time to commence his martial arts mini-class. Exiting the blacksmith shop, he found Feng Qiao seated on the ground, enveloped in a unique state, her aura harmoniously integrated, as if she too had undergone a transformation. Observing her in this state, Li Xuanjun refrained from interrupting. This was Feng Qiao's opportunity. To disrupt it would indeed foster enmity. Such capricious chances, once interrupted, could be likened to the slaying of one's kin. Particularly for martial cultivators, the severance of opportunities is far more critical than the loss of life. Li Xuanjun still hoped for Feng Qiao to serve as his mentor, and thus he would not jeopardize that prospect. Otherwise, he could forget about her answering any of his queries. It seemed the energy emanating from the system upgrade had affected her as well. From Feng Qiao, Li Xuanjun sensed a uniquely familiar aura. It appeared that this woman's fortune was indeed influenced by him. She now owed him even more. Consequently, she had no choice but to submit. Indeed, she would have to repay him more. This teacher-student relationship was now inevitable. He chuckled to himself. Chapter 25. Entering the city, Li Xuanjun smiled insidiously. After his laughter subsided, he gazed at Feng Qiao, who remained in a peculiar state. Without further ado, he returned to his blacksmith shop and residence, tidying up and assessing what items could be taken with him. By the time the clock struck midnight, Li Xuanjun had packed all the essentials into his spatial ring. The remaining possessions were deemed unnecessary, as they held no significant value. Standing in the courtyard, illuminated by the faint light of dawn, Li Xuanjun surveyed the place he had inhabited for over a year. Feeling a tangle of emotions within, he was about to depart, embarking on his grand ambitions. Indeed, it was time for a change of scenery. He could no longer linger here. The realm he was destined to enter was the true world of martial cultivation. With his current martial prowess, he could be regarded as a formidable expert, at least within the county, if not the entire prefecture. Alas, his ignorance regarding the martial path had clouded his ability to judge his own strength. Lost in thought, he sensed that Feng Qiao outside the courtyard had regained consciousness. Outside, Feng Qiao awoke from her unusual state, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a radiant brilliance. Feeling the changes coursing through her body, she was utterly astounded. I have ascended to the 7th level of martial arts? She exclaimed in disbelief. Previously, she had only reached the late stage of the 6th level, still far from the pinnacle, especially after sustaining severe injuries. Full recovery would typically require considerable time. Yet now, all her injuries had healed, and her martial cultivation had progressed to the initial stage of the 7th level. Her foundation felt solid and profound, a genuine enhancement of her abilities rather than a mere illusion or a fleeting glimpse of potential. How could Feng Qiao not be astonished? What had transpired? She only recalled that before her ascension, she had sensed a peculiar force emanating from the courtyard where the demonic lord resided, enveloping her being, healing her and even transforming her body. Thus, it seemed her elevation in rank was entirely due to that perverse individual. Ah, how infuriating. I never wished to owe that weirdo a favor. Now, how will I ever repay this debt? Feng Qiao lamented, her frustration palpable. Why must it be like this? I would rather not have broken through to the 7th level. As she muttered to herself, she failed to notice a figure approaching her. Thud! Li Xuanjun raised his hand and delivered a light smack to Feng Qiao's head. Ouch! That hurts, she exclaimed, clutching her head, only to meet the discontented gaze of Li Xuanjun, whose expression was one of annoyance. Get up! We are leaving, he commanded, slicing through the chains that bound her and stowing them away in his spatial ring, for they were indeed valuable items not to be discarded. Leave? Where are we going? Feng Qiao inquired, rising to her feet and looking at Li Xuanjun. To the city, he replied curtly, unwilling to elaborate further as he turned to depart. Halfway down the path, he noticed Feng Qiao still standing there in a daze and called back. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and catch up. Oh, right. I'm coming. Just walk a little slower, she replied, snapping out of her stupor and hastily following him. Li Xuanjun walked with his hands clasped behind his back. Continuing on his way, while Feng Qiaoru trailed behind like a meek little wife. He paid her little mind as they traversed for half a day, soon descending the mountain and heading towards the county city. By midday, Li Xuanjin and Feng Qiaoru finally arrived at the county city, several hundred miles away. This county city was named Fujing City, the largest city within a 1,000-mile radius. Above Fujing City lay the prefectural city, and above that was the national government, the 18 great national governments collectively forming the empire known as Shenxiao. The Shenxiao Empire was the highest ruling class that Li Xuanjin had encountered since his arrival in this world. Within the Shenxiao Empire, countless sects existed, all unified under the imperial jurisdiction. No one could defy the will of the empire, which stood as a colossal force surpassing the martial cultivation realm. It was said that the emperor of the empire was the most powerful martial artist in the entire Shenxiao Empire. Known as the unrivaled number 1.as for the specifics of his realm, Li Xuanjin was unaware. He had merely heard tales of it. Fujing City appeared vast in Li Xuanjin's eyes, far larger and more prosperous than any second-tier city from his previous world. The mere fact that such a bustling metropolis was merely a county city hinted at the advanced state of martial civilization in this world. Dressed in coarse cloth and worn shoes, Li Xuanjin nonchalantly entered Fujing City, encountering no disdainful looks. Despite his humble attire, the aura he inadvertently exuded was extraordinary. Martial cultivators in this world often acted on impulse, and judging a person solely by their clothing could lead to dire consequences. The guards stationed at the gates of Fujing City, seasoned and perceptive, could sense the superior pressure emanating from Li Xuanjin. Realizing that this seemingly ordinary, somewhat rustic individual was undoubtedly a martial expert, at least more powerful than themselves, who possessed only a modicum of skill. He might well be a martial disciple, or even a legendary martial master. Li Xuanjin paid little attention to the guards and proceeded directly into the city, while Feng Qiaoru followed behind, feeling dejected and staring at the ground. Upon entering Fujing City, Li Xuanjin beheld the bustling inner and outer cities, with 81 intersecting streets, towering buildings, and a plethora of shops, all teeming with crowds, creating a lively atmosphere. This was Li Xuanjin's first encounter with such a vibrant gathering of people in this world, as well as his first glimpse of its prosperity. If a mere county city was so splendid, what must the prefectural city, the national government, and even the imperial capital be like? Li Xuanjin found his imagination constrained. As he strolled through the bustling streets of Fujing City, he was captivated by the sights. Just as he was lost in the novelty of it all, a small hand tugged at the hem of his garment. "What is it?" Li Xuanjin turned to Feng Qiaoru. "I am hungry," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him fearfully. Since the pursuit began, Feng Qiaoru had gone days without sustenance, having only consumed a cold bun and a bowl of cold water. After trekking for half a day, even someone as resilient as she was beginning to feel her strength wane. Chapter 26, Too Poor Hungry? Li Xuanjin replied indifferently. "What does your hunger have to do with me?" He showed no concern. "You?" Feng Qiaoru retorted angrily. "Mind your tone and remember your status." Li Xuanjin's demeanor remained cold. I understand," she stammered, intimidated by his unyielding gaze, and meekly fell silent. "That's better. One must possess self-awareness. Do you comprehend?" Feng Qiaoru, unable to argue, could only nod in acquiescence, feeling quite wrong. Good, Li Xuanjin smiled. This woman required a bit of guidance to steer her in the direction he envisioned in his mind. He had already considered Feng Qiaoru as one of his own, albeit in a general sense. Whether they would share a deeper bond would depend on her future conduct. Li Xuanjin took a keen interest in the prospect of mentoring this girl, partly as a measure of retribution for her earlier attempt on his life during their first encounter. He had a long memory and harbored resentment towards her audacity. Had it not been for her potential usefulness, he might have already eliminated her. Li Xuanjin chose to ignore Feng Qiaoru for the time being and continued exploring Fujing City. This county city served as his true gateway to various facets of this world. Although this fantastical realm revered martial cultivation, the lives of ordinary people were still bearable. The development of various societal orders was satisfactory, and due to the advancement of martial cultivation, this world, in some respects, rivaled, if not surpassed, his previous world of Blue Star in terms of development. Treasure Pavilion? Li Xianzhan, accompanied by Feng Qiaoru, was leisurely strolling through the city when they came upon a majestic and imposing skyscraper. This towering edifice stood at the city's heart, at the confluence of the inner and outer city. Constructed from an unknown material, the building was entirely white, seemingly crafted from a type of white stone. Under the sun's rays, the white facade radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding an air of grandeur and an irresistible aura of opulence. Upon noticing the skyscraper, Li Xianzhan's gaze was drawn to a golden plaque affixed at a height above the entrance. Elegantly inscribed with 3 characters, Zhan Baogu. This was indeed the Zhan Baogu of the county town. One could only imagine the grandeur of such a structure in a mere county, let alone in a prefectural city, a national capital, or an imperial metropolis. It was said that throughout the empire's 18 prefectures, 36 counties, and 108 county towns, the influence of Zhan Baogu could be found. Not to mention the countless town-level Zhan Baogu factions. This organization could be regarded as the most formidable entity within the empire. Li Xianzhan recalled various rumors he had heard about Zhan Baogu. Even the common folk were aware that within the empire, Zhan Baogu was a force that must never be offended. There were even tales that martial Dao true immortals refrained from crossing a county-level Zhan Baogu. In the realm of martial artists, it represented the pinnacle of a county. The fact that even a martial Dao true immortal dared not provoke a county-level Zhan Baogu spoke volumes of this organization's might and terror. Contemplating Zhan Baogu, Li Xianzhan considered that although he had nothing to sell at present, he could still venture inside to see if there were any treasures worth his attention. Undoubtedly, given his current financial standing, he would likely be unable to afford anything within this establishment, yet it would not hurt to peruse the offerings, akin to broadening one's horizons in a luxury goods store in a former life. With this thought in mind, Li Xianzhan strode purposefully toward Zhan Baogu, while Feng Xiaoru trailed behind, her head bowed, timid and hesitant, resembling a handmaiden. Upon reaching the grand entrance of Zhan Baogu, Li Xianzhan was greeted by several strikingly beautiful female attendants, who welcomed him with a respectful greeting. Honored guest, welcome to Zhan Baoji. Li Xianzhan nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded inside. Once within, he was struck by the stark contrast between this establishment and the town-level Zhan Baogu. The building comprised 5 floors, each boasting ceilings of 5 to 6 meters high. In the center, a grand atrium soared from the ground floor to the topmost level, inspiring awe in Li Xianzhan, who was accustomed to various architectural wonders from his previous life. The soaring hall resembled that of a 5-star hotel. Li Xianzhan could not help but marvel. The first-floor hall spanned several thousand square meters, featuring a trading area, relaxation zone, and entertainment section. Zhan Baogu was not merely a marketplace for treasures but functioned as a comprehensive urban complex, providing the entire county with a venue for procuring goods, entertainment, and leisure. In the hall, there was a miniature model of Zhan Baogu, sliced in half to reveal its internal layout, with labels indicating the purpose of each floor. The first floor served as a department store for ordinary goods and featured various entertainment facilities, accessible to the general populace. However, access to the second floor and above required a certain status, reserved for the upper echelons of society, particularly catering to practitioners of the martial arts. Ordinary individuals without a specific standing were outright prohibited from ascending beyond the first floor. The second and third floors were open to ordinary martial apprentices, while the 4th and 5th floors were designated for martial artists. The 6th floor, however, was reserved for high-tier clients, accessible only to those of considerable strength or martial Dao true immortals. The clear stratification of levels laid bare the stark class distinctions of this fantastical realm. This was not the egalitarian society of Li Xianzhan's past life, but rather a world where strength reigned supreme and the weak were left to grovel like ants. Li Xianzhan wandered through the first floor. He encountered numerous items he had not enjoyed since arriving in this world. However, his current focus was on becoming stronger, rendering material pleasures and entertainment trivial in his eyes. What he truly required were items of substantial value that could aid in his synthesis endeavors. After successfully synthesizing a complete set of Panlong power equipment and upgrading his system, Li Xianzhan received a notification indicating that he could no longer utilize mundane tools for synthesis. Henceforth, only items of greater value would suffice. In this world, the most valuable resources were those utilized by martial practitioners. Yet, Li Xianzhan faced a predicament. He lacked sufficient funds to procure the materials necessary for martial cultivation. Despite possessing several 100,000 taels, a considerable fortune by ordinary standards, to a martial artist, it was merely adequate. Furthermore, he could no longer synthesize black iron or mysterious iron blades, nor even spiritual weapons. The avenue for earning money through the sale of synthesized items had been effectively obstructed, leaving Li Xianjun feeling quite vexed. In short, he found himself troubled by financial constraints, especially upon ascending to the second floor and witnessing a plethora of items deemed beneficial for martial practitioners, each priced in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of taels. This stark contrast only served to heighten his sense of poverty. I am utterly destitute, Li Xianjun lamented inwardly. Chapter 27. The pursuit of wealth. A multitude of precious items lay concealed behind glass, rendering them beyond his reach, thus denying him the opportunity to ascertain their potential for synthesis based on the system's prompts. Nevertheless, even without direct access, Li Xianjun gleaned the value of these treasures from the beautifully adorned attendants stationed beside each item. The prices were prominently displayed, each worth a fortune. If Li Xianjun were unable to recognize their value, it would indeed be a grave oversight. However, gazing at these treasures yet being unable to claim them due to his meager finances left him profoundly disheartened. He could only speculate on the high-quality equipment that might result from synthesizing these valuable items. If even a mere firewood knife could yield a fine yellow-grade piece of equipment, then surely these inherently valuable items would produce something superior. If not epic in nature, at the very least better than his current Panlong power set. Upon reflecting on this, the sight of these items intensified his regret. His present strength derived entirely from the Panlong power equipment synthesized by the system. Now, faced with the prospect of potentially synthesizing even more advanced gear, he found himself hindered by financial constraints. Li Xianjun could only lament his destitution, unsure of what else to say to T that moment. He could not help but ponder why he had not retained some of the synthesized mysterious iron blades, or even a spiritual weapon like the Galro blade. Even one of those blades could have fetched a considerable sum, allowing him to exchange it for a plethora of treasures, all without depleting his synthesis materials. How had he allowed himself to reach a point where the upgraded system was beyond his grasp due to a lack of materials, thus stifling his exploration of what advancements it might offer? A thought took root in Li Xianjun's mind. The upgraded system would undoubtedly produce items beyond his imagination. As this notion blossomed, he found himself contemplating a more audacious idea. Should he become a thief and seize all the treasures before him? However, this thought was quickly quashed. Setting aside the fact that he was merely a mid-tier martial Dao true immortal, Zhan Baogu itself was the largest force in the land, second only to the imperial family, with countless formidable individuals within its ranks. Should he dare to pilfer from Zhan Baogu, he would find no refuge in this vast world. His life would be at stake. At present, he lacked the power to act without consequence. It was wiser to remain low-key and avoid courting disaster. Li Xianjun sighed inwardly, turning his gaze to Feng Qiaoru, who was captivated by a treasure encased in glass. What a fellow pauper, he mused. At this moment, he felt an unexpected kinship with Feng Qiaoru. Both sharing the plight of financial hardship, she, too, was bereft of funds, her longing gaze fixed on the treasures before her, likely mirroring his own sentiments. With this thought, he approached her. Yet, Feng Qiaoru remained oblivious to his presence. Utterly engrossed in the items within the glass display. Stop staring. We cannot afford these, Li Xianjun intended to interject, but then noticed her trembling form, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What's the matter? Is it truly worth crying over something unattainable? He pondered, perplexed by her fragility. Hey, what's going on? Li Xianjun observed with growing unease as Feng Qiaoru's hands trembled. Her brows quivered, and her gaze was infused with a palpable blend of hatred and profound sorrow. This is a personal belonging of my master, she uttered, her voice wavering with emotion. Feng Qiaoru's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she asked, What does this mean? Li Xianjun's attention was drawn to a necklace within the glass case, resembling a string of pearls. Upon hearing Feng Qiaoru's words, he was momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained clarity, realizing the implication of her statement. He recalled that Feng Qiaoru hailed from a sect, which he had encountered after its destruction and her subsequent persecution. It dawned on him that the necklace before them was indeed a possession of her master. The appearance of such an item here was undoubtedly linked to the obliteration of her sect and the demise of her master, who had been killed and whose belongings were now callously put up for sale. Feng Qiaoru, recognizing the item, was acutely aware of the tragedy that had befallen her, igniting memories of vengeance for her sect's annihilation and the hatred for her master's murder. It was no wonder she had lost her composure. manifesting in her current state of distress. Sighing, Li Xuanjun found himself at a loss for words. Offering comfort felt inappropriate, as their bond had not reached such depths, and the notion of avenging her grievances was utterly beyond his means. Thus, he stood silently beside her, awaiting her to emerge from her emotional turmoil. Feng Qiaoru, having experienced the devastation of her sect and the relentless pursuit by enemies, initially faltered but soon recognized the futility of her sorrow. She swiftly gathered herself, wiping her eyes, and attempted to restore her composure. "It's all right. Let us depart," she declared. Li Xuanjun then examined the price of the necklace, astonished to find it exceeded 100,000 gold pieces, a sum he could scarcely afford. Regrettably, if he possessed the riches, he would not have hesitated to acquire such a treasure. Alas, his financial constraints left him no recourse. With a heavy heart, he lamented his impoverished state. "Let us go," he finally said, leading Feng Qiaoru away. He had no inclination to ascend to the third floor, for he understood that even if he possessed the means to do so, the items would remain beyond his financial reach. What he lacked was not merely strength but wealth. Indeed, had he been the most formidable warrior in the realm, he could seize the entire inventory of the treasure house without spending a dime. Thus, it was his insufficient power that constrained him. Before the emergence of the system, Li Xuanjun had been an ordinary blacksmith, and though he had recently acquired the system, his strength remained feeble. He believed that given half a year, with the system's assistance, he could achieve astonishing heights and establish a formidable faction. At the very least, he would no longer be troubled by financial woes. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient time for his growth. Li Xuanjun pondered silently, recognizing that his immediate goal was to devise a means to amass wealth, as money equated to power and the resources necessary for his development. He needed funds to procure synthesis materials, which would enable him to forge superior equipment and, in turn, enhance his strength. Despite possessing an extraordinary cultivation method, the eternal holy demon art, along with a fire attribute spiritual vein and a soul jade seed ready for absorption, he had all foundational conditions for martial cultivation. With dedicated effort over time, he was confident he could absorb this accumulation and grow formidable. However, the prospect of achieving all this felt daunting, as it required an extended period of time. With the system at his disposal to accelerate his ascent, it seemed illogical to choose a path that demanded such lengthy endeavors with uncertain outcomes. Thus, he resolved to seek wealth, for with money, he could attain anything. Li Xuanjun was uncertain how to generate income in this world, particularly as a martial cultivator. This knowledge lay in the realm of his ignorance. Fortunately, he had a teacher nearby capable of imparting wisdom. With this thought, he lost interest in further exploration, intending to find a quiet place to consult Feng Qiaoru, especially regarding financial strategies. Li Xuanjun and Feng Qiaoru descended from the second floor and prepared to exit the treasure house. A group of individuals entered through the grand entrance. Among them was a young woman in her 20s, leading several attendants, who approached a handsome young man surrounded by admirers and greeted him warmly. "Greetings, young Master Langya. Your presence here truly elevates the prestige of our humble establishment." Her voice was melodious and sincere, reminiscent of a lark's first song. The young Master Langya, upon seeing her, replied with hearty laughter. "Manager Huangfu, you remain as captivating as ever. With a manager like you, I find it impossible not to indulge during my visits. I am but a humble manager, unworthy of such praise from a paragon like you." She responded with a charming smile. Standing nearby, Li Xuanjun and Feng Qiaoru were inadvertently noticed as they prepared to leave, having been caught in the midst of the young master and the manager's playful banter. However, upon catching sight of Feng Qiaoru, the young Master Langya's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Halt!" Feng Qiaoru, bewildered, came to a stop, as did Li Xuanjun. The young Master Langya, seizing the moment, shouted, "You wretched servant! You dared to escape from my household and now shamelessly appear before me. Your time is up. Captivate her, and take her back to my estate for judgment." He pointed at Feng Qiaoru, commanding his attendants to seize her. Feng Qiaoru, confused and startled, protested, "I don't even know you. How dare you feign ignorance?" The young Master Langya roared, his demeanor transforming from refined to predatory, akin to a beast poised to pounce on its prey. His attendants, although merely followers, were formidable warriors, each boasting a cultivation level of at least the 8th stage. Faced with such opponents, Feng Qiaoru, a seventh-stage warrior, found herself at a distinct disadvantage, left with little choice but to surrender. The young Master Langya, grinning menacingly, ordered, "Enough chatter. Seize her." "Understood, young master." His attendants responded in unison, closing in on Feng Qiaoru. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Qiaoru's expression shifted as she prepared to draw her weapon from her sleeve to confront them. Yet, before she could act, a shadow darted forward, and one by one, the assailants were sent crashing against the walls, howling in agony. "Ah!" they cried out, collapsing in a heap, blood seeping from their mouths, clearly gravely injured. That moment, onlookers beheld a tall, muscular young man clad in coarse black attire, exuding an air of intimidation as he stood protectively before Feng Qiaoru. "I ask you, scoundrels, did you seek my permission before laying hands on my companion?" Li Xuanzhen's voice was low and menacing. Upon witnessing Li Xuanzhen's sudden appearance and the effortless manner in which he dispatched the assailants, the crowd momentarily halted, sensing the threat he posed. However, the young Master Langya, incensed by Li Xuanzhen's defiance, bellowed, "You insolent fool! How dare you injure my people and defend this wretched servant? Feng, eliminate this scoundrel." He pointed at Li Xuanzhen, his voice filled with fury. "Yes, young master." A middle-aged steward, who had been standing beside the young master of Langya, stepped forward at this moment. With a swift motion, he rubbed his hands together, and suddenly, 10 sharp steel blades manifested on his previously empty fingers. Simultaneously, an aura emanated from the steward, one that belonged to a true immortal of martial arts. Without uttering a word, he brandished his weapon and unleashed his formidable aura, charging directly at Li Xuanzhen with murderous intent. Li Xuanzhen, however, showed no visible change in expression as he faced this man. The 10 venomous claws sliced through the air, aiming to sever Li Xuanzhen's throat. But unexpectedly, just as the steward, known as Fu, was about to deliver a fatal blow, Li Xuanzhen kicked out with such speed that it left a phantom in its wake, striking the steward's body with terrifying force, creating a massive gaping wound in his abdomen. Not only that, but the sheer power of Li Xuanzhen's kick propelled the already deceased steward's corpse, sending blood and flesh flying in a gruesome spectacle. Creating a rain of crimson that filled the air, screams of horror erupted from the gathered women, piercing through the carnage, as the steward's lifeless body plummeted to the ground like a lifeless beast. Li Xuanzhen maintained a calm facade, turning to the young master of Langya and coldly inquiring, "Why must there always be those who seek death? Enlighten me, why?" As he spoke, he advanced step by step toward the young master. His tone steady yet chilling, resonating in the ears of the onlookers like the voice of a demon from the depths of hell. All of this transpired after Li Xuanzhen had just claimed a life, that of a true immortal of martial arts. Chapter 29. The unmatched flesh killing was nothing unusual. In this world of martial arts, lives were lost every moment, and some took others' lives without a second thought. Within the confines of Fujing City, nameless deaths occurred daily, and no one cared. However, when the slain was a true immortal of martial arts, it became a significant event in Fujing City. A true immortal was a personage of great stature, one whom only the city lord could rival in strength within such a county. The demise of such a figure would undoubtedly shock the entire city. The one who had taken the life of a true immortal. Li Xuanzhen could not be overlooked. Moreover, it seemed that this man, having just killed a true immortal, had no intention of ceasing his threats as he demanded to know why the crowd remained present. It appeared as if he had been compelled to commit murder, left with no choice but to act in self-defense. Indeed, the truth was that Li Xuanzhen was not the instigator. If he did not kill, he would be the one to perish. Thus, it was a natural occurrence, for no one wished to meet their end. Yet, the situation was now firmly under Li Xuanzhen's control, and his expression was one of disdain as he surveyed the crowd. "You dare to kill my man." The onlookers were initially stunned into silence by Li Xuanzhen's slaughter of the true immortal, but soon regained their composure. Notably, the young master of Langya, recovering from his momentary shock, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Xuanzhen and bellowed, "How dare you kill one of my men? Do you know who I am?" After a brief lapse of awareness, the young master returned to his haughty demeanor. Believing that merely stating his identity would instill fear in this ignorant wretch, compelling him to kneel and plead for mercy. After all, he was a member of the Mei family from the county city, one of the 4 dominating powers in the region, A dominating power indicated that within that family, at least one martial lord of extraordinary prowess resided, and everyone knew that martial lords wielded the strength to reshape the world. In Fujing City, no one would dare offend a family of such caliber. Oh? And who might you be? Li Xuanjun inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the young master. The young master, incensed by Li Xuanjun's nonchalance, felt his fears suppressed beneath a tide of anger. I am of the Mei family from the county city. In the entirety of Qingyang County, spanning 16 counties, no one dares to offend us. You, a mere martial cultivator, have the audacity to kill a member of my family? You are seeking death. The Mei family? I have not heard of it. Li Xuanjun shook his head, genuinely unaware. Having only traversed this world for a little over a year, and visiting Fujing City for the first time, he had no knowledge of prominent families or their affairs. Li Xuanjun's sincere admission was misinterpreted by others as a deliberate insult aimed at the young master and the Mei family. Impudent! You wretched fool! To insult me and the Mei family, you shall pay dearly. The young master of Langya erupted in wrath, his fury unrestrained. Were it not for the fact that his strongest bodyguard, Fu, had just been slain, he would have commanded his subordinates to torture Li Xuanjun 1,000 times over. Humph! Do not presume that slaying a true immortal has granted you the license to act with impunity. You know nothing of the strength of a dominating family. The young master, his countenance darkening, revealed a glimmer of malicious glee as he produced a jade talisman from within his robes with a swift motion. He crushed it, causing a pale beam of light to erupt before the assembled crowd. You have forced my hand, wasting a Langya order on you. I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome fate. The young master glared at Li Xuanjun with venomous intent, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer. Li Xuanjun, observing the young master's actions, showed no inclination to intervene. For even though the young master had summoned the so-called Langya order, Li Xuanjun received no indication of danger. Since the system's upgrade, a hidden function had emerged. Li Xuanjun would receive warnings when facing threats, provided they did not far exceed his own realm. Earlier, when confronting the true immortal, the system had issued a warning of vulnerability, while now, regarding the Langya order, the system indicated no peril. This knowledge lent Li Xuanjun an air of confidence, allowing him to remain unfazed. Rather than focusing on the immediate situation, he was more intrigued by the unexpected system alerts. The pale beam of light materialized. An imposing aura soon followed, suppressing the hearts of those present. While Li Xuanjun remained expressionless, the others felt themselves bowing under the weight of this presence. In an instant, before anyone could react, a figure clad in deep purple appeared before them. This was the ethereal projection of a middle-aged man. Once the projection materialized, the young master pointed at Li Xuanjun and commanded, "Kill him." No sooner had the young master spoken than the projection sprang into action with blinding speed. It was so swift that the onlookers could hardly register the movement. As a purple blade of light shot forth, crashing toward Li Xuanjun with the ferocity of thunder, everything unfolded in silence, surpassing all responses. This speed far exceeded that of an ordinary true immortal. The might emanating from the projection was also beyond what one would expect from a true immortal. The purple blade descended like a bolt of lightning. Yet, Li Xuanjun stood unmoving, indifferent, allowing the blade to strike him. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as all eyes witnessed the purple blade collide with Li Xuanjun's form. To everyone's astonishment, rather than being cleaved as they had anticipated, Li Xuanjun remained unharmed. As if the purple blade had struck a rare and indestructible metal rather than flesh and blood. How could this be? This is impossible. Kill him, strike down. The young master, confronted with this unfathomable scene, could hardly believe his own eyes, shouting frantically for the projection to continue its assault. The projection complied, wielding the purple blade to unleash a barrage of strikes upon Li Xuanjun. Clang, clang, clang. A symphony of clashing metal resounded as Li Xuanjun stood resolutely in place, allowing the glimmering blades to strike him, yet his expression remained tranquil, devoid of any discernible change. Within his heart, Li Xuanjun was deeply contemplating the resilience of his own body's defenses. Satisfactory, indeed, as he absorbed the relentless onslaught of attacks. He vaguely calculated the extent of his corporeal fortitude. It appeared he could withstand an assault equivalent to 2 million pounds of force. This realization left him quite content. Chapter 30. Death Li Xuanjin's nonchalance struck a stark contrast to the astonishment of those present. The young master of Langya found it hard to believe, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. As time trickled by, the onlookers witnessed the blades of light striking Li Xuanjin. Yet they failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon him. Instead, Li Xuanjin remained unfazed, as light as a feather, and the assembled crowd began to comprehend the depth of his prowess. This was a man not to be trifled with. The young master of Langya had not anticipated that the shadowy guardian summoned from his father's command, capable of exerting merely 1/10 of a martial arts overlord's strength, would prove utterly ineffective against this seemingly disheveled, rugged man of the mountains. The thought sent beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. However, retreat was not an option. He could not tarnish the reputation of the Mei family. The individual before him was merely passively enduring the attacks, refraining from retaliation, which he surmised was due to the imposing stature of the Mei family. Fool! You lot, seize him for me! The young master of Langya, increasingly convinced that Li Xuanjin feared the Mei family, felt a diminishing sense of trepidation, his heart settling as he believed the rugged man would not dare to strike against him. Yet, the young master, realizing he could not eliminate Li Xuanjin, merely commanded his subordinates to restrain him. Knowing he lacked the means to contend with Li Xuanjin directly, thus seeking a way to extricate himself from the predicament, at that moment, Li Xuanjin paid no heed to the young master of Langya. After enduring hundreds of attacks from the shadowy guardian, his body remained unscathed. Li Xuanjin had successfully gauged his defensive capabilities. Sufficient, indeed. He nodded slightly, casting a detached glance at the shadowy guardian, a faint smile gracing his lips. This entity was intriguing. It could be summoned as a mere illusion, displaying commendable strength. How was such a creation brought forth? Setting aside his musings, he resolved to eliminate the threat first, as commanded by the young master of Langya. The remaining guards surged forth to confront Li Xuanjin, each unleashing their full might in an attempt to subdue him. Li Xuanjin raised his gaze to the approaching assailants, the smile on his lips vanishing. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of bodies colliding echoed as no one discerned the manner in which Li Xuanjin struck. They only observed the attackers soaring backward, colliding violently with the sturdy walls of the treasure pavilion. Crumpling to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their eyes losing their luster, the breath of life stilled within them. Having dispatched several lesser foes, Li Xuanjin turned his attention to the still advancing shadowy guardian. His expression turning icy. Get lost? Li Xuanjin unleashed a powerful punch, connecting solidly with the guardian's ethereal form. The sheer force of 1,000,000 pounds surged through, causing the guardian to falter, followed by a series of fissures erupting along its body, rapidly widening until a shattering sound reverberated through the air, and the guardian dissolved into radiant light, vanishing without a trace. With the minor nuisances dealt with, Li Xuanjin approached the young master of Langya. His expression devoid of emotion, yet his eyes glimmered with a cold disdain. Upon meeting Li Xuanjin's gaze, the young master involuntarily stepped back, fearfully exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? I am a scion of the Mei family in the county. If you dare lay a hand on me, my family will never let you go." His bluster was evident to all present. "Lay a hand on you?" Li Xuanjin narrowed his eyes. "No, I shall not lay a hand on you." He shook his head dismissively. Upon hearing Li Xuanjin's words, the crowd felt a modicum of relief. The young master of Langya, encouraged, stepped forward, sneering, "You are wise to recognize your situation. I shall grant you an opportunity." Before he could finish, Li Xuanjin interrupted with a chilling declaration. "I do not intend to merely strike. I intend to kill. Kill you, understand?" Without waiting for the crowd to process his words, Li Xuanjin sprang into action in an instant. His foot connected with the young master of Langya, the speed surpassing the sound barrier and shattering the air, sending the young master flying. Bang! As this series of actions unfolded, none had the clarity to comprehend what transpired. They merely heard Li Xuanjin's pronouncement before witnessing the young master plummeting from the sky like a broken sack, collapsing to the ground, a mere puddle of flesh, yet still alive, for Li Xuanjin had not granted him the mercy of death. Having completed his task, Li Xuanjin strode toward the young master. The manager of the treasure pavilion, Huang Fu, stepped forward, urgently entreating, "Young master, you cannot kill the young master of Langya. You must otherwise." Not only the Mei family, but we at the Treasure Pavilion will not remain indifferent. Huang Fu was compelled to intervene, for the young master of Langia had the formidable backing of the Mei family, a martial arts overlord. Should she allow him to perish within the confines of the Treasure Pavilion? The Mei family would exact vengeance, and her status as an ordinary martial arts practitioner would not shield her from their wrath. Threatening me? Li Xuanjin halted, casting a glance at Huang Fu. I offer you a choice. Either I eliminate you first, then proceed to deal with that fool, or you step aside and allow me to eliminate him without harming you. The choice is yours. Li Xuanjin's demeanor was as cold as ice. You? Huang Fu seethed, yet before she could utter another word, Li Xuanjin's frigid gaze rendered her paralyzed, unable even to utter a sound or move a muscle. This is your final opportunity. Get out of my way. Li Xuanjin's ultimatum rang clear. I understand. Huang Fu acquiesced, feeling as if she were facing an ancient beast, devoid of any inclination to resist. The man before her displayed an utter disregard for her, the Mei family. In the Treasure Pavilion, he was a merciless, cold-hearted tyrant. Huang Fu retreated, clearing the path. Li Xuanjin paid her no further mind, advancing purposefully toward the young master of Langia. Upon reaching him, he raised the young master effortlessly by the collar. I shall grant you a chance. Speak. Why did you slander my subordinate, claiming he was your escaped slave? Li Xuanjin's tone was detached. I'll tell you. I beg you, spare my life. The young master of Langia gasped, desperately pleading. Speak. The young master divulged everything. It turned out that the entire affair was linked to Feng Qiaoru's sect. The Qixia sect, to which Feng Qiaoru belonged, was once a martial arts overlord. But upon acquiring a powerful technique left behind by an invincible master, they drew the ire of the Mei family, the Underworld Pavilion, and several other factions, who conspired to eradicate them, seeking the coveted technique. However, after the annihilation of the Qixia sect, the major factions failed to unearth the technique. A few disciples managed to escape under protection before the massacre, leading the factions to deduce that the technique must reside with these fleeing disciples, prompting them to pursue them relentlessly. Among them, Feng Qiaoru was targeted by the Underworld Pavilion. The young master of Langia recognized Feng Qiaoru from her portrait and, upon seeing her within the Treasure Pavilion, devised a scheme to label her as an escaped slave, intending to seize her for himself, driven by the desire to possess the powerful technique. The matter was as simple as that. Upon hearing the young master's revelations, Li Xuanjin grasped the situation. The young master's voice was faint, and given his distance from the crowd, only Li Xuanjin heard his confession. A faint smile graced Li Xuanjin's lips. Very well, honesty begets leniency. I shall grant you a swift death. As he tightened his grip, despair flickered in the young master's eyes, and before he could utter another word, he perished, his eyes forever closed in death. The scion of the Mei family lay slain. Chapter 31. The Yin-Yang Five Elements Soul Jade. The young master of Langia is dead? As the crowd beheld the lifeless body of the Langia young master, dangling from Li Xuanjin's grip, disbelief swept over them. He had truly perished at the hands of this ruthless figure. It was utterly inconceivable that a scion of a dominant martial arts family could meet such a fate right before their eyes. Following the demise of the Langia young master, a trace of blood stained Li Xuanjin's hands. After a moment's contemplation, he called out to Feng Qiaoru, who was cowering nearby. Come here, Dado. Feng Qiaoru was aware of Li Xuanjin's ferocity and, while shocked by the young master's death, did not share the same incredulity as the others. Upon hearing Li Xuanjin's summons, she obediently approached him. You have any tissues? Yes, I will fetch them for you. Feng Qiaoru produced a tissue. Li Xuanjin accepted it and wiped his hands. Go and see if this fellow has anything of value. Although Li Xuanjin seldom engaged in such grim acts as murder and looting, he understood that a person of the Langia young master's stature would undoubtedly possess considerable treasures. Not wishing to sully his own hands, he resorted to directing Feng Qiaoru. Feng Qiaoru complied and crouched down, directly retrieving a silvery white pouch from the young master's embrace. This is a storage pouch. The moment she saw the silvery hue of the pouch, she recognized it was crafted from the hide of a spatial spirit beast. Although Li Xuanjin was unaware of the specifics, the system provided him with a prompt, first-tier storage pouch, made from silver dragonfish skin. As long as the system offered its guidance, he felt assured. All right, let us depart. Li Xuanjin nodded. He and Feng Qiaoru, disregarding the multitude of onlookers, made their way outdoors. Witnessing Li Xuanjin's merciless slaughter, the crowd dared not intervene, not even the manager of the treasure pavilion, who allowed the two to leave unimpeded. Once Li Xuanjin had exited, the treasure pavilion erupted into chaos. This is a grave matter. Everyone understood that this incident was far from over. The Langya young master, the heir of the Mei family from the county city, had been murdered, a calamity of monumental proportions for Fuiying County. Huang Fuyu's complexion turned ashen. Though the events had unfolded due to the Langya young master's own provocations, the treasure pavilion had failed to resolve the situation. Particularly for her, Huang Fuyu, the Mei family would undoubtedly seek retribution, and the higher-ups of the pavilion would not hesitate to sacrifice her to placate them. Once Li Xuanjin departed, Huang Fuyu took a moment to steady her nerves. She understood that she must leave. Staying would only lead to her demise. As for what would transpire after her departure, that was no longer her concern. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Li Xuanjin and Feng Qiaoru found themselves on the bustling streets. It was then that Li Xuanjin turned to the timid Feng Qiaoru and inquired, "What is this martial arts overlord?" Upon hearing his question, Feng Qiaoru's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. How could this demon not know of the martial arts overlords and yet have the audacity to slay the Langya young master? Seeing her astonishment, Li Xuanjin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He realized he was somewhat lacking in knowledge. "Quickly answer me, or I shall punish you by withholding your meal later." Feng Qiaoru felt on the verge of tears. "Dear Lord, we need to consider escaping." "All right. That is a martial arts overlord level power you have offended. I thought you were confident, yet you are utterly oblivious to what a martial arts overlord is." "My heavens!" Feng Qiaoru's head spun with confusion. A martial arts overlord is a realm above true martial immortals. Left with no choice, she responded to the demon's inquiry. "Oh, realm above true martial immortals." Li Xuanjin's eyes sparkled with interest. By the way, how are these martial arts realms classified? Faced with such a knowledge-deficient fiend, Feng Qiaoru felt utterly defeated, but she gritted her teeth and replied, "The martial arts realms, as far as I know, include the lowest tier of martial apprentices, followed by martial practitioners, true martial immortals, martial arts overlords, invincible martial artists, and the ultimate martial realm. Beyond that, I am not sure." Invincible martial artist. Ultimate martial realm? As Li Xuanjin listened to Feng Qiaoru's words, he gained his first understanding of the specific classifications of martial arts realms. These two realms sounded quite formidable. Contemplating these realms, Li Xuanjin glanced at his own data panel. It still displayed only level 2, with no indication of his current martial arts realm. Perhaps I should fuse that soul jade seed. Only then will my martial arts realm be revealed, he thought. However, his soul jade seed was merely a single instance of fusion. Reluctant to use this singularly fused soul jade seed, Li Xuanjin recalled that he had already collected the soul jades of the true martial immortal, several martial practitioners, and the Langya young master after the earlier incident at the treasure pavilion. Now, he would see what results could be obtained by fusing these new soul jades with the ones he already possessed, hoping to create something truly remarkable. With this in mind, Li Xuanjin led Feng Qiaoru to a nearby inn, where they dined and then secured a room. Feng Qiaoru occupied the adjacent room while Li Xuanjin returned to his own. Once inside, he sensed that no one was paying him any mind. Li Xuanjin then proceeded to fuse the soul jades he had recently acquired within his mind. Yang Soul Jade 2 fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Great Yang Soul Jade 1. Great Yang Soul Jade 2 fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Soul Jade Seed 1. He beheld the Soul Jade Seed in his hand. Radiating a unique aura, Li Xuanjin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Next, he retrieved the previously fused Soul Jade Seed from his spatial ring, eager to see what would emerge from their combination. Soul Jade Seed 2 fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Yin Yang 5-element Soul Jade Seed. The system's prompt rang in his ears. Yin Yang 5-element Soul Jade. Hearing this extraordinary designation, Li Xuanjin recognized it as something exceptional. The Yin Yang aspect likely stemmed from the two specters of the Netherworld Pavilion possessing Yin Soul Jades, while the Langya young master and his companions bore Yang Soul Jades. Thus, the fusion of these elements resulted in the creation of the Yin Yang 5-element Soul Jade. Moreover, upon this fusion, Li Xuanjin noticed a line of small text accompanying the Yin Yang 5-element Soul Jade Seed. Yin Yang 5-element Soul Jade cannot be fused. With the system's upgrade, the The grade of items he could fuse had indeed increased. The inability to further fuse this soul jade indicated that it was currently the finest soul jade available to him. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xuanjun resolved to fuse this yin-yang 5-element soul jade. He urgently required the ability to cultivate, establishing a foundation for his existence in this fantastical world. Otherwise, relying solely on the synthesis of equipment, and with insufficient funds to procure adequate materials, he would be unable to produce anything of value in the near future. With the means to cultivate at his disposal, Li Xuanjun would possess additional avenues for strengthening himself beyond mere equipment synthesis. Chapter 32. Cultivating the Eternal Holy Demon Technique. With these thoughts in mind, Li Xuanjun examined the description of the yin-yang 5-element soul jade. Yin-yang 5-element soul jade, the congenital soul jade, can be absorbed by those without soul jades, forming a yin-yang 5-element soul jade within their bodies. Reading this description, Li Xuanjun grasped the soul jade and communicated with the system, absorb. In that moment, the soul jade he held disintegrated into radiant light and shadow, merging into his very being. As the soul jade gradually vanished from his grasp, within Li Xuanjun's body, a brilliant, crystal-clear soul jade began to manifest in his dantian's qi. This soul jade shimmered with 7 colors, corresponding to the yin-yang and the 5 elements, intertwined to form a vibrant, gem-like seed. This was the unique cultivation system of this world, established upon the foundation of soul jades. Half a day passed, and darkness enveloped the sky. Li Xuanjun's tightly shut eyes opened, and at that moment, he sensed the emergence of a jade seed within his previously empty dantian. Gazing into his dantian, though separated by flesh and blood, he could still see a brilliantly colored jade seed slowly rotating, absorbing the natural spiritual energy of this world, refining his dantian while expelling impurities from within his body, gradually restoring his health. Witnessing this transformation, Li Xuanjun exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart settling. He now possessed a foundational ability to cultivate and could begin his training. Data panel. Li Xuanjun summoned his data panel, where he noticed an additional line beneath his attributes. Current cultivation realm of the host. True martial immortal realm, 9 transformations. Upon seeing this line, Li Xuanjun understood. Indeed, it was through the absorption of the soul jade that his current martial arts cultivation realm became evident. I am truly at the true martial immortal realm, and moreover, at 9 transformations. The realm following 9 transformations is that of the martial arts overlord. Li Xuanjun held a considerable degree of satisfaction regarding his current strength. After all, despite having not practiced for a single day, he had surprisingly attained the prowess of a true immortal in martial arts at the 9th turn. With the acquisition of the soul jade, he pondered whether he might attempt to delve into the eternal holy demon art contained within his beginner's gift package. Previously, when he had opened the gift package, he had received a fateful immortal body and a cultivation technique, the eternal holy demon art. However, he had been unable to cultivate it due to the absence of soul jade. Now that he possessed the soul jade, he was eager to see if he could finally practice this technique, which, according to the system's indications, was a celestial and demonic art. Although it was incomplete, he still harbored great anticipation. As he opened the eternal holy demon art in his mind, he observed that the phrase indicating its inability to be cultivated had vanished. This must signify that he could now practice it. Without hesitation, Li Xuanjun eagerly activated the technique. In that instant, he was inundated with streams of text and vivid imagery. Half an hour passed before he emerged from his reverie. Having comprehended the first page of the eternal holy demon art through the system's guidance, the entire text comprised 99 pages. However, due to its incomplete state, he could only study the first 10. The remaining 89 pages would have to wait until Li Xuanjun completed the necessary requirements to continue his cultivation. The first 10 pages were formidable, corresponding to 10 life and death trials of a martial arts overlord. Thanks to the system's assistance, he had directly mastered the first page, thus passing his first life and death trial and ascending to the realm of a martial arts overlord. Li Xuanjun summoned his data panel. Host's cultivation technique. Eternal holy demon art, incomplete. Host's current realm. Martial arts overlord realm, 1st grade. Had he truly ascended to the martial arts overlord realm? Li Xuanjun was delighted, never expecting that a mere practice of the eternal holy demon art would lead to such an elevation. Whether it was the extraordinary nature of the technique or the wondrous assistance of the system, he could not ascertain. Nevertheless, he was pleased with his advancement. As the daily sign-in period refreshed, a notification from the system announced that Li Xuanjin could proceed with his second sign-in. During the previous sign-in, he had received an enigmatic bronze knife coin, and he wondered what reward awaited him this time. Without overthinking, he simply declared, "Sign in. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily sign-in. You have received a reward of bronze knife coins x 200. The system's voice rang out as expected. Another bronze knife coin. What exactly was this item, and what purpose did it serve? Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Xuanjin expressed his confusion. The bronze knife coin was clearly a currency for transactions. Yet at present, it appeared to hold no utility. He mused that it would be far more beneficial to acquire 70 to 80,000 spirit jade instead, enabling him to purchase a plethora of synthesis materials to create superior equipment. Regardless, he reasoned that the system's offerings must ultimately possess value in the future. With no alternative, Li Xuanjin accepted the coins, unable to choose to discard or exchange them. This sign-in yielded no additional rewards. Unlike the first sign-in, which had granted him a beginner's gift package, this time he received nothing extra. It seemed that initial sign-ins were inherently more valuable. He could only hope that after a week, a month, or even a year of sign-ins, he might be rewarded with something exceptional. Having completed these tasks, Li Xuanjin found himself devoid of any desire for sleep. He sat cross-legged upon his bed and earnestly began to cultivate the eternal holy demon art. Previously, he had relied on the system's assistance for his practice, which allowed him to grasp the technique swiftly. Now, however, he had to engage in serious cultivation without the system's aid. After a night of cultivation, Li Xuanjin opened his eyes and discerned that the soul jade within him was absorbing spiritual energy at a notably faster rate. Consequently, his cultivation had stabilized. The eternal holy demon art not only contained cultivation techniques, but also recorded various offensive arts, such as the eternal gate and holy demon spear technique. However, these advanced techniques could only be cultivated further once Li Xuanjin attained a higher level of mastery in the holy demon art. This implied that, in his current martial arts overlord realm, Li Xuanjin possessed only enhanced strength and physical prowess, lacking any specific offensive techniques. While his formidable physical attributes were sufficient to overpower foes, he felt a distinct absence in relying solely on brute strength. Unfortunately, he could do little but await the day when he could cultivate the offensive techniques once he reached a sufficient level in the holy demon art. As for the cultivation techniques belonging to Feng Qiaoru that pertained to the invincible realm of martial arts, Li Xuanjin expressed no interest. With the eternal holy demon art at his disposal, the so-called invincible techniques held little allure for him. Chapter 33. The tool Feng Qiaoru. Li Xuanjin opened his data panel, contemplating, host, Li Xuanjin, level, 2. Strength, 6,000. Speed, 3,000. Constitution, 4,000. Spirit, 2,000. Synthesis proficiency, 100. Attack power, 45,000. Defense power, 35,000. Special. Incomplete eternal fateful immortal body, first level, 10 awakening. Host cultivation technique, eternal holy demon art, incomplete. Host's current realm, martial arts overlord realm, first grade. The attributes displayed on the data panel had all increased significantly. The synthesis proficiency had risen by 100 due to the synthesis of the soul jade. However, the awakening level of the eternal fateful immortal body remained at only 10%. Li Xuanjin was uncertain as to how to enhance this awakening level. As the system had not provided any guidance, he surmised that he had yet to meet certain conditions or trigger special events that would yield such information. Regarding the eternal holy demon art, the data panel provided no indication of cultivation progress, yet Li Xuanjin could discern that he had successfully cultivated the first page. This suggested that the eternal holy demon art might not be unique, but could potentially be practiced by others, which would explain the absence of progress notifications from the system. Such were Li Xuanjin's thoughts. He was unsure whether they were correct or not. Given that he had only awakened for less than a month, he was not deeply familiar with the system, thus could only make conjectures based on current facts. Reflecting on the brief time since he had obtained the system, he realized that he had ascended to the martial arts overlord realm, acquired formidable attributes, along with the fateful immortal body and celestial demonic arts. While the system might not render him invincible, the rapidity of his gains could be considered a form of semi-invincibility. Li Xuanjin was quite content with his synthesis system. As the night faded and the dawn broke, the inn outside bustled with activity. During the previous night, Li Xuanjin had integrated the soul jade, thereby becoming a cultivator and a martial artist. He had also activated the system's cultivation realm data panel, providing him with a clear understanding of his abilities. The next step was to devise a strategy to amass wealth. Once he had sufficient funds, he could purchase a multitude of synthesis materials to forge superior equipment and enhance his strength. Although he could now cultivate, the pace of his advancement would not allow for instantaneous elevation. The quickest path to strengthening lay in synthesizing equipment. Li Xuanzhen had no intention of departing from Fueying City, as he still had unresolved matters, particularly the assassination of that young master from the Langya family. He planned to remain in Fueying City, awaiting the Mei family to seek him out. At that juncture, he would confront them as a martial arts overlord, aiming to resolve all disputes conclusively. Diane contemplating this, he recalled the storage bag he had obtained from the young master of the Langya family. He wondered what treasures and wealth it contained. Surely, a young master from such a prominent family would possess numerous valuable items and funds, perhaps even high-grade synthesis materials that he required. With this thought in mind, Li Xuanzhen could hardly remain still. The storage bag was still in Feng Qiaoru's possession, and he needed to retrieve it. He approached the next room where Feng Qiaoru resided and knocked on the door a few times. "Open up," he called out. The door swung open, and Feng Qiaoru cautiously peeked out, spotting Li Xuanzhen. "Hand over that storage bag belonging to the Wolf Feng young master," Li Xuanzhen demanded, extending his hand. "Oh," Feng Qiaoru replied, reaching into her garment to produce the storage bag. "Excellent." Li Xuanzhen accepted the storage bag and affectionately patted Feng Qiaoru's head, as if praising a well-behaved puppy. "Such a good girl," he remarked, before departing. Feng Qiaoru stood momentarily in shock, then seethed with rage as she glowered at Li Xuanzhen retreating to the adjacent room. "Does he think of me as a dog? This is utterly outrageous. I could just bite him to death," Feng Qiaoru indignantly exclaimed. Yet when she considered the reality of her inability to defeat Li Xuanzhen, the muscular man, her spirits sank. The thought of being unable to so much as inflict a fatal bite on him, let alone succeed with a knife, left her deflated, akin to a balloon devoid of AI art. Li Xuanzhen, however, remained indifferent to Feng Qiaoru's emotional state. She was merely a tool in his eyes, functioning as a part-time maid. Her thoughts were of no consequence to him. Upon acquiring the storage bag, Li Xuanzhen returned to his room. This storage bag was rather ordinary among storage tools. In this world, storage tools were precious due to their relation to spatial laws. The Langya young master possessed one, owing to his lineage from a powerful martial arts family. This storage bag lacked a locking mechanism. Any cultivator in possession of a soul jade could open and utilize it. Previously, Li Xuanzhen had no soul jade and thus no cultivation, rendering him unable to access it, which was why it had temporarily resided with Feng Qiaoru.as for the spatial ring like Li Xuanzhen's. It was system-restricted, accessible solely to him. The system's mastered IT was likely that all storage tools in this world had limitations on their use by their owners. However, such storage tools were not something the Mei family could claim. Although the storage bag was relatively ordinary among storage tools, it did not diminish Li Xuanzhen's anticipation of the treasures it might contain. "Let me see what good items lie within," he thought as he probed the storage bag with his mind. Upon his consciousness entering the bag, he perceived a space of less than half a cubic meter, housing several translucent black cards, some jars and bottles, a small pile of spirit stones, and a few ancient tomes. While these items appeared unremarkable, Li Xuanzhen wasted no time. He swiftly emptied the contents onto the table. The items from the storage bag sprawled across the surface. Li Xuanzhen casually picked one up for inspection. "I am afraid I don't recognize this," he remarked, gazing at the jade vial and the white elixirs. He realized he had no knowledge of these items. The black crystal cards bore a resemblance to a type of card used for storing silver, likely serving as a means for storing and withdrawing wealth. As for the ancient tomes, Li Xuanzhen found himself unable to decipher the inscriptions. The jade vials presumably contained elixirs, but he was equally clueless about their nature. Unable to discern their properties, Li Xuanzhen attempted to consult the system, only to receive the response: "Current items are not the host's spoils. Viewing is not permitted." Li Xuanzhen, perplexed by this notification, could not comprehend why items obtained from the Langya young master should not be considered his spoils. Was it possible that because Feng Qiaoru had picked up the storage bag rather than himself, the system made such a declaration? It seemed so. With no other recourse, Li Xuanzhen sighed, recognizing that he would need his assistance. He exited his room and approached Feng Qiaoru's chamber. He knocked several times. "Open the door." The door swung open, revealing Feng Qiaoru's furtive head. "Follow me," Li Xuanjun commanded without further ado, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Such arrogance left Feng Qiaoru with no option but to obediently follow in his wake, eventually arriving at Li Xuanjun's room. Pointing to the items on the table, Li Xuanjun instructed Feng Qiaoru. "Show me what these items are." His tone brooked no dissent, reminiscent of an authoritative figure issuing commands. Naturally, Feng Qiaoru dared not oppose him nor even entertain thoughts of rebellion. She felt like a fish at the mercy of a butcher's knife. Resistance was out of the question. Moreover, her curiosity about the contents of the Langya young master's storage bag piqued her interest. The items before her were likely those contained within it. Chapter 34. The Buddha's Palm and the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Li Xuanjun's discerning eye could ascertain the nature of the items, yet he had been unable to access the contents of the storage bag earlier. The system's notification indicated that the items were not his spoils, hence the inability to display them. This deepened his understanding of the system, which could not only reveal his data but also issue tasks, examine items, and assess the danger surrounding individuals and events. Its myriad functions made the system appear akin to a gaming interface from Li Xuanjun's previous life, where he was the sole player in this world, capable of crafting equipment and synthesizing materials, an advantage beyond mere gaming mechanics. However, he was keenly aware that he was in a tangible reality, not a game where death could be circumvented. If he perished in this world, it would be permanent. This realization rendered him unable to treat his system as merely a game interface. The synthesis system represented his greatest reliance within this fantastical martial realm. Following Li Xuanjun's command, Feng Qiaoru began to examine the items on the table one by one. This is the black crystal card from the Tongji Silver Bank in the county city. These cards store spirit stones. The Treasure Pavilion also offers spirit stone storage services, but Tongji Silver Bank is operated by the Mei family, making it natural for Mei Langya to possess such a card. Feng Qiaoru recognized the black cards as she picked them up. "Can we use this black card?" Li Xuanjun inquired. "No, this black crystal card is user-bound. If one is not the designated user, even if they obtain the card, they cannot utilize it," Feng Qiaoru replied. Shaking her head, Li Xuanjun felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing her words. He had initially hoped to make a substantial profit from the Langya young master, only to discover that this world had a financial system akin to the bank cards from his past life. As for the vials of elixirs, this is the White Spirit Elixir, which enhances the cultivation efficiency of practitioners below the true immortal level. This is the Xian Qi Pill, which replenishes the spirit energy consumed within the body, and this is the Barrier-Breaking Pill, which increases the success rate of a martial artist's ascension in rank. Feng Qiaoru elaborated on the properties of the elixirs. "Are these elixirs valuable?" Li Xuanjun asked, eager to know. "Very valuable. These elixirs are of superior quality, likely crafted by the alchemists serving the Mei family, not the ordinary wares sold in common shops. If we were to sell these few elixirs, they could fetch around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones or tens of millions of gold pieces," Feng Qiaoru explained. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanjun's eyes lit up. The prospect of such wealth from selling the elixirs meant he could purchase the synthesis materials he needed. However, Feng Qiaoru cautioned, these elixirs are difficult to sell because they bear the Mei family's mark, indicating they were crafted by their alchemists. Selling them would not only risk incurring the wrath of the Mei family, but would also result in buyers attempting to drive the price down. Given that we acquired these elixirs through unofficial channels, I estimate we might only receive around 2 million gold pieces if we sell them. Her explanation dashed Li Xuanjun's dreams of sudden wealth. The notion of selling the elixirs and indulging in lavish purchases of synthesis materials faced a severe setback. What is the matter with these family factions? They merely sell goods, yet face so many restrictions. How can the market thrive or the economy flourish under such conditions? Li Xuanjun lamented. Feng Qiaoru regarded him with a look of exasperation. It was clear that all these items were obtained through his violent conquest, and the existence of numerous restrictions was entirely reasonable. How could he blame the victim? He lost mere riches, they lost their lives. Feng Qiaoru refrained from continuing this line of thought, instead picking up a few ancient tomes to peruse. As she flipped through them, her eyes gleamed with excitement. These cultivation techniques are valuable, especially this one. The Buddha's Palm. It pertains to the teachings of Buddhism, a major faith that existed in the empire thousands of years ago. For reasons unknown, the 8 sects of Buddhism were utterly obliterated overnight, and many of their teachings were lost. I cannot believe the Langya young master possessed such a technique. She marveled. Is the Buddha's Palm valuable? Li Xuanjun asked, filled with anticipation. Feng Qiaoru was at a loss for words. How could someone so fixated on monetary gain comprehend the worth of such a precious artifact? Naturally, it is valuable if you wish to sell it. You could take it to an underground black market auction. It should fetch a considerable sum, she responded. That's good to hear. Li Xinjun exhaled a sigh of relief, finally feeling that his deeds had not been in vain. He had acquired several valuable spoils that could be sold for money. It is worth noting that what he currently lacked most was indeed wealth. Upon seeing Li Xinjun's avaricious demeanor, Feng Qiaoru felt speechless. Are you truly considering selling them? These are rare ancient texts of cultivation methods, incredibly scarce and precious. Wouldn't it be better to keep them for yourself? Why must you part with them? Feng Qiaoru inquired, puzzled. What do you understand? Such worthless trinkets are meant to be sold if they can fetch a price. What use is there in keeping them? The techniques of this bald monk are utterly worthless to me. Li Xinjun retorted disdainfully. Very well, as long as you are pleased, Feng Qiaoru replied, resigned. You are certainly a miser. Feng Qiaoru pondered what the remaining ancient books were. Were they valuable? After Li Xinjun had firmly established his persona as a money grubber, he let himself be freed out. Of course, he was concerned about others perceiving him as avaricious. He simply needed money. The more wealth he possessed, the more materials he could purchase for synthesis, thereby enhancing his capabilities. In this world of martial arts and fantasy, power is paramount, and for Li Xinjun, money equated to power, and money represented justice. Among the remaining ancient texts, one was about alchemy, and another pertained to weapon forging. Feng Qiaoru picked up the two books, leaving the last one on the table. As she grasped the final ancient tome and flipped through its pages, she was taken aback. "Is this book?" she exclaimed, her face displaying astonishment after reading a few lines. Clearly, this was no ordinary ancient text. Curious about Feng Qiaoru's shocked expression, Li Xinjun inquired, "What is it?" Ignoring his question, Feng Qiaoru remained engrossed in the book. After a lengthy pause, during which Li Xinjun began to lose his patience, she finally closed the ancient tome. "This book is the classic of mountains and seas," she stated, somewhat incredulously. "However, this is only the first volume. The true classic of mountains and seas is divided into 9 books, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower sections. It is said that by gathering all 3 volumes from the same source, one can learn one of the 9 secrets of the celestial beings. The classic of mountains and seas, the 9 secrets of the celestial beings. What are they?" Li Xinjun inquired, having no qualms about his ignorance. His curiosity piqued. Feng Qiaoru, accustomed to Li Xinjun's lack of knowledge, began to explain. The classic of mountains and seas is said to be a divine book passed down from ancient times, containing secrets from that era. These mysteries represent a portion of history that has been lost, making them incredibly alluring to those who seek to uncover the secrets of antiquity. Of course, what most ordinary people focus on are the 9 secrets of the celestial beings. A single volume of the classic of mountains and seas is merely an ordinary ancient text, but collecting 3 volumes from the same source grants access to one of the 9 secrets. The 9 secrets of the celestial beings are considered the ultimate techniques of the world. What are these world techniques? Li Xinjun asked, encountering yet another unfamiliar term. Indeed, world techniques are the pinnacle of martial arts and secret methods. There are countless techniques in the world, but those at the very top are the world techniques. Each world technique can forge a powerful individual at the summit of existence. The founder of our divine sky empire, the great Emperor Tai, is such a formidable being who mastered a world technique. Although it is said that a portion of the legacy of the divine sky empire's techniques has been lost, even the remnants are sufficient for the emperor to cultivate to a level of dominion over the entire empire. This showcases the might of world techniques. Everyone in the world is in pursuit of these world techniques. However, they are exceedingly rare, akin to the extraordinary treasures of this realm. For millennia, both world techniques and world treasures have been sought after, and they are incredibly scarce. It is said that the classic of mountains and seas is one of the most well-known sources of clues regarding world techniques. Yet, to collect all 27 volumes to obtain the complete 9 secrets of the celestial beings has never been accomplished, let alone gathering 3 volumes from the same source to acquire just 1 secret. Only the complete 9 secrets represent true world techniques. Possessing just one is powerful, yet pales in comparison to the full version. Feng Qiaoru meticulously imparted this knowledge of the cultivation world to Li Xinjun, who listened attentively. He recognized the necessity of being informed, If he were to encounter valuable objects in the future, he wouldn't want to miss out due to ignorance. Relying solely on the system was unreliable. He would never forgive himself for failing to recognize something important. Observing Li Xianjun's earnest demeanor, Feng Qiaoyu felt a sense of pride, though she dared not show it. This classic of mountains and seas is astonishing. It is a world technique. I wonder how the system categorizes world techniques in comparison to the eternal holy demon art. Li Xianjun mused. If world techniques are martial arts, then what are world treasures? He asked. World treasures correspond to world techniques and are among the most precious and formidable entities in this realm. While world techniques are forms of martial arts, world treasures do not have a specific appearance. They can take the form of weapons, special items, elixirs, auxiliary cultivation equipment, or spiritual herbs. World treasures are ever-changing. An object that appears ordinary might actually be a world treasure. Some world treasures are even single-use combat consumables. For instance, the Blizzard Order of the Skywind Empire is a one-time consumable world treasure. This item allowed the Skywind Empire to defeat the Dragon Empire, freezing 100 dragons with a single order, thus claiming a significant portion of the Dragon Empire's territory. The Dragon Empire began its decline after that battle. Due to their diverse functions and forms, world treasures are not uniformly powerful like world techniques. Their capabilities vary greatly, making precise evaluations difficult. They are generally categorized into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. The Skywind Empire possesses a top-tier world treasure, the Frozen Throne, which can produce a Blizzard Order every 10 years. Upon hearing Feng Qiaoyu's words, Li Xianjun grasped the implications. Isn't this akin to nuclear weapons from my past life? And that Skywind Empire is akin to a nation possessing nuclear arms? No, it should be said that in this world, both world treasures and world techniques are like nuclear weapons, with each empire possessing at least one as a means to deter foreign powers. How many empires exist in this world? Does each one possess a world technique and a world treasure? Li Xianjun inquired. Having become immune to Li Xianjun's ignorance, Feng Qiaoyu replied, there are 9 major empires in this world, each possessing at least one world treasure and one world technique. This is a fundamental criterion for establishing an empire. Without a world technique or treasure, no matter how powerful a nation may be, it cannot form an empire, as the Empire Alliance would not permit it. The Empire Alliance is a loose organization formed by the 9 major empires, which imposes little restriction on them, but other sects and national powers are subject to the Empire Alliance's constraints. Ah, so even the United Nations has emerged, Li Xianjun remarked, coming to an understanding. Feng Qiaoyu continued to elucidate. The 9 major empires include our Divine Sky Empire, the Skywind Empire, the Dragon Empire, the Holy Hall Empire, and the 10,000 Races Empire. Among them, the most powerful is the Divine Sky Empire, which possesses both world treasures and world techniques. The Skywind Empire ranks second. Although it only possesses the Frozen Throne, its ability to consistently produce lower-tier world treasures like the Blizzard Order makes its strength formidable and well-deserved of its rank. Our Divine Sky Empire, having lost a portion of its world techniques a millennium ago, has faced the Skywind Empire's covetous gaze for the past century, attempting to annex us. Consequently, the power of the Divine Sky Empire has been significantly constrained by the need to remain vigilant against the Skywind Empire, resulting in various factions within the empire harboring ill intentions, leading to conflicts among sects and the downfall of many clans. Our Qixia sect fell victim to this turmoil. Otherwise, during the empire's peak, such ambitious forces would never have been allowed to obliterate smaller sects at will. As Feng Qiaoyu spoke, her gaze dimmed. In short, world techniques and world treasures are the most exceptional items in this world. Feng Qiaoyu summarized, and upon hearing her explanation, Li Xianjun developed a profound interest in these extraordinary wonders of the world. In this realm, what could possibly be more precious than these remarkable artifacts and techniques? Such items, embodying the pinnacle of worldly extremes, left him pondering whether he could even synthesize them, and if so, what might he ultimately acquire? Li Xianjun had already begun to indulge in fantasies. Chapter 36. The Thunder of the 9 Heavens. Of course, it was merely a flight of fancy. At this moment, Li Xianjun had yet to even lay eyes on such artifacts, let alone possess them. The only reliable clue he had was the Shanhailu he held in hand, albeit just a single volume. According to Feng Qiaoyu, one needed to gather 3 volumes from the same source to unlock a particular secret technique. It was evident that this method was exceedingly arduous, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Otherwise, as Feng Qiaoru had remarked, there would not have been a single instance of success. Despite this, Li Xuanjun regarded the Shanheilu in his possession as a treasured possession. "Let me have a look," he said, taking the Shanheilu from Feng Qiaoru's hands. "System, confirm," he thought resolutely. A prompt appeared in his mind. "Would you like to spend 1,000 mental points to identify the item? Yes or no?" The necessity of spending mental points for identification, particularly such a substantial amount, indicated that this Shanheilu was indeed extraordinary. Yes, Li Xuanjun decided without hesitation. After all, his current mental points were ample, and he had little use for them otherwise. He might as well expend them. As he confirmed the identification, he felt a distinct chime resonate within his mind. This was the process of deducting mental points. Subsequently, information regarding the Shanheilu materialized directly in his consciousness. Shanheilu, one of the world's extraordinary artifacts, possesses attributes of thunder and contains 1/3 of the golden level secret technique, the thunder of the 9 heavens. Indeed, as Feng Qiaoru had stated, it was an item documenting a remarkable technique, albeit only 1/3 of it. Moreover, it was imbued with thunderous properties, inscribing a golden level secret technique. This golden level technique must represent a tier of item classification in the system. At that moment, Li Xuanjun recalled receiving the Eternal Holy Demon Scripture and the Eternal Fate Immortal Body, both of which the system had classified as silver-level items. This led him to believe that the tier following silver was indeed gold. Just how incomplete were the two items he possessed that they were deemed silver-level, falling short of even a ninth of the world's extraordinary technique? Li Xuanjun had no inclination to believe that his Eternal Holy Demon Scripture and Eternal Fate Immortal Body paled in comparison to the extraordinary techniques of this world. In his estimation, they undoubtedly surpassed the current tier of his world by a considerable margin. The only plausible explanation for their classification as silver-level items was their significant incompleteness. It was only natural. After all, they were merely rewards from an initial sign-in and could not be expected to bestow any extraordinary items. No game would operate in such a manner. Although Li Xuanjun's synthesis system was not a true synthesis system, and he was not engaged in gameplay, the nature of the system was likely consistent. A multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. From Feng Qiaoru's perspective, upon receiving the Shanheilu, Li Xuanjun fell into a state of deep contemplation. She observed him curiously, unsure of what insights he had gleaned, yet certain he had derived some value. This muscular man was undeniably formidable. Although somewhat lacking in common sense, his prowess was beyond question. Had he discerned something significant? Wasn't it said that one must gather 3 volumes from the same source to obtain a celestial secret technique? Otherwise, a single volume is merely an ordinary ancient text? Feng Qiaoru pondered, uncertain of what Li Xuanjun had realized. She had glanced at it earlier herself, but had discerned nothing. It appeared to be just an ordinary ancient text. Casting a glance at Li Xuanjun, she felt he must have perceived something, which left her quite astonished. In that instant, Li Xuanjun gained a mysterious label in Feng Qiaoru's mind. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuanjun stored the Shanheilu in his spatial ring. Such a precious item deserved to be kept in his possession. Feng Qiaoru had no objections. After all, it was not hers. Though she yearned for the celestial secret technique, it was not her property, and she understood that distinction well. Well then, are there any other valuable items remaining? Li Xuanjun inquired after securing the Shanheilu. None. The remaining items are all ordinary and hold no significant value, Feng Qiaoru replied. Shaking her head. I see, Li Xuanjun said, picking up the Rulai Divine Palm and identifying it, discovering it to be a silver-level technique. This held little utility for him, and according to the system's assessment, it could not even be synthesized with the Shanheilu. Whether this was due to his insufficient level or some other reason remained unclear. Regardless, synthesis was simply not an option. Since synthesis was not possible, the Rulai Divine Palm held no value for Li Xuanjun and could only be sold. However, before selling, he decided to extract any remaining worth it might have. You should take this Rulai Divine Palm and study it. Once you master it, we can sell it to Li Xuanjun tossed the Rulai Divine Palm to Feng Qiaoru. Upon receiving it, she was taken aback by his words. Are you sure you want me to learn it? She asked, incredulous. This was a secret technique from the Buddhist sect. Such a powerful method being offered to her felt almost too generous. Doesn't matter. I have no intention of practicing such a monk's technique. Given that you have some potential, I can't simply let you benefit for free. Consider this technique as a favor from me, Li Xuanjun replied nonchalantly. Feng Xiaoru was both surprised and delighted by his words. Not particularly concerned about being referred to as merely having some potential. If she mastered this technique, combined with the invincible method she already possessed, her chances for revenge would greatly increase. Thoughts of her senior and junior sisters, along with her elders who had perished tragically, flooded her mind. She was the only survivor. Though she outwardly appeared composed, her heart was resolute in seeking vengeance for her sect and the fallen disciples. Previously, this desire had been buried deep within her, but now, with the Rulai divine palm, her confidence surged. "Thank you," she said, cradling the Rulai divine palm and bowing her head in gratitude to Li Xuanjun. Li Xuanjun paid little mind to her gratitude. "All right, the matters are settled. You may leave now," he waved casually, ushering her out. This time, Feng Xiaoru did not feel like a mere tool to be used and discarded. For her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Li Xuanjun and the glimmer of hope for revenge. "Yes, I shall take my leave. I will be nearby. Call for me if needed," she said warmly, her gaze lingering on Li Xuanjun with an unspoken depth of emotion. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xuanjun remained oblivious to her gaze. After she departed, he closed the door and turned his attention to the vials of elixirs laid out on the table, his eyes gleaming as if they were treasures of gold and silver. Having identified them earlier, he knew that these elixirs were deemed synthesizable by the system. Chapter 37. Synthesizing Elixirs. White Spirit Pill, Yellow, Fine Quality. Enhances the cultivation efficiency of low-level martial artists. Mystic Chi Pill, Yellow, Fine Quality. Restores spiritual energy. Barrier-breaking pill, Yellow, Fine Quality. Increases the success rate of martial artists in breaking through their cultivation realms. This is the name and various functions of the elixirs currently in Li Xuanjun's possession. Under the system's appraisal, all these elixirs are indeed capable of being synthesized. In total, there are 6 bottles of elixirs, 20 by Ling Dan, 30 Xian Qi Dan, and only 10 Pajang Dan. As Li Xuanjun gazed at these elixirs in his hands, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Due to the special markings of the Mei family, these elixirs are not easy to sell, even if they are sold. They fetch a meager price, and there is even a possibility of being subject to underhanded dealings in this world. When elixirs are concocted, they are always imbued with specific markings that become an integral part of the elixir, making them indestructible. If one were to forcibly destroy them, the elixir itself would be obliterated. Even a master alchemist cannot eliminate the markings without damaging the elixir. However, for Li Xuanjun, none of this poses a problem because he possesses a synthesis system that erases any special arrangements or markings upon synthesis, transforming them into entirely new entities that no one could trace back to their origins. The elixirs originally obtained from the young master of Langya could not be sold or would not command a good price. But after Li Xuanjun's adept synthesis, the newly emerged elixirs would face none of these issues. Li Xuanjun is indifferent to such concerns. What he truly wishes to discover is the grade of these elixirs. Classified as yellow excellent quality by the system, akin to the Panlong power suit he wears, and their resulting effects upon synthesis. Without much hesitation, Li Xuanjun sealed the room and began the synthesis process. 2 by Ling Dan were synthesized, and congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Shui Ling Bao Dan. 2 Xian Qi Dan were synthesized, and congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Xian Tian Bao Dan. 2 Pajang Dan were synthesized, and congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Pajing Bao Dan. In total, 3 brand new elixirs were synthesized, namely Shui Ling Bao Dan, Xian Tian Bao Dan, and Pajing Bao Dan. Among them, there are 10 Shui Ling Bao Dan, 15 Xian Tian Bao Dan, and 5 Pajing Dan. Gazing at the 3 newly manifested elixirs before him, the aura they exuded and their subtle radiance clearly indicated their extraordinary nature. These elixirs bore a striking resemblance to celestial concoctions. Li Xuanjun picked up the 3 elixirs, examining their respective functions and grades. Shui Ling Bao Dan, green extraordinary quality, enhances the training efficiency of high-level martial artists by 3-fold. Xian Tian Bao Dan, green extraordinary quality, replenishes 100% of the spiritual energy for martial artists below the invincible realm. Pajing Bao Dan, green extraordinary quality, allows a martial arts overlord to advance 1 level upon consuming just 1. With each individual permitted to consume only 1. Repeated consumption is ineffective. The effects and grades of the new elixirs surfaced in Li Xuanjun's mind. These brand new elixirs, with their fresh effects and unprecedented versions, promised an experience that would captivate anyone in just 3 minutes. An enticing game, he thought. Shaking off the strange notion, he focused on the 3 elixirs. Indeed, They represented an entirely new quality and level. Green extraordinary quality, which is a rank above yellow excellent quality. Regrettably, he could only synthesize them to this extent. Further synthesis was not possible. Li Xuanzhen felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that once synthesized, these three elixirs could not undergo further transformation. Otherwise, he was eager to discover what level might exist beyond green extraordinary quality. If synthesis were possible, the resultant elixirs would undoubtedly be unimaginably powerful. It seemed he must find a way to enhance the system's level in the future. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional his possessions, if synthesis was unattainable, he could only lament in frustration. Li Xuanzhen set his sights on this goal, but this was a matter for another day. For now, he considered the three newly synthesized elixirs, Shui Ling Baodan, Xian Tian Baodan, and Pijing Baodan. The efficacy of these three elixirs was a veritable leap from their predecessors, particularly the Pijing Baodan, which could elevate a martial arts overlord by an entire level upon consumption. Although it could only be taken once, its potency was sufficiently remarkable. Li Xuanzhen mused. What price could such elixirs command if offered for sale? As he pondered, his lack of understanding of the cultivation knowledge pertinent to this fantastical world left him unable to ascertain their worth. At that moment, it was time for the class of Xiao Luzi to commence. Li Xuanzhen stepped out and soon returned, followed closely by Feng Qiaoru, who entered his room. With a perplexed expression, she wondered why Li Xuanzhen repeatedly summoned her, rather than clarifying his inquiries all at once. Yet, she understood her role and felt neither the right nor inclination to voice any discontent. Li Xuanzhen presented the three newly synthesized elixirs to Feng Qiaoru. Xiao Luzi, take a look. How much can these three elixirs fetch? Feng Qiaoru, bewildered, examined the three elixirs. This is... what? Shui Ling Baodan, Xian Tian Baodan, and this is Pijing Baodan? My heavens! Upon recognizing the three elixirs, she gasped in astonishment but quickly covered her mouth as her excitement threatened to overwhelm her. Once her emotions settled, she gazed at Li Xuanzhen, her expression one of disbelief. Where did you acquire these elixirs? Li Xuanzhen, unfazed by Feng Qiaoru's astonished gaze, replied nonchalantly, You need not concern yourself with that. Simply tell me, are these elixirs valuable? Valuable? Is there even a term to describe their worth? These are treasure elixirs. Only a master alchemist could concoct such precious items. Only the foremost sects, powerful clans, or royal families possess a handful of these elixirs. They cannot be measured in mere currency. Feng Qiaoru, seeing Li Xuanzhen's apparent fixation on monetary value, felt insulted on behalf of the elixirs, her expression one of exasperation. Then it seems these elixirs are indeed quite valuable, Li Xuanzhen remarked, his eyes lighting up. Money, money, money. All you think of is money. But what is the use of money? These are treasure elixirs. They can save lives, enhance one's strength, and earn favors from influential figures. Their utility far surpasses mere monetary exchange. Feng Qiaoru, rendered speechless, looked at Li Xuanzhen incredulously. You can't possibly be considering trading these treasure elixirs for mere currency. Can you? Correct, but there is no reward. Li Xuanzhen snapped his fingers. Seriously? You intend to do that? Feng Qiaoru regarded him as if he had lost his mind. Stop rambling and tell me how much these elixirs are worth. Faced with no other option, Feng Qiaoru responded truthfully, I don't know. Treasure elixirs are typically sold at auction. They cannot be procured through ordinary channels. I've never bought one myself, but I've heard that treasure elixirs are worth their weight in gold. They are priced in spirit stones. Chapter 38. A losing deal. Spirit stones? Upon hearing Feng Qiaoru's words, Li Xuanzhen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Spirit stones sounded extraordinary. They must be the universal currency of this fantastical realm. What is the value of one spirit stone in gold? Feng Qiaoru found herself utterly speechless. Who was this person before her, possessing immense power and casually producing treasure elixirs, yet remaining so ignorant of fundamental cultivation knowledge? She gazed at him, incredulous. Yet, understanding that he was a figure of significant stature, she could not afford to offend him, so she explained, Spirit stones are the currency of the cultivation world, extracted from spirit mines, and are divided into three grades: inferior spirit stones, middle grade spirit stones, and superior spirit stones. An inferior spirit stone, when exchanged for gold, can yield 10,000 taels. 10 units of inferior spirit stones can be traded for 1 unit of middle grade spirit stones. 100 units of middle grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 unit of superior spirit stones. Of course, This conversion is merely a reference. Typically, no one would attempt to exchange superior spirit stones for middle-grade or inferior spirit stones. Even if they did, it wouldn't adhere to these reference prices. For instance, in the market, 1 unit of inferior spirit stones can fetch between 15 to 20,000 taels of gold. As for the exchange rate for lower-grade spirit stones for higher-grade ones, that remains unpredictable, and generally, no one engages in such transactions. Feng Xiaoru endeavored to explain to Li Xuanzhen. 1 unit of inferior spirit stone is worth 15,000 taels of gold. Then how much could these elixirs possibly sell for in spirit stones? Upon hearing the exchange rate, Li Xuanzhen promptly inquired about the price of the elixirs. Observing Li Xuanzhen's demeanor, Feng Xiaoru felt an unsettling foreboding, yet she pondered for a moment. I am uncertain about that. But 2 years ago, the Tianshang auction house in the county city auctioned a batch of high-quality elixirs, which reportedly sold for a staggering price of 10,000 inferior spirit stones for 1 elixir. 10,000 inferior spirit stones? Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this price. Let me calculate. 1 inferior spirit stone is worth 150,000 taels of gold. 10 would be worth 1,500,000 taels. 100 amounts to 15 million taels. 1,000 equals 150 million taels. And 10,000 would be... Li Xuanzhen's eyes bulged to their limits. 1,500 million taels of gold. He gasped as he articulated this figure, his eyes reddening, utterly taken aback by the enormity of the number. Feng Xiaoru, witnessing Li Xuanzhen's reaction, was equally astonished. What do you mean? Are you truly considering selling these elixirs in exchange for gold? Feng Xiaoru found it incomprehensible that someone could be so foolish. While selling elixirs for spirit stones was one thing, how could anyone contemplate converting spirit stones, especially in such a large quantity, into gold? For those who have reached a certain level of cultivation, gold and silver, being mundane currencies, hold no value whatsoever. They are akin to worthless rocks. In contrast, spirit stones, even if inferior, serve as currency for cultivators, essential for their practice. Martial cultivators absorb the ethereal energy from spirit stones, which have been refined by the laws of nature, to accelerate their training, concoct elixirs, forge weapons, set up formations, and for myriad other purposes. No cultivator would ever disdain an excess of spirit stones, and it is exceedingly rare, if not entirely unheard of, for someone to exchange spirit stones for gold and silver. Such an act is not a matter of equivalent exchange. It is the folly of a fool. Feng Xiaoru could not fathom Li Xuanzhen's reasoning. However, Li Xuanzhen was acutely aware of his own situation. His synthesis system was currently only at level 2, capable of synthesizing items up to the quality of yellow excellence, while items of green extraordinary quality remained beyond his reach. Therefore, anything requiring spirit stones for purchase would undoubtedly be of green extraordinary quality or higher, rendering them useless for his purposes, as he perceived unsynthesizable items as worthless. What Li Xuanzhen needed were constant sources of items that could be synthesized to enhance his synthesis proficiency. Only when his proficiency reached a sufficient level could he upgrade his synthesis system, enabling him to create more advanced items. This would foster a virtuous cycle, establishing the scenario he so desperately sought. Consequently, Feng Xiaoru remained entirely oblivious to Li Xuanzhen's perspective. What he required at present were items purchasable with gold. Only those could be deemed as yellow excellence quality items, the only ones eligible for synthesis. Their differing understandings rendered Feng Xiaoru incapable of grasping Li Xuanzhen's worldview. Of course, Li Xuanzhen could not explain himself to Feng Xiaoru. He simply could not. The synthesis system was his greatest secret and reliance. He would never expose it, even at the cost of his life. Thus, faced with Feng Xiaoru's bewilderment and astonishment, Li Xuanzhen never considered clarifying his motives. You're merely a tool. Just follow my commands without question. Understanding or not, just do as instructed. Indeed, I require gold, an abundance of it. You need not comprehend. Merely execute my orders. Li Xuanzhen waved his hand, halting Feng Xiaoru's attempts at persuasion. In no more words, this is a command. He declared solemnly. Very well, I understand. Seeing Li Xuanzhen's grave demeanor, Feng Xiaoru found herself powerless to intervene. Since Li Xuanzhen was determined to pursue this foolish endeavor, her position left her with neither the ability nor the right to stop him. She could only comply with his wishes. Although Feng Xiaoru still felt perplexed by Li Xuanzhen's decision, she recognized that the elixirs belonged to him, and selling them for money was his prerogative. She was merely a minor player, a tool of sorts. How could she presume to hinder Li Xuanzhen? With a resigned sigh, Feng Qiaoru acquiesced. Very well. Upon seeing Feng Qiaoru's submission, Li Xuanjun offered praise. Your next task is to take me to an auction house. Sell these elixirs and convert them into gold. This will be your responsibility moving forward. Indeed, Feng Qiaoru replied, though she had anticipated this outcome. Nevertheless, hearing it spoken aloud prompted her to sigh inwardly. I understand. Leave it to me. Excellent. Here, take this. Consider it your remuneration. Li Xuanjun produced a water spirit elixir and tossed it to Feng Qiaoru. Instinctively, she caught the elixir, exclaiming, Wait, this is for me? Indeed, it is yours, Li Xuanjun affirmed with a nod. Is this truly for me? Feng Qiaoru questioned in disbelief, still grappling with the reality of receiving such a precious item. Yes, I said it is yours, Li Xuanjun replied impatiently. But why would you give me something so valuable? Feng Qiaoru, undeterred by Li Xuanjun's impatience, felt profoundly moved. Think of it as wages, compensation for your service. Naturally, I must provide you with fair payment, Li Xuanjun elucidated. Wages? This is my payment? Feng Qiaoru struggled to comprehend. Astonished that she could receive a single elixir as compensation for her efforts, noticing Li Xuanjun's impatience, she felt no irritation. Instead, she resolved, I understand, I will go find an auction house for you. Feng Qiaoru gazed at Li Xuanjun with immense gratitude. At this juncture, she felt she owed him far too much. He had saved her life, provided her with the opportunity to ascend to the 7th level of martial arts, and granted her the chance for vengeance with the Rulai Divine Palm. Now, she was being gifted an elixir under the guise of wages. All these gestures deepened Feng Qiaoru's sense of indebtedness, making her feel overwhelmed by the enormity of her obligation to Li Xuanjun. Even dedicating her entire life to repay him would likely fall short. As she contemplated this, her emotions swelled, and her feelings towards Li Xuanjun grew increasingly complex. Why is he so generous towards me? Feng Qiaoru pondered this question. Very well, go ahead. With Feng Qiaoru's response, Li Xuanjun gestured for her to depart. As she left, Feng Qiaoru continued to muse over the question of why he treated her so favorably. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushed several shades of red. Simultaneously, she resolved to diligently serve Li Xuanjun, pledging to unconditionally obey his every command. Once Feng Qiaoru had departed, Li Xuanjun remained alone in the room. He retrieved one elixir from each of the 3 vials and gazed at the softly glowing treasures. In that moment, these elixirs appeared to Li Xuanjun not as mere potions, but as mountains of gold, entire ranges forged from pure gold. Holding one elixir in his palm, he examined it closely, his eyes shimmering with avarice. Heh, he struggled to suppress an unrestrained laugh. These are wealth, immense wealth. If I sell these elixirs, I could procure anything I desire. He recalled the treasures he had seen in the treasure pavilion, each valued in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of taels. Selling just one elixir would suffice to acquire each of those treasures. If he were bold enough, perhaps just one elixir could sweep away an entire floor's worth of goods in the treasure pavilion, allowing him to purchase everything with gold. That moment, he would possess a vast array of synthesis materials, enabling him to create the green extraordinary equipment he so desired, replacing his current yellow excellence quality dragon power suit. The green extraordinary quality would undoubtedly surpass the yellow excellence quality. Once he upgraded his gear, how much stronger would he become? Amidst the synthesis of numerous pieces of equipment, my own proficiency in crafting shall undoubtedly rise. As proficiency increases, so too shall my ability to upgrade. Upon upgrading, I will be capable of creating even more advanced items. Concerning the precious elixirs currently in my possession, will they be eligible for further synthesis? What caliber of items might I yield from this process? What price could they command in the marketplace? Li Xuanjun envisions a series of virtuous cycles about to unfold, where his wealth and strength shall grow exponentially, akin to a snowball rolling downhill, accumulating ever more momentum until it reaches its zenith. All of this is attributed to the elixirs in his hands, yet more significantly, to the noble gentleman who gifted him these treasures. Were it not for this benefactor, providing him with his initial fortune, how could he have achieved such a splendid cycle? In light of this, it seems a touch inappropriate to contemplate his demise. After all, that fellow sought to eliminate me, and I merely acted in self-defense. The elixirs, then, are the spoils of my triumph. Thus, the gratitude I owe lies with myself, for it is my judicious decisions that have paved the way to my pinnacle of existence. Indeed, I ought to express my gratitude to myself. Well done, Li Xuanjun. I bestow upon you 32 accolades. Immersed in his reverie of a promising future, Feng Qiaoru exited the INN Fuiying City. There exists the Tianshang Auction House, a subsidiary of the renowned Jinbao Pavilion, much like its counterparts scattered throughout the empire's major cities. However, in town-level regions, the Tianshang Auction House is conspicuously absent, only manifesting in county-level areas. Much like the Jinbao Pavilion, which monopolizes trade finance, the Tianshang Auction House dominates all auction activities within the empire. Although small-scale auctions do exist, everyone in the empire understands that to procure quality items and ensure the authenticity of auction goods, one must visit the Tianshang Auction House. It is the only establishment that provides such a guarantee of credibility and capability. Consequently, when individuals wish to sell their possessions, they invariably choose the Tianshang Auction House. For it is there that they can attain satisfactory prices. The mutual trust between buyers and sellers, coupled with the backing of the Jinbao Pavilion's colossal organization, renders the Tianshang Auction House the largest and most trustworthy auction house in the empire. Feng Qiaoru seeks to find an auction house for Li Xuanjun's elixirs, and the Tianshang Auction House is undoubtedly the prime choice. Upon leaving the inn, Feng Qiaoru made her way to a secluded area in the eastern district, where an expansive estate spanning several dozen acres awaited her. The estate, adorned with flowers and trees, nestled against the mountains and facing the waters, boasted a picturesque landscape that exuded a refined aesthetic, subtly showcasing an understated noble grandeur discernible only to the discerning. This locale is none other than the Tianshang Auction House of Fuiying City, also serving as a meeting place for hosting esteemed guests and members. Marking it as a fashionable venue within the city, extending over 100 meters from its periphery, access is strictly prohibited to the common populace. Only martial practitioners may approach. Advanced martial apprentices can obtain a membership card, while those of higher rank are entitled to the most exclusive services. Among the various martial factions and formidable practitioners in Fuiying City, it can be said that over 95% are members of this establishment. Membership is a prerequisite for participation in the auctions held here, although there are no restrictions on who may provide items for auction. Nevertheless, only martial practitioners receive the Tianshang Auction House's due respect. As a 7th-level martial practitioner, Feng Qiaoru naturally qualifies for membership and can easily attend the auction. Furthermore, providing items for auction guarantees her direct access to the high-ranking officials of the auction house. Upon her arrival, Feng Qiaoru presented her credentials, prompting the staff to relay her status up the chain of command, leading to the appearance of a senior manager to attend to her. Chapter 40. Auctioning the Precious Elixir? A manager from Tianshang Auction House approached Feng Qiaoru, leading her into a designated meeting area that exuded a suitable atmosphere for relaxation. Feng Qiaoru settled onto a plush sofa while the manager took his seat opposite her. "Esteemed lady, how may I assist you today?" The manager, an advanced martial apprentice, maintained a respectful demeanor in the presence of Feng Qiaoru, mindful not to overstep. His seated position was afforded solely due to his role as a manager. As otherwise, he would lack the standing to converse with someone of her caliber. Thus, he exhibited great humility in her presence. Feng Qiaoru regarded him coolly. "I wish to auction an item at your establishment." Upon hearing this, the manager comprehended her intent. "Very well, esteemed lady. What item do you wish to auction?" he inquired. "A precious elixir," Feng Qiaoru replied. "A precious elixir." The manager, momentarily taken aback, struggled to process her words. Once he regained his composure, he stammered, "Esteemed lady, are you referring to an elixir crafted by a master alchemist?" His disbelief was palpable. Such elixirs were typically reserved for auctioning at the county-level Tianshang Auction House. When had the Tianshang Auction House in Fuiying City begun to auction precious elixirs? Consequently, he could only surmise that Feng Qiaoru was jesting. "Indeed, it is a precious elixir," Feng Qiaoru affirmed, producing a jade vial from her storage pouch. She poured forth the water spirit elixir that Li Xuanjun had bestowed upon her as remuneration. The manager's gaze was immediately captivated by the elixir, which emanated a faint luminescence, accompanied by a delicate and unique fragrance that wafted through the air. Upon inhaling this aroma, he felt a surge of vitality coursing within him. Even his soul jade stirred, as if his previously stagnant cultivation sensed an impending breakthrough. Just the scent of the elixir had granted him such remarkable benefits. This was indeed a precious elixir. Although the manager's cultivation may not have been particularly lofty, he was well versed in the ways of the world, He had previously encountered precious elixirs, but the one before him, held by the woman, was of a superior quality compared to those he had seen before. This is not merely a precious elixir. It is a top-tier one. Its value far exceeds what I can assess, he stated. Esteemed lady, please hold for a moment. Given the nature of the item you wish to auction, I must report to my superiors. Kindly bear with me. The manager rose respectfully before Feng Qiaoru and departed. After his departure, an attractive attendant presented tea and refreshments to Feng Qiaoru, remaining by her side, awaiting her further instructions. Feng Qiaoru, having stowed the elixir, reclined on the sofa, gazing at the picturesque scenery outside. Shortly thereafter, the returning manager appeared, accompanied by several individuals, the foremost being a middle-aged man clad in resplendent golden attire. This man approached Feng Qiaoru, introducing himself, Miss Feng, greetings, I am Zhou Yuan, the supervisor of the Tiansheng auction house in Fuiying City. Feng Qiaoru regarded him with a calm nod, offering no words in reply. Observing her composed demeanor, Zhou Yuan did not perceive any slight against himself. Prior to this encounter, he had already familiarized himself with Feng Qiaoru's identity. The events surrounding her and Li Xuanjin at the Jinbao Pavilion, along with their respective appearances and residences, had circulated widely among the influential factions of Fuiying City. Thus, upon her entry into the Tiansheng auction house, Zhou Yuan was already aware of her presence. Initially, he had been reluctant to engage with her, opting instead to send a manager for reception. Although this woman was backed by a figure of potentially formidable martial prowess, she had undeniably offended the long-standing martial authority of the Mei family in the county. The Tiansheng auction house, a business entity, had no desire to become embroiled in such disputes. Moreover, Zhou Yuan was aware that Huang Fuyu from the Jinbao Pavilion had fled Fuiying City immediately following the demise of the noble gentleman. With such a precedent, Zhou Yuan was understandably hesitant to engage with Feng Qiaoru. However, he had not anticipated that Feng Qiaoru's purpose for visiting the Tiansheng auction house was not merely social. She sought to auction an item, and not just any item, but a precious elixir. Upon receiving the manager's report, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This truly was a precious elixir, regardless of whom Feng Qiaoru and Li Xuanjin may have offended. The fact that she dares to bring the treasured Dan to the Tiansheng auction house in Fuxing City for auction presents an unequivocal opportunity for Zhou Yuan. Should the precious Dan indeed appear at their Tiansheng auction house, Zhou Yuan would gain numerous benefits that he had previously only dared to dream of. Faced with such visible advantages, Zhou Yuan promptly cast aside his concerns regarding his interactions with Feng Qiaoru. After all, it was merely a matter of accepting an auction. Even if the Mei family in the county boasts significant power, they cannot wield such influence to hold the Tiansheng auction house or the treasure pavilion accountable under these circumstances. Zhou Yuan understood that if he were to reject the opportunity to auction the precious Dan based solely on a nebulous concern of offending the Mei family, he would first incur the wrath of the higher-ups at the Tiansheng auction house. Those in charge of the county, and even officials from the national government, would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Considering all these factors, Zhou Yuan felt compelled to personally engage with Feng Qiaoru, even going so far as to curry favor with her to secure the business of auctioning the precious Dan. Thus, Zhou Yuan paid no mind to Feng Qiaoru's demeanor. All he cared about was seizing the opportunity to auction the precious Dan. What did a trifling matter of face mean in comparison? Miss Feng, Zhou Yuan began. I have heard from my subordinates that you intend to auction the precious Dan at our Tiansheng auction house. Indeed. This is the precious Dan I wish to auction. You may take it for appraisal, Feng Qiaoru replied succinctly, producing a vial containing the water spirit Dan and placing it on the table. Upon seeing it, Zhou Yuan carefully picked up the vial and poured out the water spirit Dan. As he gazed at the Dan in his hand, he held his breath. Given Zhou Yuan's status, he lacked the qualification to utilize the Dan. Only alchemists of the master rank or above possess the ability to concoct such treasures. Within the entire empire, there are fewer than 100 master alchemists, each scattered across the vast territories of the empire, with only a handful residing in each provincial government. Consequently, the identity of a master alchemist is more esteemed than that of a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of martial prowess. The precious Dan, being a concoction exclusive to master alchemists, is naturally of unimaginable value. Although Zhou Yuan lacked the qualification to utilize the Dan, he had the discernment to recognize it. Upon examining the Dan in his hand, he confidently confirmed it was indeed the water spirit Dan. After a moment of contemplation, He passed the Dan to several professional alchemists behind him for further evaluation. Although he was certain, professional confirmation was still necessary. Indeed, Supervisor, this is an exquisite water spirit Dan, the alchemist concluded after their assessment. With this confirmation, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. For the time being, the authenticity of the Dan was all that mattered. He retrieved the Dan and placed it back into its original jade vial. A maid beside him stepped forward, holding a jade tray, upon which he placed the vial. Zhou Yuan gestured for the maid to return the Dan to Feng Qiaoru. The maid approached Feng Qiaoru and knelt before her. Feng Qiaoru accepted the jade vial, examined the Dan once more for accuracy, and then stored it away. Seeing Feng Qiaoru secure the precious Dan, Zhou Yuan inquired, "Miss Feng, given the rarity and value of this precious Dan, our Tiansheng auction house requires prior promotion. You may choose to store the Dan with us. We can provide you with a contractual sum of approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. When the auction occurs, we will supplement you with the remaining amount." "How does that sound?" Zhou Yuan asked cautiously. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's proposal, Feng Qiaoru pondered for a moment. Very well. She considered that Li Xuanjin seemed to have a particular fixation on wealth. Since Zhou Yuan had proactively offered an advance payment, she believed that bringing this sum back would please Li Xuanjin. Thus, leaving the precious Dan with them seemed feasible. Chapter 41. Illuminating the Stars. Breaking through realms upon hearing Feng Qiaoru accept his suggestion, Zhou Yuan felt reassured as long as he could secure the precious Dan for auction at their Tiansheng auction house in Fuxing City. He had no concerns regarding the Mei family from the county. Consequently, Zhou Yuan and Feng Qiaoru reached a pleasant agreement. Zhou Yuan accepted the precious Dan, and Feng Qiaoru signed a contract with the Tiansheng auction house. After signing, she left with the Dan in a storage pouch containing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhou Yuan personally escorted Feng Qiaoru out of the Tiansheng auction house. Meanwhile, Li Xuanjin sat in a room at an inn, holding a breakthrough Dan in his hand. This Dan could elevate a martial dominator to the next realm, regardless of their current level. In other words, even an 8th grade martial dominator could ascend to the 9th grade after consuming this Dan, reaching the pinnacle of martial dominance. Conversely, a 1st grade martial dominator could only advance to the 2nd grade after consumption. The peculiar efficacy of this Dan was truly remarkable. At this moment, Li Xuanjin was a 1st grade martial dominator, contemplating whether to consume the Dan immediately to elevate his realm or wait until he reached the 8th grade to take it for a more significant boost to the 9th grade. The latter option would naturally maximize the Dan's potential. However, he was currently only a 1st grade martial dominator, and having offended a martial dominator faction, he was uncertain if his present strength could withstand the Mei family. If he could elevate to the 2nd grade, it would undeniably enhance his power, granting him a better chance against the Mei family. This dilemma plagued Li Xuanjin. Should he plan for the future or address the immediate concerns? He had been contemplating this for most of the day. Closing his eyes, he finally reached a decision. Is it for the sake of the present or for the future's promise? He mused. What does it matter? I believe securing my current strength is paramount. What nonsense about the future? I possess a synthesis system. What high-grade Dan or equipment for strength enhancement could I possibly lack in the future? I am not one of those impoverished souls who must maximize every benefit. I am a man with a system. Deciding that it was far more critical to convert this precious resource into his own strength. Li Xuanjin opened his eyes and acted without hesitation. He consumed the Dan. After ingesting the Dan, Li Xuanjin sat cross-legged on the bed. A wave of ethereal azure energy emanated from him, quickly filling the entire room with a misty hue. Under the influence of this energy, Li Xuanjin's body underwent a transformation. Within his dantian, the vividly colored soul jade rapidly expanded, aided by a surge of immense power. Every cell in Li Xuanjin's body seemed to transform into stars. While the soul jade morphed into 9 colossal stars of varying colors. One of these stars radiated a brilliant light, while the others remained dim. Yet, under the influence of this extraordinary power, the second massive star began to emit light as well. Gradually, Li Xuanjin's inner cosmos filled with stars, and a second radiant star emerged within the vast emptiness of his dantian. In this tranquil and desolate universe of his dantian, the 9 colossal stars revolved slowly around a significantly larger black hole at the center. Among the 9 stars, 2 shone with resplendent brilliance, 1 red and 1 blue. This transformation occurred within Li Xuanjin's dantian after consuming the breakthrough Dan. The 9 stars, rotating around the black hole, emitted strange powers from the two illuminated stars. A surge of energy radiated from his dantian, permeating throughout Li Xuanjin's entire being. He found himself in a peculiar state, his body undergoing further transformation. After some time, Li Xuanjin awakened from this extraordinary state. The azure mist that had filled the room was inhaled into his body as he awoke. Li Xuanjin opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning-like brilliance flickered in them before returning to normal. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his data panel, host, Li Xuanjin, level, 2. Strength, 6100. Speed, 3100. Constitution, 4100. Spirit, 2100. Fusion proficiency, 235. Attack power, 46,000. Defense power, 37,000. Special, incomplete eternal fate celestial body, first layer, 10 awakening level. Host's cultivation method, incomplete eternal sacred demon art. Host's current realm, martial Dao overlord realm, 2nd grade. As Li Xuanjin summoned the data panel, he observed that his attributes had once again undergone a transformation. He had become even more formidable, and his martial realm had ascended to the 2nd grade of the martial Dao overlord. Clenching his fist, he felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, equivalent to millions of pounds of strength. Even a small mountain would crumble beneath the might of his punch. This exemplified the prowess of a martial Dao overlord. Not only that, but upon introspecting his dantian, he beheld 9 colossal stars swirling around a black hole within it. Among these celestial bodies, 2 had been illuminated, one a fiery red and the other a striking blue. The distinction between the stars was not merely one of color. Previously, although Li Xuanjin had been recognized as a martial Dao overlord due to his equipment, attributes, and mastery of the incomplete eternal sacred demon art, he had not truly attained the realm of a martial Dao overlord. However, with the aid of the boundary-breaking elixir, he had finally ignited the soul jade stars within him, illuminating 2 at once, thus fully stepping into the realm of the martial Dao overlord, specifically the 2nd grade. The illumination of these stars not only enhanced his attributes, but also signified his mastery over unique abilities exclusive to the martial Dao overlord realm, namely the forces of nature. The red star represented the power of fire, while the blue star embodied the force of lightning. Mastery over these natural powers allowed him to engage in combat utilizing these elemental forces, showcasing the true strength of the martial Dao overlord realm. Chapter 42. Wealth acquired. In this world, Soul Jade possesses distinct attributes, determined by the natural forces of this realm: wind, forest, thunder, mountain, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, frost, and so forth. The myriad natural forces of this world correspondingly lead to an infinite variety of Soul Jade attributes and characteristics. In the early stages of martial cultivation, the martial apprentice realm focuses on physical training. Once the body reaches a certain threshold, the Dantian Chi can be unlocked, marking the transition to the martial artist realm. Martial artists then strive to expand their Dantian Chi to accommodate more spiritual energy. Upon reaching the 9th level as a martial artist, when the Chi is fully saturated with spiritual energy, one can unlock the divine repositories within, merging body and spirit, thereby opening the divine repositories. This is the martial Dao True Immortal Realm. Above the martial Dao True Immortal Realm lies the martial Dao Overlord Realm, which is attained after all 5 elemental divine repositories within are unlocked, transforming the Dantian Chi into a sea of stars. The unlocked divine repositories manifest as stars. The martial Dao Overlord Realm serves as a unique transitional stage. If one merely unlocks the ordinary 5 elemental divine repositories at the martial Dao True Immortal level, they can only manifest 5 stars upon reaching the martial Dao Overlord Realm, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the martial Dao Overlord Realm, the illumination of these 5 stars grants dominion over the elemental forces. Some exceptional individuals, however, manage to unlock more than just the 5 elemental divine repositories during their time as martial Dao True Immortals. Such individuals, upon ascending to the martial Dao Overlord Realm, can illuminate 6, 7, 8, or even up to 9 stars, distinguishing them as true powerhouses within the realm. Unlike the martial apprentice, martial artist, or martial Dao True Immortal realms, which are divided into 9 levels, the martial Dao Overlord realm star count is contingent upon the number of divine repositories unlocked. Those who only unlock the 5 elemental divine repositories can illuminate only 5 stars, reaching the limits of that realm, and must break through to enhance their power further. Conversely, those who can illuminate 6, 7, 8, or up to 9 stars are recognized as true tyrants within the martial Tao overlord realm, each bearing their own distinctive title. Those with 6 stars are known as 6-star overlords, 7 stars as 7-star overlords, and so forth, culminating with 9-star overlords to Li Xuanjun, having fused and synthesized Soul Jade, possessed 9 attributes, thereby naturally attaining the martial Tao overlord realm and the potential to illuminate 9 stars. Should he succeed in igniting these 9 stars, he would ascend to the status of a 9-star overlord, the most formidable within the martial Tao overlord realm, compared to those who have only illuminated 5 stars, who are compelled to seek advancement into the next realm, the 5-element overlords. Even if they succeed in ascending to the next level of martial invincible realm, would find their power merely comparable to that of a 9-star overlord. In life and death battles, they might not even prevail against a 9-star overlord. Such is the might of a 9-star martial Tao overlord, capable of transcending realms to vanquish foes. At present, Li Xuanjun stood as an individual brimming with untapped potential, on the verge of becoming a 9-star overlord. Unbeknownst to him, the 9-star overlord had not graced the Xinqiao Empire for many years. Such prodigious talents, determined solely by innate gifts, do not emerge casually. Even the current ruler of the Xinqiao Empire was merely an 8-star overlord in his youth. This 8-star overlord leveraged his foundation to become a sovereign, quelling dissent within the empire and vanquishing enemy nations, thereby solidifying the empire's dominion. Similarly, the most formidable overlords among the various factions within the Xinqiao Empire had also only achieved 8-star overlord status. The genius capable of attaining the 9-star overlord realm had yet to emerge. Consequently, if Li Xuanjun were to reveal his status as a prospective 9-star overlord, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of all major factions within the Xinqiao Empire, each vying to incorporate him into their ranks. These factions, whether aristocratic families or royal bloodlines, would offer unimaginable benefits. The so-called Mei family of the county city would be crushed to dust by those eager to win Li Xuanjun's favor. Li Xuanjun, lacking knowledge of martial customs, remained oblivious to these imminent threats. Presently, he merely focused inward, observing the 9 stars within his Dantian Qi Si, believing he had merely undergone a typical transformation. After introspecting his Dantian, Li Xuanjun withdrew his gaze and rose from his bed, feeling the metamorphosis of his body and the plethora of newfound abilities. He felt that he had truly embarked upon the threshold of martial arts in this world. Ah, Xiao Luzi has returned, Li Xuanjun sensed a familiar aura gradually approaching his room. A short while later, there came a knock at the door. It's me, came the voice of Feng Qiaoru from outside. Come in, Li Xuanjun replied, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm. The door swung open, and Feng Qiaoru entered the room. My lord, I have secured a place at the auction house for you, along with this as the advance payment for the auction. Feng Qiaoru spoke with utmost reverence. She then proceeded to relay all that had transpired during her outing to Li Xuanjun. Upon finishing, she presented the storage bag she held to him. Li Xuanjun was not particularly concerned about Feng Qiaoru's other reports. His attention was entirely captivated by the storage bag she offered. Are you saying this storage bag contains 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Li Xuanjun inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he received the storage bag. Indeed, Feng Qiaoru confirmed with Ano de Li Xuanjun examined the storage bag, his consciousness probing within to extract a standard rectangular low-grade spirit stone. This stone emitted faint ripples, and as he studied the engraved runes designed to suppress the escape of spiritual energy, he noted the inscriptions detailing its classification. Low-grade spirit stone, 100 units. This spiritual stone has been artificially created, totaling 100 units of low-grade spiritual stones. Li Xuanjun had never anticipated that the currency of spiritual stones in this world would resemble this. It appeared quite refined and genuinely resembled currency, with even the monetary units inscribed upon it, alongside runes suppressing the dissipation of spiritual energy. Li Xuanjun could sense that by merely removing this rune, he could directly absorb the spiritual energy stored within the stone. As he meticulously examined the spiritual stone in his hand, it became evident to him that this world was indeed a civilized realm with its own monetary culture. Which was not surprising, as Li Xuanjun encountered the currency of this world for the first time. He could not help but feel a sense of curiosity, fondly toying with the spiritual stone. He extended his consciousness into his storage bag and discovered that it contained exactly 100 stones like the one he held. equating to 10,000 units of low-grade spiritual stones. This thought led him to recall what Feng Qiaoru had mentioned regarding the exchange rate of spiritual stones to gold in this world. Li Xuanjun felt a surge of excitement. I am wealthy. I am wealthy. Arriving in this world as a destitute blacksmith, after acquiring a system, he had been focused on gathering and synthesizing materials. He had long viewed himself as part of the proletariat. Now, having sold a single elixir, he had ascended to the status of a bourgeois. Although he could not yet be considered a tycoon, he could at least be deemed a newly minted wealthy individual. With such a fortune at his disposal, there was but one thing Li Xuanjun wished to do. Let us go shopping, after stowing away the spiritual stones and fastening the storage bag to his waist. He waved his hand grandly and addressed Feng Qiaoru. Chapter 43. Re-entering the treasure pavilion very well. Feng Qiaoru did not utter a word, simply following Li Xuanjun to her. He was an eccentric individual. The first thought that crossed Li Xuanjun's mind upon acquiring wealth was to shop. Feng Qiaoru, finding him somewhat peculiar, was at a loss for words. She had no standing to comment. After all, if the adult wished to do something, so be it. With the adult's wealth, even purchasing the entire treasure pavilion of Fueying City would not be an issue. The adult possessed numerous precious elixirs, particularly the incredibly rare breakthrough elixirs, which, if auctioned, could fetch an unimaginable price. Since he had the funds, Li Xuanjun simply wished to indulge in some consumption. What harm could that possibly bring? Following closely behind him, Feng Qiaoru arrived at the treasure pavilion of Fueying City, the sole place within the city where one could procure the finest and most abundant goods. Although the treasure pavilion had experienced turmoil due to the events of the previous day and the flight of its former manager, Huang Fuyu, order had been restored following the arrival of personnel from the county's treasure pavilion, allowing business to resume as usual. For the people of Fueying City, the incident at the treasure pavilion, while significant, had little impact on their daily lives. Many were entirely unaware of what had transpired. Thus, after a half-day suspension of operations, the pavilion reopened its doors this morning, bustling with patrons once more. Upon entering the pavilion with Feng Qiaoru, Li Xuanjun observed a scene that bore no difference from the previous day. However, for him, everything had changed. Yesterday, he had come merely to broaden his horizons and gain knowledge, able to purchase only a single item despite exhausting his savings. Today, however, the circumstances were entirely different. Li Xuanjun had transformed into a wealthy individual, possessing ample funds, reaching a point where he could purchase anything he desired, and still have the means for more. This realization imbued him with a slight increase in confidence, straightening his posture ever so slightly, though imperceptibly to the naked eye with Feng Qiaoru in tow. He entered the treasure pavilion. Welcome, the attendant at the entrance greeted habitually upon noticing a visitor. Yet, upon raising her gaze to see Li Xuanjun's countenance, her words faltered, leaving her momentarily dazed. Unperturbed, Li Xuanjun continued into the pavilion, disregarding the attendant's astonishment. The attendant stood transfixed, unsure of how to proceed, but ultimately, it was no longer her concern. As Li Xuanjun stepped into the commercial area on the first floor of the treasure pavilion, a group descended from the second floor, led by a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe. This man, accompanied by several others, approached Li Xuanjun. Esteemed sir and lady, I am Yin Jia, the manager of the treasure pavilion. Welcome to our establishment. I shall be at your service. Might I inquire what you require? The middle-aged man was amiable in appearance and respectful in demeanor. He was well aware that just yesterday, Li Xuanjun had committed murder within their pavilion, slaying the heir of a martial arts overlord family. However, that was a matter concerning the former manager, Huang Fuyu, who had since fled. Yin Jia had been dispatched by the county's treasure pavilion to restore order to the business in Fueying City. As for the entangled grievances, they were between the Mei family and Li Xuanjun, and had nothing to do with the pavilion. What Yin Jia had not anticipated was that the very individual who had committed murder within the pavilion would return today, leaving him uncertain of Li Xuanjun's intentions. To prevent any untoward incidents from occurring again, Yin Jia resolved to personally attend to Li Xuanjun's needs. Should anything go awry, the responsibility would rest squarely on his shoulders. Of course, Yin Jia understood that he was merely a first-level martial arts true immortal and lacked the strength to prevent Li Xuanjun, a likely martial arts overlord, from doing as he pleased. Yet, he had no intention of attempting to impede Li Xuanjun. He merely wished to fulfill his duty, and should something beyond his control occur, he would not overstep his bounds, as long as he could provide an explanation to his superiors. He would be satisfied. He had no desire to replicate Huang Fuyu's mistakes, whose error stemmed from initially indulging the likes of the Langya young master and disregarding Li Xuanjun, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Yin Jia, recognizing Li Xuanjun's strength, was determined not to repeat such missteps. Li Xuanjun had no objections to the manager of the treasure pavilion attending to him. After all, he was a significant customer. In luxury stores of his previous life, it was not unusual for the manager to personally serve esteemed clients. I am here to make purchases, Li Xuanjun stated to Yin Jia. Very well, esteemed sir. What items do you wish to acquire? Yin Jia replied with utmost deference. May I inquire if the items sold on the first and second floors of your pavilion are all priced in gold? Li Xuanjun asked. Indeed, esteemed sir, Yin Jia responded. Excellent. Please wrap up all the items on the first and second floors for me. I shall take them all, Li Xuanjun declared. Very well, esteemed sir. Although Yin Jia found it puzzling why Li Xuanjun would wish to purchase an entire 2 floors of low-grade goods, he did not hesitate to carry out the command. Bring forth all the goods from the first and second floors for the esteemed sir. Yin Jia instructed his staff, who promptly began packaging all the items for Li Xuanjun. Well done. Li Xuanjun appreciated Yin Jia's commendable attitude. He did not utter unnecessary words. The customer's command was akin to a royal decree, and such a person was indeed a competent businessman. Had it been anyone else, Yin Jia would not have been so swift in directing his staff to pack the goods. At the very least, payment would have been required first. However, Li Xuanjun was different. Yin Jia, he was a formidable figure. Likely a martial arts overlord, possessing the financial means to purchase low-tier goods priced in gold. Furthermore, such a powerful individual would not resort to coercive tactics to acquire these items without payment. Thus, Yin Jia felt justified in instructing his staff to begin packaging the goods for Li Xuanjun even before payment was rendered. All of this stemmed from Li Xuanjun's status as a martial arts overlord, a privilege he was accorded. Does the esteemed sir have any further instructions? Yin Jia inquired respectfully. Li Xuanjun pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to visit the 6th floor. Very well, please follow me, esteemed sir and lady. Yin Jia led the way, with Li Xuanjun and Feng Qiaoru following closely as they ascended to the 6th floor of the treasure pavilion. The 6th floor of the treasure pavilion was the most prestigious area in Fujing City, accessible only to true immortals of martial arts. Unlike the intricate and diverse layout of the 1st floor, the upper levels were straightforward. Upon reaching the 6th floor, each patron was attended to by dedicated staff, requiring nothing more than to sit in the reception area and articulate their desires, after which their requests would be promptly fulfilled. Upon their arrival on the 6th floor, with Yin Jia personally attending to them, there was no need for further assistance. Yin Jia guided Li Xuanjun and Feng Qiaoru to an exclusive VIP room, lavishly decorated with opulent furnishings, where each item was of considerable value, tailored specifically for high-ranking guests. Chapter 44. The blue legendary artifact. Li Xuanjun settled onto the plush sofa, while Feng Qiaoru took a seat beside him. Yin Jia stood respectfully opposite Li Xuanjun, who made no gesture for him to sit. Instead, he inquired directly, What treasures do you possess in the treasure pavilion? Please present them for my inspection. Li Xuanjun was eager to see what remarkable items Fujing City's treasure pavilion had to offer. If any were deemed extraordinary by the system, particularly those of exceptional green quality or higher, he would not hesitate to acquire them. Such high-quality items, if purchased and stored, could be synthesized once the system underwent an upgrade, rather than procuring them at a later time when convenience might be an issue. Upon hearing Li Xuanjun's request, Yin Jia realized this was the true purpose of the distinguished patron's visit to the treasure pavilion. He could never have imagined that Li Xuanjun's actual intention was to sweep through the lower floors for low-tier items purchasable with gold. The prospect of examining the pavilion's genuine treasures was merely a secondary consideration. Following Li Xuanjun's command, Yin Jia respectfully replied, Very well, my lord. He then instructed his subordinates, who promptly departed. Li Xuanjun and Feng Qiaoru remained seated, sipping tea and waiting patiently. It wasn't long before the departing individual returned, accompanied by 10 beautiful maidens, each bearing a glass treasure chest. The 10 maidens lined up before Li Xuanjun, and Yin Jia introduced, My lord, these are the 10 treasures of Fujing City's treasure pavilion. Would you like me to provide a description of each? With a wave of his hand, Li Xuanjun replied, No need. Simply open the chests, and I shall examine them myself. Understood, my lord. Yin Jia expressed no dissatisfaction as he commanded his attendants to unveil the 10 glass treasure chests. Li Xuanjun rose and approached the open chests, beginning his inspection from the left. He retrieved an item resembling a pagoda and, after expending 2,000 points of spiritual energy, he identified it as the 9-layered glass pagoda. It was of green extraordinary quality, a suppression-type spiritual artifact suitable for true immortals of martial arts. This item could suppress a small area of spiritual land, akin to a man-made haven, should Li Xuanjin wish to establish a sect. This 9-layered glass pagoda would enable him to create a small base for his followers. Within this realm, practitioners could absorb spiritual energy at a rate approximately 30% more efficient than in the ordinary outside world. This 30% efficiency was no trivial matter. A typical practitioner, in an environment with sparse spiritual energy, would find that a year of cultivation equated to merely 3 months within this artificial paradise. Such a disparity would allow sects fortified by the 9-layered glass pagoda to rise swiftly, although they would remain incomparable to those with genuine paradisiacal realms. Nonetheless, it was still a commendable treasure, particularly suited for those aspiring to establish their own power as true immortals of martial arts. It was no wonder it was listed among the 10 treasures of the Treasure Pavilion. Given that the pavilion was named for its treasures, each pavilion above the county level possessed its own unique items. It was rumored that the main pavilion in the imperial capital housed legendary artifacts of unparalleled rarity. However, Li Xuanjin was unaware of this. He had merely heard tales of the 10 treasures at the county-level pavilions and had once yearned to see even one of them, believing that such an experience would make his life worthwhile. Little did he realize that not only had he encountered these 10 treasures, but they were being presented to him with utmost reverence, and he had the opportunity to purchase them outright. Li Xuanjin was thus fulfilling a long-held dream. After setting down the 9-layered glass pagoda, he approached the second treasure. Although the 9-layered glass pagoda was a spiritual artifact of the mysterious tier, it held little appeal for Li Xuanjin, who currently had no desire to establish a sect. His disposition inclined towards that of a solitary wanderer. The thought of managing a sect and cultivating his own influence seemed burdensome. He preferred to dedicate his time to personal cultivation and synthesizing various valuable items. Consequently, the 9-layered glass pagoda, in Li Xuanjin's eyes, could only serve as a material for synthesis. The second treasure. Li Xuanjin reached for a stack of talismans within the glass chest. There were 10 identical pieces, all labeled Meteor Fire Talisman. They were of green extraordinary quality, a mysterious tier talisman capable of unleashing a one-time full-force attack equivalent to the 9th turn of a true immortal of martial arts. This offensive talisman could be a life-saving item for those of lesser cultivation. While on the surface, these 10 talismans might seem inferior to the 9-layered glass pagoda, Li Xuanjin felt a surge of delight. The presence of 10 identical talismans signified their potential for synthesis through the system. He was certain that he could create something exceptional with them. Therefore, he expressed his intent to acquire the talismans, stating, "I shall take these talismans." "Very well, my lord," Yinjia replied, though he remained puzzled as to why a martial arts overlord would be interested in such talismans. Nevertheless, since Li Xuanjin had expressed his desire, Yinjia had no choice but to comply. Li Xuanjin nodded and moved to the third treasure. This item was a white mask adorned with red patterns. At first glance, it struck Li Xuanjin as peculiar. He picked up the mask and activated the system for identification, which required a hefty expenditure of 5,000 points of spiritual energy. This marked the highest cost he had incurred since activating the identification function. This piqued his interest immensely. Ghost King Mask, blue legendary quality. An artifact of the Ghost King, a relic from a martial arts king, said to conceal the secrets of the Ghost King's legacy. Upon reading the system's identification information, Li Xuanjin's heart raced. A martial arts king. This was a realm he had never encountered before. Moreover, this seemingly ordinary mask was classified as a blue legendary item, indicating that it surpassed the green extraordinary quality. However, the specific utility of the mask remained ambiguous, with only vague references to hidden legacies and no clear instructions on how to unlock them. Despite this uncertainty, Li Xuanjin resolved to purchase the mask. Drawn by its blue legendary status and the enigma of the martial arts king, "I shall take this as well," he declared, stowing the mask into his storage ring, though payment had yet to be rendered. Yinjia dared not voice any dissent. The mask, while peculiar in material, was deemed a mere item of some value according to their pavilion's identification. It was presented for sale, and since Li Xuanjin desired it, he could have it, confident that the esteemed patron would certainly fulfill his financial obligations. Thus, While Yinjia contemplated Li Xuanzhen's actions, he refrained from expressing any objections. Chapter 45. The transaction completed after securing the mask. Li Xuanzhen approached the next treasure. The fourth treasure was a puppet, approximately 3 inches tall. It appeared unremarkable, lacking any dazzling features, yet Li Xuanzhen did not underestimate it. He understood that anything designated as a treasure by the pavilion must hold considerable worth. Li Xuanzhen picked up the puppet and activated the system for identification. Mysterious puppet, the one-time mysterious tier spiritual artifact. Green extraordinary quality, capable of absorbing a full-force attack from a martial arts overlord of the first rank. This is a defensive spiritual artifact that enables one to withstand an attack from a martial arts overlord of the first tier. For Li Xuanzhen, it is naturally of no use. However, that does not diminish its value. Li Xuanzhen has decided to purchase this item, though he did not stow it away as hastily as he did the Ghost King mask. The mask was exceptionally precious, and Li Xuanzhen feared it might be discovered by others, hence his eagerness to conceal it. Once something is in his possession, it is unlikely he would part with it. After setting down the mysterious puppet, Li Xuanzhen approached the fifth item. This fifth item was also a collection, consisting of 20 bronze-colored small daggers. Upon seeing these, Li Xuanzhen's heart trembled, for he was exceedingly familiar with them. Were these not the bronze knife coins that he could only obtain through signing in? Li Xuanzhen was taken aback. After 2 days of signing in, he had acquired hundreds of bronze knife coins. He had once taken them out from the system to inspect, and they were identical to the items before him. Suppressing his astonishment, Li Xuanzhen picked up the items from the glass treasure chest for appraisal. The system provided the evaluation, revealing bronze knife coin, special type of trading currency. No grade. Indeed, they were the bronze knife coins awarded for signing in. The data description was similarly straightforward, merely indicating the type of item without detailing its specific functions. Gazing at the bronze knife coins in his hand, Li Xuanzhen noted that each coin was valued at 100 in the system's assessment. Thus, these 20 bronze knife coins amounted to 2,000, surpassing the value of the hundreds of coins he had painstakingly signed in to acquire. Of course, it was not truly a hardship, that was merely Li Xuanzhen's personal sentiment. He scrutinized the bronze knife coins in his possession. Although he was unsure of the exact utility of these special trading currencies, he adhered to the principle that items produced by the system are invariably exquisite. Consequently, he resolved to acquire these as well. I shall take these as well, Li Xuanzhen declared to Yinjia. Very well, my lord, Yinjia replied with a respectful nod. Following Yinjia's response, Li Xuanzhen casually stored the bronze knife coins in his storage ring. After securing the coins, he continued to examine the remaining treasures. This time, he encountered no unexpected delights, only items that were inconsequential to him at present. Li Xuanzhen was indifferent. After all, they were all good items. And since he could afford them, he decided to purchase all. After reviewing all the treasures, Li Xuanzhen returned to the sofa and addressed Yinjia. I will buy all these items. Please inform me of the total cost, including the items from the first and second floors. Upon hearing Li Xuanzhen's words, Yinjia's heart leapt with joy. The treasure pavilion was, after all, a business establishment, and they would not refuse a customer eager to make a purchase. Although the 10 treasures of the treasure pavilion were ostensibly not for sale, that was merely a fade. Should someone offer a satisfactory price, the treasure pavilion would certainly part with them. After all, the pavilion was known for gathering treasures from across the realm. Once these 10 treasures were sold, they could simply procure another batch from the county city. As long as the items were not national treasures of the world class, they could be sold. Li Xuanzhen, a lavish customer willing to purchase this batch of 10 treasures, represented a significant achievement for Yinjia, the newly appointed manager. Thus, he had no reason to refuse. After Li Xuanzhen made his request, Yinjia quickly calculated the price. In no time, he reported, My lord, you have purchased a total of 130 items, including 10 items of the Xian tier, for a total cost of 360 million taels of gold and 180,000 units of low-grade spirit stones. Yinjia announced an astronomical figure. The mundane items from the first and second floors, priced in gold, were inconsequential. However, the subsequent 10 treasures, classified as Xian tier by the treasure pavilion, were valued in spirit stones. The price was staggering, reaching 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen was taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that possessing 10,000 units of low-grade spirit stones constituted a considerable fortune, amounting to a staggering 15 billion taels of gold. Initially, he believed he had amassed sufficient wealth to indulge in unrestricted purchases. However, now faced with Yin Jia's figure of over 180,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Xuanjin, who thought himself affluent, felt a wave of trepidation. Although he maintained a facade of composure, internally he lamented, "This treasure pavilion is truly outrageous. To demand 18,000 spirit stones for a few green extraordinary items is akin to robbery." After Yin Jia stated the price, he lowered his head, not daring to meet Li Xuanjin's gaze, silently awaiting his response. Following a fleeting change in expression, Li Xuanjin regained his composure. "Do you accept elixirs here?" he inquired, striving to maintain his calm demeanor. "Elixirs? Of course, we accept them," Yin Jia responded, unperturbed. After all, in the realm of cultivation, elixirs, which carry no significant restrictions for users aside from spirit stones, also serve as hard currency, fulfilling the role of a secondary currency. However, it is uncommon for individuals to use elixirs as their primary trading currency due to their variable value, particularly for rare elixirs which, when auctioned, can fetch greater value in spirit stones than when directly used as currency. The Treasure Pavilion, known for collecting treasures from around the world, naturally included elixirs as one of its treasures. For instance, the 4th and 5th floors of the Treasure Pavilion in Fuzhou City specialize in selling low-grade spirit herbs and a limited number of elixirs. Li Xuanjin was aware that spirit herbs are used to refine elixirs. Li Xuanjin initially intended to purchase the 10 treasures and, if any funds remained, to acquire a substantial number of elixirs. However, he had not anticipated the exorbitant cost of the 10 treasures, which left him without sufficient funds to settle the bill, prompting him to resort to offering elixirs as payment. With an expression of calm, he produced 2 jade vials. "Since you accept elixirs, let us see how much these are worth," Li Xuanjin stated in a measured tone. Yin Jia, without suspicion, took the vials. Behind Yin Jia, a pharmacist from the Treasure Pavilion followed. Upon receiving the elixirs, Yin Jia gestured for the pharmacist to come forward, as such specialized items required a professional assessment. Yin Jia carefully poured the elixirs from the jade vial into a tray held by a kneeling maid. As soon as he poured out a single elixir, both Yin Jia and the pharmacist were astonished. "Treasure elixir?" Recognizing the faint glow and subtle fragrance emanating from the elixir in the tray, both Yin Jia and the pharmacist immediately discerned its nature. "Water spirit treasure elixir," was the pharmacist's further assessment. Yin Jia emptied all the water spirit treasure elixirs from the vial, revealing a total of 9. Their estimated value was around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, this was insufficient to cover the payment. Yin Jia then picked up the second jade vial and poured out its contents. "Treasure elixir, another treasure elixir." This time, Yin Jia and the pharmacist refrained from exclaiming, only feeling astonished internally. Moreover, this batch of treasure elixirs was of an even higher caliber, Xian Tian treasure elixir. While the water spirit treasure elixir accelerates cultivation, it is typically reserved for the heirs of superpowers, who are the only ones qualified to use it as a daily training elixir during the martial artist realm. However, this elixir has its limitations. It is only effective for those in the martial artist realm or below, rendering it useless for those above that level. Hence, ordinary powers would not purchase such an expensive elixir meant solely for those below the martial artist realm. Such extravagance is unwarranted. In contrast, the Xian Tian treasure elixir is used to replenish internal spiritual energy and can even be utilized at the peak of the martial arts invincible realm. When martial artists engage in battle, they naturally draw upon their internal spiritual energy. Common elixirs can replenish this energy, but only treasure elixirs can guarantee a complete restoration for those above the martial arts overlord realm. Among the series of elixirs used for replenishing spiritual energy, the Xian Tian treasure elixir is the most suitable, allowing for rapid replenishment at any time, thus providing substantial support in combat. As a result, the value of the Xian Tian treasure elixir is significantly higher than that of the water spirit treasure elixir. After pouring out all the elixirs from the jade vial, it was confirmed that there were 2 Xian Tian treasure elixirs. After appraisal, it was verified that they were indeed genuine Xian Tian treasure elixirs. Yin Jia then provided Li Xuanjin with the appropriate valuation. My lord, your vial of elixirs, which contains 9 water spirit treasure elixirs, is valued at 100,000 spirit stones. The Xian Tian treasure elixir, at 8,000 spirit stones each. You have spent a total of 180,000 low-grade spirit stones and over 300 million taels of gold in our treasure pavilion, which amounts to 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. May I inquire if you are willing to settle the entire amount with elixirs? If you consent to settle the full amount with elixirs, I can take the liberty of waiving the price of 2,000 spirit stones for you. Yin Jia proposed a plan, and upon hearing this, Li Xuanjun found it quite advantageous. He was nearly short on funds for the payment. Had it not been for the efficacy of the synthesized elixirs, he would have faced great embarrassment. After experiencing a moment of extreme tension, Li Xuanjun realized he should not be overly arrogant. Saving 2,000 spirit stones now was indeed a profit for him, which was splendid. He nodded in agreement to Yin Jia's proposal, prompting Yin Jia to feel even more pleased. By waiving 2,000 spirit stones, he could acquire more precious elixirs, a lucrative deal indeed. Yin Jia retained an entire vial of water spirit elixir and a mystic heaven elixir, while the remaining mystic heaven elixir returned to Li Xuanjun's possession. After Li Xuanjun stored the elixirs, Yin Jia divided all the items Li Xuanjun had purchased into two categories, ordinary items and the 10 treasure gems, placing each into a separate storage pouch. The two pouches, filled with numerous items, were presented to Li Xuanjun. Li Xuanjun extended his consciousness into the pouch containing the 10 treasure gems to confirm their authenticity. Only then was this transaction deemed complete. Chapter 46. The ranking of alchemists. Sir, may I inquire if you require anything else? Yin Jia respectfully asked after successfully selling the 10 treasure gems, achieving a significant accomplishment. He held Li Xuanjun in the highest esteem. Li Xuanjun hung the storage pouches on his person. His storage ring could only accommodate a cubic space and was insufficient for this batch of items, especially the over 100 treasures from the first and second floors, which demanded considerable space. Only this type of large storage pouch, manufactured and sold by the Treasure Pavilion, could contain them. The Treasure Pavilion prided itself on selling treasures from across the realm, and naturally, storage pouches were among those treasures. However, ordinary customers would not require the use of the Treasure Pavilion's storage pouches as containers for their purchases. Only Li Xuanjun, being a martial arts overlord, and having made a substantial purchase amounting to 180,000 low-grade spirit stones, warranted the provision of such specialized large storage pouches designed for affluent patrons. If these storage pouches were sold, each could fetch a price of 10,000 units of low-grade spirit stones. Yet, as the largest manufacturer and seller of storage tools in the Divine Sky Empire, the Treasure Pavilion utilized them at mere cost price. As for the specifics of that cost price, it remained a commercial secret, unknown to ordinary individuals. In conclusion, after conducting this business with Li Xuanjun, the Treasure Pavilion reaped considerable profits. The few storage pouches were of little consequence. Once Li Xuanjun secured the storage pouches, Yin Jia, with utmost deference, inquired if Li Xuanjun had any further needs. Li Xuanjun pondered for a moment and replied, "Do you have dedicated floors for the sale of elixirs and medicinal herbs?" "Indeed, sir," Yin Jia responded earnestly. "However, our Treasure Pavilion in Fujing City only offers ordinary mundane elixirs and some basic healing herbs. We do not possess any superior elixirs, and certainly none of the precious elixirs. Elixirs hold substantial value in this world, often surpassing that of spirit stones to a certain degree. Otherwise, they would not serve as a higher currency than spirit stones." Li Xuanjun had previously acquired several high-quality yellow elixirs from the young master of Langya due to his prestigious lineage, stemming from a family of martial arts overlords. However, the elixirs available at the Treasure Pavilion in Fujing City were merely concocted by ordinary alchemists. The so-called ordinary alchemists refer to those ranked below the first tier. Alchemists are classified into 9 ranks. The first tier represents junior alchemists, the second tier denotes intermediate alchemists, the third and fourth tiers embody advanced alchemists, the fifth tier comprises master alchemists, while the sixth and seventh tiers are esteemed as grandmasters. The ninth tier, the alchemist emperor, is a figure of legend from ancient times. The rarity of alchemists in this realm stems from the emphasis on innate talent. Only those with the requisite talent can become alchemists. And there is no shortcut to this path. One's innate ability determines their rank as an alchemist, unlike martial arts cultivation, where individuals progress through various levels. The number of individuals possessing the talent for alchemy is exceedingly rare compared to those with soul jade. Moreover, to become an alchemist, one must possess both alchemical talent and martial arts aptitude. Thus, an alchemist must also be a proficient martial artist. The status of a high-ranking alchemist is not solely due to their alchemical abilities, but also their martial prowess. Conversely, a first-tier alchemist holds a relatively humble status. Such junior alchemists are often regarded as mere apprentices, capable of producing only basic mundane elixirs. It is only at the second-tier intermediate alchemists that genuine elixirs needed by martial artists can be crafted. The status of alchemists truly elevates from the second tier onwards. Naturally, the Treasure Pavilion in Fujing City cannot boast a genuine second-tier alchemist. It only employs a handful of newly minted first-tier alchemists. These alchemists primarily serve to assess the grade of certain elixirs and identify medicinal herbs. As for authentic elixirs, they remain beyond their capabilities. The mundane elixirs available in Fujing City are tailored for ordinary martial practitioners, rendering them incomparable to the elixirs Li Xuanjin obtained from the young master of Lengia. In the system's assessment, their grade is so low that they cannot be utilized for synthesis. Upon hearing Yanjia's words, Li Xuanjin's interest waned significantly. However, he soon reconsidered. Perhaps he could discover some hidden treasures with the aid of the system. With this thought, Li Xuanjin rose and declared, "Lead the way. I wish to see the medicinal pavilion of your treasure pavilion." Having made his decision, Yanjia could only comply. "Very well, sir." Yanjia led the way, guiding Li Xuanjin and Feng Qiaoru to the 5th floor of the treasure pavilion. The 5th floor, also known as the medicinal pavilion, offered products intended for ordinary martial practitioners, along with a few rare elixirs. However, there were none available for martial artists of higher caliber, as such elixirs could only be crafted by intermediate alchemists. The treasure pavilion in Fujing City, being merely a county-level force, could not possibly house any intermediate alchemists. Only the pavilions in the prefecture cities could boast such skilled practitioners. Therefore, the vast array of elixirs sold by the treasure pavilion, while labeled as elixirs, were merely concoctions that even common physicians could produce under appropriate conditions, rather than true alchemical creations. Authentic elixirs were supplied in limited quantities from the prefecture city each month. Li Xuanjin examined the elixirs carefully, only to find that all were deemed too low in grade by the system to be used for synthesis. Initially, he had hoped to stumble upon a hidden gem, but after inspecting the elixir counters on the 5th floor, he realized his expectations were overly optimistic. It seemed his luck had run out. As he continued to scan the 5th floor, he found that none of the elixirs were suitable for synthesis, leading to a significant decline in his interest. For Li Xuanjin, these items, deemed too low in grade for synthesis, held no value whatsoever. After thoroughly exploring the entire 5th floor medicinal pavilion, he refrained from purchasing anything. This outcome was anticipated by Yanjia, who understood that the individual before him was capable of procuring precious elixirs. The elixirs offered by the treasure pavilion in Fujing City were, in truth, items that even he would not consider using, being merely low-grade products intended for sale to martial practitioners. Thus, Yanjia felt no concern regarding Li Xuanjin's actions. To Yanjia, Li Xuanjin's behavior resembled a discreet visit to gauge public sentiment. After concluding his visit to the 5th floor, Li Xuanjin contemplated. Since he was already there, he could not overlook the 4th floor and decided to explore it as well. "Let us proceed to the 4th floor." Li Xuanjin spoke. Yanjia, naturally, do not refuse. Leading the way, they ascended to the 4th floor, which was a spacious area bustling with a variety of individuals. Undoubtedly, each of these individuals was at least a martial artist. In contrast, the 5th floor resembled a VIP lounge, accessible only to high-ranking martial artists, while the 4th floor permitted entry to ordinary martial artists as well. The lively atmosphere of the 4th floor, populated with staff and patrons alike, was markedly more vibrant than that of the 5th. However, this liveliness was relatively speaking. After all, martial artists were not a common sight in a county town. The entire Fuying city hosted fewer than 10 resident martial artists. And on the 4th floor, there were merely a handful more, most of whom hailed from other regions, visiting the Jinbao Pavilion to procure supplies. Upon witnessing Li Xuanjin and his companions descend from the 5th floor, the onlookers displayed expressions of surprise, as the 5th and 6th floors had been sealed off due to Li Xuanjin's presence. Curiosity surrounded the reason for the unusual closure, prompting speculation about the arrival of a significant figure. As Li Xuanjin emerged, all eyes turned toward him, for he stood as the de facto leader amongst the crowd, clearly the one of highest status. The onlookers were astonished by the youthfulness of Li Xuanjin, igniting a flurry of conjecture regarding his identity. Given that the previous day's incident had unfolded on the 1st floor of the Jinbao Pavilion, many of these martial artists were either absent at the time or situated on higher floors. Coupled with the pavilion's efforts to downplay the event, thus, they were unaware of Li Xuanjin's appearance and did not recognize him as the central figure of the previous day's occurrences. Unfazed by the attention, Li Xuanjin followed Yanjia's lead to the medicinal herb area on the 4th floor. Here, a series of custom-made transparent glass counters contained valuable red silk lining and various rare medicinal herbs. The fourth floor primarily offered unrefined natural herbs, most of which were intended for alchemical processes and were not suitable for direct consumption. Although Li Xuanjin was not an alchemist, his synthesis system rendered any herbs meeting its criteria valuable to him. Yinjia guided Li Xuanjin to the most precious counter among the offerings, presenting the herbs for examination. "Very well," Li Xuanjin commanded. "Understood, my lord," Yinjia replied, instructing the staff within the counter to unveil the glass display. Revealing a selection of precious herbs before Li Xuanjin casually picked up a specimen resembling ginseng from his past life, though its form was crystalline red, akin to a botanical ruby. Red ginseng, white ordinary quality, cannot be synthesized. Upon inspecting the herb, the system's assessment confirmed it was indeed of low quality. This white ordinary quality evidently represented the minimum tier in the system's judgment. While it was a minor gain, it provided Li Xuanjin with newfound insight into the system's quality assessments. However, he lost interest in further details about the herb, dismissing anything deemed too low-grade for synthesis as worthless. Setting the red ginseng aside, Li Xuanjin scrutinized the other items. Although these herbs were claimed to be precious, they were only moderately so. They could be used for crafting elixirs, and some martial artists could consume them for a degree of enhancement. Yet, for a martial arts overlord like Li Xuanjin, they were akin to refuse, unworthy of consideration, especially since they could not be synthesized. After inspecting several herbs, all marked as white ordinary quality by the system, his interest waned significantly. Finally, he picked up a chunk of dark, opaque herb. Earthly Rasher. Yellow fine quality. A hemostatic remedy. Can be synthesized. The discovery of a synthesizable item revitalized Li Xuanjin's spirits. Observing the peculiar dark herb in his hand, he could not discern its exceptional properties, yet the system's confirmation of its synthesizability assured him of its value. "Do you have more of this herb?" Li Xuanjin inquired of Yinjia. Gazing at the black herb in Li Xuanjin's hand, though uncertain why he showed interest in such a common item, Yinjia responded, "My lord, we indeed have a batch of these earthly rasher available. I personally accompanied them from the county city to Fuiying City yesterday, and they were part of a shipment designated for our pavilion." Having inspected the batch, Yinjia recognized it readily. Noting the substantial quantity of earthly rasher available, he felt no need to conceal this information from Li Xuanjin, as they were intended for sale. "Excellent, bring them forth, I will take all that you have." Hearing that the quantity was considerable, Li Xuanjin's spirits lifted. The more he acquired, the better his chances for synthesis. The synthesis system required two identical items, as different items could not be combined. Perhaps in the future, the system would upgrade to allow for the synthesis of dissimilar items, but that was not currently an option. Upon receiving Li Xuanjin's command, Yinjia dispatched staff to fetch the entire batch of earthly rasher. Soon, they returned with a collection of over a dozen herbs. Li Xuanjin examined each one, employing the system's appraisal discreetly. To his surprise, every piece of earthly rasher was determined to be of yellow fine quality and suitable for synthesis, contradicting the pavilion's assessment of their true worth. Though puzzled as to why the Zhenbao Pavilion failed to recognize the genuine value of these earthly rasher, Li Xuanjin nonetheless felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a windfall. Acquiring a trove of treasures perceived as mundane by outsiders was a cause for delight, even for someone who lacked financial constraints. "That will suffice. I will take all of them," he declared, placing all 15 earthly rasher into his storage ring. "How much do I owe for these?" Li Xuanjin inquired. "Esteemed lord, the total for these earthly rasher is 10 low-grade spirit stones," Yinjia stated, offering an unexpectedly low price. Given that these herbs were of yellow fine quality, such a modest price was surprising. The only explanation for this discrepancy was that Yinjia had quoted a price based on ordinary rasher. Li Xuanjin understood this but chose not to contest it. He promptly produced 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yinjia accepted the stones, and the transaction was complete. After acquiring the batch of earthly rasher, Li Xuanjin found himself devoid of further needs on the 4th floor and throughout the Zhenbao Pavilion. With this in mind, he resolved to return home. Armed with a collection of synthesizable treasures, he sought a secluded location to amalgamate them, anticipating a significant enhancement in his capabilities. This would undoubtedly bolster his confidence against his sole adversary, the Mei family from the county. "All right, Xiao Luzi, let us depart," Li Xuanjin addressed Feng Xiaoru, who had been silently trailing behind him. "Understood, my lord," Feng Xiaoru replied, nodding like a small deer. Observing Li Xuanjin's intent to leave, Yinjia respectfully accompanied the pair down the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Yinjia bowed at the entrance, bidding farewell to my lord. We eagerly await your return to our humble establishment. With a humble demeanor, Yinjia saw Li Xuanjin off, while Li Xuanjin remained expressionless, perceiving Yinjia as merely an inconsequential figure. He exited the Zhenbao Pavilion alongside Feng Qiao, argued. As Li Xuanjin stepped out of the treasure pavilion, a magnificent beam of light shot forth directly toward his position. With a nimble step, he evaded the radiant assault, simultaneously pulling Feng Qiao behind him to safety. The beam embedded itself into the ground, creating a sizable crater as dust and debris began to settle, revealing a cold iron spear thrust deep into the earth, leaving cracks that extended for dozens of meters. Such a strike, had it struck a person, would have severely wounded even a martial arts overlord. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuanjin maintained his composure, while Feng Qiao's expression shifted to one of alarm. The onlookers, including Yinjia and the members of the treasure pavilion, were similarly taken aback. It was apparent to all what had transpired. Li Xuanjin remained unfazed, having anticipated such developments. Once the haze before the treasure pavilion dissipated, numerous figures emerged from all directions, encircling the establishment. Most among them were warriors clad in white armor, brandishing long blades. Forming an imposing formation, each a practitioner of martial arts, as the warriors established their stance, several individuals in ordinary clothing stepped forth from their ranks. They approached the entrance of the treasure pavilion, their gazes fixed intently upon Li Xuanjin and Feng Qiao. The forefront stood a middle-aged man, his face marked with black flame-like patterns, exuding an ominous aura. His piercing eyes resembled those of a vulture. And upon his arrival, he locked his gaze onto Li Xuanjin without faltering. Li Xuanjin, however, exhibited no change in demeanor, choosing not to utter a word. Yet, a subtle glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You dare linger here after slaying members of the Mei family? Such audacity is commendable, the sinister man declared, his voice raspy and harsh, akin to the cawing of a crow, and one dared mock him. For he was a martial arts overlord, a third-tier practitioner, one of the formidable figures known as the Third Master Mei Changsu. The deceased Mei Langia was his direct grandson, and his presence here was solely to seek vengeance against Li Xuanjin. Hearing Mei Changsu's words, Li Xuanjin remained impassive but responded coolly, a mere trash, killed without a second thought. What do you intend? His tone was exceedingly indifferent, revealing his lack of concern for his actions. Ah, how delightful! In all my years, I have never encountered someone so brazen as to act defiantly at death's door. Today, I shall capture you too and have you torn asunder, to appease the spirit of my grandson Langia. Mei Changsu seethed with rage. Li Xuanjin regarded Mei Changsu's fury with a tranquil smile. If you intend to strike, then do so directly. There is no need for further words. Very well, you have spoken. Do not presume that your status as a martial arts overlord grants you any significance. A mere second tier, daring to challenge me, a third-tier official. Mei Changsu's fury reached its zenith, and he commanded, attack together. The peak practitioners of martial arts beside Mei Changsu surged forward in unison. Despite Mei Changsu's disdainful words, they understood the strength of a martial arts overlord, which was why they had gathered as a collective force rather than confronting Li Xuanjin individually. Mei Changsu, confident yet aware of the potential for Li Xuanjin to flee, required the support of others to encircle him. Fueled by his desire for vengeance against the death of his grandson, Mei Changsu unleashed a palm strike, igniting his body in a blaze of black flames known as the indomitable black fire. This formidable flame, born from his soul jade, had awakened at the pinnacle of martial arts, rendering him a terror capable of annihilating entire sects and instilling fear across the region. As Mei Changsu initiated his attack, his formidable subordinates also unleashed their most potent abilities, determined to eliminate Li Xuanjin. Their collective assault was overwhelming, particularly Mei Changsu's indomitable black fire, which twisted the very air around it. The black flames traced a path like a dragon emerging from the depths, reverberating with power. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, the black dragon of flames surged toward Li Xuanjin. Yet, he stood resolute, unmoving in the face of impending doom, seemingly unperturbed by the lethal spectacle before him. Chapter 48. Severed arm. It appeared as though Li Xuanjin had been momentarily paralyzed by the imminent threat, but no one truly believed that. especially not Mei Changsu and his companions, who grew increasingly vigilant in response to Li Xuanjin's defiance. However, having already engaged, they were committed to their course of action. To them, Li Xuanjin was merely a second-tier martial arts overlord, and with Mei Changsu among their ranks, they felt assured of victory. As Mei Changsu's black flames surged menacingly, Li Xuanjin's focus remained fixed on the threat posed by him alone. As the formidable palm descended upon him, Li Xuanjin finally sprang into action. He stood firm, summoning his true energy to elevate his garments. And in a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he struck out with a palm of his own. This palm met Mei Changsu's with a resounding clash in that fleeting moment as the two forces collided. The air exploded with a thunderous roar. A tremendous cacophony erupted as Li Xuanjin and Mei Changsu clashed their formidable forces, the sheer might of two martial arts overlords colliding in a cataclysmic display. An overwhelming surge of energy burst forth, and at that moment, several martial true immortals, who had joined Mei Changsu in the fray, unleashed their attacks upon Li Xuanjin. It seemed as though Li Xuanjin could not muster any resistance against their onslaught, allowing the blows to land with unimpeded success. Witnessing this scene, Mei Changsu's countenance contorted into a sinister grimace. He could feel that his own strike against Li Xuanjin did not encounter an insurmountable strength. He was confident in his ability to maintain a relentless output of power, keeping Li Xuanjin's true energy ensnared in their standoff. The accompanying peak martial true immortals, therefore, could attack Li Xuanjin without hesitation. Emboldened by the prospect of his demise, under such relentless pressure, the peak martial true immortals were undeterred by the notion of Li Xuanjin's survival. Their formidable offensive capabilities, when unleashed upon him, rendered even a martial arts overlord incapable of withstanding the force, as the disparity was merely one grand realm apart. Without the ability to wield the extraordinary powers of their realm, a martial arts overlord could not hope to overpower a martial true immortal. This was not a battleground of invincible flesh, but one where the overlord merely reigned. They were not omnipotent, as the combined assaults of the peak martial true immortals struck Li Xuanjin. Mei Changsu pushed his palm's power to its limits, augmenting his strength. The situation before them dictated that Li Xuanjin was compelled to devote all his efforts to defending against Mei Changsu's strike. While the peak martial true immortals could unleash their attacks upon him with reckless abandon, Li Xuanjin appeared to be at a disadvantage, even facing the specter of mortal peril. Yet, this was merely a figment of Mei Changsu's and his companion's imagination. The unfolding events transpired with the swiftness of a thunderclap. Mei Changsu's full-force strike met Li Xuanjin's palm, unleashing a tempestuous gale that surged outward in all directions. The peak martial true immortals braced themselves against this onslaught, launching their own attacks that found their mark upon Li Xuanjin. To the observers, it seemed as though Li Xuanjin was frozen in place, besieged by the collective assault. Mei Changsu even allowed a trace of a sinister smile to escape his lips, convinced that he was on the verge of dragging Li Xuanjin to his doom. However, an indescribable and enigmatic force emanated from Li Xuanjin's palm, a power unlike anything Mei Changsu had ever encountered. Even in hearsay, this force bore the essence of demonic might, as if summoned from the depths of hell, its overwhelming presence surging forth from Li Xuanjin, penetrating Mei Changsu's palm and crashing into his very flesh in the blink of an eye. Mei Changsu's sinister grin faltered as he felt an unimaginable force infiltrate his arm. He envisioned a colossal demon, towering into the heavens, descending upon him with a foot poised to crush. The magnitude of this unfathomable force bore down upon him, threatening to pierce his very heart. Confronted by such terror, Mei Changsu, despite being a third-grade martial arts overlord, recognized the futility of resisting this power. In a moment of clarity, he swiftly extended his right hand and tore away his left arm, which was ensnared by the dreadful force. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth from the severed limb, staining the ground outside the treasure pavilion a vivid red. After severing his arm, Mei Changsu hurled it away. The agony of losing an arm, even for a martial arts overlord of his stature, was unbearable. He cried out in pain, retreating rapidly, leaving a trail of blood droplets behind, resembling 1,000 blooming crimson plums, and carving a deep groove into the earth. This rapid transformation of events transpired within the briefest of moments. The onlookers beheld the clash between Li Xuanjin and Mei Changsu, as well as the attacks of the peak martial true immortals upon Li Xuanjin. Before they could comprehend the situation, they witnessed Mei Changsu retreating, blood spilling, and in utter disarray. Upon hearing Mei Changsu's anguished cries, shock rippled through the crowd, and no one could fathom what had transpired, why the seemingly triumphant Mei Changsu had sustained such grievous injuries, culminating in the loss of an arm. The peak martial true immortals found that their formidable strikes, capable of shattering mountains, had struck Li Xuanjin yet had vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the abyss. In stark contrast, Li Xuanjin appeared unaffected, as though merely beset by swarming mosquitoes. This scene left the peak martial true immortals in a state of utter horror. When they beheld Mei Changsu's retreat and the blood that stained the heavens, their dread intensified, and they understood that calamity had befallen them. As their thoughts raced, they resolved to retreat and regroup, just as Mei Changsu had done. However, a glimmer of severity crossed Li Xuanjin's indifferent visage. "You think you can strike me and simply flee? Do not be so naive." With a flourish of his sleeves, Li Xuanjin unleashed a barrage of golden lightning, akin to a myriad of divine swords descending from the heavens, moving with the speed of lightning and causing the very earth to tremble as they struck the retreating peak martial true immortals. Screams of agony echoed as one after another. 5 peak martial true immortals fell victim to Li Xuanjin's effortless strike. The ferocious onslaught shattered their bodies, blood spraying and flesh disintegrating, their brains pierced, and their essence splattered in a gruesome spectacle. Within mere moments, these would-be escapees met their demise at Li Xuanjin's hand. Amidst the horror of witnessing his companions perish, Mei Changsu, still reeling from the pain of his severed arm, found himself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. What is happening? Is this truly a second-grade martial arts overlord? His mind raced with thoughts, and in the span of a single breath, he resolved to flee. Without hesitation, Mei Changsu turned, his form darting away like an arrow shot from a bow towards the outskirts of Fujing City. Summoning every ounce of strength to escape, he understood that failure to flee would lead to a fate akin to that of the fallen peak martial true immortals. Certain death awaited him. At that moment, Li Xuanjin's gaze fell upon the fleeing Mei Changsu, and a fleeting smirk of disdain graced his otherwise impassive countenance. The smile vanished as Li Xuanjin turned to the now dumbfounded Feng Qiaoru and instructed, "Wait here for me. I shall return shortly." With that, he stepped forward, his figure transforming into a bolt of lightning as he pursued Mei Changsu's retreating form. Once Li Xuanjin departed, the scene was left with the lifeless bodies of the peak martial true immortals. The warriors who had initially intended to join in the assault on Li Xuanjin now comprehended the gravity of the situation. No one dared to turn their attention to Feng Qiaoru. Instead, they scattered in a frantic escape. What had begun as a moment of tension and imminent peril dissipated into thin air. The crowd stood momentarily stunned, unable to process the sudden turn of events. After Li Xuanjin had vanished for but a few breaths, Yan Jia, the highest-ranking individual remaining, finally regained his wits. He immediately bellowed, "Come, let us protect Miss Feng." A contingent of guards from the treasure pavilion materialized, encircling Feng Qiaoru under Yan Jia's command. "Miss Feng, the outside world is fraught with peril. Please allow me to escort you inside the pavilion for your safety." In the context of Yan Jia's discourse, the esteemed Miss Feng referred to is none other than Feng Qiaoru. The denizens of the Jinbao Pavilion remain oblivious to Li Xianzhan's true identity and name. However, they are well aware of Feng Qiaoru's status as the former saintess of the Qixia sect. Presently, upon witnessing Li Xianzhan single-handedly force Mei Changsu into a desperate flight, Yan Jia's perception of Li Xianzhan's stature ascends rapidly in his esteem. Consequently, he regards Feng Qiaoru, who has consistently been by Li Xianzhan's side, with even greater deference in his eyes. Feng Qiaoru has secured an alliance with a figure of immense significance. With such a formidable patron as her backing, she could navigate the county town with unparalleled confidence. At this juncture, Yan Jia is determined to curry favor, as there is no time to waste. Chapter 49. Mutual destruction. However, Feng Qiaoru's countenance at this moment is ashen. As she witnesses Li Xianzhan take lethal action against the Mei family and subsequently overpower Mei Changsu, she is abruptly transported back to that fateful night months prior when the Qixia sect was annihilated. On that night, the sect was engulfed in flames, and its disciples were ruthlessly slaughtered. The elders, stewards, and the sect leader were ensnared by the might of various attacking factions. Ultimately, a cadre of cloaked figures descended upon the scene, shattering the stalemate among the Qixia sect's upper echelons, culminating in a bloodbath. Under the protection of her master, as Feng Qiaoru fled the Qixia sect, she was met with the horrific spectacle of carnage. All her fellow disciples, their lives extinguished, left the entire sect steeped in death. That harrowing scene is etched indelibly in Feng Qiaoru's memory, never to be forgotten in the end, as she escaped 100 miles from the Qixia sect under her master's safeguard. She witnessed her mentor slain before her eyes. Although this afforded Feng Qiaoru a fleeting opportunity for survival, it was merely a slender thread of hope. Thereafter, she traversed countless miles in a desperate flight, pursued relentlessly. Eventually, Feng Qiaoru sought refuge in Xiaofeng village, entering Li Xianzhan's blacksmith shop. At that moment, her fate began to shift. Initially, Li Xianzhan vanquished those who sought to hunt her down from the Yuming pavilion, subsequently restraining her, thus incurring several debts of gratitude to him. Upon arriving in Fanjing City, due to her, Li Xianzhan directly confronted and slew Mei Lengya of the Mei family, inciting enmity with the martial arts hegemony, which has now culminated in the Mei family's retribution. When Mei Changsu appeared, Feng Qiaoru was stricken with concern for Li Xianzhan, particularly as Mei Changsu and his company had clearly come prepared to eliminate him. In her desperation, she contemplated stepping forth to sacrifice herself, offering her unparalleled secret arts in exchange for Li Xianzhan's life. Yet, before she could act on this resolve, in a swift and decisive moment, Li Xianzhan struck, compelling Mei Changsu to sever his own arm and retreat. The 5 pinnacle martial artists of the Mei family met their demise at his hands. This unfolding drama left Feng Qiaoru in a state of shock, particularly as she beheld Mei Changsu's bloodied, severed limb. It was unfathomable that a martial arts overlord could be so effortlessly vanquished by Li Xianzhan. Only when Li Xianzhan uttered words of pursuit against Mei Changsu did Feng Qiaoru gradually regain her composure. Simultaneously, a flicker of vengeful satisfaction ignited within her heart. The invaders of the Qixia sect included members of the Mei family, although the leader was not the currently fleeing Mei Changsu but rather another second-tier martial arts overlord from the Mei clan. Nonetheless, all members of the Mei family were on Feng Qiaoru's list of targets. Li Xianzhan's decisive slaying of 5 pinnacle martial artists from the Mei family and his grievous wounding of Mei Changsu amounted to an act of retribution for Feng Qiaoru. Her emotions surged, and it is evident that Feng Qiaoru's feelings for Li Xianzhan, once nebulous, are now becoming increasingly lucid, a unique sentiment blossoming within her. At this juncture, Yan Jia respectfully invited Feng Qiaoru to take refuge within the Jinbao pavilion. Observing the profound respect emanating from the pavilion's proprietor, she understood that such deference stemmed entirely from her association with the esteemed figure. Feng Qiaoru chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she cast one last lingering glance towards the direction in which Li Xianzhan had departed and silently entered the Jinbao pavilion. Since the esteemed one has instructed her to wait here, she resolved to comply. Having already burdened him greatly, she must heed his directives, ensuring that her own foolishness does not complicate matters for him. As Feng Qiaoru obediently entered the Jinbao pavilion, Li Xianzhan was already pursuing Mei Changsu beyond the outskirts of Fanjing City. Despite having lost an arm, Mei Changsu, a third-tier martial arts overlord, was not significantly hindered in speed, especially as he had consumed medicinal pills to staunch the bleeding and replenish his internal energy during his flight. The vitality of a martial arts overlord surpasses ordinary comprehension. What would be a fatal injury for a common cultivator is merely a grievous wound for one of his stature. The loss of an arm, while temporarily impairing his capabilities, does not constitute a fatal blow. Provided he can evade Li Xianzhan's pursuit and return to the Mei family, he could utilize the clan's rare resources and miraculous elixirs to restore his severed limb. Within months, he could regain his former prowess. However, for Mei Changsu, still in the prime of his life, the loss of an arm will considerably impede his cultivation progress. For at least several years, he would be unable to ignite the 4th star and ascend to the 4th tier of martial arts overlord status. This represents a significant setback for someone as ambitious as Mei Changsu. Anguish and resentment simmered within him, yet he also felt a sense of urgency, realizing that he had not yet escaped danger. The formidable second-tier martial arts overlord was still in pursuit, closing the distance between them. Haunted by hatred and regret for his earlier underestimation of his adversary, Mei Changsu felt a rising panic. He could not foresee whether he would ultimately escape with his life. Desperation fueled his flight, for failure would leave him with but one grim alternative. Li Xianzhen pursued Mei Changsu for over 100 miles beyond Fanjing City. And by now, half an hour had elapsed. The realm of martial arts overlords does not permit flight through the skies, thus they remain subject to terrestrial impediments. This is an inescapable reality. Though Mei Changsu was injured, only his arm was affected, leaving his speed relatively intact. After half an hour of pursuit, Li Xianzhen had merely managed to reduce the distance between them. Yet, he remained patient, trailing Mei Changsu without haste. Though Li Xianzhen could push his limits to the utmost and accelerate to maximum speed, he saw no need to do so. Thus, he continued to follow Mei Changsu for over 100 miles. The gap between them steadily diminishing as he observed the figure ahead scurrying like a frightened mouse. Li Xianzhen, akin to a hunter, leisurely pursued, confident that his quarry could not escape his clutches. Eventually, when Mei Changsu was in a state of disarray, they entered a forest. The distance between them, now less than 100 meters, was only then that Li Xianzhen unleashed 2/3 of his speed. His foot striking the ground with such force as to create a deep crater, his form akin to a streak of lightning, swiftly closing the gap with Mei Changsu at that moment. Mei Changsu turned to see Li Xianzhen closing in behind him, the distance now reduced to a mere 10 meters. Despair washed over his features. There was no further point in fleeing. He recognized the futility of attempting to escape this demon. At this juncture, he had no choice but to resort to his final gambit. Otherwise, he would truly meet his demise today, with a pallid visage reflecting his desperation. Mei Changsu implored, "Spare me, and I shall offer you a price that will satisfy you." "Spare you?" Li Xianzhen retorted. "On what grounds? Because you sought to kill me? Or because you feared I would slay you?" Li Xuanzhen's face revealed a mocking smile, subtle yet unmistakably disdainful. In that moment, he took a few steps forward, reducing the distance between himself and Mei Changsu to less than 5 meters. Observing Li Xuanzhen's demeanor, Mei Changsu realized how naive and childish he had been. Ultimately, he let out a bitter laugh, saying, "To think that I, Mei Changsu, who has roamed the 100 Winds County for decades, would meet my demise at your hands. Very well, since you have denied me a path to survival, let us die together. No one shall live." Black dragon flame explosion. As Mei Changsu took another couple of steps toward Li Xuanzhen, the distance between them dwindled to less than 2 meters. He let out a powerful roar. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped black flame erupted from the ground where Mei Changsu stood, instantly igniting the surrounding space within 100 meters. A colossal surge of compressed energy exploded forth. Akin to a volcanic eruption, shaking the very earth, Li Xuanzhen felt a blinding white light flash before him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming pressure and explosive force that struck him in an instant. He could barely react, as he was engulfed by this tremendous power. His entire being was consumed. Boom! The thunderous roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The once serene forest, filled with trees, was violently uprooted by this terrifying force, severing them at the base and sending them soaring into the sky, carried away by the fierce winds, scattered hundreds of meters away. At that moment, the center where Li Xuanzhen and Mei Changsu had stood was transformed into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Thick black smoke and dust obscured everything, accompanied by a searing wave of heat rolling forth. Li Xuanzhen's figure was shrouded in this black smoke, rendering him completely invisible. After a while, the smoke began to dissipate, and the scene gradually came back into view. The epicenter of the explosion was a complete wasteland, utterly devastated. The ground, trees, rocks, and hills within 100 meters were all ground to dust, particularly at the center. A massive pit had formed, measuring several dozen meters in circumference and 10 meters deep, filled with ashes and scattered remnants of objects that had been scorched into molten rock. This horrifying spectacle resembled a hellscape. Yet, the figures of Li Xuanzhen and Mei Changsu were nowhere to be found. Both seemed to have vanished entirely. Chapter 50. The awakening of the Soul Jade technique. Such a cataclysmic scene unfolded here, attracting the attention of nearby cultivators of a certain caliber, who soon sensed the anomaly. Before long, several martial true immortals arrived at the site. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a sight reminiscent of the end of days. What had once been a lush forest was now a colossal crater, consuming dozens of meters of land, filled with a sea of flames and molten rock. This spectacle was evidently not a natural occurrence, but rather a result of human intervention. What on earth has happened here? Upon witnessing the devastation, the martial true immortals were left in shock, utterly bewildered. They had no inkling of what had transpired, nor could they fathom who could have produced such an astonishing scene. It was utterly inconceivable and terrifying. These martial true immortals were not from Fusion City, but hailed from other regions, merely passing through. Thus, they were unaware of the events unfolding in Fusion City, nor did they know that Mei Changsu, a member of the Mei family from this county, had come seeking vengeance. They had only been drawn by the tremors of the incident to investigate. They never anticipated that they would witness such a breathtaking spectacle upon their arrival. After absorbing the shocking scene before them, the martial true immortals exchanged glances. One elder, the eldest among them, spoke up, "Gentlemen, it appears that a cataclysmic battle has just transpired here. I find myself greatly intrigued. What say you?" This elder was a peak martial true immortal at the 9th turn and the head of a nearby martial family. Despite the overwhelming evidence of a battle far beyond their imaginations, it was precisely this conflict that piqued their interest. All present were martial true immortals, either close to the pinnacle or already standing at its apex. The prospect of the next level, the martial dominator realm, captivated them all. For these individuals, the martial dominator realm represented the ultimate goal of their lives. However, it was not an easy realm to approach. Many were limited by their innate talents, lacked direct experience of the martial dominator realm, or did not possess the techniques to transcend to the next level, thus rendering them unable to step into the martial dominator realm. Now, the scene unfolding before them not only shocked them but also ignited their curiosity. It was evident that only someone surpassing their realm could have orchestrated such a cataclysm. Moreover, it must have been someone at the martial dominator level, a top-tier expert within the county. Those at even higher realms were entirely beyond reach. If such legendary figures were indeed present, they would likely be crushed by the residual pressure even 100 miles away. Such legendary beings could, with a mere gesture, rend the heavens and earth asunder, obliterating cities and claiming countless lives. Therefore, these individuals were acutely aware that what lay before them was the battleground of a martial dominator. Everything related to the martial dominator realm held immense allure for them, as they yearned to step into that realm within their lifetimes. Thus, they could not afford to miss a battle occurring within the martial dominator realm. If they could glean even a modicum of insight while observing a battle at this level, it could significantly enhance their chances of entering that realm. With such a temptation laid before them, their desire grew immeasurably. After the eldest elder spoke, the peak martial true immortals exchanged glances and resolutely made up their minds. "Very well, since our esteemed brother in Red harbors such intentions, I shall not deny it. I too am greatly interested in this battle. I am of the same mind. Then let us proceed together." Together, indeed. Several individuals began to speak, fully aware that they were about to confront the formidable master of martial arts. However, they bore no enmity towards this martial arts sovereign. Moreover, they were not alone. A few of them, all at the pinnacle of their martial arts cultivation, gathered together, emboldened by their collective strength. They felt no fear of the martial arts master. Furthermore, their insatiable desire to witness the battle of such a master could not be suppressed. It was also possible that unexpected occurrences might arise during the confrontation. These individuals were audacious and possessed confidence in their own abilities. Most importantly, they understood that if they did not seize the opportunity before them, the chance to attain the realm of martial arts mastery might elude them for a lifetime. With resolute determination, they proceeded to traverse the battlefield, meticulously searching the area. Although the place was devoid of any presence, they knew that they had arrived shortly after hearing the commotion, barely the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. In such a brief span, even a martial arts master, especially one who had unleashed such a tremendous display of power, could not have ventured far. It was likely that he remained in the vicinity. These individuals also comprehended that the astonishing scene they witnessed could not have been orchestrated without some form of injury to the martial arts master. Indeed, it was quite probable that he had sustained severe wounds. If not succumbed to death, at the very least, he could not be unscathed. This understanding fueled their audacity to brave the considerable danger of lingering in this place, convinced that after such an explosive conflict, remnants might remain nearby. Whether it be corpses or other valuable artifacts, anything left behind would be a boon to them. Their insatiable thirst for the realm of martial arts mastery, coupled with their greed, compelled them to scatter and search within a 100-mile radius. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, several dozen miles away from the group of martial arts true immortals, the grievously injured Mei Changsu was struggling to escape. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, his once resplendent garments torn to shreds, leaving him in tatters. The aura of stability that once characterized a martial arts master was entirely absent. More alarmingly, a massive wound gaped from his chest and abdomen, blood pouring forth in a gruesome display. Mei Changsu's complexion was ashen, devoid of any color. Having exhausted himself with a desperate technique, he had reached the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, the once formidable life force within him had dwindled to an unspeakable frailty. At that moment, his life was slipping away, thread by thread. If he did not find a safe haven to heal, he risked succumbing to death. Mei Changsu had never envisioned himself in such a wretched state. Yet, he believed that despite his own near demise, the devilish man he faced must also be suffering. Perhaps he had already perished, or at the very least, sustained serious injuries. The only reason he continued to flee was to seek a place to recuperate. Not out of fear of Li Xuanjin's pursuit, in Mei Changsu's estimation, Li Xuanjin could no longer catch up to him. The technique known as Black Dragon Flame Eruption was a skill awakened by his soul jade, a power he had only unlocked after ascending to the realm of martial arts mastery, his ultimate, life-risking maneuver. Since awakening this skill, Mei Changsu had only employed it twice, including this very instance. The first time he unleashed this technique, he brought down two martial arts masters, one of the first rank and another of the same third rank as himself. No one understood the terrifying potency of this soul jade awakening technique better than Mei Changsu. Even if Li Xuanjin were to be terrifying, he was merely a second-rank martial arts master. Faced with such an unparalleled awakening skill, Li Xuanjin would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. Confident in this regard, Mei Changsu, having paid a heavy price to deploy his awakening skill, now sought a secluded spot to meditate and heal. Once his injuries were mended, he could return to the Mei family. Even if that devilish man survived, he would dare not approach the Mei family. The Mei family was the dominant clan of the county city, boasting 3 martial arts masters, including himself. Particularly, the family head, his older brother, was renowned as the strongest man in the county city, having even approached the realm of invincibility. As long as that devil dared to enter the Mei family's territory, Mei Changsu was determined to make him regret it. He held unwavering confidence in his brother, even more so than in his own strength. After all, it was his brother who had transformed the once unremarkable Mei family into the preeminent clan of the county city over the past few decades. Coughing violently, Mei Changsu's breath came in ragged gasps as a pool of blood stained the ground beneath him. Just then, he caught sight of a hidden cave before his eyes, a small cavern obscured by vines and underbrush. To his senses, the cave was modest in size, yet devoid of any life force within. Additionally, the traces at its entrance suggested that no one had entered recently, indicating it was likely unknown to others. This was not merely fortuitous. More importantly, once he entered the cave, he could seal it off and rest to recuperate. This location seemed quite promising. With this thought in mind, Mei Changsu made his way toward the cave, viewing it as a potential escape from his dire predicament. However, as he approached the overgrown entrance, several figures suddenly emerged from all directions, encircling him. These individuals were formidable martial arts practitioners, 6 true immortals in total. Among them were those at the pinnacle of the 9th turn, some newly entering the 9th turn, and others on the cusp of reaching the master realm. The rest were also at the peak of the 8th turn. Each of them appeared without pretense, surrounding Mei Changsu from every angle. Ha ha ha, I truly did not expect to encounter the illustrious third master of the Mei family here in this desolate region. One of them exclaimed. Indeed, who would have thought third master Mei would venture to our humble abode? Another added. This is simply unbelievable. A third chimed in, their incredulity palpable. Precisely, I find it hard to believe as well. What brings third master Mei to our territory? They continued, their intentions increasingly transparent, eyes glinting with predatory greed as if they had spotted their prey. Yet, they feigned conversation to buy time, wary of a potential last-ditch defense from their quarry. Mei Changsu surveyed the menacing group before him, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Had this been prior to his battle with Li Xuanjin, he would have dismissed such a gathering of martial arts true immortals, even with one on the brink of the master realm. But now, gravely injured and on the verge of death, he recognized the lethal threat they posed. Coupled with their unabashedly greedy gazes, he understood the peril he was in. Since you are aware of my affiliation with the Mei family of the county city, I suggest you depart at once. I may overlook your rudeness, but should you choose to remain, you may wish to contemplate your fate. Mei Changsu declared, striving to project an air of authority despite his weakened state. Upon hearing the mention of the Mei family, the expressions of the 6 martial arts true immortals shifted. The name Mei family of the county city resonated powerfully with them, invoking fear akin to thunder. Particularly, the family head, known as half-invincible, instilled dread among them. However, despite their inferior cultivation compared to the Mei family, they were still martial arts true immortals, and their ages lent them a certain boldness. Initially intimidated by the mention of the Mei family, their fear paled in comparison to the immense potential reward they perceived before them. Ha ha ha, how the mighty have fallen! Third Master Mei, reduced to such a state. Yet still exuding an aura of authority, truly admirable, one of them sneered. Indeed, we are immensely impressed, another echoed. While Third Master Mei may have the backing of the Mei family, have you considered whether we, together, might pose a threat to you? Another taunted, their malice evident. Several martial arts true immortals no longer concealed their intentions, each of them grinning malevolently as they gazed upon Mei Changsu in their eyes. Mei Changsu, gravely injured and on the brink of death, represented the perfect opportunity to strike. As for the Mei family in the county, they were not targets to be trifled with, yet eliminating Mei Changsu here, while meticulously erasing all traces, would render it improbable for the Mei family to ascertain that he had been slain by them. It was far more likely that they would believe him to have perished at the hands of his previous foes. As for these few, the chances of them being detected were minimal, thus incentivizing them to gamble on this opportunity. This was the prime moment, perhaps the only moment, to secure Mei Changsu. The rewards would be ample enough to elevate each of them to the pinnacle of martial dominance. The prospect of enhancing their martial prowess was tantalizingly close, dwarfed only by the negligible risks involved. A glint of greed flickered in their eyes as they lusted after Mei Changsu, their intentions laid bare. Observing their demeanor, Mei Changsu realized that escape was futile. He never imagined that as a distinguished martial overlord, the third master of the Mei family, he would find himself in such a predicament, like a tiger fallen into a valley, preyed upon by mutts. Had he been in his prime, facing these petty rascals would have been a mere flick of his wrist. Suppressing the desolation within, he ingested a healing elixir. You shameless knaves! Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Allow me to demonstrate that even in my current state, I possess the strength to annihilate you wretched pests. Upon uttering these words, an astonishing aura emanated from him. This is bad. Enough of this chatter. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Attack all at once. The martial arts true immortals had initially engaged Mei Changsu in conversation, believing his injuries to be severe, hoping to assess his condition while deliberately delaying, aiming to worsen his state. However, as he defiantly wielded his power despite his injuries, they realized that although he might succumb, they too would suffer grave losses. Their anticipation for an ally to strike first was dashed as Mei Changsu retaliated with a desperate counterattack. In that moment, none dared to delay further, for failure to act would seal their fates. Attack, hold nothing back. Give it everything you have. Strike together. As their faces blanched, the command was issued, and without hesitation, they unleashed their assaults upon Mei Changsu. Celestial Serpent Shining Stars, Cassiopea's Flower Picking Hand, Sword 21. In an instant, the martial arts true immortals unleashed their most potent techniques, each radiating an imposing presence that distorted the very air around them. The atmosphere trembled, as if on the verge of shattering. Yet, this was merely an illusion. The mere strikes of martial arts true immortals could not rend the fabric of reality. Only those at the pinnacle of invincibility possessed such power. Even so, the combined might of the 6 was enough to instill fear. Mei Changsu, facing this overwhelming onslaught from multiple angles, felt despair wash over him. In his current condition, he could not hope to vanquish even one assailant. Even a fight to the death would yield no victory. After all, he was merely a third-tier martial overlord, not a 5-element overlord with all 5 stars activated. The 5-element overlord, flawless and unassailable, could effortlessly dispatch these foes even while grievously injured. Had Mei Changsu been a five-element overlord, he would not have been cornered by Li Xuanjun, nor would he have been compelled to employ his Soul Jade Awakening technique. It was far more likely that Li Xuanjun would have been vanquished without a scratch to show for it. These thoughts flitted through Mei Changsu's mind as he found himself powerless against the encircling attacks. His earlier display of desperation was merely a ruse to intimidate his assailants, not a reflection of his true capabilities. In reality, even a common martial artist could easily claim his life in his current state, having activated the Soul Jade Awakening technique. As he watched the relentless onslaught approach, he closed his eyes, his heart overwhelmed with regret and indignation. And why life draws to a close. Who would have thought that I, Mei Changsu, would meet my end at the hands of these petty rascals? How I loathe this fate. Despair etched upon his face. The martial arts' true immortals reveled in their apparent triumph, envisioning the spectacle of Mei Changsu falling before them. The knowledge that they had bested a martial overlord from the esteemed Mei family in the county promised substantial rewards. Their faces twisted into cruel grins, a reflection of victory within their grasp. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, a series of mental images flashing in an instant, just as their strikes were poised to land upon Mei Changsu. An overwhelming terror descended, akin to the arrival of a demonic overlord from the abyss, wielding dominion over death, despair, and doom. Each of the besieging martial arts' true immortals suddenly perceived an immense, towering figure of a demonic king looming over them. They envisioned mountains of corpses and seas of blood, glimpsed into the depths of hell, and beheld the crossing of the Yellow Springs. All of this instilled within them the chilling realization that they had met their demise. Arriving at the fabled underworld, awaiting judgment, destined for the eternal torment of Avicii hell, in that fleeting moment, their assaults faltered, faces drained of color, eyes wide with terror and despair as they confronted the most fearsome presence imaginable. No one may take the lives of those I have marked for death. A voice, deep and resonant as that of a demonic monarch, echoed within the minds of the martial arts' true immortals. Upon hearing this voice, they halted their strikes against Mei Changsu and turned to behold a figure cloaked in black, wreathed in dark flames, descending from the heavens before them. The black-clad man floated in the air, his entire form enveloped in a conflagration of black flames that blazed fiercely, obscuring his features as he descended. A countenance that appeared utterly ordinary yet struck an unparalleled chord within the hearts of those who beheld it emerged before the martial arts' true immortals. This man was, of course, Li Xuanjun. Li Xuanjun regarded the martial arts' true immortals and then turned his gaze to Mei Changsu, his expression devoid of warmth, his voice cold and unyielding. Only I possess the right to claim the life of my prey. You worthless fools dare to covet what belongs to me. His tone was as frigid as a glacier, embodying the essence of unrelenting icy. That moment, the martial arts' true immortals witnessed Li Xuanjun soaring through the air. Like a celestial being, their fear and astonishment beyond articulation. They were overwhelmed by the formidable aura radiating from him, unable to believe their own eyes. This demonic figure, appearing as if he had descended from the heavens, possessed the ability to traverse the skies. Such a feat could only be performed by one who had attained the realm of invincibility, the pinnacle of martial prowess. Li Xuanjun's ability to walk upon the air was a phenomenon that left the martial arts' true immortals trembling, their hearts gripped by terror. If the martial overlord realm allowed them to look down upon these true immortals, then the realm of invincibility rendered them akin to mere insects. Faced with a martial overlord, even a five-element overlord, they might still find a sliver of resistance. Yet before an invincible being, they lacked even the capacity to resist. To extinguish a handful of martial arts' true immortals would be as effortless as breathing for one at the pinnacle of invincibility. What is happening? How could an invincible powerhouse appear here? The martial arts' true immortals found themselves paralyzed with dread, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched Li Xuanjun approach them step by step. They were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of horror, their bodies rendered immobile. Realizing that Li Xuanjun was now less than 10 meters away, in that moment, they came to a startling realization. No, this man is not an invincible powerhouse. He cannot be. The aura he emits is not that of an invincible being. Indeed, this individual does not belong to the realm of martial arts. Although Li Xian's imposing presence is formidable enough to render the several martial true immortals incapable of resistance, it does not reach the level of instilling despair that would extinguish any thought of rebellion. At most, it is akin to confronting a sovereign of martial arts in their prime. The group, albeit unaware of the reasons behind Li Xian's ability to traverse the skies, became enlightened upon sensing that he was not of the invincible martial realm, prompting them to rally together. 6 martial true immortals, having shed their previous trepidation, wasted no time in launching an assault against Li Xian. Upon his arrival, Li Xian had immediately exhibited hostility. The strange nature of the situation did not escape them. Yet, upon recognizing that Li Xian emanated the aura of a martial sovereign, their confidence was restored. The current scenario dictated that Li Xian's appearance was indicative of ill intent. If they did not strike first, they would face certain demise. Without hesitation, they initiated their attack. Behind them stood Mei Changsu, still somewhat dazed. Compared to the other martial true immortals, he was the most astonished at Li Xian's emergence. Witnessing Li Xian soar through the air, he felt a shock that surpassed the cumulative astonishment of the other martial true immortals. Mei Changsu was acutely aware that when he previously faced Li Xian, though undeniably powerful, he had never surpassed the realm of the 5-element sovereign, much less achieved invincibility in martial arts. The notion that only those of the invincible martial realm could traverse the skies was deeply entrenched in his mind. As he beheld Li Xian flying, Mei Changsu's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief, not only due to Li Xian's apparent lack of injury, but also because the spectacle was almost beyond credulity. Once Li Xian landed, Mei Changsu observed closely and discerned that Li Xian still only possessed the aura of a martial sovereign, which allowed him to regain his composure. Although he could not fathom how Li Xian had achieved flight, it was clear he was not of the invincible realm. As long as he was not invincible, even if his own demise was imminent, Mei Changsu felt reassured that the Mei family had not attracted an insurmountable enemy. Had Li Xian truly been of the invincible realm, even his elder brother would not have stood a chance against him, sealing the Mei family's fate in annihilation. As long as Li Xian was not invincible, despite appearing unscathed, Mei Changsu remained astonished by Li Xian's might, having withstood his awakening technique without harm. However, as long as he was not invincible, he could not obliterate the Mei family in the county town. Even if he were to perish here today, his brother would seek vengeance on his behalf. The Mei family remained the dominant clan in the county town, steadfastly maintaining their influence over the region. Mei Changsu relinquished any thoughts of escape, watching as the martial true immortals engaged Li Xian. Though his fate seemed sealed, witnessing these petty individuals attack Li Xian brought him a sense of satisfaction. He recognized Li Xian's strength. Even as a third-tier martial sovereign, alongside 5-peak martial true immortals, they were no match for Li Xian. The sight of these opportunistic scoundrels being vanquished by Li Xian played out vividly in his mind. A smile of delight gracing his features. At that moment, Li Xian, observing the martial true immortals strike at him, remained expressionless. With a flick of his sleeve, he intended to dispatch them instantly. However, before he could react, the once aggressive martial true immortals, who had seemed intent on engaging him, simultaneously retracted their attacks and retreated at a speed even greater than their initial advance, desperately fleeing into the woods. Li Xian, momentarily taken aback by this turn of events, was astonished by their shamelessness. These martial true immortals, despite their considerable prowess, had managed to feign an attack and then escape without any communication with one another. Such acting skills were even able to deceive Li Xian. Individuals of this caliber could indeed be considered talents. After all, it was rare to find a martial true immortal so devoid of shame. Ultimately, Li Xian, lacking extensive combat experience, had been caught off guard. Just moments ago, he had genuinely believed they were earnest in their intent to fight, preparing to eliminate them. Yet, the scene shifted too swiftly for him to process, and he watched as they vanished from his sight. Though he could easily pursue them and eliminate each one, no one could escape. He recognized that the priority was not to slay these insignificant foes, for a much larger prize awaited his attention. Meanwhile, Mei Changsu stood before the cave, momentarily stunned by the flight of the martial true immortals. Truth be told, their actions not only surprised Li Xian but also reshaped Mei Changsu's understanding of shamelessness. Truly, it was an unparalleled level of audacity. Fuming with indignation, he cursed the direction in which they had fled. At that moment, Li Xian's expression returned to its usual indifference as he turned his gaze toward Mei Changsu, who remained rooted in place. Those fellows possess a modicum of cunning. You decry their shamelessness, yet what of yourself? Did you not abandon your subordinates in your battle against me? How do you compare to them? Li Xian remarked with a detached tone. Mei Changsu glared at Li Xian, indignation flaring within him. How can that be compared? I have at least engaged in combat with you, while those wretches lack the courage to even strike. They lack the courage because they are wise enough to recognize their defeat and choose to flee, thus preserving their lives. You, however, are doomed, Li Xian stated, his countenance unyielding. You? Mei Changsu clutched his chest, pointing an accusing finger at Li Xian, desperate to retort but falling into despondency. Indeed, they had survived, and he was fated to perish. This truth weighed heavily upon him. Having utilized his awakening skill left him gravely wounded and on the brink of death. And now, faced with Li Xian, he knew there was no hope for survival. The martial true immortals, while undoubtedly shameless, had lived on, while he was left to face his demise. This reality was not lost on Mei Changsu. Coming to terms with this, he regarded Li Xian with a resigned smile. If I must die, then I shall do so standing. Do not expect me to beg for mercy. Simply strike. Mei Changsu had no intention of futilely struggling against his fate. He recognized Li Xian as insurmountable and lacked the strength to fight back. He could only await his end, hoping to die with dignity. Li Xian, observing Mei Changsu's demeanor, understood that he had resolved to embrace death. Aware that he held no hope of survival, even unwilling to utter another word, wishing only for a swift end. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it in light of the gains you've provided me. I shall ensure you are left with a complete corpse, Li Xian declared coldly. With that, he moved with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, appearing before Mei Changsu in an instant, delivering a powerful strike to his heart. The force penetrated his body, shattering the vital organ. Blood trickled from Mei Changsu's lips, and he swayed, his eyes losing their luster as his complexion turned ashen. After a few unsteady steps, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Even a martial sovereign, if struck at such a critical point, could not be revived without immediate access to rare life-restoring treasures. Li Xian's blow had extinguished Mei Changsu's life. Standing still, he sensed the finality of Mei Changsu's demise, confirming there was no chance of resurrection, and proceeded to seize Mei Changsu's storage pouch along with the soul jade. Using his System .1 Black Flame soul jade appeared in Li Xian's hand, a manifestation of Mei Changsu's essence. With the soul jade taken, Mei Changsu was irrevocably gone. Gazing at the black soul jade, a subtle smile graced Li Xian's face. This soul jade was the finest quality he had acquired thus far, boasting a blue legendary quality. This is the quality of the Black Flame Soul Gem, blue legendary. Currently, the only items of blue legendary quality on Li Xuanjin are this soul gem and the enigmatic Ghost King mask. He never anticipated that Mei Changsu's soul gem would possess such remarkable quality. He couldn't help but think of his own Yin-Yang 5 Elements soul gem. What quality did his soul gem possess? Unfortunately, his soul gem could not be extracted. It was absorbed and merged with his body, leaving him unable to discern its specific quality. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements soul gem seed had only indicated a special status without specifying its quality. Thus Li Xuanjin remained oblivious to his soul gem's true essence. He speculated that it must be at least of blue legendary quality, as for the Black Flame soul gem in his possession. It was naturally deemed impossible to synthesize due to its superior quality. Reading the description on the back of the Black Flame soul gem, Li Xuanjin felt a wave of frustration. If only synthesis were possible, I would merely need to find another legendary quality soul gem to combine with it. I truly wish to know what lies beyond legendary quality, he lamented. To date, Li Xuanjin understood the classifications of item quality as determined by the system: white common, yellow fine, green extraordinary, and finally, blue legendary. Among these, only 2 items possessed blue legendary quality: the unusable Ghost King mask and the Black Flame soul gem before him. The synthesis restrictions indicated that yellow fine could be synthesized into green extraordinary, while synthesizing green extraordinary into blue legendary had yet to be unlocked. He would have to wait until he upgraded the system once more to achieve that. Recalling the synthesis system, Li Xuanjin thought of the unexpected creation he had previously achieved: the ghostly extinguishing black flame. Of green extraordinary quality, he stored the Black Flame soul gem away and summoned a wisp of flame that bore a striking resemblance to the black flame soul gem, yet was fundamentally different in essence. This flame, dark and dim, was interspersed with hints of pale white. The system had named it Ghostly Extinguishing Black Flame, a product of his earlier synthesis. Previously, when Mei Changsu unleashed the life-threatening Black Flame Dragon Explosion Soul Gem Awakening technique, Li Xuanjin had been engulfed by countless black flames, feeling an intense heat as they seared his body. Though these flames could not harm his eternal fate immortal body, they completely obscured his vision, preventing him from tracking Mei Changsu's movements and hindering his path. In that moment, Li Xuanjin was at a loss, for the black flames exhibited an eerie quality, burning with an unsettling ferocity, as if they would not dissipate until he was reduced to ashes. Just as he was consumed by worry, a familiar prompt resonated in his mind. Ding, black dragon flame detected. Would you like to absorb it? Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Xuanjin's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he declared, absorb. As soon as the words left his lips, the myriad black flames before him were drawn in by an extraordinary force, vanishing completely. Once the last remnants of the black flames disappeared, a prompt appeared in Li Xuanjin's mind. Black dragon flame. Yellow fine quality. Detection reveals the presence of ghostly extinguishing flame, yellow fine quality, within the host. Automatic synthesis initiated. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host has obtained ghostly extinguishing black flame, green extraordinary quality. After absorbing the black dragon flame, before Li Xuanjin could fully comprehend the implications, a series of system prompts followed. When he finally realized what had transpired, he discovered that the ghostly extinguishing flame he had hardly utilized had automatically synthesized with the newly absorbed black dragon flame to form an entirely new flame. The resulting flame was named Ghostly Extinguishing Black Flame, classified as Green Extraordinary. As this synthesis quickly concluded, Li Xuanjin was astonished that the system could perform automatic synthesis. However, with Mei Changsu still in pursuit, he had little time to ponder the matter. After the system prompts finished, he momentarily paused before swiftly resuming his chase after Mei Changsu. While pursuing Mei Changsu, Li Xuanjin noticed black flames unexpectedly flickering around him, even igniting at his feet. When he attempted to control these black flames, he was thrilled to discover he could harness them, enabling him to soar through the air. Naturally, he was elated by this newfound ability. Yet, with Mei Changsu still alive, he had no time to fully appreciate the peculiarities of the ghostly extinguishing black flame. Now that he had eliminated Mei Changsu, Li Xuanjin finally had the chance to reflect on this newly birthed flame. Observing the strange fire that flickered in his hands, he felt a sense of foreboding. This flame surpassed any he had encountered before. Of course, thus far, he had only witnessed 3 unique flames: the black dragon flame, the ghostly extinguishing flame, and now the ghostly extinguishing black flame before him. However, limited exposure was inconsequential. Acquiring these experiences was what truly mattered. The eerie flames emitted an aura that even made Li Xuanjin, with his eternal fate immortal body, feel threatened. Previously, even when immersed in the infernos of the black dragon flame and the ghostly extinguishing flame, his constitution rendered him immune to harm. Yet now, the ghostly extinguishing black flame, a fusion of the two, posed an undeniable threat capable of inflicting damage upon his eternal fate immortal body. This suggested that the newly synthesized flame was extraordinary indeed, in terms of its auxiliary capabilities. The black dragon flame could manifest externally, allowing him to fly. Its offensive potential appeared commendable as well, truly befitting a flame of green extraordinary quality. Gazing at the strange flames in his grasp, Li Xuanjin marveled, even this green extraordinary flame is one of my abilities. Does that not make me even more formidable? Having indulged in a moment of self-praise, Li Xuanjin turned his attention to Mei Changsu's lifeless body on the ground. Contemplating briefly, he unleashed the newly acquired ghostly extinguishing black flame to incinerate the earth beneath, swiftly creating a deep pit. With a wave of his hand, he cast Mei Changsu's body into the abyss. Then, with a powerful palm strike, he summoned a specific force to lift a cloud of dust, burying Mei Changsu beneath it. As the black flames consumed everything, the covering dust transformed into solid stone. Li Xuanjin executed this grim task with practiced ease, having received a black dragon flame, a blue legendary quality soul gem, and a surely valuable storage bag from Mei Changsu, while also promising to leave him with a complete corpse. Thus, He deemed it his moral obligation to grant him a proper burial. With his task complete, he declared, "All done. Time to return." After completing all of this, Li Xuanjun clapped his hands and commanded the black flames to envelop him as he departed from his original location, soaring towards Fuiying City, which lay several hundred miles away. Within Fuiying City, Feng Qiaoru remained solitary in the treasure pavilion, attended to respectfully by Yin Jia and a group of servants standing nearby. On the table before Feng Qiaoru lay rare spiritual tea and fruits, exquisite items that even she, as the former saintess of Qixia sect, could not indulge in at will. Yet, despite their presence, Feng Qiaoru found herself disinclined to partake. Her thoughts consumed with worry for Li Xuanjun had ventured forth to track down Mei Changsu, and now, after the passage of more than half a day, he had yet to return. Although Feng Qiaoru held immense confidence in Li Xuanjun, the prolonged absence instilled a growing fear of unforeseen misfortune. In her heart, Li Xuanjun represented more than just a person to whom she owed a debt of gratitude. He embodied a deeper emotional connection. Feng Qiaoru would rather Li Xuanjun fail to kill Mei Changsu than see him suffer any harm. These feelings had arisen naturally, leaving Feng Qiaoru somewhat perplexed about their nature. All she knew was that she would prefer to perish rather than see Li Xuanjun endure even the slightest injury. Had it not been for his request for her to wait, she would have long since set out to find him. Even knowing that her presence could not aid him, she yearned to see Li Xuanjun, to remain by his side. Even in death, she wished to die in his embrace. Such chaotic thoughts swirled through Feng Qiaoru's mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil, unsure of how to confront her own emotions. Time passed, and as the sun dipped low, casting the evening sky in deep hues of black, a figure emerged in the heavens above the treasure pavilion. This figure, shrouded in ebony flames, descended upon a platform of fire, appearing as though born from the fiery clouds, exuding an aura akin to a divine being who commanded the flames. The inhabitants of Fuiying City were struck with astonishment at this sight. What was that? A person? Could it be that someone was flying in the sky? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of shock and disbelief. Among the ordinary folk, those with some martial prowess, at least advanced martial disciples, were even more alarmed. The notion of someone flying from the horizon, possessing the ability to traverse the air, was utterly unprecedented. Those unacquainted with the pinnacle of martial arts could still surmise that such an individual must possess an incomprehensibly high level of skill. The citizens of Fuiying City gaped in awe as they beheld a figure enveloped in flames approaching from outside the city. A throng of onlookers trailed behind Li Xuanjun, albeit cautiously maintaining a distance they deemed safe, eager to discern the intentions of this celestial being in their city. Meanwhile, those within Fuiying City who recognized Li Xuanjun were quick to receive news of his return. These individuals were prominent figures within the city, well aware of Li Xuanjun's previous actions in the treasure pavilion, where he had slain Mei Lengyia of the Mei family, confronted Mei Changsu, and decisively eliminated 5 pinnacle martial deities from the Mei clan before setting out to pursue Mei Changsu. Now, after the passage of half a day, these figures were left in suspense, ignorant of what had transpired following Li Xuanjun's pursuit. However, upon hearing reports of a peerless demon king, enshrouded in black flames and traversing the air, making his way directly towards the heart of Fuiying City, the city's elite hastily ascended their highest towers to gaze upon the sky. Some even peered from the windows of taverns and inns, catching sight of the rumored celestial figure, with others dubbing him a hellish demon. As these prominent figures of Fuiying City beheld Li Xuanjun soaring through the air, they were genuinely astonished. Unlike the common folk and lower-tier martial practitioners, they possessed the discernment to recognize that only an individual of unparalleled martial prowess could achieve such feats. The realization dawned upon them. How could this previously displayed martial overlord now soar through the sky? Was it feasible that he had broken through to the realm of invincible martial arts in just half a day? Or had he been concealing his true strength all along? A chilling thought crept into the minds of these influential figures. Regardless of his actual level of power, they understood that they must pay their respects to this individual without delay. Whether he was indeed invincible or merely a martial overlord, he was not someone they could afford to offend. This was no longer merely about avoiding conflict with the Mei family. Their focus had shifted to the immediate necessity of appeasing Li Xuanjun. The Mei family, after all, was far removed from their concerns. They had no intention of openly defying them. In this moment, self-preservation took precedence. and they surmised that if they were not alone in their decision, they could collectively weather any repercussions. With these thoughts as a backdrop, the group of influential figures joined the throng, following closely behind Li Xuanjun, eager to be the first to pay their respects upon his arrival. Inside the treasure pavilion, the ruckus from outside, initially muted, grew louder as more and more people converged towards Li Xuanjun. Many representatives from various families and factions had already gathered outside, awaiting his return. Thus, it became impossible for Feng Qiaoru, Yin Jia, and the others to remain oblivious to the commotion. What was happening? Why was there such a clamor outside? Someone, go outside and investigate who dares to cause such a disturbance at the treasure pavilion, Yin Jia ordered, brow furrowed in concern. Yet, before any servant could make their way outside, those within the lavish guest lounge on the first floor of the treasure pavilion heard a thunderous roar from beyond. "Greetings, my lord." The sound surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming even the distance that separated them from the commotion outside. Upon hearing the uproar, Yin Jia realized that the situation was far from ordinary. What could have transpired outside? A great personage has arrived in Fuiying City. He pondered this, conscious that, as the master of the treasure pavilion, he should have been informed of such an important visitor. "Miss Fong, I shall step outside to ascertain the situation. Please wait here for a moment," he implored, bowing to Feng Qiaoru. However, before he received her consent, he noticed a figure swiftly passing by him, heading towards the exit. As Yin Jia raised his gaze, he noticed that Feng Qiaoru, who had been seated before him, had vanished without a trace. He hurriedly looked back and spotted a figure making its way toward the entrance of the treasure pavilion. It was none other than Feng Qiaoru herself. "Miss Fong," Yin Jia exclaimed in surprise, quickly following her. Given the uncertain circumstances outside, he dared not let this young lady encounter any mishap. Otherwise, as the master of the treasure pavilion in a mere county, he doubted he could safeguard his life from that formidable individual. Thus, upon witnessing Feng Qiaoru's movements, he instinctively felt compelled to keep her within his protective orbit and rushed after her. Chapter 54. The young deer is worth teaching outside the treasure pavilion. Li Xuanjun descended gracefully from the heavens. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered on the street before the pavilion. This assembly consisted of individuals of various ages, ranging from the elderly to the young, adorned in lavish garments as well as plain folk in simple attire. As they witnessed Li Xuanjun's descent, each bowed their heads respectfully, greeting him with utmost reverence. "We pay our respects, my lord." They chorused, their deference palpable. Leading the group were several high-ranking martial artists from Fuijing City, including the city lord, who had reached the threshold of the true immortal realm in martial arts. These individuals comprised the upper echelons of Fuijing City, wielding significant influence. Although their martial prowess seemed inconsequential to Li Xuanjun, in the context of Fuijing City, apart from large factions like the Treasure Pavilion, these individuals held the power to dictate the city's affairs. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they controlled the very lifeblood of Fuijing City. Li Xuanjun remained oblivious to the identities of these individuals. He was merely reveling in the experience of flying through the air, having journeyed back to Fuijing City from hundreds of miles away. The commotion he incited was entirely unexpected, yes, for those who bowed before him. He had no intention of acknowledging them. If they wished to show him respect, so be it. Their presence meant little to him, and he did not foresee any future interaction with them. Since they chose to pay their respects, let them do so. Any acknowledgement from him would merely signify his concession. With this mindset, Li Xuanjun descended before the treasure pavilion, disregarding the assembled crowd. His indifference inevitably left the prominent figures present feeling anxious, wondering whether their tardiness in greeting him upon his arrival in Fuijing City had led to any discontent on his part. They silently lamented their oversight. While it was true that this formidable individual had demonstrated extraordinary prowess by vanquishing Mei Jia's Mei Langya, showcasing unparalleled strength, the fact remained that the Mei family was a dominant force in the county, and upon hearing the news, these individuals had concluded that this newcomer could scarcely contend with the Mei family and was destined for demise. Thus, these opportunistic souls, wary of potential repercussions, refrained from forging any connections with Li Xuanjun, fearing that should the Mei family eliminate him, their own affiliations would not be overlooked. However, they could never have anticipated the extent of Li Xuanjun's capabilities, which far exceeded their imagination. He was not merely an ordinary martial arts overlord. He possessed the strength to easily defeat a third-tier martial arts sovereign like Mei Changsu, and he was now being hunted. His fate uncertain. In that moment, Li Xianjun exhibited the ability to challenge an entire martial arts family. Originally, these individuals had hesitated, contemplating whether to approach Li Xianjun, but now, they were astounded by his inexplicable display of aerial prowess. Regardless of how he accomplished it, to these natives of Fujing City, it was clear that he was proclaiming his strength to all the factions within the city, announcing his official arrival on the scene. Given the overt nature of his demonstration, the leaders of various factions understood the imperative to pay their respects to Li Xianjun without delay. Otherwise, the consequences were uncertain, and no one wished to find out. Thus, they approached Li Xianjun with that mindset. Yet, his reaction was utterly unexpected. He neither displayed anger nor reprimanded them, offering not a single word, treating them as if they were invisible. This demeanor inevitably led them to speculate wildly about his intentions. Amid their anxious thoughts, one individual felt a rising panic, beads of sweat forming on their brow. Li Xianjun, however, paid no mind to the musings of the crowd and instead proceeded toward the treasure pavilion. The throng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, parted to create a pathway for him. As Li Xianjun arrived before the grand entrance of the treasure pavilion, a figure suddenly burst forth from within. This individual paused momentarily, casting a glance at Li Xianjun, who reciprocated the gaze. "Greetings, little dear," Li Xianjun greeted warmly. The person who emerged was none other than Feng Qiaoru, initially lingering in place. Upon noticing Li Xianjun's acknowledgement, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She then called out, "My lord." Her earnest affection was unmistakable. Before Li Xianjun could fully grasp the situation, Feng Qiaoru rushed toward him. Leaping into his embrace, "My lord," she murmured, nestling her head against his chest. Li Xianjun found himself momentarily stunned, perplexed by her behavior. What is happening? After just a brief separation, why does it seem as though she has endured a heart-wrenching farewell? He pondered, utterly baffled. "Hey, little dear, what's going on?" he inquired, peering down at the girl in his arms, unable to comprehend her actions. Feng Qiaoru, however, offered no response, choosing instead to cling tightly to him. Li Xianjun observed her unusual demeanor. His mind began to churn with speculation regarding her behavior. "Little dear, have you perhaps done something mischievous?" he surmised, his astute intellect piecing together the notion that she might be attempting to elicit his forgiveness through her display of affection. Of course, the principled and serious Li Xianjun was not easily swayed by such antics. "Speak up, what mischief have you committed? If it is a trivial matter, I may consider forgiving you. However, if it pertains to a matter of principle, I shall have to deliberate further," he declared earnestly. At this juncture, Feng Qiaoru, hearing his words, sensed the gravity of the situation. She quickly lifted her head from his embrace, her face flushed as she earnestly explained. "No, my lord, I haven't done anything wrong. It's just that upon seeing you, I momentarily lost control." Li Xianjun, not yet convinced, pressed on. "Are you truly innocent? If you have committed any wrongdoing, speak honestly that I might still forgive you. But if you lie, that would be a serious issue. Little dear, you know I detest deceit above all else," he stated firmly. "Yes," Feng Qiaoru replied, meeting his serious gaze. "I promise, I haven't done anything wrong. My lord, you must believe me. Is that so? Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve for now. However, should I discover later that you have concealed any misdeeds, I will not show favoritism, understand?" Li Xianjun reiterated with gravity. "I understand, my lord," Feng Qiaoru affirmed, nodding solemnly. Recognizing that her lord valued honesty, she resolved to embody that virtue. Upon observing Feng Qiaoru's earnest countenance, Li Xianjun sensed her sincerity and remarked with satisfaction, "Indeed, the young dear is worthy of instruction." Though the phrase was somewhat peculiar, Feng Qiaoru understood it as a compliment, and a wave of joy surged within her. "All right, let us not linger here. This is a place of business. We should step inside," Li Xianjun suggested, finally realizing that he and Feng Qiaoru had been blocking the entrance to the treasure pavilion, with a throng of onlookers behind them. It seemed rather inconsiderate to impede their commerce. "Very well, my lord," Feng Qiaoru replied eagerly. Feng Qiaoru nodded slightly, and Li Xianjun led her towards the entrance of the treasure pavilion. That moment. "Yanjia, completely unaware of his status as merely a subordinate in Li Xuanzhen's eyes, stood with his head bowed and his back hunched, displaying utmost respect as he awaited the arrival of the two. Upon seeing Li Xuanzhen and Feng Qiaoru approaching, Yin Jia, accompanied by a group of followers, bowed and greeted them, saying, "Greetings, my lord. Greetings, Miss Feng." Li Xuanzhen acknowledged this gesture with a nod. Once they entered the treasure pavilion, he turned to Yin Jia and inquired, "What has become of the corpses of the several martial arts true immortals from the Mei family that I previously dispatched?" In response to Li Xuanzhen's question, Yin Jia, with great deference, replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, the corpses have all been collected by me. Here are the storage bags retrieved from those individuals." Yin Jia reverently produced several storage bags and handed them to Li Xuanzhen. He took the bags, weighing them in his hands. Although he could not discern their weight, this action was essential, a matter of ritual. After completing the ritual, Li Xuanzhen passed the storage bags to Feng Qiaoru, who accepted them with diligence. "Very well, my lord," she said, carefully stowing the bags away. "Take me to see the corpses of those individuals," Li Xuanzhen instructed Yin Jia. "Understood, my lord." "Please follow me," Yin Jia responded, though he could not fathom why Li Xuanzhen wished to inspect the corpses. Nevertheless, he dared not disobey an order from Li Xuanzhen at that moment. Yin Jia felt fortunate that he had not ordered the cremation of the corpses. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. "Xiaoluzi, wait here for me. I need to purchase some oranges. No, stay here. I shall return shortly." Li Xuanzhen almost misspoke. "Yes, my lord," Feng Qiaoru obediently replied, pondering internally, "What are oranges?" Li Xuanzhen nodded and followed Yin Jia to inspect the corpses of the Mei family's martial arts true immortals. Upon arriving at a courtyard within the treasure pavilion, they found several corpses laid upon the ground, covered by white cloths. Li Xuanzhen approached the bodies, detecting the presence of wood soul jade, fire soul jade, water soul jade, and more. A prompt from the system echoed, "Would you like to extract the soul jades?" Li Xuanzhen chose to proceed, acquiring the 5-element soul jades: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The system successfully extracted the soul jades from the corpses of the Mei family's martial arts true immortals, revealing that they possessed all 5 elemental jades. Previously, Li Xuanzhen had obtained 5-element soul jades, which, in conjunction with the Yin-Yang soul jade, had fused into the Yin-Yang 5-element soul jade, the newly acquired jades. However, were 5 spirit soul jades a superior variant. Although they were still comprised of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, they inherently possessed a trace of spirituality. One must not underestimate this hint of spirituality. Soul jades imbued with such essence are significantly more beneficial to cultivation than their lifeless counterparts. Possessing these soul jades signifies that the individual is destined to ascend to a higher realm than those devoid of this spiritual essence, representing exceptional talent. In essence, the 5 spirit soul jades are a class above the 5-element soul jades. This is evident from the system's description: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth soul jades. Green extraordinary quality. A total of 5 soul jades, each of green extraordinary quality. This surpasses the yellow fine quality of the 5-element soul jades and the Yin-Yang soul jade that Li Xuanzhen had previously acquired. Equating to the quality of the Yin-Yang 5-element soul jade currently within him, naturally, Li Xuanzhen was elated to possess such high-grade soul jades. However, due to their elevated quality, fusion was not an option. Of course, once Li Xuanzhen upgraded his system, fusion would become feasible. At that point, he would merely need to locate another green extraordinary quality Yin-Yang soul jade to once again forge a blue legendary quality Yin-Yang 5 spirit soul jade, replacing the existing soul jade within him. Consequently, Li Xuanzhen's soul jade would ascend to blue legendary quality, enhancing his cultivation, combat prowess, and innate talent. As for Mei Changsu's black flame soul jade, the same reasoning applied. Its quality was too high for fusion. With these thoughts in mind, Li Xuanzhen felt a surge of joy. The members of the Mei family were indeed commendable, each possessing remarkable talent. Mei Changsu had a blue legendary quality, while these deceased individuals exhibited green extraordinary quality, quite impressive. Li Xuanzhen remained unaware that the corpses before him were the result of the Mei family's meticulous cultivation, involving vast resources and time, ultimately yielding the Mei family's crusaders. Across the entire Mei family, only 15 such crusaders existed. They were orphans collected from various places, meticulously chosen for their exceptional talent and nurtured with care and resources from a young age. These crusaders were fiercely loyal to the Mei family and each possessed formidable strength. Mei Changsu, being the third master of the Mei family, wielded the authority to command a portion of the Crusaders, deploying them with the intent to eliminate Li Xuanjun. Little did he anticipate that they would all perish here, including himself. After extracting the soul jades, the corpses held no further value for Li Xuanjun, who stated simply, "Very well, let us depart." "Understood, my lord." Yin Jia, unconcerned with Li Xuanjun's actions, awaited his command amidst the corpses. Knowing that whatever Li Xuanjun chose to do was his prerogative, it was best not to pry or speculate, as all matters were ultimately beyond his concern. As Li Xuanjun and Yin Jia made their way out of the treasure pavilion, Li Xuanjun turned back to Yin Jia and instructed, "Since they are already deceased, let us not linger. Find a suitable place to bury them and offer some paper money in their honor." "Understood?" "Understood, my lord." Yin Jia nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xuanjun's decision was not out of compassion. These individuals had come to eliminate him, and their deaths were well-deserved. However, out of respect for the deceased and having gained benefits from them, it was only fitting to grant them a proper burial. Yet, these individuals were not Mei Changsu, and thus lacked the privilege of a personal burial conducted by him. Delegating this task sufficed. Upon reaching the first floor of the treasure pavilion, Feng Qiaoru approached them as they arrived. "My lord." She addressed Li Xuanjun. He regarded her briefly before affirming, "The matter is resolved. We shall take our leave." "Yes, my lord." Feng Qiaoru nodded in agreement. Li Xuanjun then turned to Yin Jia, stating, "We are ready to depart. My lord, Miss Feng, allow me to escort you." Yin Jia offered as he guided the two out of the treasure pavilion. This time, no one emerged to threaten or attack them. However, outside the treasure pavilion, a group of individuals lingered. Upon seeing Li Xuanjun and the others emerge, their gazes, particularly fixated on Li Xuanjun and Feng Qiaoru, spoke volumes. Li Xuanjun, a figure of unfathomable power, required no introduction. As for Feng Qiaoru, during Li Xuanjun's absence, this group had managed to ascertain her identity. This woman, who had been closely following Li Xuanjun, was named Feng Qiaoru and was suspected to be the former holy maiden of the Qixia sect. It was precisely because of her that Li Xuanjun had taken a stand against the Mei family, precipitating the events that followed. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Feng Qiaoru rush into Li Xuanjun's embrace, a display of intimacy that left no doubt regarding her status. Thus, it became abundantly clear to the group that Feng Qiaoru was a lady of considerable standing, while the specifics of her status remained unclear. Everyone comprehended that this Miss Feng was not to be trifled with. The formidable Li Xuanjun was already a figure to be respected, but this Miss Feng commanded an even greater level of deference. To offend either of them would invite dire consequences. Therefore, when Li Xuanjun and Feng Qiaoru stepped outside, the entire group bowed in unison, greeting them with, "We pay our respects, my lord. We pay our respects." Miss Feng. Li Xuanjun had previously encountered a similar scene, hence her expression remained impassive. In stark contrast, Feng Qiaoru found herself overwhelmed. Before her stood a multitude, a dense throng of over 100 individuals, all bowing their heads in reverence towards her, greeting her with utmost respect. Despite having once been the holy maiden of Qixia sect, she had never experienced such a grand spectacle, leaving her momentarily flustered. However, clarity soon dawned upon her. These individuals, much like Yin Jia, were not honoring her, but rather the esteemed figure beside her. They believed that their close association with this individual warranted a similar degree of respect towards her. Thus, their homage was not directed at her, but at the adult accompanying her. This realization brought a sense of joy to Feng Qiaoru instead of disappointment. At least, in their eyes, her relationship with the esteemed figure was one of intimacy, rather than indifference. Unbeknownst to them, her position beside the adult was somewhat awkward. She was neither a captive nor entirely free, nor was she merely a maid or servant. Chapter 55. Too salty in essence. Feng Qiaoru's current status beside Li Xuanjun was difficult to articulate. Therefore, witnessing the multitude misinterpret her connection with the esteemed figure naturally filled her heart with delight. Conversely, Li Xuanjun did not share Feng Qiaoru's convoluted thoughts. Observing the throng bowing before him, he understood their motivations and intentions. With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded, "Disperse." "Yes, my lord, we shall take our leave." The crowd of dignitaries from Fueying City responded in unison. This assembly of influential figures had been treated as mere attendants, summoned and dismissed at Li Xuanjun's whim. Yet, none found it peculiar or discomforting. It was simply the natural order of things in this world. The strong inherently possessed the authority over the weak, as well as the right to command. Faced with Li Xuanjun, a martial arts overlord, these individuals, who were merely at the pinnacle of the ninth realm, were undoubtedly the weaker party. Thus, they complied with his every word. Moreover, they felt a palpable anxiety, sensing that Li Xuanjun harbored a less than favorable impression of them, which further discouraged any defiance against his orders. Even though they were eager to mend their relationship with Li Xuanjun, they knew better than to rush. Opportunities to atone would arise in due time. As the assembly departed, they sighed inwardly, lamenting their failure to secure a favorable impression in the eyes of this esteemed figure. Fortunately, they were not alone in this sentiment. Others felt similarly. Only Yin Jia, the new manager of the Treasure Pavilion, seemed to have established a rapport with Li Xuanjun, even appearing to have taken the path towards becoming a lady. The events of Feng Qiaoru's lengthy stay at the Treasure Pavilion were not lost on them. They perceived it as Yin Jia leveraging Feng Qiaoru to forge a connection with Li Xuanjun. Indeed, the martial arts true immortal from the county city's Treasure Pavilion was not only formidable in strength, but also adept at navigating social circles and forming alliances with influential figures. Little did they know that from Li Xuanjun's perspective, both they and Yin Jia were equally inconsequential, indistinguishable from one another. Up until this point, Li Xuanjun was still unaware of Yin Jia's name, only slightly more familiar with her presence. The crowd remained oblivious to the fact that Li Xuanjun had no unfavorable impressions of them. In truth, he had no impressions at all, after dismissing the throng. The street outside the Treasure Pavilion swiftly returned to its usual state. Observing the scene before him, Li Xuanjun felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, what was that earlier display obstructing the entrance? Were they not concerned about conducting business? He mused. I dare say, the people of Fuiying City could use a lesson in basic etiquette. With that, Li Xuanjun, escorted by Yin Jia, departed the Treasure Pavilion. Yin Jia did not dare suggest that Li Xuanjun stay there. Despite the establishment having accommodations for distinguished guests, she believed that someone of his stature was not easily impressed, and making such an overture might be ill-advised. It was better to wait until they were better acquainted before broaching the subject. After all, one misstep could sour her relationship with this esteemed figure, and that would be disastrous. Upon returning to the inn where Li Xuanjun had previously resided, they were met with a gathering outside. The leader of this group was an elderly man with graying hair and beard. Accompanied by the innkeeper and attendants, upon seeing Li Xuanjun and Feng Qiaoru, the elderly man bowed deeply and proclaimed, "I, Qi Siming, pay my respects to the esteemed lord." Following his lead, the entourage behind him also bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the esteemed lord." This spectacle on the street caused quite a stir. "Isn't that the head of the Qi family?" someone exclaimed. "Indeed, it is Qi Siming, the patriarch of the Qi family. But why is he bowing to a young man? What is the status of this young man and the young lady beside him?" Those witnessing the scene murmured among themselves, many of whom had never seen Li Xuanjun's face. Consequently, they were perplexed as to why Qi Siming would show such deference to him. Although they had witnessed Li Xuanjun soaring through the air engulfed in flames, they had not made the connection between that celestial figure and the young man before them. Only a few who had been to the Treasure Pavilion and witnessed the earlier events recognized Li Xuanjun's identity. "Mind your words, everyone. Do you know who this esteemed lord is? He is the very one who traversed the skies." Those who had been at the Treasure Pavilion quickly admonished the murmurers, "Beware of speaking ill of the Divine Lord. Your lives may be at stake." Those who had previously gossiped turned pale, realizing that they had been discussing the very figure who commanded flames. Whether he was a demon from the underworld or a celestial being was of no consequence. They were terrified that their careless words might reach him. With such thoughts racing through their minds, they hastily fell silent, many fleeing the scene entirely, intent on returning home to prepare for a hasty escape. Li Xuanjun stood outside the inn, having overheard the earlier discussions but paying them little mind. After all, the words belonged to others. They could say whatever they wished, as long as it was not derogatory. He had no reason to concern himself with their chatter. At this moment, his attention settled on the elderly man leading the group who was bowing before him. Day after day, he found himself subjected to such displays of reverence, and he wondered if this was the price of power. Previously, he had fantasized about being a figure of authority, commanding respect wherever he went. Now that his fantasy had materialized, he found himself somewhat irked by the constant bowing. What vexed him further was the apparent stinginess of these individuals. They seemed to offer nothing more than mere gestures of respect. If they were to pay homage, surely they ought to demonstrate some sincerity. A simple bow or nod was hardly sufficient. Where were the gifts? The valuable offerings? It seemed they were merely indulging in empty gestures, leaving him feeling rather unappreciated. Having contemplated this, Li Xuanjun decided to adopt a more grandiose self-reference. Previously, he had referred to himself as I. But now that he considered himself a personage of significance, he could not simply call himself I. He was not an emperor to use we nor a military officer to refer to himself as this official. After much deliberation, he settled on this seat as a fitting self-reference, one that conveyed both sophistication and cultural gravitas. Thus, he resolved that in the presence of others, particularly foes, he would refer to himself as this seat. Now, facing the elderly figure and his entourage bowing before him, Li Xuanjun felt a tinge of annoyance at their perceived stinginess, yet he recognized their display of respect. He could not afford to appear overly aloof. Most importantly, this crowd had effectively blocked his path back to the inn. Very well, good day to you all. Thank you for your hard work, Li Xuanjun remarked with a casual wave. What? Qi Siming was somewhat taken aback. Unsure of what Li Xuanjun meant by comrade, however, he grasped that Li Xuanjun was merely trying to placate them. This time, Qi Siming had concocted a plan to establish a connection with Li Xuanjun. He certainly could not repeat his previous behavior of leaving immediately upon Li Xuanjun's arrival outside the treasure pavilion. Thus, Qi Siming stepped forward and respectfully addressed, Esteemed Lord, I have only just learned that you are residing in an inn owned by me. I am truly honored beyond measure. May I inquire if your stay is to your satisfaction? If there are any suggestions, please do not hesitate to share them. The inn where Li Xuanjun was staying was indeed under Qi Siming's ownership, and he intended to leverage this opportunity to forge a relationship with Li Xuanjun. Upon hearing Qi, Siming revealed that the inn was his property, and then that he wished for Li Xuanjun to provide feedback. Li Xuanjun's eyes brightened, and he nearly asked Qi Siming for a discount on his room rate. The reason he did not request a complimentary stay was that Li Xuanjun felt it would be unfair to exploit the innkeeper's goodwill so blatantly. After all, the man was running a business, and demanding a free stay would be rather oppressive. Even a discount felt somewhat inappropriate, thus he retracted his initial thought. Nevertheless, having contemplated speaking, it seemed amiss not to say anything at all. Hence, after retracting his previous statement, Li Xuanjun cleared his throat and began, As for suggestions, I do have one. Hearing this, Qi Siming was filled with trepidation, even fear, and he quickly bowed low, exclaiming, I am guilty, I am guilty. Please forgive me, esteemed Lord. I beseech you to pardon my transgressions. By the end of his plea, he had even knelt down, nearly prostrating himself. Qi Siming had not anticipated that Li Xuanjun would indeed have a suggestion. Although he was uncertain of its nature, he believed that acknowledging his fault would suffice, so he knelt down and continued to plead for mercy. The group behind him followed suit, kneeling and bowing, their heads rhythmically knocking against the ground. Li Xuanjun, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. Ahem, rise, please. Have I ever stated that I would punish you? I merely intended to voice a few words from the perspective of a consumer. Given your request for feedback, is it necessary to be so frightened? Please, stand up. Yes, thank you, esteemed Lord, for your mercy. Qi Siming rose as if he had been granted a second chance at life, and the others followed suit. Expressing their gratitude profusely. At this moment, Li Xuanjun turned to Qi Siming and remarked, Very well, that is the correct attitude. Now, cease your bowing. I shall now convey my feedback. Please, esteemed Lord, proceed. Qi Siming listened intently, preparing to regard Li Xuanjun's words as the guiding principles for their inn. After all, these were the opinions of a martial arts overlord, a figure of considerable strength among the elite. To possess such insights could elevate their inn's reputation throughout the entire county. Your attitude is commendable. My feedback is this. Your inn is quite satisfactory, except for one minor flaw. Please educate us, esteemed Lord. Qi Siming eagerly awaited Li Xuanjun's critique, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. The issue is that the pickles served at your inn are excessively salty. Li Xuanjun stated earnestly, Indeed. You are absolutely correct, esteemed Lord. Your words are like a revelation, illuminating my understanding, Qi Siming exclaimed, brimming with admiration for Li Xuanjun's insight. After Li Xuanjun's comment, Qi Siming, not waiting to fully comprehend the feedback, immediately began to extol it. Wait a moment, esteemed Lord. What did you say? Qi Siming finally processed the earlier statement. Did you mention that the pickles are too salty? Indeed, I said that the pickles at your inn are excessively salty. Li Xuanjin reiterated, yes, that is correct. I have long suspected that there was something amiss with our pickles, but I could not pinpoint the issue. Now, with your guidance, I have finally understood. Our problem lies in the excessive saltiness of the pickles, indeed? That is it. Thank you for your invaluable advice. We shall commence rectifying this immediately, Qi Siming vowed earnestly. Well done, you are indeed teachable, Li Xuanjin nodded in approval. With Li Xuanjin's endorsement, Qi Siming was elated. He called over the innkeeper. Did you hear what the esteemed lord just said? Yes, I heard, sir, the innkeeper nodded obsequiously. Since you have heard, it is well I command you, from this day forth, all pickles served at our inn must be made less salty. To the point of being milder than plain congee. Do you understand? Qi Siming instructed sternly. Understood, sir. I will ensure the pickles are made less salty than plain congee, the innkeeper hurriedly agreed, though internally he mused about the absurdity of pickles being less salty than congee. Regardless of what future patrons of the inn might think about the pickles, Li Xuanjin was quite satisfied with Qi Siming's earnest approach to customer feedback. This was the hallmark of a successful businessman, an unwavering commitment to ensuring customer satisfaction. Very well, your attitude is commendable. Now, please step aside, for I wish to return to my rest, Li Xuanjin stated after a nod of approval. Qi Siming, however, did not step aside. Instead, he bowed slightly and said, "One moment. Esteemed lord, I have prepared a VIP suite for you within the inn. Given your and Miss Fong's esteemed status, it would be improper for you to reside in a standard room. I implore you to accept my humble offer." A twinge of apprehension coursed through Qi Siming as he spoke these words. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanjin narrowed his eyes. Seeing this expression, Qi Siming's heart raced, fearing he had inadvertently offended the esteemed lord. However, he could not ascertain what he had said that was amiss. Li Xuanjin continued to scrutinize Qi Siming, who was now trembling, prepared to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Finally, Li Xuanjin spoke. You have arranged an alternative accommodation for me. How much will you charge for this new residence? Immediately, Qi Siming responded, No charge. No charge. This is my humble offering to you, esteemed lord. How could I dare to accept payment? It is my fortune that you would reside in my inn. How could I possibly ask for remuneration? So it is free. Li Xuanjin's eyes widened slowly. Indeed, free. You may stay as long as you wish, even until the end of time, without charge, Qi Siming eagerly clarified. That is indeed quite generous, Li Xuanjin chuckled, his joy evident. Upon seeing Li Xuanjin smile, Qi Siming wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Esteemed lord, Miss Fong, please follow me. I shall escort you to the VIP suite. Very well, lead the way, Li Xuanjin nodded. As Qi Siming guided the way, Li Xuanjin and Feng Xiaoru followed closely behind. After navigating several turns within the inn, they arrived at a serene and secluded courtyard. Upon passing through a gate, a charming little courtyard appeared before them, adorned with flourishing flora, shady trees, and a gentle stream, all centered around a 3-story building with white walls and black tiles. At that moment, a group of beautiful maidens stood in a row in the open space of the courtyard, awaiting their arrival. Qi Siming led Li Xuanjin and Feng Xiaoru to the group of maidens and, gesturing towards them, said, Esteemed lord, Miss Fong, these maidens are here to serve you, carefully selected and trained to attend to your needs. Should any of them fail to meet your satisfaction, please inform me, and I will replace them immediately. Upon concluding his remarks, Qi Siming turned around and addressed a group of maidens, saying, Have you seen the esteemed gentleman and the young lady? From now on, you are to attend solely to their needs. Should any of you dare to neglect them, I shall flay you alive. Qi Siming's words were laced with intimidation, yet he spoke the truth. If any of these maidens offended Li Xuanjin and her companion, he would indeed resort to violence. After all, they were merely a handful of lowly mortal maidens. Even if some possessed a hint of beauty, they held little value, and their lives were easily expendable. The maidens, filled with trepidation, lowered their heads and bowed, their faces betraying astonishment. What are you standing around for? Hurry and pay your respects to the esteemed gentleman and the young lady, Qi Siming bellowed. Upon hearing this, the maidens hastily crouched and greeted Li Xuanjin and Feng Xiaoru with a chorus of, We, your humble servants, pay our respects to the esteemed gentleman and the young lady. Seeing this, Qi Siming nodded in satisfaction before turning to face Li Xuanjin, instantly adopting a demeanor of obsequious humility. "Esteemed gentlemen, young lady, are you both content? If there is anything amiss, please do not hesitate to instruct me. I assure you, I shall rectify it and ensure your stay at our prosperous inn is most agreeable." His sycophantic tone was unmistakable. Li Xuanzhen regarded Qi Siming with an impassive expression and remarked, "Quite satisfactory, you may leave now." "Very well," Qi Siming replied. "I shall not intrude upon your rest any further." With that, he took his leave, satisfied that Li Xuanzhen had accepted his hospitality and chosen to reside in this luxurious accommodation. He dared not overstep his bounds. Initially, he had contemplated inviting Li Xuanzhen and his companion to a banquet, but with Li Xuanzhen now dismissing him, he understood that it was prudent to depart, lest he leave an unfavorable impression. This was already a promising beginning, and he resolved not to jeopardize it. Qi Siming exited with utmost respect, while Li Xuanzhen approached the maidens, who were still bowed. Unable to meet his gaze, he surveyed the group. Although they kept their heads down, their figures revealed that each possessed a measure of beauty. "I never imagined I would indulge in such a decadent lifestyle." Attended by maidens, Li Xuanzhen mused silently, reflecting on his recent past as a destitute blacksmith. "All right, Xiaoluzi, these maidens are now under your charge," he instructed Feng Qiaoyu, as a man. It would be inappropriate for him to directly oversee them, given the societal norms regarding interactions between genders. Unbeknownst to him, the maidens had no such reservations about gender propriety. Each one harbored the belief that if Li Xuanzhen took an interest in them, a formal title was unnecessary. The mere fact of being favored would elevate their status, transforming their lives into something they had scarcely dared to dream. The maidens' ambitions were not misplaced. Should they indeed engage with Li Xuanzhen, their lives would undoubtedly change in Fuxing City. As long as Li Xuanzhen's influence endured and he remained alive, any maiden associated with him would be treated as a lady of high status. Living a life of privilege, Li Xuanzhen, however, remained oblivious to these thoughts, harboring no ulterior motives. Yet, if the maidens were to approach him, he might not possess the fortitude to resist. Regardless, the maidens were simultaneously intimidated by Li Xuanzhen's stature and aware of Feng Qiaoru's presence, which kept them from daring to flirt with him, as they wished to preserve their lives. Thus, Li Xuanzhen found himself on the verge of a life surrounded by beauty yet preoccupied with other matters. He directed Feng Qiaoru to manage the maidens before stepping into the central building of the courtyard. Upon entering, he discovered a spacious hall within the small building, which, though unassuming from the outside, revealed a generous interior, with the first floor alone spanning several thousand square feet. Once inside, Li Xuanzhen instructed a maiden to escort him to the master bedroom, located on the third floor. Indeed, the entire third floor was designated as his personal domain. This floor boasted over 1,000 square feet, devoid of walls, featuring an open layout that included a study, bedroom, tea room, and training area, all separated only by screens. The decor mirrored the building's exterior, eschewing ostentation for a subtle elegance. Reminiscent of a scholarly family's ambience, Li Xuanzhen found himself quite pleased with this arrangement. Not long ago, he had lived in a squalid blacksmith shop, and now he had such a lavish abode. He had no reason to feel otherwise. "Excellent, Xiaoluzi, place all the storage bags here, then go inspect your own quarters. The third floor is off limits for now. Please instruct the others accordingly," he commanded. "Understood, esteemed gentleman," Feng Qiaoru replied. Following his orders, in the end, Li Xuanzhen secured the entrance to the third floor. Despite the lack of many barriers, a robust iron door stood in place. Once closed, what transpired within remained a mystery to all. The door was soundproof as well. After ensuring everything was in order, Li Xuanzhen felt a lingering apprehension, primarily due to the vastness of the third floor, which did not inspire a sense of security. Contemplating the expansive space, he made his way to the study, closed the windows, and devised a plan to acquire several screens to enclose his desk. Once satisfied with his preparations, he retrieved the storage bags. These bags contained spoils obtained from Mei Changsu and others, as well as items purchased from the treasure pavilion, each secured in bags for transport. Among them was one that held the 10 greatest treasures. Now situated in a relatively secure environment, Li Xuanzhen eagerly anticipated opening the storage bags to discover which items could be synthesized. He aimed to complete the synthesis quickly, enhance his system proficiency, and upgrade his system. Most importantly, the mundane items he had acquired from the first and second floors of the treasure pavilion were predominantly of fine yellow quality. Deemed suitable for synthesis by the system, Li Xuanjun could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of what marvelous items he might create this time. Setting aside the storage bags from Mei Changsu and others for the moment, he opened the bags containing the items procured from the treasure pavilion. The first batch consisted of over 100 types of mundane goods, with about 20 duplicates among them: Hanlon silver armor 20, gold-plated gloves 10, horn dragon boots 10, black tortoise dagger 10, sapphire necklace 21. These various weapons, armor, and jewelry were all classified as fine yellow quality by the system. However, there were distinctions within the yellow quality itself. The dragon scale set synthesized by Li Xuanjun far surpassed the ordinary items before him, standing in stark contrast to their commonplace utility. Not only did the dragon scale set provide numerous attribute bonuses, but its extraordinary set effects were unmatched by the singular capabilities of these mundane items. It was a testament to the system's quality. Nevertheless, while the utility of these items paled in comparison, their quality remained significant. Li Xuanjun believed that by synthesizing these yellow quality items, he could produce green quality items of extraordinary merit. As green is superior to yellow, a fundamental principle established by the system. Thus, Li Xuanjun spread the items across the expansive desk, and when space ran out, he placed them on the floor, each piece a treasure in its own right. For an ordinary person, attaining Li Xuanjun's level, these golden purchased items would indeed appear mundane, devoid of any practical value. However, Li Xuanjun was not an ordinary man. He possessed a system. With the system at his disposal, even the most trivial items could hold significance. The items before him were far from trivial. They had been acquired with gleaming gold. These were all forms of currency, having been impoverished in the past. Li Xuanjun held a peculiar obsession with wealth. As he beheld the array of items available for synthesis, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Such fine treasures, indeed! He exclaimed with glee. Ha ha ha! Li Xianzhan could not help but burst into laughter. Were anyone to witness Li Xianzhan in this moment, they might very well conclude that he had lost his sanity. After venting his emotions, Li Xianzhan proceeded to categorize his possessions. One pile consisted of duplicates, suitable for synthesis, while another comprised unique items, which could not currently be synthesized. The duplicates numbered over 20 varieties, each with more than 10 pieces. Li Xianzhan casually picked up one item, of which there were 20 pieces available for synthesis 10 times. This item was called the cold scale silver armor, shimmering with a silvery luster that clearly marked it as a valuable object. For high-level martial apprentices, this silver armor indeed offered decent defensive capabilities. However, those who had advanced to the warrior rank often dismissed this armor, as warriors had already opened the 9 meridians within their bodies, giving rise to innate true energy in their dantians. Although this innate true energy could not envelop the entire body, the areas it did cover would become extraordinarily resilient, far surpassing the defensive capabilities of this silver armor. Furthermore, warriors typically faced other warriors, and the attacks unleashed by them would easily overwhelm the meager defense provided by this armor. Warriors could infuse their weapons with true energy, enhancing their power significantly. The cold scale silver armor, when confronted with such weaponry, was as defenseless as paper against a sharp knife. Yet, for Li Xianzhan, none of this mattered. He valued not the intrinsic function of the cold scale silver armor, but rather the potential outcome of the synthesis process. The cold scale silver armor was of yellow quality. Upon synthesis, it would transform into a green extraordinary quality item. Such a quality item, when translated into the realm of reality, would be suitable for true immortals of martial arts. Moreover, since it was a product of the system, one could only imagine the unimaginable power of the synthesized green extraordinary quality item, reminiscent of the Panlong power set. Lifting 2 pieces of cold scale silver armor, Li Xianzhan initiated the synthesis process. Cold scale silver armor X2. Shall we synthesize? The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Synthesize. Without hesitation, Li Xianzhan commanded the system to proceed. Ding! Cold scale silver armor X2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Xuanwu golden scale armor X1. In his hands, 2 pieces of cold scale silver armor transformed into a piece of armor, simplistic in design yet exuding an extraordinary aura. Adorned in a dark golden hue, Xuanwu golden scale armor? Li Xianzhan examined this armor closely. The exterior shimmered with a dark golden color, and despite its presence in his hands, it bore no weight. Yet, it imparted an indomitable sensation, as if even a mountain descending from the heavens could not inflict the slightest harm upon it. Such defensive prowess was truly formidable. Time to assess its attributes. Spending a portion of his mental energy, Li Xianjun discerned the detailed information of this armor. Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor. Green Extraordinary Quality. Strength 10, 000. Constitution 10, 000. Defense 200, 000. The minimum 5-digit attributes astonish Li Xianjun. My goodness, these attributes are simply explosive, he exclaimed. Presently, other than his attack and defense, none of Li Xianjun's attributes exceeded 5 digits. Yet, with the mere synthesis of this Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, every attribute displayed was no less than 10,000. If equipped, such enhancement could potentially double his power. Chapter 57, Xuanwu Set. No, it was not merely a doubling. This Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor provided a staggering 200,000 in defense. Such a figure was blindingly impressive. Based on his previous defensive capabilities, Li Xianjun concluded that if he donned this Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, he could stand still and allow others to strike him without employing any true energy. Even a martial arts overlord wielding a profound-grade spiritual weapon would find it impossible to inflict any damage upon him. This did not even account for the additional benefits of his eternal fate immortal body. It could be said that, in terms of defense, Li Xianjun had become invincible within the realm of martial arts overlords. Alternatively, one might assert that Li Xianjun had reached a level of invincibility in physical prowess, just a hair's breadth away from achieving martial supremacy. And of course, all of this required Li Xianjun to adapt to such a high attribute enhancement. Even though this equipment was produced by the system, the sudden influx of such attributes might not be readily accommodated by his body. However, once he adapted, his strength would reach an alarming level in a short span of time. Li Xianjun was blissfully unaware of all this, as he had yet to equip the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor and therefore could not foresee the difficulty in adjusting to such a surge in attributes. Having previously adapted to the Panlong power set seamlessly, he naturally assumed that he could do the same with any system-produced equipment. After reviewing the attributes of the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, Li Xianjun felt immense joy. He scrutinized the armor one last time before setting it aside. He had no intention of immediately replacing his current Panlong power set. Instead, he planned to synthesize more pieces before making a switch. Otherwise, the incomplete set would not yield its full effects. Presently, he still needed the various benefits provided by his Panlong power set. Setting aside the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, Li Xianjun once again picked up 2 pieces of Cold Scale Silver Armor to begin synthesis. Cold Scale Silver Armor X2, Synthesize. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Xuanwu Blackwater Helmet X1. This time, the synthesis yielded a helmet. After consuming some experience points to assess its attributes, the details of the helmet emerged. Xuanwu Blackwater Helmet. Strength 5, 000. Constitution 5, 000. Speed 5, 000. Spirit 5, 000. A well-rounded enhancement with no shortcomings. Each attribute received an increase of 5,000. Although it did not match the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor's dramatic 10,000 increase across the board, this comprehensive enhancement was significant for Li Xianjun. In terms of overall strength enhancement, the Xuanwu Blackwater Helmet offered a holistic boost, making it, in some respects, even superior to the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, if one disregarded the latter's extraordinary defensive capabilities. Given such formidable defense, if Li Xianjun had to make a choice, he would likely lean towards the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, for its impressive defense would place him in an unbeatable position. This helmet is also quite remarkable, he mused. The prefix Xuanwu suggested that this set belonged to the Xuanwu series. Li Xianjun regarded the black helmet in his hands. Though less ostentatious than the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, it still aligned with his aesthetic preferences and boasted a flawless attribute enhancement. After synthesizing the Xuanwu Blackwater Helmet, Li Xianjun wasted no time and continued to grasp 2 pieces of Cold Scale Silver Armor for synthesis once more. Cold Scale Silver Armor X2, Synthesize. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Xuanwu White Frost Gloves X1. A pair of white gloves emanating an intense chill materialized in Li Xianjun's hands. These gloves appear to be crafted from the hide of some unique beast, resembling ordinary fur gloves at first glance. However, the icy aura they emitted, coupled with a flickering blue light, set them apart. Li Xianjun held the gloves, feeling the penetrating cold. These gloves are incredibly frigid. Even with Li Xianjun's formidable physique, the gloves' chill was palpable, indicating their extreme coldness, as if forged from millennia of frozen ice. System assessed. Li Xianzhan prompted the system once again. Xuanwu White Frost Gloves. Constitution 10,000. Spirit 20,000. Another 5-digit attribute increase. The spirit enhancement surged to a terrifying 20,000, marking the highest single attribute increase Li Xianzhan had encountered thus far. Upon seeing this figure, Li Xianzhan envisioned the gloves in his hands as remarkably impressive. He imagined that with a mere wave of his hand, he could freeze the world. Naturally, the actual effects of the gloves could only be discerned once he equipped them and observed the set bonuses. Li Xianzhan refrained from donning the gloves just yet. He intended to fully synthesize the entire Xuanwu set before equipping anything. Once more, he grasped the familiar 2 pieces of Cold Scale Silver Armor. Cold Scale Silver Armor X2, Synthesize. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Xuanwu Whirlwind Boots. Before Li Xianzhan's eyes appeared a pair of boots adorned with intricate, raised black patterns. At first glance, these boots appeared to be ordinary black leather footwear. However, the embossed black textures resembled enigmatic runes, occasionally shimmering with ethereal light. Such boots, even without considering their functionality, were worth their weight in gold solely based on their aesthetic appeal. Li Xianzhan gazed at the boots, recognizing that even in his past life on the Water Blue Star, these would be trendsetters. For such fashionable and chic boots. No, they were boots of unparalleled style. Li Xianzhan felt an overwhelming affection. He decided to appraise them. Let us see how good these boots are. A system appraisal would provide clarity. Xuanwu Gale Boots. Speed 15,000. Simple yet effective. This enhancement to speed attributes alone was several times greater than Li Xianzhan's current speed. One could only imagine the astonishing velocity he would achieve once adorned with such remarkable footwear. Without hesitation, he proceeded to synthesize further. Synthesize 2 sets of Cold Scale Silver Armor. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xuanwu Belt. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xuanwu Earrings. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xuanwu Necklace. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xuanwu Ring. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xuanwu Black and White Twin Swords. In a single synthesis, Li Xianzhan acquired 5 pieces of the Xuanwu set: the belt, earrings, necklace, ring, and ultimately, a pair of swords. The most remarkable of these was undoubtedly the pair of swords known as the Xuanwu Black and White Twin Swords. One sword was black, the other white, both of standard longsword dimensions. Perhaps even slightly shorter. At first glance, they appeared unremarkable. However, upon utilizing the system appraisal, detailed information about the twin swords emerged. Xuanwu Black and White Twin Swords. Carries the special energy of infinite power 1000. Can unleash infinite power to perform a natural disaster level skill, Maha Wuliang. This brief description, devoid of any attribute enhancements, piqued Li Xianzhan's interest. Infinite power, natural disaster level skill, Maha Wuliang. Li Xianzhan's eyes widened, believing that such distinctive descriptions underscored the exceptional nature of these twin swords. How could they not be formidable? Just look at those words, those descriptions, infinite power. The infinite power that births the Tai Chi. And a natural disaster level skill, Maha Wuliang. The very notion of a natural disaster. Maha Wuliang. Each word spoke volumes about the extraordinary prowess of these twin swords. Impressive, my treasure. 666. In the final moments, Li Xianzhan realized he had not voiced his thoughts aloud. Regardless, his rare display of excitement attested to the remarkable nature of the twin swords. Put them away, put them away. These are treasures indeed, he marveled. The true extent of their power would only be revealed once Li Xianzhan equipped them and unleashed their skills. The remaining equipment was rather mundane, merely enhancing various attributes, and thus Li Xianzhan paid them little heed. Now, all 9 pieces of the Xuanwu set had been synthesized. The reason he had not attempted to synthesize a 10th piece was due to the system's notification after creating the final Xuanwu Black and White Twin Swords. Congratulations, host, you have synthesized the complete Xuanwu set. Reward, a special cultivation method. Equip the complete Xuanwu set to view. The system's notification confirmed that the Xuanwu set, much like the Panlong Power set, consisted solely of 9 pieces. The subsequent system prompt regarding a reward intrigued Li Xianzhan. A reward, a special cultivation method. What could that be? Never mind, I'll change my equipment first. With that thought, Li Xianzhan began to remove each piece of the Panlong Power set. Once he had shed the Panlong equipment, his strength diminished to the first tier of martial dominance. The previous second-tier status vanished, meaning Li Xianzhan's current true realm was merely the first tier. The system had displayed the second tier solely due to the enhancements provided by the Panlong set. However, this was only temporary. Once Li Xuanjun donned the Xuanwu set, his power would undoubtedly transform into a wholly new and more formidable state. Having removed the Panlong power set, including the Panlong power spatial ring, Li Xuanjun ensured all contents were extracted beforehand. This spatial ring, with a capacity of only 1 cubic meter, felt somewhat constricting given Li Xuanjun's current wealth. Predictably, the new equipment, the Xuanwu set, would undoubtedly include a spatial ring with a larger storage capacity awaiting him. After discarding the old attire, the next step was to equip the brand new Xuanwu set. One by one, Li Xuanjun adorned himself with the Xuanwu gear, Xuanwu golden scale armor, Xuanwu black water helmet, Xuanwu white frost gloves, Xuanwu gale boots, Xuanwu belt, necklace, earrings, ring, Xuanwu black and white twin swords. All 9 pieces of the Xuanwu set were now seamlessly fitted upon Li Xuanjun. At that moment, he summoned his attribute panel, Host, Li Xuanjun, level 2. Strength, 150,000. Speed, 150,000. Constitution, 150,000. Spirit, 250,000. Synthesis proficiency, 1235. Attack power, 100,000. Defense power, 120,000. Special, incomplete eternal fate immortal body, first level, 10 awakening, cultivation method, incomplete eternal sacred magic formula. Current realm, invincible martial path, 10 invincible, chapter 58. Synthesis failure. All attributes had reached 6 figures, with attack and defense soaring above 1,000,000. Meanwhile, his cultivation realm ascended to the invincible martial path. The transformation of his attribute panel was profound. The only aspect remaining unchanged was the awakening level of the eternal fate immortal body. Still at 10%, Li Xuanjun found himself at a loss regarding how to enhance this aspect. He could cultivate the eternal sacred magic formula, yet had no clue how to strengthen the eternal fate immortal body, as the system provided no guidance by this time. It was already past midnight, marking the end of another day. Li Xuanjun proceeded with his customary sign-in. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 300 bronze knife coins. Once again, the reward consisted of unchanged bronze knife coins. Now, Li Xuanjun possessed nearly 1,000 of these coins, not including the 2,000 acquired from the treasure pavilion. Till this day, he remained unaware of the purpose of these bronze knife coins, but he was certain they held significance. Perhaps they were tied to certain functions of the system yet to be revealed. He speculated. However, there was no need for excessive concern. After all, these bronze knife coins took up no space and could simply be stored away. There would surely come a day when they would prove useful. After storing the system's reward of bronze knife coins, Li Xuanjun glanced once more at his data panel, filled with ambition. With his cultivation reaching the invincible martial path, this realm was sufficient for Li Xuanjun's self-preservation. At least within the county city, such strength placed him at the pinnacle. Though Li Xuanjun was not entirely clear on the matter, through observations and gathered information over the past few days, he had discerned that even in the entire Fuliang County, the invincible martial path represented the highest echelon, AS for superior combat power, that was reserved for the national government and certain prominent sections. Within that hierarchy, invincible martial path warriors held a position of significance. The term invincible inherently conveyed the formidable nature of this realm. Fuliang County governed a total of 28 counties, including Fuxing City. Mai Kangsu and Mei Lengya hailed from the Mei family of Fuliang County, a fact known to Li Xinjun. For the head of the Mei family, Mai Kangsu's elder brother, being a half-step invincible warrior, was something Li Xuanjun was unaware of. However, even if he did know, it mattered little. What did it matter if it was a half-step invincible or a true invincible? Li Xuanjun was not an ordinary invincible martial path warrior. He possessed extraordinary equipment from the system, alongside the eternal fate immortal body and the cultivation of the eternal sacred magic formula. With such numerous advantages, Li Xuanjun's strength could never be gauged merely by his apparent realm. Otherwise, how could Mai Kangsu, a distinguished third-tier martial dominator, fall victim to Li Xuanjun, who was previously only a second-tier martial dominator? After completing his sign-in, Li Xuanjun acclimated to his new equipment, at which point the Xuanwu set began to merge seamlessly with him. The effects of all 8 pieces of the set manifested fully. 2-piece effect. Defense 100,000. Strength 10,000.3 piece effect. Speed 9,000.4 piece effect. Activates hidden equipment effects. Point 5. Piece effect. Unlocks storage capacity of the Xuanwu ring. The effects of the 6-piece set. It activates the automatic replenishment of limitless power, increasing by 1 point every minute. The effects of the 7-piece set. It reduces damage taken by 50%. The effects of the 8-piece set. It activates the mental active skill Eye of Void Insight. The effects of the 9-piece set. It grants the passive skill power of Xuanwu, increasing defense by 5,000 daily. In total, there are 8 set effects, all of which have seen significant enhancements compared to the previous Panlong set effects. However, some remain unchanged. For instance, the 4-piece set effect, which conceals equipment, has not altered, nor has the 7-piece set's damage reduction, which still stands at 50%. Nevertheless, this was already sufficiently powerful, making its lack of change still formidable. The other effects, however, have undergone substantial transformations. The enhancements are noteworthy, particularly the passive skill power of Xuanwu, which daily adds 5,000 to defense, ensuring that Li Xuanjin's defensive capabilities become even more formidable. He can already envision that should anyone attack him, beneath his immense defense, they would be utterly incapable of inflicting harm, especially with the additional 50% damage reduction, making him the most resilient individual. The 6th set effect's automatic replenishment of limitless power is also a delightful surprise. The Xuanwu dual blade sword synthesized by Li Xuanjin possesses a disaster-level skill that requires the consumption of limitless power. This limitless power is not boundless. It has a cap of 1,000. Previously, Li Xuanjin had been troubled by how to replenish all his limitless power if it were to run out. Now, he need not worry, as the set effect replenishes 1 point of limitless power every minute. While this may seem modest, it accumulates. Thus, if Li Xuanjin depletes all his limitless power, it would take merely 1,000 minutes to restore all spent resources. Considering there are 60 minutes in an hour, 600 minutes in 10 hours, and 1,440 minutes in a day, it implies that within less than a day, he could fully replenish his limitless power. This aspect particularly pleases Li Xuanjin. Although he has yet to witness the effects of the limitless power-consuming disaster-level skill Maha Wuliang, he suspects it will become a foundational skill for him. After all, it is the first offensive skill that the system has provided thus far. If it were ineffective, it would be a blow to the system's credibility. Thus, for the sake of reputation, this skill must indeed be terrifying. After reviewing these effects, Li Xuanjin glanced at the Xuanwu ring in his hand. Delving into its essence, he observed that compared to the previous Panlong ring, which possessed merely a cubic space, the Xuanwu ring now boasts a remarkable space of hundreds of cubic units. Moreover, the interior has transformed from a dimly lit area to a bright one, subtly radiating with spiritual fluctuations. This storage space far surpasses both the original Panlong ring and any storage bags Li Xuanjin has encountered, elevating it to an entirely new echelon. Truly commendable, a testament to its extraordinary green transcendent quality. After examining the various effects, only the final one remained, which Li Xuanjin found somewhat perplexing. This effect corresponds to the original 8-piece set effect. The previous Panlong set's 8th effect was an active skill, Eye of Insight, while now, in the Xuanwu set, it has transformed into Eye of Void Insight. It is evident that Eye of Void Insight is an advanced skill compared to the Eye of Insight. Li Xuanjin focused on this effect as the system provided a prompt. Eye of Void Insight allows one to perceive information about individuals up to 5 levels below their own. It can also dispel illusions below disaster level. When used within secret realms, there is a 20% chance of discovering innate spiritual items. 3 pieces of information stand out. The first is the enhancement from Eye of Insight, which could only assess individuals up to 3 levels below. Now, Eye of Void Insight has upgraded to 5 levels. The subsequent 2 effects have never been present in Eye of Insight. The ability to dispel illusions is particularly significant for Li Xuanjin. Currently, he is unconcerned about direct confrontations. If he cannot win, he can always retreat. However, when faced with certain unique illusions, he finds himself at a disadvantage. These are skills employed by the underhanded, for which he lacks effective countermeasures. Despite his formidable mental strength, some illusions cannot be countered merely by mental prowess. Even a moment's hesitation could lead to dire consequences. Now, with the Eye of Void Insight that can unravel illusions, Li Xuanjin finds this an exceedingly useful skill, providing him with a sense of preparedness. This skill contributes significantly to his overall strength, and thus, he is immensely satisfied with Eye of Void Insight. After reviewing all the effects, another system prompt appeared in Li Xuanjin's mind. The host has equipped the complete Xuanwu set. Reward: Special Technique Yixing Zhaoyue. Yixing Zhaoyue, a platinum-level technique, can harness the power of the stars to refine the body, a technique exclusive to the martial invincible realm. Upon reading the description of this special technique, Li Xuanzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. A technique exclusive to the martial invincible realm. He scrutinized the technique's description, discovering that Yixing Zhaoyue can summon the power of the stars to continuously strengthen the body. The martial invincible realm is a unique tier specifically designed for body and mental training. Only by refining both body and spirit to an indomitable state can one unlock a series of exclusive abilities within the martial invincible realm. Although Li Xuanzhen currently resides in the martial invincible realm, a note indicates he is at 1% invincibility, signifying his minor tier. If Li Xuanzhen were to continue cultivating the eternal holy demon art, he could still elevate his cultivation level. However, the emergence of this specialized technique for refining the body is a delightful surprise. Most importantly, this technique does not require active cultivation. As long as Li Xuanzhen does not enter a unique secret realm, it will autonomously absorb the power of the stars, continuously refining his body until he achieves full invincibility. Hence, this technique offers numerous advantages, truly befitting its status as the exclusive technique of the martial invincible realm. Should Li Xuanzhen find a technique focused on mental training, he could quickly reach the pinnacle of the martial invincible realm, harmonizing both body and spirit. As for how to locate a mental-focused exclusive technique for the martial invincible realm, Li Xuanzhen only has one thought: synthesis, relentless synthesis. By upgrading the system, he is bound to acquire such exclusive techniques or even superior items. He might even directly upgrade his equipment to obtain a better blue legendary set, thus avoiding stagnation within the martial invincible realm and instead becoming a paragon of martial limits. This encapsulates Li Xuanzhen's aspirations. Nevertheless, thus far, this special technique has proven to be exceptionally beneficial for him, leaving him elated. Activating his data panel, Li Xuanzhen summoned his status. Host, Li Xuanzhen, level 2. Strength, 165, 000. Speed, 159, 000. Constitution, 150, 000. Spirit, 250, 000. Mastery, 1235. Attack power, 100, 000. Defense power, 350, 000. Special, incomplete eternal fate immortal body, first level, 10 awakening. Cultivation techniques, incomplete eternal holy demon art, Yixing Zhaoyue, limitless power, 1000. Disaster level skill, Maha Wuliang, passive skill, Eye of Void Insight. Current realm, martial invincible realm, 1 invincibility. A brand new data panel emerges, showcasing several additional metrics, including the boundless power, a new martial art, and the calamity skills. Even the Insight Eye, which previously lacked the qualifications to access the data panel, has been replaced by the Void Eye and now occupies a place within the panel. Li Xuanzhen gazes at his newly formidable data panel, and an overwhelming sense of confidence and strength surges within him. Since arriving in this world a year ago as a destitute blacksmith, he has transformed into an unparalleled martial artist merely a few months after acquiring the system. This extraordinary transformation leaves Li Xuanzhen in a state of bewilderment, as if he were ensnared within a dream. Yet, it is a tangible reality, undeniably a testament to the remarkable nature of possessing a system. Upon stowing the system away, Li Xuanzhen notices a plethora of assorted items strewn across the table before him. These materials, all purchased from the Treasure Pavilion's first and second floors, are the synthesis components he has acquired. Just a few synthesized pieces of the frost scale silver armor have significantly augmented Li Xuanzhen's prowess. Observing the synthesis materials at hand, he hesitates not a moment longer and, seizing the opportunity, resumes his crafting. Li Xuanzhen is acutely aware that all he possesses is a gift from the system, which is fundamentally a synthesis system. The act of synthesizing items enhances the system's proficiency, thereby elevating its level. This is the pathway to becoming more powerful in this fantastical world, where martial prowess reigns supreme. Everything beyond one's own strength is but an illusion. With a resolute belief in his burgeoning might, Li Xuanzhen embarks on further synthesis. With only 2 pieces of frost-scale silver armor remaining, he decides to combine them, curious to see what might emerge. Thus far, he has successfully crafted a complete set of the Xuanwu armor, and the abundant remaining synthesis materials should allow for dozens more attempts. Based on past experiences, He knows that equipment synthesis materials yield only equipment. With curiosity fueling his endeavor, he initiates the synthesis of the remaining 2 pieces of Frost-scale silver armor. Frost-scale silver armor 2 synthesis. The system responds. Synthesis failed. Materials damaged. An unexpected turn of events unfolds. Li Xuanjun can scarcely believe his ears upon receiving the system's notification. Glancing at the 2 pieces of Frost-scale silver armor he held moments before, they seem to dissipate like smoke into the ether. What? Synthesis can actually fail, he exclaims in disbelief. Yet, the stark reality is evident before him. The system's synthesis function indeed bears the possibility of failure. What is happening? Is this system truly a game system? Does it really incorporate such a cruel failure mechanic? Li Xuanjun finds himself at a loss for words in his past life on Blue Star. Those pay-to-win games featured synthesis or enhancement functionalities that also harbored a risk of failure. Moreover, the probability of failure increased with each successive successful enhancement, designed to entice players into spending more. Such unscrupulous merchants deserve to be imprisoned. This system he has acquired possesses a synthesis function and a data panel, reminiscent of his past gaming experiences. Yet, he never anticipated that the system's primary feature, the synthesis function, could also entail the risk of failure. This misconception arose from his previous countless successes in synthesis, leading him to assume that the system's synthesis would always succeed without fail. However, after successfully crafting the entire Xuanwu armor set, he now faces the grim notification of synthesis failure. Just like in games, upon failing the synthesis, the materials used also vanish. Stunned, Li Xuanjun stands frozen for a moment. After a while, he examines his empty hands and gradually comes to terms with the system's parameters. How infuriating! The synthesis can indeed fail, and the equipment disappears upon failure, he mutters, exasperated. Well, it's merely a few inconsequential yellow-grade items. If they fail, then so be it. I still have an abundance of materials for synthesis. Li Xuanjun, maintaining his composure, waves his hand dismissively. With renewed determination, he resumes his synthesis endeavors. Pay-to-win gloves 2 synthesis. The system announces, synthesis failed. Materials damaged. Upon hearing the system's notification and seeing his hands once again empty, Li Xuanjun's countenance darkens. How could this happen again? Never mind. Let's continue synthesizing. There are plenty of materials. Pay-to-win gloves 2 synthesis. Synthesis failed. Materials damaged. Pay-to-win gloves 2 synthesis. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed. A series of failures ensues, and Li Xuanjun's face turns as dark as the bottom of a pot. I refuse to believe it. My luck cannot be this abysmal. I will press on, undeterred. He forges ahead. Synthesis failed. 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 A relentless stream of failure notifications resounds. Ultimately, when Li Xuanjun attempts to retrieve more equipment for synthesis, he discovers that all his synthesis materials have vanished, obliterated by the failures. 10 pairs of pay-to-win gloves, 10 pairs of horned boots, 10 Xuanwu daggers, 21 sapphire necklaces, all have disappeared without a trace due to synthesis failures. After enduring consecutive failures, he surveys the wide expanse of emptiness on the table and floor. Li Xuanjun's previously dark expression transforms into one of sheer disbelief. What? All failures? His visage reflects profound dismay. The relentless failures weigh heavily on his heart. These materials were purchased with spirit stones, money, an abundance of wealth. As a man born into poverty, witnessing such riches evaporate into thin air is an unbearable blow. My money! Li Xuanjun clutches his chest, struggling to breathe. Chapter 59. The unique limitation: this system is utterly cruel. It either allows no failures or subjects me to an unending string of failures. Offering no glimmer of hope, Li Xuanjun summons the data panel, only to feel an even deeper sense of despair. The synthesis proficiency displayed remains unchanged at 1,235. Exactly as it was after completing the Xuanwu armor set. With no progress whatsoever. This revelation strikes him like a thunderbolt. He had hoped to finish synthesizing all his materials to significantly boost his proficiency, subsequently upgrading the system to craft higher-tier equipment, and then elevate it further to forge even greater gear, ultimately setting him on a path to success, becoming a CEO, marrying a wealthy heiress, and reaching the pinnacle of life. But now, all of that is gone. His dreams shattered, his heart broken, irretrievably fragmented, like shattered glass, incapable of being mended. Li Xuanjun struggles to articulate his current emotions. It is akin to being on the verge of winning over his dream girl, only to witness her embracing a wealthy heir. Such a sentiment is incomprehensible to those who have not lived it. Why, goddess? No, my money. Li Xuanjun laments. Alas, life is grand, and everything is merely a chance to start anew. I refuse to accept that I am destined to fail. With renewed vigor, Li Xuanjun steels himself for another round of synthesis. This time, he opts not to synthesize equipment, primarily due to the absence of any materials left for such endeavors. All 100 pieces of equipment had succumbed to failure, dissipating into the void. Therefore, Li Xuanjun chooses to utilize the medicinal herbs he had acquired from the 4th floor of the treasure pavilion. A batch of earthly Rehmannia, a yellow-grade medicinal ingredient suitable for synthesis. Holding 15 pieces of earthly Rehmannia, he prepares for 7 attempts at synthesis. Li Xuanjun grasps the dark herbs and initiates the synthesis. Earthly Rehmannia 2 synthesis. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Rehmannia King 1. Synthesis successful. Li Xuanjun, who had braced himself for failure, finds himself momentarily stunned by the emergence of the sizable, dark Rehmannia King in his hands. It succeeded? He muses, disbelief washing over him. After enduring a string of failures, he had fully prepared for yet another disappointment, but to his astonishment, success has graced him this time. As he examines the Rehmannia King, he need not invoke the system for appraisal. Information about the Rehmannia King materializes automatically. Rehmannia King, green, extraordinary quality point, one of the primary ingredients for concocting the Flying Phoenix Rehmannia pill. Consuming it directly can enhance mental fortitude. As Li Xuanjun gazed upon the pharmaceutical information before him, particularly captivated by the extraordinary quality embodied in the verdant hue. A realization dawned upon him. He had indeed triumphed. Initially, a wave of elation surged within him. Had his fortunes shifted? Was the darkness finally lifted? Li Xuanjun first believed that his luck had turned for the better. Thinking that after numerous failures, a once unsuccessful mother had finally birthed success. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. No, it was not merely a matter of fortune. A suspicion began to form within his mind. Let me see if my conjecture holds true. After pondering for a moment, Li Xuanjun picked up 2 earthly Rehmannia roots and commenced the synthesis process. Combining earthly Rehmannia X2. Congratulations, host has obtained Rehmannia King X1. Success once more. This time, however, Li Xuanjun refrained from excessive joy and proceeded to synthesize again. Combining earthly Rehmannia X2. Congratulations, host has obtained Rehmannia King X1, a 3rd success. Yet this time, a slight furrow formed upon Li Xuanjun's brow. He retrieved a storage pouch from the body of a martial arts sage of the Mei family, who had attempted to ambush him but had met his demise instead. Within one of the pouches, he unearthed 2 identical pieces of equipment. Combining Emerald Bracelet X2, synthesis failed. Materials damaged out of failure. Yet this setback was anticipated by Li Xuanjun. Following this unsuccessful attempt, he did not reach for other equipment to synthesize, but instead resumed with 2 earthly Rehmannia roots, initiating the process once more. Congratulations, host has obtained Rehmannia King 2x1. The synthesis of earthly Rehmannia had succeeded again. At this juncture, having conducted the experiment, Li Xuanjun's speculation was validated. Indeed, the synthesis of medicinal materials succeeded on the first attempt, while the synthesis of equipment remained fraught with failure. I understand now. The notion forming in Li Xuanjun's mind gradually solidified. One more experiment to confirm. Without hesitation, he once again retrieved duplicate equipment from the storage pouches of several martial arts sages. Combining purple bamboo sword X2. Synthesis failed. Materials damaged. As the 2 purple swords vanished from his sight, Li Xuanjun's hypothesis was confirmed. There was no doubt about it. He set down the storage pouch, first affirming that his repeated failures were not due to ill fortune, nor was his success with the earthly Rehmannia a stroke of good luck. The failures in synthesizing equipment and the successes with earthly Rehmannia were unrelated to the whims of chance. The crux of the issue lay not in fortune, but rather in the system's regulations. Having synthesized an entire set of the Xuanwu armor, he realized that his desire to synthesize more equipment to discover what might emerge was misguided. The system forbade it. After having crafted the Xuanwu armor, further synthesis of equipment would only lead to failure, with no possibility of success. Yet, no notification had accompanied this limitation. It was an unspoken rule, discerned only through his own explorations. Thus, he had encountered continuous failures when attempting to synthesize equipment. However, when synthesizing medicinal materials like the earthly Rehmannia, there were no such restrictions, as he had not yet created an item akin to the Xuanwu armor. Consequently, the synthesis of medicinal materials could not fail. In essence, the conclusion was clear. Within the synthesis rules of the system, the Xuanwu armor possessed a unique quality, existing as the singular equipment set allowed. Li Xuanzhen deduced from the system's behavior that once a complete set of armor was synthesized, no second set could be produced, not even a single piece. Conversely, other items did not adhere to this rule, meaning the system's synthesis of equipment was uniquely constrained. In this world, only one set of system armor could exist. Whether this was due to the system's will or the fundamental laws of this realm remained unclear, but a second set could not emerge. Previously, when he had synthesized the dragon power armor, he lacked the materials to test this system rule after completing the entire set. Now, with ample materials at his disposal, Li Xuanzhen discovered this regulation for the first time. The cost of this revelation was over 100 pieces of yellow-quality equipment, which, if sold, could fetch at least several billion gold coins. Converted into spirit stones, it amounted to over 10,000. Upon this realization, a pang of regret gripped Li Xuanzhen. It was indeed a painful loss. Such a substantial sum, wasted due to the system's lack of notification. The equivalent of throwing money into a river, it had simply evaporated into thin air. Li Xuanzhen lamented this misfortune, regretting not having uncovered this unique synthesis rule earlier. Had he recognized the singularity of equipment synthesis sooner, he would have avoided squandering such a significant amount of resources and saved a fortune. Yet, during his initial failures, he had been swept up in the moment. With many items at hand, the loss of one or two seemed insignificant, leading him to overlook the implications. Subsequent failures only fueled his determination. He became consumed by a desire to succeed once more, until every piece of equipment had met the same fate, finally freeing him from that obsessive state. Alas, there is nothing to be done. I am still too young, Li Xuanzhen sighed. For various reasons, although his strength had ascended to formidable heights, his temperament had not matured in kind. This incident served as a lesson, illuminating the need for further cultivation of his inner self. Having grasped this insight, Li Xuanzhen's mood lightened. Perhaps this was a valuable lesson. The sudden rise from poverty to wealth, the abrupt transition from weakness to strength. It was clear that his character and many aspects of himself required refinement. It also served as a reminder that not every endeavor would unfold smoothly. Even with the aid of a system, despite assistance, he was not destined to be invincible. Li Xuanzhen's conviction began to solidify. With the system's assistance, his martial prowess could advance swiftly. However, the cultivation of his character would remain his own responsibility. Otherwise, the system, however powerful, was not infallible. Sooner or later, he would encounter challenges beyond its purview. Should he fail to rise to the occasion, the outcomes might diverge from his aspirations. Li Xuanzhen's expression became resolute, his eyes alight with fervor, as the essence of newfound determination swelled within him. At that moment, the dawn broke outside. Despite having not slept throughout the night, the light began to filter into his chamber. Li Xuanzhen approached the large floor-to-ceiling window, stepping out onto a small garden balcony. He gazed up at the sky, where, amidst distant mountains, a radiant sun was slowly ascending. Witnessing the sunrise, Li Xuanzhen felt his spirit invigorated. A night without sleep was trivial for a martial arts master of his caliber. Even a month without rest would not induce fatigue. As he beheld the luminous sun, Li Xuanzhen closed his eyes. Inhaling deeply, moments later, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with confidence and vitality. Amidst the myriad manifestations of the universe, I, Li Xuanzhen, am destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world, he proclaimed inwardly, directed towards the rising sun. Chapter 60. The Ghost Realm? After the outburst of emotions within, Li Xuanzhen felt revitalized. Possessing a system is already the greatest fortune one could hope for. However, the pursuit of personal advancement must also be diligently pursued. Only through the harmonious development of oneself and the system can one establish a firm foothold in this fantastical realm. Li Xuanzhen has come to a clear understanding of this fact. It has been nearly 2 months since he acquired the system, and in this brief span, he has transformed from a destitute blacksmith into an invincible warrior of martial arts. It is evident that his journey will not stagnate at this level. Gradually, visions of the future have begun to form in Li Xuanzhen's mind. Although these thoughts remain vague for now, They have undeniably taken root and will eventually crystallize into clarity and certainty. Casting a glance at the brightening world outside, Li Xuanjun exhaled deeply and returned to his chamber. Having remained awake throughout the night, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he brimmed with vitality, with a nascent vision for the future. This experience serves as a test of his character. He returned to his study, which, at this moment, was no longer cluttered with a myriad of items. Most of the treasures purchased from the treasure pavilion had been successfully synthesized. What remained to be dealt with were only a few items from the storage bags of the Mei family's martial arts true immortals, as well as those belonging to the formidable martial arts overlord. Mei Changzhu. Li Xuanjun could only hope that these items contained minimal weaponry and armor. The mainstream treasures of the cultivation world have lost their utility for him. What he truly desires are some elixirs. With the ability to synthesize these elixirs into superior variants, especially the rare and precious ones, he recognizes that in this realm of martial arts cultivation, elixirs serve as the true high currency. Though weapons and armor that enhance combat power are indeed valuable, they are merely external possessions. In contrast, elixirs, particularly those that directly augment one's strength, are hard currencies in the market of cultivation, always in high demand. This is why alchemists hold such a prestigious status in this world. Aside from the inherent talent required to ascend to an official alchemist, the multifaceted utility of elixirs renders them coveted by all. Li Xuanjun, possessing a synthesis system, can transform ordinary elixirs into precious ones, the latter of which can only be crafted by master alchemists and are naturally exorbitantly priced. Currently, Li Xuanjun harbors a pressing desire for wealth. In this world, currency takes the form of spirit stones. While his personal need for spirit stones may not be particularly urgent, others, in contrast, are ever in want of more. His lack of urgency stems merely from his independence from spirit stones for cultivation. However, from another perspective, he requires an abundance of spirit stones, not only to satiate his inner craving for wealth, but also for when his system level rises, necessitating the purchase of green extraordinary quality equipment for synthesis. The cost of acquiring such green extraordinary quality equipment has become apparent to Li Xuanjun after his experience purchasing the top 10 treasures from the treasure pavilion. The prices are typically measured in thousands of spirit stones. He does not merely need one or two items, but rather enough to synthesize an entire blue legendary set. Given that a complete set consists of 9 pieces, he requires 18 identical items to forge the legendary set. Consequently, he estimates he will need at least 200,000 to 300,000 low-grade spirit stones to procure 18 pieces of green equipment. This is merely a preliminary thought. Green extraordinary equipment is not commonplace. Whether such a quantity of duplicate items actually exists remains uncertain. Even the treasure pavilion in the county town offers only a select few green extraordinary items among its top 10 treasures. With duplicates being limited to a single one, and that being a disposable talisman, not the weapons or armor he so desperately needs. As he contemplates the future, it seems that after upgrading his system, he might have no choice but to venture to the prefectural city. Only there might he find a sufficient quantity of green extraordinary quality equipment. He harbors a vague concern that even in the prefectural city, gathering 18 identical pieces of green extraordinary quality equipment may prove challenging. All of these musings swirl in Li Xuanjun's mind, and he realizes that he cannot devise a viable solution at this moment. He can only take it one step at a time. Upon returning to his study, he first retrieved all the storage bags belonging to the martial arts true immortals of the Mei family and Mei Changsu. The storage bags of these individuals varied in size. Mei Changsu's was notably larger, measuring a full 10 cubic units, while the others were approximately 1 cubic unit, even smaller than Li Xuanjun's former dragon power ring. However, this disparity mattered little to Li Xuanjun. Regardless of the quality of these storage bags, he needed to pay them heed. After all, his own storage ring boasts a capacity of 100 cubic units, and he would not consider switching to a storage bag. Even if he encountered a higher-grade storage tool with greater capacity, he would not relinquish the spatial ring, which offers unparalleled safety and convenience. Thinking of this, Li Xuanjun recalled that Fang Qiaoru also lacks a considerable storage bag. Hence, he decided that Mei Changsu's bag could be repurposed for her use, serving as a form of waste utilization. Otherwise, the storage bag of the Mei family's third master, marked with identifiers, would hold little value in the prefectural city. No one would be inclined to purchase it. It is clear that provoking the Mei family is not a wise course of action. And those who could afford to do so typically do not seek trouble. as they themselves possess ample large-capacity storage bags. To risk antagonizing the Mei family over a mere storage bag is hardly a prudent endeavor. Naturally, if the item in question were not a storage tool but something that could enhance one's personal or familial power, no one would hesitate to seize it. Thus, for the time being, the only practical use for Mei Changsu's storage bag is to provide it to Fengqiaoyu.as. For the other storage bags belonging to the martial arts true immortals, they lack unique identifiers and can be sold at the treasure pavilion whenever time permits. However, it seems that the purchase price for storage bags at the treasure pavilion is rather low, unless they possess special characteristics or larger capacities. Otherwise, they fetch meager returns. These considerations are merely peripheral thoughts that flit through Li Xuanzhen's mind. At this moment, the most pressing matter is to ascertain whether these storage bags contain items of interest, namely elixirs. Li Xuanzhen laid out the contents of several storage bags, and soon, the once barren desk and floor were adorned with an array of various items: weaponry, defensive gear, martial arts manuals, as well as some spirit stones and gold. Finally, he discovered the elixirs he had been eagerly anticipating. The elixirs obtained from the storage bags of the martial arts true immortals were uniform in type, seemingly distributed by the Mei family, both in variety and quantity. White spirit elixir, yellow quality, enhances the cultivation efficiency of low-tier martial artists. Xuanqi elixir, yellow quality, restores spiritual energy. Barrier-breaking elixir, yellow quality, increases the success rate of martial artists in breaking through to the next realm. Heavenly demon elixir, yellow quality, temporarily boosts all bodily energy, allowing one to unleash 200% of their strength, but leaves the user severely weakened for a month after use. Among the three types of elixirs, all were acquired by Li Xuanzhen from the hands of Mei Langjia. Only the final one, the Tian Gui Dan, was unfamiliar to Li Xuanzhen. The very name of this elixir exudes an air of the uncanny. Furthermore, its purpose is to unleash a surge of combat prowess for a brief period. Intended for desperate battles, yet it is accompanied by side effects that are evidently severe, prolonged incapacitation lasting up to a month. Although the specifics of this debilitating weakness remain unknown, one can readily surmise that it is anything but benign. This elixir appears to be one that is resorted to only when one is truly cornered, and its adverse effects are likely considerable. It seems to be concocted by the Mei family specifically for these martial true immortals. Designed for life and death confrontations, the implications of its side effects are thus quite apparent. Otherwise, how could someone of Mei Langya's high standing within the Mei family possess such an elixir if its drawbacks were not significantly dire? Having examined these various elixirs, the total number amassed to over a dozen vials, each containing approximately 70 to 90 pills. Li Xuanzhen carefully stored these elixirs away and picked up Mei Changsu's storage pouch. His expectations for this pouch were exceedingly high, as it belonged to a martial arts overlord and emerged from the upper echelons of a powerful faction. Surely, it must contain valuable treasures. Li Xuanzhen deliberately cleared a space on his desk, designated for the items from this storage pouch. Upon opening Mei Changsu's pouch, he found that while the internal space was quite ample, it was not entirely filled, with a significant portion remaining vacant. Nonetheless, the items it did contain surpassed the quantity found in several storage pouches of the Mei family's martial true immortals. One by one, Li Xuanzhen extracted the items from the pouch. A notable characteristic of Mei Changsu's storage pouch was the scarcity of weapons and armor. There were merely a few swords, several garments crafted from special fabrics, boots, wristbands, and hair ties. Though these items appeared unremarkable, each was of exceptional quality. What seemed like ordinary clothing was actually made from superior materials, meticulously crafted and adorned with intricate runes. Their defensive capabilities and comfort surpassed those of conventional metal armors by a considerable margin. These items likely constituted Mei Changsu's personal attire for replacement. While Li Xuanzhen could not ascertain their precise value, the system indicated that all these items were of yellow, excellent quality, prompting him to click his tongue in admiration.